Introduction asterisk. Is King's Landing merely a quagmire? Then let us extricate ourselves from it. The Red God and the Cold God wish to vie for dominion over this realm. Come, then, to my celestial palace, where you shall oversee the boiler and the cold storage. Chapter 1. Flea Market. In the year 283 AC, despite the arrival of spring several years prior, the lives of the impoverished in King's Landing showed no significant improvement. With the proliferation of rumors regarding the royal army's defeats, the populace was already rife with anxiety. Though the noble lords repeatedly asserted that the royal forces were pursuing the traitors, the gold-robed officials relentlessly apprehended those spreading the rumors. Yet, the absence of grain carts entering King's Landing for nearly half a month and the continually rising prices of foodstuffs only served to validate the whispered tales. The bright spring sun could not warm the flea market. Layer upon layer of eaves obscured the scant light, while the narrow, winding streets, filled with nauseating odors and roads covered in excrement and mud, were the sole elements of this place. Old Make, clad in tattered black linen, with a haggard countenance and a stooped posture, dragged a dilapidated cart over the uneven, muddy roads. The straw piled atop the cart occasionally spilled onto the roadside due to the jolts caused by the potholes. As the creaking wheels rolled over a large puddle, a pale, mud-covered hand weakly emerged from the straw, swaying lifelessly with the bumps. Yet, the alley was not entirely devoid of life. Aunt Magda, sitting at her doorstep, had noticed the hand but said nothing. Instead, she shut the door, pried loose a stone from the corner of the wall, and retrieved a small wooden box, beginning to sift through the coins within. It appeared that today's brown soup would yield several valuable coins, just in time for her growing son, Jerry. Accompanied by the creaking sounds, Old Make maneuvered the cart into a slightly larger courtyard at the end of the alley. After halting the cart in the center of the yard and securing the gate, he called out to the rotund figure under the eaves, who was chopping the carcass of an unknown animal with a battered cleaver. "Cleaver, come unload the cart. We got a big haul today. Remember to chop up a bit. Don't let that old codger at the east end snag a whole thigh bone again." I only got 3 coins from him. The greasy, blood-stained cleaver shuffled over, pushing aside the straw and beginning to hoist the bodies from the cart onto his shoulder. Old Meg watched Cleaver's actions and shouted, "You fool! How many times must I tell you? Strip the clothes off them first. Even rags can fetch a few coins." After Cleaver stood there, bewildered for a moment, he finally placed the body down and began to laboriously peel away the tattered garments. Old Meg muttered to himself, "Right? I need to head to the front and inform Xiaohua that today's brown soup prices are going up. We can't let those cheapskates get a bargain." Just as Old Make turned to adjust the price board in the front hall, a loud shout erupted behind him. "Buttocks! Buttocks! Oh, my backside!" Startled by the sudden outcry, Old Make jumped. Cleaver, being a dim-witted mute, was supposed to be the only one able to speak in the courtyard, as the cart held several corpses from the market. Could it be that the legends of the undead were true, and someone had been resurrected behind him? Hastily, Old Make dashed to the small building on the other side of the courtyard, peering out to assess the situation. He saw Cleaver still clutching a tattered piece of clothing, staring blankly at another kneeling corpse on the cart. Liar felt a piercing pain in his rear, daring not to put any weight on his backside as he knelt on the hard cart, using his hands to relieve the pressure. The immense agony left him shrieking, unable to focus on his surroundings. Liar had been reclining in his comfortable armchair, utilizing a divine artifact bestowed by the wind spirit ancestor, engaging in a delightful confrontation with a troublesome creature from the DLC. However, just as he unleashed a powerful attack, a sudden dizziness overcame him, and he inexplicably found himself in this realm, only to be met with the overwhelming pain that now defined his existence. Old Make, observing that the corpse merely knelt there wailing without aggression, gathered his courage to step out, but dared not approach. Instead, he shouted, "By the 7 gods, Cleaver, go fetch your knife. Let's deal with this meat before it keeps howling." "Shut up," Liar exclaimed, a sharp command escaping his lips as he flicked his right hand, causing a gleaming symbol of stun to appear above the heads of the other 2 individuals in the courtyard. Feeling some relief from the pain in his rear, Liar raised his gaze to the sudden apparition of a white crane in Daoist robes, wielding a whisk, and gritted his teeth. "Was it you, old bird, who brought this upon me? You insolent brat! How dare you use such despicable means against me, and then speak so arrogantly? Clearly, you have yet to learn your lesson." The white crane's voice resonated like a thunderclap, making Liar feel as if his head might burst. "Is that my fault? If you have the ability, go take it up with Feng Xieying. He's the one who cast you as the villain and made you forge for golden elixirs. Besides, I'm not the only one wishing to exploit you. Huh, that Feng lad has great merits. Even I cannot harm him. But you have no roots, no ties. Perfect for my amusement, the white crane retorted. As the pain beneath him began to lessen, Liar furrowed his brow and replied, Amuse me? You are clearly not the supreme patriarch. Feng Qiang merely created a popular fan work. Our original world was one grounded in materiality. We have merely traversed from one literary creation to another. The white crane waved its whisk. Ah, the youth possesses some insight, yet it is regrettable. Entangled in karma, the illusion of existence. If one can transcend form and color, there lies the ultimate nirvana. Seek the realm of formlessness and colorlessness. Upon hearing this, Liar felt the pain beneath him nearly dissipate, slowly shifting his position to sit at the front of the cart, fixing his gaze on the white crane. You are indeed not the supreme patriarch. What would a Daoist elder know of Buddhist terminology? What of it? Although the white crane's tone retained an air of authority, it now bore an unmistakable hint of weakness. You are merely the embodiment of collective resentment, having borrowed the lingering essence of the supreme patriarch from the black monkey world to bring me here. Alas, the blade remains in my hand. The white crane faltered, stepping back in alarm. How do you know? Liar had already risen from the cart, gradually advancing toward the white crane as he declared, This essence is unique. You are but a fragment of resentment, lacking the complete 3 souls and 7 spirits. To escape that realm, you had to borrow my soul, seeking to inhabit this world through me. Originally, my soul should have been wiped clean, but thanks to the protection of the Daoist Ancestor, I retained my consciousness while you became this wisp of a ghost. The spell that immobilized those two just now emanated from me. Did you think I was merely preoccupied with my pain? The white crane, now stricken with panic, found itself cornered against the wall as Liar approached. Watching Liar raise his hand, it could only let out a chilling scream. No, I could be your dog. Please don't kill me. Chapter 2. Flames engulf the city. Liar gazed at the nebulous wisp of smoke in his hand, tightening his fist. As flames erupted from his palm, a piercing wail echoed, and the wisp of resentment dissipated entirely from this world. Turning to the 2 individuals still immobilized in the courtyard, he calculated with a slight gesture of his fingers. Although he could not foresee 5 centuries into the future, nor retrospectively compute 500 years, he gleaned from the world's consciousness that this realm was indeed the setting of the renowned fantasy saga, A Song of Ice and Fire, coinciding perfectly with the Mad King Ares II's preparations to engulf the city in flames. Lear sighed. While these 2 were not irredeemably wicked, they had witnessed his transference, and he was reluctant to reveal his true origins. Thus, he resolved to silence them. With 2 gentle breezes sweeping by, the 2 collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Lear gazed up at the bright spring sunlight, shook his head, and, no longer entangled in his thoughts, transformed into a wisp of black smoke, soaring into the sky. In midair, Lear oriented himself. The enormous red keep to the east glimmered with an eerie radiance under the sun's rays. Though tempted to witness one of the iconic moments of the series, the birth of the Kingslayer, he felt the remnants of the arcane energy that had accompanied his arrival rapidly dissipating. He needed to find a secluded place to establish his foundation without further delay. Without lingering on his thoughts, he veered southward towards the vast expanse of the Kingswood beyond the Blackwater River. Lear presumed his arrival had not altered the course of events, yet the flutter of a butterfly's wings had stirred up a monumental tempest. The disappearance of Old Mac and the butcher not only disrupted the supply of brown stew in the area, but also incited a violent skirmish between 2 factions vying for Old Mac's business. During the brawl, 2 small-time thugs crashed through the gate of a nearby courtyard, which happened to be an exit to the underground passage of King's Landing and was likewise cluttered with a considerable stockpile of wildfire. The individuals responsible for transporting the wildfire had carelessly piled these deadly weapons in plain sight, with 2 jars even showing signs of damage. It was reminiscent of a joke. When faced with the question of whether gas was leaking, what should one do first? Naturally, one would light a cigarette to calm oneself. As dusk approached, the dimly lit courtyard rendered visibility nearly impossible. Believing they had stumbled upon something worthwhile, one of the thugs ignited a torch with predictable consequences. Tywin, leading the Lannister army, was still half a day's journey from King's Landing. He had been contemplating whether he could deceive the gates open the next day when a soldier rushed in with alarming news of flames engulfing the city. Emerging from his tent, Tywin beheld the eastern sky, once shrouded in darkness, now illuminated by a fierce blaze, with a faint, sinister green hue flickering within the glaring white flames. With no other choice, Tywin commanded his soldiers to break camp and march through the night towards the inferno. He understood that reaching King's Landing first was crucial in order to gain favor with Robert. Robert's forces were also not far behind. Although a tacit understanding existed between the two, the fire could provoke the sentiments of other nobles, compelling Robert to hasten his advance. As dawn's light graced the earth, Tywin finally arrived at the Lion's Gate. The once grand and imposing entrance lay in ruins, with ghastly green embers sporadically leaping from the debris. A thick cloud of black smoke billowed from the wreckage, and Tywin saw no signs of life. Soon, an informant who had traversed the river gate to seek him out delivered the latest intelligence. It turned out that the wildfire, stored in a flea-ridden nest near the Lion's Gate, had been accidentally ignited, causing flames to spread through the densely built slums and triggering explosions of other hidden stocks of wildfire, ultimately collapsing the Lion's Gate. Fortunately, the white-cloaked knight Jaime Lannister had led a contingent of gold cloaks to forcibly dismantle some of the buildings along the street, establishing a firebreak along the main thoroughfare, which prevented the fire from spreading further. Only the western section of King's Landing was consumed by flames. After hearing the report, Tywin nodded and instructed, "Return and inform Pycelle that the time has come. I do not care what methods he employs. He must eliminate Aerys and prevent him from utterly destroying King's Landing. Furthermore, he must ensure Jaime's safety. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord." Once the informant departed, Tywin arranged for a messenger to enter the city through the God's Gate to express loyalty to the king and request permission for joint defense. Having set the messenger in motion, he summoned his brother Kevin, saying, "You must seek out Robert immediately. Inform him of the situation in King's Landing and advise him to keep his distance. Secure me at least a week's time." Kevin nodded in agreement and departed with his guards. After completing these tasks, Tywin turned his gaze back towards King's Landing, falling into silence. What is Aerys doing at this moment? Meanwhile, Aerys was not in the throne room, descending into madness upon the Iron Throne, but rather reclining on the grand bed in his chamber at Maegor's Holdfast. The sudden outbreak of fire and explosions to the west had also provoked this nearly deranged king. He indeed wished to annihilate all of King's Landing, but that needed to occur at the last moment, ensuring mutual destruction with his enemies, rather than dying from an unexpected blaze that would only serve as a source of mockery for them. The flames raged throughout the night, and the cacophony of noise and smoke deprived the king of sleep. This was particularly cruel for a man whose mind was on the brink of collapse and whose body was exceedingly frail from prolonged starvation. Yet, despite leaning against the headboard, the king exhibited an unusual exuberance. As he listened to the corpulent eunuch at his bedside relay freshly acquired intelligence, he exclaimed, "Spider, cease discussing those wretched commoners. Their lives are of little consequence. The more of them perish, the less trouble they will cause in the imminent battle. What I need to know is the status of the army that has just appeared outside the Lion's Gate." Varys spoke in a soft yet audible tone. "Your Grace, my little birds have just confirmed that the army bears the sigil of the lion and arrived overnight, without launching an assault on King's Landing." The king's expression brightened considerably. "Excellent. My brother has finally arrived. As long as Tywin is in King's Landing, all will be well." Varys frowned, cautioning, "Your Grace, the Duke of the Westerlands has not responded to any of King's Landing's ravens in over a year. We must remain cautious towards this sudden appearance of the Westerlands army." Impatiently, the king waved his hand, interrupting the counsel of the spider. "Enough, eunuch. If you wish to question a duke's loyalty, present evidence. Moreover, how did Ser Jaime fare last night?" Ser Jaime led from the front and successfully contained the flames, protecting the citizens of King's Landing. "Very well, that will suffice. You see, the Westerlands remain loyal. You may leave now. Oh, and summon Lord Rosart to the dining hall. I wish to break my fast with him." With that, the king yawned. "Yes, your grace," Varys replied, reluctantly taking his leave. "By the way, keep an eye on those cooks in the kitchen. I do not want anyone to have the opportunity to poison the true dragon. Also, have Pycelle bring me some stimulating draught. Today the king must welcome his loyal duke from the Westerlands and cannot afford to doze off during the ceremony." "Yes, your grace." Chapter 3. The white-cloaked knight. The emerald flames bore an uncanny resemblance to the visions of his dreams. Wildfires serve as a potent source of fuel. Once ignited, these fierce blazes can burn even in water, spreading along its currents and rendering a mere scattering of sand ineffective and halting their advance. As it succumbs to the searing heat, The most effective means of combating wildfires is to allow them to consume everything in their path. The last remaining white-cloaked knight in King's Landing volunteered to lead the city's guard and the assembled militia in forcibly dismantling structures along several main thoroughfares to create firebreaks. After a night of relentless struggle, the once noble Jaime Lannister, now transformed into a figure clad in black, finally glimpsed the light of hope. Under the gentle embrace of dawn, the flames, having devoured all, gradually turned to ash and drifted smoke. Though he yearned to save every soul, confronted by a heap of charred remains that bore only a skeletal semblance, the young knight could only heave a silent sigh. The nightmares that haunted his mind had tragically morphed into reality, as the increasingly deranged king conspired with the newly appointed prime minister, Sir Rosart, the leader of the pyromancers, to obliterate King's Landing with wildfires. He silently bore witness to the entirety of their mad scheme from his position behind the king. Yet, in the face of this dire situation, he was overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. On one hand, the knight's oath forbade him from betraying his sovereign, and only Rosart possessed comprehensive knowledge of the wildfire's hidden locations. On the other hand, the thought of sacrificing 500,000 innocent lives as a tribute to the Targaryen dynasty profoundly disturbed the young knight's moral compass. Although his forbidden love for his sister had already pushed him beyond the boundaries of knightly virtue, he still regarded himself as a white-cloaked knight bound by a code to protect the weak. Thus, amidst the turmoil of conflicting thoughts and pressures, when a sudden fire erupted, Jaime instinctively sought the king's permission to lead a firefighting effort. He even contemplated that if he were to perish in the flames, perhaps he would be spared further anguish, though the notion of never again kissing Cersei's crimson lips cast a shadow of sorrow over him. Unfortunately, the hidden wildfires throughout King's Landing were not as numerous as he had imagined. After a night of struggle that left him resembling a man in black, the sporadic explosions did not claim his life, and the inferno was eventually brought under control. Perhaps this was the cruel jest of fate. As the sun climbed high into the sky, Jaime continued to lead a contingent of gold-cloaked soldiers, patrolling the streets in search of any lingering fire hazards. Suddenly, the great red keep atop Aegon's Hill began to toll its bells, followed closely by the resounding chimes of the Great September of Baelor on the nearby Visignas Hill. Jaime found himself momentarily disoriented, failing to grasp the significance of the commotion. Just as he was coming to, a cacophony of noise erupted behind him, interspersed with cries of anguish and the clash of weaponry. Startled, Jaime turned to see a cavalry unit galloping toward him along the street leading from the Gate of the Gods. At the forefront was an exceptionally tall knight, whose armor bore the insignia of the most formidable and ruthless knight in his father's service, Gregor Clegane. Through the ranks of cavalry, one could discern in the distance that soldiers had begun to storm the well-preserved houses lining the street, their actions marred by the piercing screams of women amidst the encroaching throng. Jaime had long been acquainted with the various brutal tales surrounding Gregor, and without hesitation, he surged forward with his golden-clad companions to confront them, exclaiming, "Sir Gregor, where do you intend to go?" Gregor's mount, the formidable mountain, recognized the figure before him as the son of his lord. After a moment of silence, he replied, "By the command of Lord Tywin, I am to assume control of the defenses of the Red Keep." Jaime furrowed his brow and retorted, "How can my father lay claim to the defenses of the Red Keep? The king would never issue such a decree." Though the visor of the mountain's helmet obscured his expression, Jaime sensed a mocking undertone in his voice as he replied, "My lord, have you not heard the tolling of the bells? The king is dead. This is your father's command. Will you dare to impede me, White Cloak?" As he spoke, his armored hand reached toward the hilt of his massive sword. Jaime's countenance darkened further. He scrutinized Gregor for a moment. Just as the tension between them threatened to reach its zenith, Jaime appeared to relent, stepping back slightly. "Very well. The road to the Red Keep has been consumed by the fire last night. Lancel, mount your horse and escort this lord via the old northern gate to the Red Keep. Proceed with caution and do not rush, understood?" A squad leader in golden attire, seemingly unsure if he had comprehended Jaime's orders, nodded and turned to retrieve his steed, leading the cavalry northward. Once the cavalry rounded the corner and vanished from sight, Jaime immediately mounted the horse that had been brought for him and hastened toward the Red Keep. As he traversed the shortcut formed by last night's isolation efforts, he arrived at a chaotic scene at the Red Keep. The news of the king's demise had spread. The great doors of the Red Keep stood ajar, unguarded. Astute guards and maidservants had already begun to scatter, while the avaricious surged into the Red Keep to plunder. Jaime disregarded the tumult around him. His primary concern was to reach Maegor's holdfast. However, as he passed by the Maiden's Tower, he suddenly spotted a familiar yet unexpected figure. It was a tall jailer, his stature reminiscent of another long-lost acquaintance, yet the presence of such a character within the Red Keep was decidedly unusual. Jaime felt a jolt of realization strike him. He abandoned his pursuit of Maegor's holdfast and instead followed this figure into the Maiden's Tower. Upon entering and closing the intricately carved doors behind him, Jaime, bathed in the dim light filtering through the crystal glass, observed the jailer turning towards him from a nearby corridor, as if he had been expecting the arrival of the white cloak all along. James's hand moved towards the hilt of his sword, a pang of regret washing over him for not having returned to the White Sword Tower to don the armor he had removed for the sake of convenience. Cautiously, he inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" The guard's face remained shrouded in shadow, the light filtering through the glass illuminating only his lower half, creating a stark contrast that rendered James unable to discern the details of his upper body. A strange, coarse voice emanated from across the way, "My Lord Knight, I have been sent to rescue Princess Elia and Prince Aegon. Please believe me, I bear no ill will." James, wary of trusting the stranger, pressed on, "Who sent you? Dorne? Dragonstone? I apologize, but I cannot disclose my identity just yet. However, I believe our objectives align. We must safeguard the Targaryen bloodline, mustn't we, White Knight?" James found himself at an impasse, uncertain of how to proceed. Yet, the commotion outside escalated, clearly indicating that his attempts to stall had not fully succeeded. His father's cavalry had already breached the Red Keep. Gritting his teeth, James remarked, "I assume you must have an alternative escape route, for there is no way out now. Of course, please follow me." The mysterious guard inclined slightly, then turned to venture deeper into the maiden's residence, compelling James to follow suit, albeit with trepidation. Chapter 4. The forest sage Lyre descended into the royal grove, enveloped in black smoke, unnoticed by those around him, largely due to the seclusion of the area. The existence of such a vast forest adjacent to a medieval city housing nearly 500,000 souls was, in itself, quite absurd. The immense demand for resources should have long since led to its deforestation. Whether attributed to the royal edict or the peculiar climatic conditions of this world of ice and fire, this expansive natural woodland had managed to endure. This locale, however, provided Lyre with an exceptionally advantageous refuge. Firstly, it was sparsely populated. Aside from the pedestrians traversing the King's Road, the future visits from King Robert, a handful of impoverished souls scavenging for sustenance on the outskirts, and a few mountain clans, the area could be deemed remarkably tranquil, particularly when juxtaposed against its considerable expanse. This place felt almost like a no-man's land. Moreover, being in such close proximity to King's Landing would facilitate Lyre's future endeavors to establish a foothold and influence the power dynamics within the capital. Lastly, residing amidst the mountains and forests echoed the quintessential practices of Eastern immortals, compared to the pervasive stench of King's Landing. This pastoral setting seemed far more aligned with Lyre's living preferences, especially as he bore the weight of arcane powers. Of course, all of this hinged upon possessing strength and retaining the dwindling reservoir of his magical prowess. Lyre's soul originated from a material realm, and fortunately, his journey through the world of the Black Monkey had bestowed upon him not only the powers of the Old Lord, but also fragments of memories pertaining to various supernatural abilities. This enabled him to instantly recognize the bluster of that old bird and harness those magical energies. Now, his task was to utilize this knowledge to first stabilize his primary cultivation, and subsequently, to explore the possibility of further honing his abilities in pursuit of greater advancement. Finding a colossal oak tree, unmistakably aged for centuries, Lyre immediately settled into a meditative posture against a sturdy branch nearly 100 meters above the ground. As he focused his mind and contained the ever-flowing mana, he gradually melded with the tree, becoming as inconspicuous as a patch of moss within this vast woodland. In the realm of ice and fire, the narrative remains incomplete due to the author's hiatus, particularly given the fantastical backdrop it presents. Consequently, various elements within this world often appear contradictory. Many seek to refine this framework, yet it was only when Lyre truly entered this realm, employing the Sansheen heart technique to commune with the essence of the world, that he comprehended the profound differences between this place and his former material existence. Firstly, the seasons here do not follow the conventional 4, but rather extend over several years within a singular season. Some speculate that the ice and fire world exists on a planet within the Trisolaris system, while others suggest an unusual axial tilt of its celestial body. In essence, this place can be described as a forsaken land, where the creator, realizing the narrative could not progress or having lost patience with this world, abandoned it, resulting in a chaotic and unstable flow of power. However, these factors do not fundamentally explain the climatic disparities compared to Earth. Rather, the core reason lies in the fact that this realm was initially a mythical world, fundamentally distinct from the material universe. There is no concept of planets in the ice and fire world. It sprawls like a vast pancake throughout space. Clearly, this world is flat. Moreover, the sun here diverges from the physical world's nature. It is not a conglomeration of hydrogen atoms, but rather an artifact left by the Creator, endlessly traversing the sky, bestowing boundless light and warmth upon the earth. As for the seasonal changes, just as a car requires maintenance after a certain distance, does not the artifact also need rest? The world is so expansive that heating and cooling cannot occur instantaneously, thus resulting in the variation of seasons. The lengths of seasons fluctuate as well. Just as the maintenance requirements for your vehicle differ, the strain and fuel consumption vary between highway driving and off-roading, leading to differing durations required for the artifact's rejuvenation. The concept of time emerges from the moon in this world, which is remarkably punctual and durable. Hence, time is measured by lunar observations. After the Creator's departure, magic, as a fundamental aspect of this world, gradually manifested as both tangible and conceptual representations. Various entities began vying for dominion over this realm, resulting in conflicts among the divine. Regrettably, as the creation remains unfinished, this world is exceedingly unstable, with magic occasionally falling into a deep slumber for extended periods. As Li'er unraveled the truths of this world, he gradually recognized that, as a conceptual entity, there was evidently no retreat to the material realm. Bearing the formidable prowess of a transcendent being, while indulging in the pleasures of this realm, he also saw the potential in perfecting the power structure of this world, aspiring to establish a celestial hierarchy centered around himself. At the moment of this realization, Li'er completed the circulation of his mana through 49 cycles. The cultivation methods of the Daoist ancestor are indeed profound. Although 99% of his celestial power has dissipated during the integration into the world of ice and fire, he has nonetheless secured a place within the local power structure, no longer at risk of vanishing due to their incompatibility. With continued practice, he shall gradually restore his strength. Slowly opening his eyes, he rose from the branches, and a cascade of hardened dirt began to fall from his body. As he welcomed the nascent sun, his form radiated a shimmering glow. Retaining the essence of youth, Li'er instinctively refined his body into that of a striking Caucasian male. His skin as flawless and white as jade, exuding a sense of strength through well-defined muscles. Below, the young Li'er possessed an exceptional physique, likely to captivate many noble women and young ladies. With a wave of his hand, he donned a moon-white Daoist robe upon his shoulders, stepped into a pair of satin slippers, and grasped a whisk. Thus, a handsome Daoist, combining Eastern and Western aesthetics, emerged from the oak tree. Gently descending from the oak, he acknowledged the considerable loss of his magical abilities, rendering him incapable of soaring through the clouds. Instead, Li'er leapt through the forest, determined to find a suitable location to establish a woodland cottage for his residence. Soon, at the base of a small hill, he discovered a flat expanse, with a crystal-clear stream cascading nearby, likely flowing toward the windy river. Having selected his site, the first step was to set up a protective formation, utilizing stones and wood. He began to construct a rudimentary array, with plans to upgrade to superior materials as his cultivation progressed. Additionally, another purpose of this formation was to attract those of fortune, stirring the tides of Westeros, engaging in the mortal realm, and ensuring that those blessed with destiny would seek him out. To present himself would render him overly cheap. It was far wiser to incite their initiative. Chapter 5. The inhabitants of the forest. Eddard Stark felt undoubtedly befuddled. He could not comprehend how he had come to this decision, rejecting the loyal counsel of Horan Reed, assigning the task of returning Dawn to House Dane and delivering his sister Lynna's remains to the north to him, while he alone set forth with the child. He was unsure of the motivations behind his actions, perhaps influenced by rumors suggesting that his brother Robert lacked true knightly virtue, or perhaps by the teachings of his foster father, Jon Arryn, regarding the intricacies of power. Recent whispers of Tywin's alliance with the rebels also weighed heavily on his mind. He understood that, apart from himself, no one wished for the child's survival. Yet, this was his sister's flesh and blood, their Stark lineage, deep within his subconscious. He could not bear to witness the child's demise, nor could he surrender him to Robert, for that too would be a death sentence. Thus, he ventured forth with the child, avoiding the main roads, traversing the Red Mountains, seeking out shepherds in the hills to procure goat's milk for the child. His intention was to find a secluded port, secure passage to White Harbor, and return to the north, presenting the child as his illegitimate son to the world. However, Unbeknownst to him, some unseen force led him deeper into the heart of the royal woods. Eddard initially believed that advancing along the edge of the royal forest would allow him to evade excessive scrutiny while also securing some game to satiate his hunger. However, a sudden tempest led him astray in the darkness of the woods, leaving him disoriented. He had long since lost track of how long he had been traversing the thicket, now devoid of the goat's milk he had carried. The prolonged absence of sustenance had drained the child in his arms of even the strength to wail. Eddard felt an overwhelming sense of despair. His self-reproach had reached unfathomable depths. He perceived his life as a profound failure, unable to vanquish Prince Rhaegar in their duel to avert the series of tragedies that befell House Stark. He could not prevent his father and brother from journeying to King's Landing, nor could he save Lyanna's life. Now, even the last vestige of his sister's lineage was on the brink of perishing due to his foolish and arrogant decisions. The sun began its descent, casting shadows throughout the forest. In the midst of Eddard's hopeless march, as he felt the child's life fading with the waning daylight, the sound of a hammer striking would reach his ears. A jolt of realization coursed through him. He recognized it as a sign of human activity. Dismissing any concerns regarding the potentially hostile clans of the woods, Eddard followed the sound with determined strides. On the other side of the forest, he was not the only one pursuing the source of the noise. A swordsman clad in civilian attire was assisting a woman cradling an infant, accompanied by a young girl, as they too followed the sound. Meanwhile, Jaime, having discovered Princess Elia and her children, Rhaenys and Aegon, in the mysterious dungeon, found the guard surprisingly opening a concealed passage hidden behind a fireplace. With little time to inquire further, and feeling the pressing footsteps drawing nearer, Jaime followed the guard as they escorted the princess and her children into the underground tunnel. In the dimly lit passage, the guard seemed well acquainted with the labyrinthine routes, leading them through various widths and turns until they emerged in a courtyard near the docks of King's Landing. After donning the prepared commoner attire, they were escorted by the guard onto a merchant vessel bound for the opposite shore of the narrow sea. Jaime found no opportunity to ask questions, but during the change of clothes, the guard voluntarily informed him that upon reaching the other side of the narrow sea, someone would be there to receive them. However, Jaime harbored mistrust towards the guard's arrangements. He felt an unsettling familiarity with the man, yet the guard's visage, voice, physique, height, and even scent were all incongruous with his mental image of the intended target. Once aboard, Jaime was plagued by unease, and a sudden epiphany ignited his resolve. He approached Princess Elia, secured her consent, and set his plan into motion. As the merchant ship departed King's Landing and navigated towards the mouth of the Windwater, he seized the captain, coercing him to disembark. Ultimately, they landed at the Windwater's mouth via a small skiff. With calculated stealth, he plunged into the royal forest with the princess and her children. He had initially intended to sneak back into King's Landing through the forest and seek another vessel to escape to Dragonstone in search of Queen Riella or to take refuge in Essos. However, he overestimated his wilderness survival skills. Soon, they found themselves lost and deprived of food. Just as he silently regretted his decision that led to the suffering of those he was meant to protect, the young Princess Rhaenys behind him called out in a clear, melodic voice, "Sir James, it seems there are sounds ahead." Upon hearing the princess's alert, James quickly snapped back to attention, grasping the hilt of his sword while peering forward. The dense jungle obscured his view, and the approaching twilight cast a shadowy gloom within the forest, yet it was evident that there were indeed signs of human activity ahead. Aware of their precarious situation, James tightened his grip on the longsword and nodded to Princess Elia before leading the way forward. Though he had lost 90% of his magical power upon merging into the ice and fire world, the formations set by the Daoist Ancestor were not to be underestimated. This morning, the fluctuations in the array had already drawn Lyre's attention. Following the information emanating from the formation, he calculated and discovered that two groups of individuals, whose fates had been altered, were nearby. Lyre, guided by this information, employed a light body technique to traverse the forest silently, drawing closer to the newcomers to assess the situation. Although the two groups were positioned to the north and south, Lyre swiftly made a round trip to clarify their circumstances. Once he understood the situation of both groups, Lyre arrived at their intersection, preparing to act. This was precisely the periphery of the mountain guarding formation he had established, making it an ideal location. He gathered tools and began to fell trees and gather materials on the spot, preparing a future dwelling for his guests. Shedding his Daoist robe, he donned only a pair of sturdy trousers that revealed his well-defined physique. He first cleared the surrounding trees to create a level area, excavating the roots and digging deep into the soil to establish a solid foundation. After charring one end of the selected timber to prevent decay, He drove it into the foundation pit. Using carpentry tools, he crafted wooden planks to lay the floor and renovated the walls. He suspended beams and constructed the framework, weaving a fence around the house with the felled branches to enclose a small courtyard. What would take an ordinary person over a month to accomplish was nearly completed by the end of the afternoon, thanks to the enhancement of his celestial power. When Ed and James emerged into each other's view and gazed in astonishment at the small house that had materialized in the clearing, Liar was already in the process of laying a roof woven from vines and fallen leaves. The last rays of sunlight were fading, and the gentle glow of fireflies surrounded Liar, illuminating his work. Though clad simply, his focused demeanor, perfect physique, and an aura of mystery evoked an instinctive sense of reverence and longing in those who beheld him. Chapter 6. The gods above. Ed felt an inexplicable warmth emanating from the youth atop the roof. The natural aura surrounding him reminded him of the heart tree of the north. As a follower of the old gods, he momentarily felt as though he stood before a true deity. James perceived the young man as an embodiment of the seven gods, as the brilliance of each deity radiated from him. As a knight donned in white robes and a devout believer, he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and offer his prayers. A sudden exclamation from two female voices, one high and one low, jolted the two individuals from their silence. Princess Illyria and Princess Rhaenys had arrived, standing behind Jaime. Upon catching sight of the youthful, hormone-laden figure, they gasped in unison. Liar, witnessing the desired effect, descended gracefully from the rooftop with a smile. He draped a robe, which had been thrown over the fence, around his shoulders and performed a courteous bow towards the two groups. Esteemed guests, I am Liar, at your service. The peculiar self-introduction caused both knights to furrow their brows. Jaime was the first to inquire, Liar? An unusual name. From where do you hail, and what is your surname? Eddard glanced at the white knight across from him and echoed the question, What do you mean by at your service? Liar smiled broadly, My surname is Lee, and my given name is Heir. You may understand me as a distant sorcerer. Jaime nodded, recognizing that in the far eastern lands of Essos, surnames precede given names. Yet, combined with the man's distinctly Westerosi appearance, it felt oddly incongruous. However, he chose not to dwell on this, redirecting his focus to the northern duke before him. Although he knew Eddard Stark to be a man of noble character, their current relationship remained adversarial, and he must protect those behind him. Eddard observed the frail woman and child behind Jaime, both bearing the features of Dorne. He was puzzled as to why a white knight from King's Landing would be present in this location. Just as the atmosphere of confrontation began to thicken, the small girl behind Jaime timidly spoke up, Lord Liar, do you have any food? We haven't eaten all day. Liar nodded, addressing both parties, Of course. Guests are always welcome. Come into the courtyard. I shall prepare some food for you. Eddard, hearing Liar's peculiar manner of speaking, found it unfamiliar, yet reminiscent of the guest rites observed in Westeros. He frowned, glanced at the opposite side, and felt the weight of the child in his arms. He stepped forward, leading the way into the courtyard under Liar's guidance. Within the courtyard, a small long table had been constructed from wooden stakes and planks. The two parties sat on wooden stumps at either end of the table. Though still somewhat wary, the gentle sound of flowing water from the nearby stream, the soft glow of fireflies dancing in the air, and an inexplicable fragrance gradually eased their tension. It was evident that this was a newly built dwelling. Jaime had initially expected Liar to retrieve portable provisions from within the house, but to his surprise, Liar approached a pile of timber beside the small cabin and picked up a hefty wooden stump. With deft hands, he began working on it, creating a flurry of wood shavings that fell like snow. Before long, several wooden bowls appeared in Liar's hands, astonishing everyone present. Though Liar had previously claimed to be a sorcerer, the onlookers had assumed he was akin to the fire performers from across the narrow sea, merely a jester performing tricks. They never anticipated he possessed such remarkable skills. Soon, Liar placed the smoothly polished wooden bowls on the table before them, prompting curiosity among the group as they began to examine the craftsmanship. Lear turned and plucked a gourd hanging from the eaves, exclaiming, Meeting his fate. I shall share this clear breeze and jade due to alleviate your hunger. With that, he uncorked the gourd and poured its contents into the bowls before the gathered individuals. James gazed at the liquid in his bowl, transparent as water, yet shimmering with a faint glow, momentarily at a loss. The coincidences felt too uncanny, prompting him to remain vigilant against potential traps. Across the table, Ed appeared to share his apprehension, remaining still and observing Lear, who stood at the center of the long table. Noticing the expressions of those around him, Lear smiled lightly and poured himself a bowl, savoring the contents with delicate appreciation. The atmosphere grew somewhat silent. At that moment, Princess Ilia, seated beside James, spoke up. Sir James, we have endured much hardship on our journey. I believe this, Lear. A man of the way harbors no ill will towards us. I am rather thirsty, so I shall not wait for you. With that, Princess Ilia boldly lifted her wooden bowl and drank the liquid in one swift motion. James, initially inclined to intervene, hesitated, understanding her intent and refraining from action. Since giving birth to Princess Rhaenys, Princess Ilia had been frail. Just before the fall of King's Landing, she had recently given birth to Prince Aegon, and her body had yet to fully recover. The hardships following the fall, the long journey through the Kingsguard with scarce sustenance, and the responsibility of caring for 2 young children had pushed her body to its limits. Even James recognized that Princess Ilia's strength was waning, sustained only by maternal instinct. Encountering this mysterious sorcerer, with the Northern Duke, an adversary, seated across from her, she was willing to make sacrifices, whether to gain the sorcerer's favor, lighten Sir James's burden, or seek a way forward for her children. James understood this was the most rational decision and chose to wait silently, as the jade dew settled in her stomach. The pallor of Princess Ilia's face, once devoid of color, instantaneously brightened. A warm current flowed from her stomach to her extremities, warming her previously cold hands and feet. The gnawing hunger and fatigue gradually dissipated. Even the physical pains from childbirth and travel began to ease. Princess Ilia refrained from expressing her feelings immediately, instead closing her eyes to fully experience the changes in her body for a few moments before opening them. With delight, she exclaimed, Sir James, the sorcerer's divine water is remarkably effective. I feel my pains nearly vanish, and my hunger is no more. You should partake as well. Without waiting for James's response, she handed Rhaenys' bowl to her, urging her to drink, before carefully feeding her infant son Aegon with another bowl. Seeing the princess's actions, James sighed, steeling himself, and lifted his bowl to drink the jade dew in one go. Observing this, Ed hesitated for a few seconds, then set aside his doubts and finished the contents of his bowl. Feeling the effects within his body, he involuntarily exclaimed, by the gods, is this a blessing from the old gods? After a brief pause, Ed no longer hesitated and cautiously offered another bowl of jade dew to his nephew. Chapter 7, Secrets of the Forest, Part 1. As Lear observed that everyone had finished their jade dew, he noticed the weariness beginning to manifest on their faces. He remarked, the hour has grown late. Let us defer any matters until tomorrow. This dwelling has been prepared for you, furnished with simple bedding, so you may rest well. I shall take my leave. With that, Lear rose without waiting for a response, circumvented the long table, exited the courtyard, and secured the gate. Soon, his figure vanished into the dense woods. James had initially raised his hand to stop Lear from departing, eager to inquire further, but was halted by Princess Ilia. Sir James, this Daoist Lear is evidently no ordinary man. While he may not belong to the nobility, he likely wields formidable power. We should not rush. Do you not agree? Duke Ed, upon hearing the princess direct her inquiry towards him, nodded in affirmation. The princess speaks wisely. We are all, at present, a disparate group. Your arrival here signifies the outcome of King's Landing has been determined. Let us set aside our concerns for now and discuss everything tomorrow. James nodded in agreement. Refraining from further comment, he rose from the wooden stool and turned towards the peculiar wooden cabin he had never seen before. Upon entering, he found a small hall with rooms on either side, each containing a simple bed adorned with dry grass. Noticing James's actions, Ed said nothing further and, after signaling the princess with a nod, entered the small house as well. After observing the interior, he nodded at the White Knight before stepping into one of the rooms and closing the door. Princess Ilia, holding Aegon and leading Rhaenys by the hand, also made her way inside. The White Knight ushered the princess and her children into the room, then closed the door behind them. He settled against the door with his long sword in hand, vigilantly watching the opposite door for a spell. Gradually, the soft strains of a Dornish lullaby wafted from the room behind him, while silence enveloped the room across the way, and he eventually closed his eyes. When the morning birdsong awakened the White Knight, James discovered it was the most restful sleep he had experienced in many days. The sound of Princess Rhaenys' bright voice echoed from the room behind him, prompting James to rise and tidy his attire. Despite the wear and tear from their arduous journey, he wished to maintain the dignity expected of a knight. Soon, activity stirred in the opposite room. Outside the courtyard fence, a small stream flowed, and before long, everyone completed their morning ablutions by its banks. As they returned to the courtyard, an awkward silence hung between them across the long table when Lear's figure emerged once more from the thicket. Ed observed the enigmatic sorcerer clad in the same strange, loose-fitting attire as the previous day. Remarkably, Although he had emerged from the forest, his silken garments showed no signs of being snagged by branches. Today, Lear bore a large bundle in his hand. Upon entering the courtyard, he first retrieved a sizable ceramic pot and several steamers from his pack, addressing the group. "We cannot have you subsisting on mere air. Today's breakfast consists of soy milk and buns." James gazed at the peculiar white liquid being poured from the ceramic pot, and then at the steaming white pastries emanating warmth from the strange containers. Feeling a sense of curiosity, based on yesterday's experience, he temporarily set aside his concerns regarding food safety. Yet he found himself intrigued by these unfamiliar dishes he had neither seen nor heard of before. Liar had always been reluctant to compromise on his palate. Even if it required expending precious magical energy, he would occasionally conjure ingredients that did not exist in this world of ice and fire. Naturally, relying solely on magic seemed somewhat extravagant, so he had prepared a variety of seeds from different plants and animals, awaiting the right hands to cultivate and raise them for his own sustenance. The mysterious cuisine of the East quickly captivated several natives of Westeros, and soon breakfast was devoured entirely. Once the meal was concluded, it was evident that the time had come to discuss serious matters. Princess Elia sent her daughter to play by the stream, and the little princess, obedient and well-behaved, remained in view of her mother and the White Knight through the fence. The two infants, after consuming another bowl of sweet nectar, ceased their cries from hunger and drifted into a peaceful slumber on the beds within the house. At the long table in the courtyard, only 4 adults remained. Jaime glanced at the arrangements made for his 2 children before turning to the enigmatic mage, inquiring, "How did you come to know we would be here? To be honest, even I am unsure as to why I find myself in this place." Eddard evidently harbored the same question, and upon hearing Jaime speak, he too directed his gaze toward Liar, who sat at the center of the long table. Liar nodded, smiling as he replied, "I hail from the distant land of Ebong. I had intended to live a carefree existence amidst these woods, but fate has intertwined our paths. Having entered this cycle of existence, I have become entangled in the causality of this realm. Rest assured, this is due to your own fortuity. It is your destined fate that has drawn you here, perhaps guided by some unseen force." Eddard, grappling with unfamiliar terms, found himself perplexed and hesitantly asked, "Are you suggesting that it is by the guidance of the gods that we have arrived at this location?" "Indeed, Lord Eddard. Your understanding is quite astute," Liar chuckled. Jaime, suddenly alarmed, exclaimed, "Do you know us? I recall that we did not introduce ourselves last night." Seeing the knights become wary simultaneously, Liar burst into laughter. "There is no need for surprise. Although my mastery of Daoist arts is not profound enough to foresee 500 years into the past or future, I can discern many threads of causality woven into this world." Jaime felt uneasy, as if he were exposed and transparent to the gaze of others. Yet he steeled himself to inquire, "Then, do you know the identities of us all?" Liar replied with a smile, "Of course, however, you need not worry. I understand your desire to keep certain matters private, and as a humble practitioner, I shall remain discreet." Eddard, feeling a sense of urgency, spoke quickly, "Thank you for your hospitality, and the North shall not forget your kindness. I am eager to return to the North. Could you please inform me of the nearest port?" Liar shook his head. "I have foreseen that your entanglements here have yet to be resolved. You must remain in this place for a while longer." Ed's expression shifted dramatically as he cast a glance at the equally troubled James, rising to inquire, "Are you, Daojiang, intending to infringe upon the rights of your guests?" Li'er replied with a smile, "Your Grace, you misunderstand. Should you wish to depart, you are free to do so." Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, Ed observed that Li'er remained seated, smiling and unperturbed. Without hesitation, he turned and entered the house to lift his sleeping nephew, striding purposefully out of the courtyard. Outside by the creek, Princess Rhaenyra was tossing stones into the water, her curious gaze fixed upon the uncle she had only encountered the previous day, as he hastily vanished into the thicket, puzzled and unaware of the recent events that had transpired in the courtyard. Chapter 8, Secrets of the Forest, Part 2. At the moment Ed reacted, James had also placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, yet Princess Elia, seated beside him, restrained his hand from drawing his weapon. Once Ed's figure had melded into the woods, Elia turned to Li'er with a smile, saying, "Daojiang, I am grateful for your hospitality towards us homeless souls. May I inquire what you mean by causality?" "Ah, the princess embodies the spirit of Dorne, being so generous. I shall not conceal the truth from you both. The fall of King's Landing was inevitable. Originally, the princess and her 2 children were destined to perish within the Red Keep. However, fate is capricious, and Sir James has miraculously rescued you. Now that I have entered this cycle, I intend to establish a temple within this imperial forest to take on disciples. I see a connection with your pair of children and wish to accept them as my pupils. As one who has escaped destiny, I find myself without a place to go, and thus can remain here to care for your children." James could not refrain from interjecting. How can Princess Ilia be considered homeless? Dragonstone still lies in the hands of the royal family, and the royal fleet retains control over Blackwater Bay. Moreover, Dorne could welcome the princess. As blood of the Targaryens, Prince Aegon and Princess Rhaenys cannot remain here to learn magic from an unknown individual. Princess Ilia, noticing the White Knight's agitation, sought to soothe him. "Sir James, please remain calm. I believe Daojang harbors no ill intentions. The Targaryen dynasty has fallen. Dragonstone is small and sparsely populated, and the royal family lacks dragons. The island can no longer sustain the royal fleet for long. As remnants of the Targaryen line, our best fate is to seek refuge in Essos. To avoid suspicion from the new king of King's Landing, my brother will not accept us back. Here, however, as you witnessed yesterday, Daojang possesses extraordinary abilities. I trust he can protect us, and perhaps Aegon can learn the skills necessary for our defense. Do you not agree?" Lier nodded with a smile, recognizing that Princess Ilia, being a sister to Dowling and Oberyn, possessed a similarly astute mind, capable of comprehending the current situation and her circumstances clearly. James fell silent, reflecting for a moment, and came to realize that the flame of the Targaryen dynasty was on the verge of extinguishing. A wave of despondency washed over him, and he resignedly declared, "Princess, as a sworn White Knight, I shall protect you until my final breath." Lier smiled and replied, "Sir James, your fate does not lie here. Once matters are resolved, you must take your leave." James tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, feeling as though he were being toyed with. Lier observed the tense figure of the White Knight and smiled, gently waving his feather duster. Princess Ilia was taken aback to see Sir James seemingly transformed into a statue. His body immobilized in a vigilant stance, his gaze fixed in one direction, no longer following Daoistly. A faint golden glow flickered around him, and a pale golden rune shimmered above his head. Lier reassured, "Your Highness, there is no need for concern. The knight wields a sword. He will not be at ease until he has personally experienced my abilities. Much like Sir Eddard, when he returns at dusk, both will come to understand." Ilia quickly composed herself, expressing gratitude to Daoist for his understanding of her knight's recklessness and for the arrangements made for her and her children. "I wholeheartedly agree to this course of action, trusting that you will protect us, will you not?" she said, gazing at Lier with a smile that hinted at both admiration and an inexplicable shyness. Lier smiled in return, Indeed. I still have some tools and provisions in my pack. When Lord Eddard returns, Sir James shall regain his senses. Let them remain here for a few days while we renovate your home and procure the necessities for your family. As for your future sustenance, I shall make the necessary arrangements. By the way, when Lord Eddard returns, please inform him that the child he cradles is destined to be my disciple, allowing him to stay as well. This would be beneficial for him, for Catelyn, and for the child, would it not? Ilia nodded thoughtfully, watching as Lier turned and vanished into the thicket before returning to check on her still sleeping child. She then stepped into the courtyard, quietly observing Rhaenys playing by the brook. After a series of significant upheavals and days of arduous travel, the rare tranquility enveloped Ilia with a profound sense of peace. As the sun began its descent, she cradled little Yorn in one arm while watching her daughter gather wildflowers to weave into a garland. It was then that she spotted the troubled face of Eddard Stark reappearing in her line of sight. Rhaenys, upon seeing the somewhat reticent uncle from the previous night, expressed her delight, tugging at his hand to lead him into the courtyard. Ilia approached to invite the Duke of the North to sit at the long table and instructed her daughter to fetch some brook water to quench the evident thirst of the man who had trekked all day. Eddard nodded in acknowledgement before drinking deeply from the bowl, feeling somewhat refreshed. It was only then that he noticed the White Knight still maintaining his stance at the table's edge. Ilia remarked, "After you departed this morning." The knight began to question Daoist, who then cast a spell to subdue him. But rest assured, according to his words, Sir James should soon be liberated. Indeed, as Ilia finished speaking, the rune above the White Knight's head shattered instantly, and the ethereal glow surrounding him dissipated. James awakened as if from a deep slumber. Gasping for breath, Rhaenys rushed to his side, concerned. "Are you all right, Sir Knight?" Jaime lifted the wooden bowl that had long been prepared on the table and drank the stream water within it in one gulp. After taking a breath, he reassured the young princess, "Your Highness, I am quite well." He then turned his gaze, filled with curiosity, towards the Duke of the North. Eddard, with a troubled expression, replied, "After I rushed into the woods, I endeavored to head northward, but but at some point, I always found myself returning to a place that was intimately familiar to me. I began to think I was lost and started marking trees, yet no matter what I did, I would inevitably find myself back at the first tree I had marked. Later, when I sought to return here, I discovered I was unable to retrace my steps. I persevered in one direction for an entire day, only to feel as though I was running in circles. Just when despair was about to take hold, I suddenly noticed that this woodland cottage was to my left. The two knights fell into silence, burdened by the peculiar abilities of Liar. Although Liar claimed to harbor no malice, his actions and thoughts appeared, to them, to be utterly subversive. Chapter 9. Secrets of the Forest. 3. As the two knights remained silent, Ilya took the initiative to speak. Lord Eddard, Sir Liar has asked me to convey that the child in your arms shares a bond with him, and he will take him as his disciple. This will benefit you, Caitlin, and the child. May I inquire if this child's identity is particularly special? Eddard gazed at the wise Dornish princess across from him, his troubled expression deepening. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Your Highness, this child is my sister's offspring with Prince Rhaegar. I found my sister in the House of Bliss. After giving birth to this child, she departed for the realm of the dead. I intended to take this child back to the north, presenting him to the world as my illegitimate son, thus distancing him from King's Landing. Little did I expect to have brought him here. Upon learning that the child was born of her deceased husband and another, Ilya felt a twinge of displeasure, though she had suspected as much and was not overly surprised. Furthermore, her affection for Rhaegar was not profound. Their marriage was purely political. As Rhaegar became infatuated with the Duke of the North's sister, he grew increasingly indifferent towards her. Truth be told, had it not been for her mad father-in-law's attempts to control her as a hostage and threaten Dorne, she might have returned to Dorne in a fit of anger long ago. Women of Dorne also had inheritance rights, making them bolder and more assertive than typical noble women, unable to passively endure the humiliation from their husbands. However, being as astute as she was, she recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded, saying, After all, this is also Rhaegar's child. Lord Eddard, you may entrust him to me. I shall care for him here. In the name of Dorne, I assure you I will treat him as my own child. Aegon will regard him as a brother, and Rhaenys will treat him as a dear sibling. Lord Eddard sat in silence at the long table, not uttering a word. Observing this, Ilya remained patient and addressed the White Knight, Sir Jaime. There are provisions and tools in that bag. Sir Liar instructed that you and Lord Eddard remain here for a few days to help us tidy up this cottage one last time. Will you fulfill your duty once more? Jaime, with a gloomy expression, nodded silently and approached the large bundle, beginning to extract various tools from within. Eddard sat observing the clumsy motions of the heir of House Lannister, acutely aware that the privileged son of the Westerlands had never engaged in such craftsmanship. As the White Knight stood there, hammer in hand, staring blankly at the wooden structure, the Duke of the North seemed to grasp something at last. He approached Illyria and handed her the child he cradled, saying, Your Highness, this may indeed be the will of the gods. I hope you will treat this child kindly. Illyria accepted the child with one hand, holding both children in her embrace, and solemnly replied, Lord Stark, rest assured, he will share my breast milk with my own children. Eddard nodded appreciatively and turned towards the White Knight. The North, unlike the prosperous South, had its challenges. Although a duke, Eddard had learned the rudiments of carpentry in his youth. Thus, the group enjoyed a period of simple, tranquil rural life. During this time, Liar visited several times, bringing provisions and guiding them in constructing a firebed connected to the stove and an independent washroom. Jaime showed little reaction, while Eddard marveled at the practicality of the firebed in the north, as well as the ingenious design of the so-called cesspit and Liar's strict hygiene principles. Inevitably, the day of separation arrived. One morning, Illyria cradled both princes, while Rhaenys clutched the hem of her mother's gown, watching Liar and two knights at the courtyard gate. Liar casually plucked 2 blades of grass from the thicket by the fence and handed them to the 2 men, saying, With these blades, you may exit the mountain's protective array I have set up here. Once you leave the array, the grass will naturally lose its effectiveness. There is no need to seek this place again. Without the right fate, no one can find it, only to expend energy in vain. I believe Lord Stark understands this well. Eddard, with a somewhat grim countenance, nodded and gestured to Jaime before stepping into the woods. Jaime hesitated for a moment, realizing there was no alternative, and turned to bow once more to Illyria and acknowledge Liar before resolutely entering the forest. In the preceding days, during moments of leisure, Eddard, Jaime, and Illyria had discussed everything. As the remnants of House Targaryen, having a safe haven was indeed a genuine blessing. Both Eddard and Jaime wished for the 2 young princes not to incite another rebellion, bringing further calamity upon their families and the continent of Westeros. Hiding here seemed a wise choice, for even if they fled to Essos, they could not escape the machinations of those with ulterior motives. Although Lyre's intentions remained inscrutable, his manner suggested he was not an immediate threat. In the face of their inability to resist, acquiescing appeared to be their only option. Eddard and Jaime had reached an agreement. Jaime would assume the identity of the White Knight and proceed to Dorne to inform Prince Doran and Prince Oberyn that he had safely sent Illyria and her children to Essos. Whether to reveal the truth in private would depend on the circumstances at that time. Regarding Jon Snow, whose true identity should rightfully be Targaryen, yet for the sake of reader convenience was forcibly named by Eddard, Jaime swore by the old gods never to divulge this secret to a third party. Upon completing his journey to Dorne, Jaime intended to proceed to Dragonstone to protect Queen Riella and her children as they sought refuge in Essos, depending on the circumstances. Eddard, on the other hand, would head directly to King's Landing, also swearing by the old gods to keep the secret and to do his utmost to prevent Robert from attacking Dragonstone further. While awaiting the departure of Riella and her kin, lost in thought, Jaime suddenly felt an emptiness in his hand. Glancing down, he realized that the blade of grass he had been clutching had vanished without a trace. Looking up, he discerned the faint outline of the King's Road ahead. But upon turning back, the path he had traversed was nowhere to be seen. The woods appeared untouched, as if he had never ventured into the thicket. Jaime understood that this must be the so-called magic disrupting his mind and vision, rendering him unable to retrace his steps. The experiences of the past moments seemed to dissolve into a dreamlike illusion, blurring the lines of reality. Jaime recognized that the secrets of the forest were best left within the confines of the royal woods. Shaking his head vigorously, he strode towards the edge of the forest, hoping it was not too late to encounter a merchant caravan heading south, allowing him to catch a ride. Almost simultaneously, Eddard found himself on the southern banks of the Blackwater, grasping at the void, longing to recapture the sensation of that blade of grass in his hand. Unsure of how to articulate the experiences he had just endured, he pondered whether he had made the right choices, but resolved to bury these secrets deep within his heart. Chapter 10. King's Landing at long last. When Eddard managed to find a fishing boat by the banks of the Blackwater, persuading the fishermen to take him to the docks of King's Landing, he was struck by the transformation of the city. The three-headed red dragon banner had vanished, replaced by the crowned stag of House Baratheon. The merchants at the docks appeared unaffected by the war, their bustling activities restored to former glory. Eddard had learned of the city's dire state through Jaime's accounts, and upon entering through the river gate, he noticed faint wisps of black smoke still rising from the western skies. Sighing, Eddard turned towards the Red Keep, eager to ascertain the latest developments in the conflict, hoping to avert further tragedies if time permitted. Fortunately, the guards at the gates of the Red Keep recognized the Duke of the North, allowing Eddard to enter without hindrance. As he stepped into the throne room, a hearty laugh echoed through the hall. The robust Robert Baratheon, arms wide, descended from the Iron Throne and enveloped his brother in a powerful embrace. "Huh, Eddard, you finally arrived. I thought you had been bewitched by some lady and lay in her bed, lost to the world." Eddard, his expression one of mild exasperation, found himself weary of the jesting from his childhood companion, replying softly, "I went to find Lyanna." At these words, the new king fell silent, his demeanor shifting to one of melancholy. "Is she well?" he inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. Observing the expression of his dear friend, Eddard felt a pang of compassion. Yet he spoke quietly. "When I found her, she had already departed for the realm of the dead. Forgive me, Robert, I could not save her." Upon hearing this, Rob's countenance instantly darkened, yet he mustered the strength to pat Eddard on the shoulder, saying, "Take heart, Eddard, we all loved him." The Duke of the North nodded solemnly, gazing past King Rob's shoulder at the several figures standing in the hall. There was the stern and imposing Tywin Lannister, Duke of the Westerlands, the kindly smile of his foster father Jon Arryn, the feeble old scholar Maester Pycelle, the tight-jawed and seemingly grinding his teeth Stannis Baratheon, the obsequious yet cunningly treacherous fat eunuch Varys, and the somewhat portly and spirited guardian of the South, Mace Tyrell. The Stark of Winterfell understood that these individuals, standing behind the new king, were the victors in this latest game of power, regardless of the betrayals and deceptions that marred the process. He recognized the necessity of adapting to the southern rules of engagement. Failure to do so would warrant a swift return to the lands of the North. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, the assembly resumed their earlier discussion. After quietly inquiring with Stannis, Eddard discovered that the royal fleet of Dragonstone had been obliterated by a storm, and Queen Riella and her children were now unaccounted for. Presently, The only concern for King S Landing was Dorne's stance. Prince Rhaegar's wife hailed from Dorne, and according to the interrogated servants fleeing the day of the city's fall. The last individual to see Princess Elia and her children was Ser Jaime Lannister, who was reported to have burst into the Maiden Vault, where they were held captive. However, no one witnessed anyone exiting the Maiden Vault, and the following arrival of Ser Gregor Clegane and his men, who scoured the premises, yielded no trace of them. Now, the prevailing speculation suggested that the last of the Kingsguard had escorted Princess Elia and her children to safety, fleeing King S Landing towards Dorne. The theme of today's council was whether to compel Dorne to surrender the Targaryen bloodline. If Dorne refused, should further actions be considered? Or should they respond to any declaration of independence from the Seven Kingdoms? Given that even the Targaryen dynasty, with its dragons, had failed to conquer this land. Opinions among the council varied widely. Eddard silently absorbed the heated exchanges, lost in his own thoughts, when a resounding voice from the Iron Throne broke his reverie. Eddard, what say you? Should we send forces to Dorne and test whether their spears can withstand my warhammer? Awakening from his reverie, Eddard turned to the newly enthroned king and replied, Rob, your grace, I believe it unnecessary to trouble ourselves over a few flickering flames. The Targaryen dynasty has returned to dust, and a handful of children pose no threat to your warhammer. I contend that a conciliatory approach towards Dorne would be wise. After all, there is little more than sand to be found there. Upon hearing his brother's words, King Rob's spirits lifted, and he laughed heartily, exclaiming, Well said, Eddard. Today brings me great joy. Let us go and indulge in a fine feast. Without waiting for the Duke of the North's assent, he descended from the throne and took his brother's arm, leading him towards the banquet hall. Seeing the king depart, Jon Arryn, now appointed as the hand of the king, smiled wryly and shook his head, announcing the meeting's conclusion and preparing to leave. As he exited the throne room, a voice called out behind him, Prime Minister, please wait. Ah, it is Lord Tywin. What brings you here? I wonder if the Prime Minister is available today. I wish to discuss the marriage of my daughter to His Majesty. Ah, very well, Lord Tywin. Let us proceed to the Prime Minister's tower. I have a fine bottle of wine there. Stannis stood at the entrance of the throne room, watching the two lords gradually recede, and involuntarily began to grind his teeth. He had just learned that his brother had no intention of bequeathing the vacant title of Duke of Storm's End to him, opting instead to send him to the barren and confined Dragonstone. The sniveling Lancel had done nothing, yet emerged as the greatest beneficiary. The mere thought of this made him feel as though the taste of dead mice was rising in his stomach. A wave of nausea surged towards his throat. To avoid disgrace, he clenched his jaw even tighter. Oh, Lord Stannis, I wonder if you are free this evening. I have a bottle of golden wine from the arbor that we could enjoy together. Maester Tyrell appeared behind Stannis, greeting him. As a former supporter of the crown, he had swiftly changed allegiances to align with the victors, yet the Lord of the Reach remained uneasy. Since arriving in King's Landing, he had engaged in extensive socializing, hoping to improve his standing with the city's elite through his wealth. Stannis regarded his tormentor before him, feeling the taste of dead mice intensify. He ground his molars fiercely and forced out a terse reply. I am unavailable. Maester Tyrell, finding himself rebuffed, shook his head at the retreating figure of the newly appointed Duke of Dragonstone and made his way towards the gates of the Red Keep. As the crowd dispersed, a tremulous figure appeared at the entrance of the throne room. Grand Maester Pycelle exuded an aura of imminent collapse, yet a pair of eyes remained fixed upon him from the shadows. As the maester trembled and turned towards the direction of the crow's nest, a pair of soft silk shoes also stepped out of the throne room. Varys silently observed the Grand Maester's retreating form. He recognized him as an old dog lurking in the shadows, and it was clear that Tywin's ability to calmly discuss the king's marriage with the Prime Minister owed much to this seemingly innocuous elder. Chapter 11. Young maidens are always afflicted by emotions. Cersei Lannister found herself in the most splendid moment of her life, an age meant to be carefree. Yet sorrow had already crept upon her exquisite visage. A quintessential beauty, Cersei believed her looks to be unparalleled. Thus, any suitor worthy of her must be the most handsome knight in all of Westeros. Therefore, the sole candidate for her heart was Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. However, prophecies invariably come to fruition. Until Rhaegar fell to the brood at the Trident, that foolish dragon had never cast a glance her way, consumed instead by jealousy over a direwolf from the north. Now, her father had summoned her from Casterly Rock to King's Landing, and Uncle Kevin had informed her that she would wed the new king, becoming his queen. Was the prophecy destined to unfold once more? She abhorred the fate that had been preordained for her. That old woman possessed no prophetic power. Cersei secretly dismissed the prophecy regarding her destiny. her mind growing increasingly agitated with the swaying of the carriage. She did not reject the notion of marrying Robert, although the new king was not handsome. He had a robust physique. Furthermore, his ability to slay Rhaegar indicated that he was indeed stronger, and women are inherently drawn to more powerful men. Naturally, being the most powerful woman in all of Westeros, that is, the queen, was a significant allure for Cersei. Ultimately, Cersei loved herself above all, viewing both Rhaegar and Robert merely as embellishments to her beauty and as labels defining her charm. As the first queen of the Baratheon dynasty, Cersei was confident that the realm would flourish under her guidance. With this mental fortitude, the furrow in her brow began to ease. However, her brows soon knitted together once more. The caravan had passed through the recently cleared Lion's Gate and entered King's Landing. Though this area had been utterly ravaged by fire, a faint stench still permeated the carriage. In a medieval European metropolis, pleasant aromas were a rarity. Realizing that she would have to endure such an environment for decades to come, Cersei's agitation resurfaced. As the caravan ascended Aegon's Hill, the sea breeze from Blackwater Bay dispersed the foul odors of the city, lifting her spirits considerably, prompting her to draw back the curtains and survey the scenery outside. At the gates of the Red Keep, there was no grand welcoming ceremony as she had imagined. Only her father, his face stern, awaited her arrival. Cersei felt displeased, yet her habitual fear of her father silenced her protests, and she resigned herself to his arrangements. He offered little more than a reminder to humbly learn from the elderly maidservant he had appointed to instruct her on how to be a good queen. Cersei believed herself to be the quintessential choice for queen. All her actions were those of a queen, her tastes reflected those of a queen, her demeanor embodied that of a queen, and her morals aligned with those of a queen. Yet, in the presence of her father, she dared not voice dissent. Following the elderly lady-in-waiting into the Red Keep in silence. Inside the Red Keep, she was not bestowed with a lavish bedroom or exquisite quarters. Instead, the bride was relegated to the secluded and obscure Maiden's Tower before her wedding. Each day she faced only her governess, devoid of fine wines and sumptuous feasts, while being forced to learn the tiresome protocols of royalty, driving Cersei to the brink of madness. Thus, the monotonous days continued, yet the promise of good fortune loomed near. As the sun gradually dipped below the western horizon, the girl lay down early in bed, awaiting the grand wedding ceremony to commence the following morning. On the eve of her nuptials, free from the governess's incessant interruptions, the Maiden's Tower fell into a profound silence, aside from the guards at the entrance. No one else remained within. Cersei lay in bed, intending to gaze through the crystal glass window at the luminous moon once more and pray to the Seven for a final time before peacefully drifting into slumber. Yet, in an instant, clouds obscured the moon, casting a shadow over Cersei's heart. Soon, the howling winds outside began to wail, and large raindrops started to batter against the windows. It seemed that in preparation for the grand wedding, the seven gods intended to thoroughly cleanse the castle, once stained by blood. Cersei suddenly felt a wave of disorientation and helplessness. She was acutely aware of her solitude. Just as she began to wallow in self-pity, an unusual noise emanated from the fireplace on the other side of the room, startling her. The girl gazed in terror as the fireplace opened, revealing a tall figure that stealthily emerged. Cersei, attempting to maintain her composure, whispered, "Who is it? Do you realize this is the Queen's chamber?" The figure paused momentarily, then approached the bedside and leaned down. By the dim light of the bedside candle, Cersei beheld a handsome visage. She gasped softly, eagerly propping herself up, reaching out to caress the man's golden hair, pressing her smooth forehead against his, and murmured, "Jaime, my knight, you have finally arrived. I have missed you dearly. Do you know?" Jaime, equally filled with emotion, replied, "I have missed you too, Cersei, I have missed you." Another night passed, with Jaime leaning against the ship's bow, gazing at the bright moon hanging high above. He was aboard a merchant vessel bound for Braavos. As Lyanna's name echoed in Cersei's ears, the girl, unaware of whether the inebriated Robert had heard her, called out for Rhaegar. Chapter 12. The Dornish in the woods after Jaime and Eddard's departure. Lyra brought Elia a set of spinning and weaving machines, along with a book containing illustrated instructions. Lyra urged her to diligently learn the arts of spinning, weaving, and embroidery, assuring her that mastering these skills would prove invaluable in the future. Elia, evidently a sensible woman, though transformed from a life of luxury as a princess to one of labor as a seamstress, felt content. Having traveled alongside her brother along the shores of the narrow sea, she was acutely aware of the fate that befell the kin of those who lost in the power struggles. She had witnessed too many noble maidens sold into brothels. Thus, finding such a secluded sanctuary, free from disturbance, exceeded her expectations. Additionally, relying on Lyre for survival offered numerous advantages. He had previously expressed his intention to take Rhaegar's 2 sons as apprentices. Such a powerful master would undoubtedly produce capable disciples. When they eventually emerged from their seclusion, they would possess the means for self-preservation. Moreover, contemplating further, what difference would there be between them, endowed with extraordinary abilities, and the Targaryens, who commanded dragons? The revival of the Targaryen dynasty was not beyond the realm of possibility. Furthermore, as a passionate and bold Dornish woman, Elia entertained the notion of sampling the enigmatic sorcerer's allure. In her view, Rhaegar had, from the moment he pursued Lyanna, effectively betrayed her. With both of those illicit lovers now turned to dust, she felt no obligation to remain chaste for anyone. The memory of that divine, perfect body she had first glimpsed one evening lingered in her mind. In truth, Elia was aware that Lyre harbored an interest in her as well. Just days prior, on a sunlit afternoon, she had sat in the courtyard, basking in the warmth of early summer while feeding Jon with an open heart. Just as Master Lee arrived outside the courtyard, his voice barely above a whisper, Elia noticed him gazing intently at her exposed figure for an extended period. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. That very night, she was plagued by a sultry and distressing dream, causing her companion, Rhaenys, to believe she had wet the bed once again, prompting a fit of tears the following morning. Meanwhile, as Lyre engaged in playful antics reminiscent of the charming widow next door, a small band of individuals struggled through the woods. Upon reaching Dorne, the tale recounted by Jaime astounded both Prince Doran and Prince Oberyn. They had already learned through their spies in King's Landing of Princess Elia and her children's disappearance from the Red Keep. Yet they had not anticipated such a turn of events, leading them to suspect it was a scheme orchestrated by Lord Tywin, and that Jaime was merely deceiving them. The White Knight had not initially intended to reveal the whole truth, knowing well that his experiences were so extraordinary that any rational person would find them hard to believe. Thus, he concocted a narrative of his own. His original story claimed that after escorting Elia and her children to Pentos, the princess, disheartened, chose to withdraw from the politics of the Seven Kingdoms, chartering another ship for the east with her personal fortune. He, bound by his oath to the late king, would then bear the news of Elia's safety to Dorne before seeking refuge and protection for Queen Rhaella and her children on Dragonstone. However, Jaime underestimated the acumen of the 2 Dornish princes. Oberyn's probing questions soon revealed glaring inconsistencies in Jaime's account. As tensions escalated to a near breaking point, Jaime reluctantly confessed the truth, which only led to further skepticism. Yet, Jaime believed fervently in the veracity of his words, having concealed only the information concerning Jon and Eddard Stark, rendering him resolute and willing to swear on any knightly oath. The 2 princes, seasoned in matters of human character, were compelled to examine Jaime under intense scrutiny and, upon reflection, seemed to find no deceit in his assertions. Left momentarily speechless, they ultimately faced the undeniable presence of the White Knight, and with no further recourse, they allowed Jaime to depart. Nevertheless, their vigilance remained intact. Soon after, Dorne's spies trailed Jaime as he boarded a merchant vessel bound for King's Landing. Yet, the intelligence relayed by the spies only deepened the enigma surrounding his actions. Reports indicated that upon disembarking in King's Landing, Jaime did not proceed to the Red Keep, but instead ventured into the slums. After a night of absence, the following morning, spies spotted Jaime once more aboard a ship departing King's Landing. Subsequent reports from spies and bravos confirmed that Jaime had indeed appeared beside the exiled Viserys Targaryen. Jaime's movements seemed to affirm his reputation as the honest and trustworthy White Knight, yet his whereabouts on that fateful night in King's Landing raised considerable suspicion. Had Jaime received directives from Tywin in King's Landing before crossing the Narrow Sea? Did his journey to Viserys conceal ulterior motives? However, in contrast to the more composed Prince Doran, Prince Oberyn was far more inclined towards action. Thus, he led a select group of Dornish warriors, disguised as mercenaries, into the realm of the king, delving deep into the weirwood forests to investigate. Of course, the expanse of the weirwood was astonishingly vast. The entirety of Westeros was comparable in size to South America, and the weirwood itself was at least as large as Venezuela. To expect a mere squad to locate anyone was evidently a fool's errand. The only reason Eddard and Jaime could venture deep into the thicket was due to the blessing of the old gods. As for Oberyn, well, that was another matter altogether. Thus, after enduring trials posed by mosquitoes and venomous serpents, as well as repeated ambushes from the clans of the woods and stealthy assaults by ferocious beasts, the lone Oberyn sorrowfully realized he had lost himself in this verdant wilderness. The impetuous fervor that once fueled him had long since cooled. gazing at the 12th tree trunk. Now marred with identical markings, Oberyn felt the chilling grip of mortality encroach upon him. His spear had long since splintered, and his sole hope now lay in finding a straight branch. For how could a Dornishman, without a proper spear in hand, contend with the foes of the underworld? Just as he silently sensed the life ebbing from his body, a peculiar rustling drew his attention once more. The foliage ahead quivered, and Oberyn's expression turned grave. He had no strength left to fight, yet this disturbance likely heralded a creature of modest size but fierce ferocity. He never imagined that the illustrious Dornish prince, the charismatic heartthrob, would endure the torment of being devoured by beasts in his final moments. Had the gods forsaken him so entirely that he was denied even the right to perish in silence? In comparison, he would have preferred to have his skull crushed by another's hand. The rustling intensified, and in the depths of his despair, a wisp of smoke-like mist burst forth from the underbrush. The white fog did not dissipate with the wind. Instead, it began to swirl around a focal point, gradually revealing a diminutive, hunched figure. Upon beholding this strange form, Oberyn's eyes widened. Chapter 13. A salutation from the little god as the swirling dust settled. A small figure clad in pure white silk appeared before Prince Oberyn. Barefoot, one hand clutched a long smoking pipe, while the other leaned upon a gnarled staff topped with a gourd. The figure was short and stooped, with a visage so aged that wrinkles seemed to contort his entire face. Atop his head rested an odd hat woven from several banana leaves. The elder trembled as he spoke. "I am the local land deity, and I extend my greetings." Oberyn, roused by the voice, hesitated and inquired, "You are a god?" "Ha. I was once a 1,000-year-old oak tree in this weirwood. Through my protection of the ascendantly, I was rewarded with enlightenment and appointed to this land's position." Grasping the significance of the elder's words, Oberyn pressed on. "You speak of the ascendantly? Are you a subordinate of the magician known as Liar?" The land deity, maintaining a veneer of mortal arrogance and disdain, smiled and said, "Indeed, you may understand it that way." The red viper furrowed his brow and inquired, "Then what brings you to seek me?" The minor deity, tasked with safeguarding this realm, observed your lingering outside the grand mountain formation set by the celestial being. "It seems you are somewhat fated to this place. However, the time is not yet ripe for you to seek the true teachings. It would be best for you to depart. I shall ensure your safe passage." "Are you saying I cannot meet Liar now?" "Precisely. And what of my sister and her child?" "Ah, as the saying goes, the timing of fate has not yet arrived. When the moment is right, you shall reunite. Do not force the issue." Oberyn's expression shifted multiple times before he sighed. "Very well, lead the way." The land deity, visibly pleased, replied, "There is no rush. Noble one, your body is weary. It would be wise to rest here for the night and resume your journey at dawn." Oberyn, uncertain of the deity's intentions, yet feeling his strength waning, acquiesced with a nod. The land deity scrutinized Oberyn's condition and remarked, "Truly, you share a profound connection with the celestial being. Though you cannot meet today, your future will undoubtedly be blessed. I understand your fatigue. Please rest here while I arrange some provisions for you." Without waiting for Oberyn's response, the deity transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished into the thicket. As Oberyn marveled at the sudden turn of events, sounds of movement and the roars of wild beasts echoed through the forest. Soon, several monkeys leaped from the treetops and landed before him, chattering excitedly. They placed wild fruits upon a broad banana leaf and set down a pile of twigs in a nearby clearing. After completing their task, the monkeys scampered back up the trees and disappeared into the woods. Shortly thereafter, a graceful spotted deer emerged from the underbrush. With its lively eyes, it regarded the prince, then gently placed a gourd it had been carrying at his feet. Upon setting down the gourd, the deer seemed startled and quickly bounded away into the dense foliage. Just as Oberyn pondered this peculiar scene, two shadowy lynxes revealed themselves from the trees. The prince felt his blood run cold. Yet the fierce beasts showed no inclination to attack. They approached him, dropped two plump rabbits at his feet, and swiftly retreated back into the forest. As Oberyn finally exhaled in relief, the land deity reappeared with a smile, saying, "My abilities are limited, so you shall have to make do with these wild offerings. I shall return tomorrow to guide you from this place." Acknowledging the deity's words with a silent nod, the land deity vanished once more. The prince, somewhat numbed by the series of extraordinary events, grasped the gourd, uncorked it, and took a deep drink of the refreshing spring water. Feeling a bit of strength return, he set about kindling a fire and preparing the wild rabbits. As the month graced the branches above, Prince Oberyn of Dorne, feeling satiated and content, was gently overtaken by a wave of drowsiness. Without much resistance, he leaned against the sturdy trunk of a tree and succumbed to a deep slumber by the flickering campfire. In this slumber, Oberyn found himself traversing a lengthy dream, one that commenced in a serene garden. This idyllic clearing, adorned with a multitude of exquisite wildflowers, housed a quaint courtyard emanating a refreshing aura of nature, through which a brook meandered beyond its rustic fence. He beheld his sister within a charming wooden cottage in the courtyard, busily weaving cloth on a loom. A princess from Dorne, she gracefully rocked a grand cradle beside her, within which lay 2 infants softly cooing to the lullabies of Dorne. His niece, meanwhile, was at the brook's edge, skillfully using a tiny fishing rod to catch small shrimp. The harmonious sounds of the loom, the lullaby, and his niece's joyful laughter formed a beautiful symphony that enchanted Prince Oberyn. However, this delightful reverie was abruptly interrupted as he felt a disorienting sensation of falling from a great height. His gaze directed skyward to witness a colossal crimson comet dominating the firmament. Turning his gaze downward, he beheld 3 gargantuan dragon heads soaring low, spewing forth flames of scarlet that devoured the golden fields below. Just as confusion began to envelop him, the scene shifted once more, transporting him to a frigid northern realm, one far more bitter and obscure than the north he had previously known, where he felt as though his very soul was on the verge of freezing. Suddenly, pairs of eerie azure eyes emerged from the darkness, casting penetrating glances. The imagery spun again, and Oberyn found himself engulfed in flames, surrounded by an overwhelming brilliance and heat. Yet, amidst this luminescence, he inexplicably perceived a shadow flitting through the light. The subsequent visions within his dream became disjointed. He sensed ephemeral glimpses passing before him, as if his body were soaring through clouds, with the only sounds accompanying him being the howling winds and ethereal singing. When the morning sun illuminated Oberyn Martell's face, Prince Dorne awoke with a start. He rose with exertion, only to discover that the scenery before him had transformed completely since the previous night. The remnants of the campfire had vanished, revealing the majestic King's Road beyond a few trees ahead. In his ears lingered the faint echo of the ancient voice from yesterday, which had introduced itself as the guardian of the forest. You may proceed alone. The deity shall accompany you no further. Oberyn quickly turned to glance back, and the deep woods appeared untouched, devoid of any presence. It dawned upon him that the fantastical experiences recounted by the White Knight were likely not mere fabrications. He must hasten back to Dorne to discuss with his brother whether any developments had occurred. Chapter 14. Walking with the old gods. The changes brought forth by Lear's arrival in this realm were first felt not by the ordinary populace, but by the hidden pantheon of old and new gods lurking beneath the surface of the world. However, Lear swiftly entered the imperial forest, establishing a formidable barrier that obscured any probing eyes, leaving the deities only able to gaze upon the forest's periphery, unable to discern Lear's true condition. According to the god's design, the prevailing narrative of the Ice and Fire world was to be a grand saga of the Song of Ice and Fire, depicting the struggle for dominion between the Ice god and the Fire god. On a more exalted note, it was a contest for the very creation of the Ice and Fire world, a battle to determine who would orchestrate the symphony of creation and ultimately shape the foundational order of existence. Yet, despite Martin's portrayal of the 7 gods' faith as a representation of the human experience, he remained oblivious to the fact that history is crafted by the masses. In his tale, the realm of mortals is merely a stage for the power games of nobility, while the divine realm is embroiled in the warfare of the gods, relegating the majority of ordinary people to mere background figures in this grand power struggle, ultimately echoing the age-old dynamics of royalty and aristocracy. To the gods, mortals are but sacrificial offerings and animated corpses to be used in their conflicts. It is no surprise that Martin, unacquainted with the materialist view of history, produced such a fantastical narrative. Lear, too, was not here to alleviate suffering. He did not possess the spirit of self-sacrifice. Instead, he intended to reshape this world according to his own desires. While not aspiring to be a revolutionary, he was prepared to embody a more progressive form of feudalism, aiming to surpass the current state of serfdom and slavery that plagued the Ice and Fire world. Thus, he was unwilling to accommodate the original power dynamics of this realm, nor did he plan to adhere to the established narrative of mythic warfare. He intended to gradually reconstruct the Eastern mythological power system piece by piece. Among the myriad local mythological systems, the most seamlessly integrable into his envisioned framework was the faith in the old gods of Westeros. Although the old gods' belief system retained primitive traditions such as blood sacrifices, its influence had waned, lingering only in the north and beyond. Furthermore, The faith was intricately linked to the song of the earth and the faith in the weirwood, along with a close connection to the bloodline of the others. This intrinsic bond with nature rendered this primitive form of natural worship inherently aligned with Eastern mythological concepts. Consequently, Lyre extended an invitation to the three-eyed crow of the north. When the figure cloaked in black appeared before Lyre, he was playfully toying with a small spider in his hand. A tiny spider, entirely black with subtle purple patterns, crawled upon Lyre's palm as he gently caressed its dense, fluffy tail with his thumb. The spider quivered in response to Lyre's touch. The elder regarded Lyre's actions with curiosity and nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Visitor from another realm, as an envoy of the old gods, I welcome your arrival." Lyre smiled and replied, "It is I who must express my gratitude for your presence here. As for you, traveler from the east, what brings you to this place?" To be candid, I too arrived in this realm by chance. Since fate has brought me here, I am prepared to explore and enjoy this land. The three-eyed crow, somewhat unaccustomed to the peculiar utterances of the person before him, murmured, "I have traversed the annals of human history for countless millennia, witnessing an abundance of schemes and machinations. Though I remain uncertain of your true intentions, it is evident that you are orchestrating something grand. A straightforward man does not speak in riddles. Indeed, I have my designs. In this realm, the rules are not yet fully established, and the forces of heaven and earth are not in complete harmony. Therefore, I intend to rectify the order of this world and establish an intricate system." "A system? Are you suggesting that you aim to lead the hymn of creation?" I fear that Rollo would not concur. "In the foundational logic of your world, there exists a monotheistic belief that precludes the coexistence of deities, each viewing the other as a malevolent aberration. This rivalry culminates in the inevitable demise of one side. The world from which I originate is distinct. The gods there are recognized for their merits and virtues, advocating for inclusivity and harmonious coexistence, where respect and hierarchy are orderly. As long as one acknowledges a shared ideology and maintains decorum, personal conduct is not excessively constrained. Merit? Virtue? Do the deities of your world not vie for belief? An extensive following indeed benefits the growth of one's power. However, in the realm from which I hail, the essence of existence is to promote the welfare of all beings, which constitutes true merit. Only through such virtue can one attain the longevity and eternal presence of the enlightened ones. Foreigner, your ideals are indeed splendid, yet alas, my era has faded. My power has seeped deep into the earth, becoming one with it. Consequently, my strength grows increasingly detached from my will, and my essence has gradually merged with the land, becoming an integral part of the world's rules, leaving only this corporeal shell to chronicle the continent's history." Lear nodded with a smile. "Is this not the natural order? Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. If heaven and earth were to develop personal biases, how could they maintain equality among all things? Such favoritism would be the root of chaos. Thus, in my view, no one can ascend to the dominion of this realm. We are all humble instruments serving the myriad beings of this world." The elder also nodded, acknowledging, as a consciousness, "I too possess desires for life. Since you have a mature vision, I have no objections. However, should you wish for my allegiance, I must ponder this further." Lear understood that the ancient deity was not foolish. Millennia of memories are not easily forgotten like fleeting videos on a hard drive. He resolved to wait until after Lear had truly contended with the red and cold gods, to see the outcome before revealing his ultimate card in the gambit. After discussing some minor issues with the three-eyed crow, Lear glimpsed a hope to escape the clutches of silence. The crow, no longer in a hurry, was willing to grant Lear a small favor, promising that the most gifted child of the Duke of the North would be entrusted to Lear as a disciple. If Lear could indeed achieve the status he spoke of, he would no longer need to seek a vessel among mortals. Once the matters of importance were concluded, Lear did not retain the three-eyed crow for a meal, knowing that it was merely an apparition, with a promise to revisit the outer realms in the future. Watching the black crow ascend into the sky, Lear fell into a moment of silence, sensing the tremors in his grasp growing increasingly chaotic and faint, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Turning to gently place the diminutive spider back atop the tree, he observed as it scurried up the branches, seeking refuge in a small crevice, nearly losing its grip in a moment of misstep. Lyre, amused by this whimsical scene, erupted in hearty laughter while he leaned over to wash the sticky silk from his hands in the stream. Rising, he noticed 8 pairs of glistening, water-kissed eyes fixated upon him from the hollow. Shaking his head in bemusement, he turned and strolled downstream towards a clearing within the woods. Chapter 15. The Conspirator Across the Narrow Sea. Illyrio, a man of middle age hailing from the Mopatis of Illyria, bore a slight paunch that had dulled the agility of the once keen assassin. However, the affluence of his lifestyle had not extinguished the acute discernment of the governor of Pentos, especially with his closest companion present at the scene. The governor was deeply enamored with his current wife, a Lycian woman named Scylla with flowing, pale golden hair. Illyrio first encountered Scylla in the lush gardens of Lys, where she performed a mesmerizing dance upon the stage, her silvery locks swirling gracefully, reminiscent of ethereal forest sprites. The opulent governor of Pentos was willing to lavish his wealth for a chance to claim the maiden's first night. On that enchanting evening, forever etched in Illyrio's memory, he found himself entranced by her. For over a month, he lingered in the gardens of Lys, entwined with Scylla day and night, not solely to indulge in primal desires, but also to engage in profound intellectual exchanges. Through their dialogues, Illyrio discovered that Scylla was not merely a woman captivated by wealth or love. She harbored grand ambitions and insight, believing that had she not been a woman, she could achieve feats rivaling any king. Of course, mere lofty words would fail to impress a battle-hardened assassin. In their conversations, Scylla adeptly illuminated the political dynamics within Lys, as well as the intricate balance of power concerning the disputed territories among Lys, Tyrosh, and Myr. Illyrio perceived Scylla as a gem tarnished by circumstance, a pearl unjustly buried in the mire. He felt she would be an invaluable ally and companion in the pursuit of his grand aspirations. Consequently, he expended a significant fortune to liberate her from the gardens and brought her back to Pentos. In Pentos, he orchestrated a magnificent wedding for the jewel of his heart, proclaiming to the world that he had wed his goddess. However, this act incensed the Prince of Pentos, the cousin of Illyrio's late wife. The prince swore to bar Illyrio from ever setting foot in the palace again. The trade governor scoffed at the prince's fury, dismissing him as nothing more than a noble sacrifice. When the Dothraki next raided the villages surrounding Pentos, it was likely that the residents would welcome the sight of a dagger slicing through the prince's throat, hoping to appease the wrath of the gods. Thus, Scylla ascended to the role of mistress of the House of Trade in Pentos, and under her astute guidance, the prince's endeavors flourished further. When the news of the rebellion in Westeros reached the shores of the Narrow Sea, it was the ambitious Lady Scylla who first recognized the opportunity. To seize this moment firmly, at Scylla's suggestion, the governor summoned the spider from across the Narrow Sea. During this clandestine meeting, Scylla pointedly remarked that the governor and the spider had reached the pinnacle of their ambitions, with little prospect for further advancement. Both of their origins were less than illustrious. And in this world, gaining the throne of power would require the recognition of other players in the game of power. In such a realm, bloodlines wield their own strength. Thus, to secure a ticket to the game, one must seek noble lineage. Now, with chaos reigning in Westeros, King Aerys appeared less than rational, and Prince Rhaegar was impulsive. On the side of the rebels, the alliance of the stag, fish, wolf, and eagle had formed, with 4 of the 7 kingdoms already under their control. The Duke of the Westerlands, Tywin, had been driven away by the mad king himself. The protector of the Reach, the Duke of Highgarden, was a weak lord, and while the Reach was wealthy, its military might was not formidable. Dorne, though defensively strong at home, was plagued by arid lands and a lack of resources, with its population and wealth being modest. Therefore, the Targaryen dynasty stood at the precipice of disaster. The Spider's task was to ensure that the Targaryens did not retreat from the edge of the cliff, but rather took a bold step forward, while also preserving a semblance of their bloodline, or at least giving the world the impression that a trace of Targaryen blood still existed. The governor of Pentos was charged with establishing connections with the Westerlanders residing in Essos, such as the Gold Company, known for their potent blood of Blackfire, and the exiled former Prime Minister John Cunnington. Meanwhile, Scylla bore the most crucial responsibility. She was pregnant, nearly concurrently with Princess Elia, Rhaegar's wife. Possessing Valyrian blood, she was destined to bear a child with the same silver-gold hair. Should the spider fulfill expectations, it was conceivable that her lineage and that of Illyrio could conspire to usurp the claim to the Iron Throne of Westeros. At that point, her child would possess both the rightful claim and the financial backing of their parents. With the spider inciting discord within the 7 kingdoms, the prospect of seating herself upon the Iron Throne might not be far-fetched. Truth be told, both Varys and Illyrio were taken aback by this audacious yet mad scheme. Yet upon further contemplation, they recognized its remarkable feasibility. Time passed, and whilst the schemers lurking in the shadows reveled in the unfolding events as they had anticipated, news from across the Narrow Sea disrupted all plans. Princess Elia had not been slain by the advancing Duke Tywin, even if Tywin had not silenced her. Disposing of a child in swaddling and the defenseless Dornish princess would have posed no challenge for the spider. In due course, a tale of deception could be spun, perfecting the scheme. However, to their astonishment, the White Knight had chosen not to protect his king, but rather to safeguard Princess Elia's escape. Thus, Varys was compelled to activate an alternative plan, arranging for their passage on a merchant ship bound for Pentos. Upon reaching Pentos, there were ample means to eliminate troublesome individuals, especially with the endorsement of the White Knight, which further augmented the authenticity of Egan. However, the actions of the White Knight once again caught the octopus spider by surprise, as they unexpectedly disembarked mid-journey, vanishing into the Imperial Forest. A few weeks later, Jaime Lannister appeared alone in Sunspear, only to emerge unscathed from the Water Gardens. Given the nature of Dorne, had anything befallen Princess Elia and her children, the secretly infiltrating White Knight would undoubtedly not have survived. Subsequently, Prince Doran discreetly led a contingent into the Imperial Forest and returned alone to Sunspear, further confirming the fact that Princess Elia and her offspring were alive and concealed within the woods. In an instant, this significant upheaval left Syra uncertain of her next steps, gazing at her child in the cradle, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 16. Shadows of the Past in the cold, dark depths of the sea, on a flat seabed. A solitary fish, drawn by a glimmering light from the ocean floor, swam closer in curiosity. However, as it approached the rare brightness in the murky depths, an inexplicable tremor in the water startled it away. With the tremor came a faint glow from the distant seabed, illuminating the blackness enough to reveal a shadowy outline. It was the ruins of a palace, with a roof shattered and walls crumbling and columns leaning precariously. Barnacles and seaweed clung to the remnants, evidencing that this place had lain dormant for countless years. The enormous scratches and charred black marks scattered across the ruins hinted at a fierce battle that had once erupted here. Venturing into the central hall of the palace, amidst the debris, a towering throne loomed, upon which sat a figure of immense stature, resembling a giant. Time had eroded the flesh of its body, and beneath the dark armor, only pale bones remained exposed. Yet, this skeletal form seemed imbued with a lingering vitality. Though its visage was terrifying, it retained an aura of life. If one were to enter this grand hall, it would seem as if they could still hear the host's invitation to visitors. This host appeared to be a generous and warm-hearted individual, beckoning guests to take their seats and indulge in an endless feast. Guests would savor every exquisite libation the world had to offer, relishing a bounty of delectable dishes. Surrounding him would be enchanting maidens and mermaids, while the most melodious music filled the air. The hall would be alive with dancing beauties, and should one take a fancy to any, they could enter the fray and spend a delightful evening with them. Everything seemed reminiscent of the most splendid days of yore. If only one could see through the blinding light and shut ears to glean the grim truth hidden beneath. The liquid flooding one's mouth might only be bitter seawater, and what was swallowed could merely be the foul mud of the ocean floor. The body had become ensnared by strange, sticky tendrils, and one's very essence was swiftly being consumed by the lurking sea monster. In the palace, an antiquated machine seems to project images like an old slideshow. When the light illuminates, it reveals beautiful reflections, yet as the brightness gradually wanes, these lovely visions begin to distort grotesquely. However, in the darkest moment when the light vanishes, it appears as though nothing ever occurred. All that remains is a tranquil expanse of shadowy ruins. The skeleton seated high upon the throne seems to be alive, yet it never moves, imparting an eerie sensation. For a fleeting moment, regardless of who observes, one might believe it has indeed stirred. Its hollow eye sockets gaze into the distance. If one could penetrate the inky depths of the sea, they would discover a colossal human form lying along the direction of the skeleton's gaze, several leagues ahead, resting upon an underwater mountain range. This body is so immense that, were it to rise, it would tower several leagues high. A massive trident pierces through its chest, securing it firmly to the mountain. Should one manage to glimpse past the barnacles clinging to the trident, they would find it seemingly forged from pure gold. Yet, in the murky depths, this gigantic corpse appears untouched by the ravages of time. It shows no signs of being gnawed by fish, nor is it marred by erosion or bloating from submersion, as if everything has remained frozen since the moment of its demise, a stark contrast to the state of the trident that impales it. If one desires to discern the features of the corpse, they would imprint an image in their mind, yet they could not articulate what they behold. To meticulously render its visage on canvas would yield only a swirling vortex of starry skies. Before madness overtakes you, you can only repeat the act of applying color to the canvas, but the hues will gradually fade, ultimately leaving behind a monochromatic whirlpool pattern. Should another, hailing from the modern era, encounter your final creation, They would surely marvel at how ancient souls grasped the tempestuous formations and satellite imagery of typhoons. The skeleton upon the throne and the colossal body beneath the sea seem to be alive, their gazes interlocking as if they are communicating, yet perhaps saying nothing at all. Damn the storm. How long have you and I battled for dominion over the sea? Foolish deceiver, who knows? We have lingered here long enough. Indeed, our era has passed. The newcomer seems to possess an abundance of fresh ideas. Humph, merely an outsider, and yet they dare to aspire to orchestrate the song of creation. Arrogance, yes, but were we not likewise ambitious in our quest to inundate the world with the ocean? What do you think? Shall we intervene in that little one's scheme? Are you weary of our conflict? Have you surrendered? Huh. Will our struggle yield any resolution? Our time has long since elapsed. Do you not tire of it? The young one's concept is intriguing. I would still relish another taste of Garza's golden grapes. Very well, then it is settled. Let it be now. Surely you can find at least one chosen one. Humph, I am not that ancient fish-leaf tree, nor do I possess such efficient means to acquire a pristine vessel. Surely, you would not wish to be taken advantage of. That said, within the imperial forest, Lier had fashioned a pond before his dwelling, into which a stream from the woods flowed, then exited from the opposite side, weaving through a grove of bamboo toward Elias' courtyard. On this day, he found himself seated by the pond, engaged in the art of fishing. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation stirred in his heart, prompting him to calm his mind and calculate with his fingers. Upon discerning the situation, a smile graced his face, for he had not anticipated that two long-dormant ancient deities would wish to forge a benevolent bond. He seized the whisk placed beside him and gently waved it. In no time, two peculiar fish glided into the pond along the stream. Observing the two strange fish frolicking in the water, he rose with a smile, grasped a gourd nearby, and flung a cascade of crystalline droplets toward the pond's center. The droplets danced in the air, swiftly coalescing into solid orbs akin to jade, before cascading into the water. Seemingly aware of the precious nature of these orbs, the two odd fish began to compete in devouring them. Just then, a peal of laughter floated through the bamboo grove, and a sun-kissed little girl came running over. Hee, Daoist Lier, have you seen the two strange fish? I just spotted two exceptionally large ones by the stream. They looked quite peculiar and swam so swiftly that I could not keep up. Lier smiled and replied, Are they not right here? They are destined to be here, so let them thrive in this place. Oh, wonderful. Then I shall come to feed them. The little girl exclaimed joyfully. Lier nodded, saying, Very well. Tomorrow I shall have the land spirit send some fish food for you. Remember, you may only feed them once a day. Do not overindulge them. Chapter 17. The mimicry bird Peter Baelish changed his family crest from the head of the Titan to that of a mimicry bird, for he believed this little creature, capable of imitating the sounds of various birds, bore a closer resemblance to himself. It was through the cleverness of his voice that he gained the trust of the great nobility, securing for himself significant responsibilities and thus wielding the power he now possessed. From a minor lord of the fingers, he had ascended to become the tax collector at the largest external port in the valley, overseeing a daily flow of gold dragons far surpassing the annual income of a mid-sized noble. He was convinced that one day, he would be able to project his own voice through his intellect, rather than merely echoing the sentiments of a great noble, akin to a mimicry bird. His wits seemed to favor him once more, as his emotional manipulation over Lisa commanded ticket prices, and her elderly husband appeared to dote upon the youthful bride, further elevating Peter and bringing him to serve in King's Landing. To be honest, Robert was quite displeased with the squalor of King's Landing. Although the Red Keep towered over the Aegon Hills, the perennial western winds inevitably carried the city's foul stench within its walls. Coupled with the Mad King's erratic actions, King's Landing continued to undergo cleansing and reconstruction, under a greater fiscal and administrative strain than depicted in the original narrative. Jon Arryn preemptively summoned Peter to King's Landing as a direct official to the hand, tasked with overseeing the western reconstruction. Sensing his career advancing, Baelish hurriedly made his way to King's Landing, filled with pride. Yet, he did not anticipate that his life would embark upon a path he had never envisioned. The sun caressed his face, imparting a warm sensation, while the damp chill from the seawater that had soaked his body and clothing gradually transformed into a state that was half dry and itchy, and half bone-chillingly cold. The rocking motion of the boat stirred his stomach, prompting Peter to lean over the side and vomit. It felt as though he expelled all the seawater he had consumed the previous night, and only then did he begin to regain some clarity. The morning light streamed from behind, warming his damp back while casting shadows upon the sea surface before him. As the waves began to calm, Littlefinger suddenly noticed something peculiar in the reflection upon the water. The head that emerged by the boat's edge was quite strange. The flesh-colored cranium was devoid of eyes and a nose, featuring only a slightly parted mouth. Its smooth surface bore no contours, as if those organs had never existed. Strangely, despite the absence of eyes, he could still see. Indeed, he could still see. On the small boat, there were only two individuals. The other, Peter Baelish, stood at the bow, observing the now frantic little finger as he clawed desperately at his smooth visage, leaving trails of blood in his wake, yet he remained silent. Accepting the grim reality, the faceless man slumped at the stern, gazing up at Peter and softly inquired, "Who are you?" Noticing the other had quieted, Peter revealed his trademark smile and, in a gentle voice, replied, "You need not know who I am. You only need to understand that I shall be your master from this point forward. I may occasionally borrow your identity, and during that time, you shall serve as my subordinate." As he spoke, he retrieved a wooden mask from his cloak and tossed it to Littlefinger. Littlefinger caught the mask. A rough-hewn wooden visage resembling the face painted on a heart tree, perfectly concealing the upper half of his featureless countenance. Steadying his nerves, he endeavored to adopt the conciliatory tone. "Yes, my master. What would you have me do?" "Ah, a clever man indeed. I have certain matters to attend to in King's Landing that require your identity for convenience. Rest assured, I shall not retain it for long. I will return it to you shortly." With that, without waiting for Littlefinger's response, he turned and began to wave vigorously. In the distance, a merchant ship that had spotted them was approaching. The most convenient means of transport from Seagull Town to King's Landing was by sea. Yet the ocean storms could swiftly teach a lesson to those who underestimated its power. In his eagerness to assume his new role, Littlefinger disregarded the brewing storm and boarded a merchant vessel that dared to venture towards King's Landing. However, it seemed that misfortune awaited him. The poorly maintained ship, under the miserly captain's command, plunged into the tempest and ultimately foundered near Dragonstone. As Peter ascended the gangway of the merchant ship and stepped onto the docks of King's Landing, he was unexpectedly greeted by the Prime Minister's wife. From her anxious expression, it was evident that news of the shipwreck had indeed reached King's Landing. Observing the two individuals who seemed on the verge of embracing, Peter's servant, with his head bowed, concealed his entire upper face behind a mask, devoid of any eyes. Yet, one could still perceive the fervent love radiating from the man for the woman he cherished, as he exhibited an affection that transcended mere friendship towards another version of himself. Although aware of his own lack of sight, he dared not cast his gaze upon this alternate self. He desperately suppressed his thoughts, fearing that the enigmatic figure might read even the faintest flicker of hatred that crossed his mind, much like a devil from a crone's tale. Faced with this unknown power, he refrained from taking any risks. Soon, the two boarded a carriage specially prepared by Lady Lisa, arriving at a temporary lodging. After dismissing the somewhat agitated woman and closing the door, Patel turned his attention to the masked figure. He felt as though he might be seen through. Unwilling to avert his gaze for fear of appearing overly guilty, yet hesitant to return a glare lest he provoke this mysterious individual. Unsure if his lack of eyes permitted such a stare, he fixated instead on the buttons of the figure's attire, striving to convey his humility. After what seemed an eternity, perhaps the attitude of the servant had indeed pleased the mysterious figure, who smiled and nodded, producing a tome with a flick of his wrist. The light that fell upon the book seemed to convey a message: "Attend diligently to your duties, for there will come a time when I shall require your services." "My lord, I shall exert every effort to ensure your satisfaction," Patel responded, his demeanor increasingly humble. The enigmatic figure uttered no further words, but simply extended the book towards him. Patel reverently accepted the tome with both hands, intending to inquire if there were any additional instructions. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision. The sensation of losing sight sent a jolt of panic through him, and he instinctively reached for the mask upon his face. As his fingers grazed the coarse texture of the mask, he quickly suppressed his rising anxiety and managed to calm himself. "My lord, are there any further commands?" he asked, his voice steady despite the silence that reigned within the opulently adorned room, where only his breathing seemed to echo as if he were alone. Yet, he dared not let his guard down, standing there silently, striving to exhibit his obedience. After a considerable time had elapsed without any sound, Patel engaged in an internal struggle before summoning the courage to softly inquire once more. His question went unanswered. The mysterious figure appeared to have truly departed. Clutching the tome tightly in one hand, he slowly reached towards the mask on his face, his movements deliberate and gentle, as if he were afraid of disturbing some lurking beast. As the mask was lifted, the sunlight streaming through the crystal glass momentarily blinded him, prompting him to close his eyes. He cautiously reopened them, scanning the room with care. Upon confirming his solitude, he dashed toward the mirror hanging on the wall. As his true visage was revealed in the reflective surface, he caressed what he deemed his handsome features, emitting a sound that was a curious blend of laughter and tears. Chapter 18. The visitor from the north. Banyan Stark meticulously rolled his heavy black cloak and secured it atop his backpack. With spring now behind him, the early summer warmth of the south had become somewhat unbearable for this man hailing from the northern realms. Beyond the Great Wall, snow lingers throughout the year, a climate to which he has long since acclimatized. The war in the south does not bode ill for the Black Castle. The prolonged vigil has caused all to forget the original purpose behind the construction of the wall. The nobles and the kings have long since abandoned their sacred oaths, and many of the bloodlines that once pledged those vows have vanished into the annals of history. The Great Wall is no longer a hallowed ground for noble lords and knights aspiring to greater glory. It has devolved into a place of exile for thieves, bandits, and various miscreants. Thus, the Black Castle has been plagued by a chronic shortage of manpower. With the unification of the Seven Kingdoms by the Targaryen dynasty now overturned by a coalition formed by his own brother, a significant number of nobles and knights who chose the wrong side are destined to face punishment from the new king, making the wall an apparent refuge for all. The Supreme Commander evidently intends to leverage the blood ties between Banyan and the victorious Northern Duke, thereby dispatching him southward in hopes of persuading the new king to secure additional manpower for the wall, which is in dire need. Upon the arrival of the Rangers in King's Landing, they encountered a rather despondent Northern Duke. The war has concluded, and the Northerners feel ensnared by the mire of King's Landing, faced with hearts that cannot be swayed by sword, and entangled in various schemes and intrigues. The Northern Duke has resolved to return to Winterfell. Despite King Robert's repeated attempts to retain his childhood friend through grand feasts and fine wine, Eddard Stark's decision is resolute. Ultimately, yielding to the pleas of his dear brother, Robert concedes, and, to demonstrate his regard for his sibling, he obliges the Northern Duke's request by clearing the dungeons of King's Landing, sending the captured loyalist nobles and prisoners aboard transport ships bound for the north. After the last transport ship has departed, Banyan engages in a profound conversation with Eddard. The significance of the wall and the legends of the White Walkers have, in the eyes of the Northern Duke, devolved into mere tales recounted by old nurses. Magic has seemingly vanished from the continent of Westeros, and even the dragons of House Targaryen have long been extinguished. However, his experiences in the Kingswood a few months prior have transformed the young Duke's perspective. Clearly, magic has not departed this realm. It has merely slipped from the sight of mortals, hidden in some obscure corner. Yet, the brief time spent with the enigmatic sorcerer has made him acutely aware that this world may never disentangle itself from the threads of magic. Just as their family's ancestral tongue proclaims, winter is coming. The threat of the White Walkers is likely more than just a ghost story. Contemplating the desolate castles beneath the wall, the Northern Duke is inclined to fortify its defenses. Furthermore, he believes it imperative for his brother to experience the power of magic firsthand, thus recommending that the Rangers venture into the Kingswood in search of that mysterious sorcerer. Banyan wiped the sweat from his brow. The Rangers have long since adapted to traversing the forest, though he would feel more at ease amid the coniferous woods of the north. He is uncertain of what he might find in the dense thicket ahead. Yet he has always had faith in his elder brother. Since he believes this journey to be necessary, he is willing to undertake it. With the arrival of summer, the pressures on the wall will undoubtedly alleviate, allowing him the luxury of not hastening back to the north. However, his elder brother may have miscalculated the expanse of the mystical forest. He had been trekking through the dense thicket for several days, yet had encountered nothing peculiar. After feeling the provisions in his backpack, he calculated his journey, realizing he could still wander the forest for a few more days. As the sun gradually descended from the sky, wisps of mist began to permeate the woods. The fog thickened, severely obstructing visibility. Banyan had never witnessed such dense mist. Not even in the haunted forests north of the Great Wall, during the frigid winter mornings frozen by the unique cold of the north, had he seen fog that seemed to flow like a viscous liquid along the ground. Navigating cautiously through the haze, he sought a suitable shelter to conclude his day's journey. Just as he leaned against a sturdy oak, searching for a low-hanging branch suitable for resting, the sounds of splashing water and laughter in the distance piqued his interest. Finding a place to lodge for the night would certainly be preferable to sleeping outdoors. As he pushed through a thicket, a curious figure caught his eye. The silhouette crouched behind a pile of massive stones, its elongated neck stretching out to peer around the rocks. Realizing he had encountered the wondrous entity his brother had mentioned, Banyan quickly concealed himself within the bushes, widening his eyes to observe closely. Though the figure possessed limbs and donned an unusual garment, its abnormally elongated neck and the constantly swaying tail protruding from below particularly the scales visible on its bare skin, indicated that this being was far from human. At that moment, the sounds of giggling and splashing emerged anew from behind the boulders. A smile involuntarily crept onto Banyan's lips. This whimsical creature was evidently a mischievous one, perhaps spying on maidens as they bathed. Just as he relaxed his vigilance, an inadvertent movement caused him to snap a dry twig beneath his foot. The faint sound alerted the curious figure lurking behind the stones. A massive serpent's head twisted around, its large vertical pupils surveying the surrounding thicket. As a crimson tongue flicked out to discern the scents in the air, a pebble tumbled as the strange figure shifted, producing a crisp sound. The waterplay ceased, replaced by the inquiries of several maidens. The serpent creature, sensing imminent exposure, turned and charged towards the thicket. Banyan realized he needed to conceal himself, but the serpent's movements were too swift. In an instant, it twisted its body and, using all four limbs, darted into the underbrush. Their gazes locked, one set of human eyes meeting a pair of slitted pupils. The serpent creature chuckled softly. "Ah, another of my kindred spirit. Let us flee." Without waiting for Banyan to respond, it seized him and dashed into the depths of the forest. Being dragged by the serpent, Banyan felt as though he were gliding low above the ground, witnessing the sky in the direction they fled erupting with vibrant colors, leaving him momentarily dazed. The kaleidoscopic hues intensified, and the swaying of the trees seemed to grow ever more fervent. In a fleeting moment, Banyan seemed to perceive several colossal figures emerging from the thicket as he witnessed trees being uprooted by their immense forms. The thunderous sounds behind him intensified his urgency to flee. Just as Banyan feared that the terrifying silhouettes would catch up to them, a brilliant flash soared above his head, piercing the ground between him and the pursuing giants. As he was led deeper into a grove by the serpent creature, the last glimmer he saw resembled an oddly shaped longsword. Chapter 19. To the north the mist had dissipated, and night had descended. In a secluded cave, Banyan ignited a bonfire with dry twigs he gathered from outside. Soon, the sound of footsteps approached, and the serpent creature entered the cave, clutching 2 rabbits. Handing the rabbits to Banyan, it eagerly exclaimed, "Hurry, your roasted fare is much more delectable. Do add more spices." Banyan chuckled wryly, realizing the creature's amiable nature. Though it had led him on a frantic escape, he still felt a bit disoriented. While he understood the serpent meant no harm, the sight of such an extraordinary being stirred a sense of unease within him. As he began to prepare the game by deftly skinning the rabbits and opening their innards, the serpent interrupted, "Hey, don't throw that away. The entrails are quite the delicacy, you know." Banyan recognized that he had been misled by the creature's human-like behavior, forgetting it was fundamentally still an animal. Recalling how the alpha wolf of a pack would consume the entrails first after a hunt, he nodded and offered the rabbit's innards to the serpent. The creature accepted them without further ado, lifting its neck to swallow the entrails whole, then reclined contentedly, watching the young ranger cook the 2 succulent rabbits by the fire. Observing Banyan's skilled movements, the serpent couldn't contain its curiosity. "Hey, buddy, I'm Ching Shijinjun. What is your name?" As he turned the meat on the spit, Banyan responded to the oddly named serpent, Banyan Stark. "Oh, Banyan, where are you from? What do you do?" "I hail from Winterfell in the north, and am currently a ranger of the Night's Watch at the Wall." "Oh, the north. Where is that?" "Let me tell you, I was born in this very forest. One day, I swallowed a jewel that fell from the sky, and thus, I gained intelligence and these abilities." Seeing the serpent willing to converse, Banyan encouraged its dialogue. "Ha, you are indeed fortunate. It seems the gods are watching over you." The serpent slapped its thigh, exclaiming, "Who can argue? Ever since I gained my wits, I have felt as though someone was observing me, which is quite unsettling." Banyan, uncertain if they shared a common understanding, continued, "To be able to sense the gaze of the gods, you are truly blessed. By the way, what were you doing behind that boulder?" "Greetings, my dear companion. I sense that you too are captivated by the allure of those ethereal maidens, drawn to witness the splendor that unfolds. Allow me to share with you that within this forest dwell 7 enchanting nymphs, who occasionally venture to a nearby hot spring to bathe. Though I am a serpent, I too yearn for the beauty that life has to offer." Banyan, greatly perturbed by this statement that so blatantly contravenes the chivalric code, could not restrain himself and exclaimed, "Ah, green serpent, observing women in their bath is hardly the conduct befitting a true knight." "A knight? Is it truly improper to gaze upon women as they bathe? In days of yore, I was entwined with Little Red and Little Blue daily, and there was no impropriety in that, was there? It is merely that I have awakened to a higher consciousness, while they remain blissfully naive. Thus, I find myself disinterested." Banyan recognized that this serpentine creature had yet to shed its primal instincts and had not engaged with human society. lacking even a rudimentary grasp of basic morality. He began to impart some principles of human decency. Remarkably, the serpent seemed to absorb his words, prompting Banyan to expound with greater fervor. As the essence of rabbit fat dripped into the fire, releasing an alluring aroma, Banyan concluded his introduction to the chivalric spirit of Westeros and offered a piece of roasted meat to the serpent, who silently began to savor his own portion. Sensing the enticing fragrance of the seasoned meat, the serpent refrained from further conversation and devoured the steaming morsel in one swift motion. Observing the creature's peculiar sounds, which could not be discerned as cries of pain or delight, Banyan found his own appetite waning. Noticing the serpent's forlorn gaze fixed upon the rabbit in his hand, he sighed and shook his head, offering the roasted meat once more. The serpent accepted without hesitation, consuming the meat whole. Content. The serpent patted its belly and seemed to relish the lingering taste of the roast before resuming the conversation, inquiring, Banyan, you mentioned that you hail from Winterfell in the north. I presume you are indeed the guardian of the north, one of the lords of the Seven Kingdoms? Ah, no. The guardian of the north is my brother, Eddard Stark. I have pledged myself to the night's watch at the wall, vowing to stand sentinel as the long night approaches. Until death takes me, I shall take no wife, hold no lands, nor father any children. I shall wear no crown, seek no glory. I shall fulfill my duty. Life or death, here at the wall. I am the sword in the darkness, the guardian upon the wall. I am the flame that wards off the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the slumbering, and the shield that protects the realm. I dedicate my life and honor to the night's watch. Tonight, and every night henceforth. The young ranger inadvertently began to recite his oath, his countenance reflecting the solemnity and reverence of his sacred pledge. The serpent, seemingly touched by the gravity of this vow, fell into silence, pondering for a considerable time before reanimating the conversation. Banyan, your oath is indeed admirable. You are a person of great ambition. However, I must say, to forego marriage and progeny is rather unreasonable. Who shall carry on your bloodline? Who shall uphold your vows? Look at us. We are a veritable brood. Banyan regarded the serpent before him, still tinged with untamed instincts, and recalled its earlier indiscretion of spying on women bathing, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. As the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, a rustling sound emanated from the woods outside the cave. The serpent creature's expression shifted drastically as he whispered, My dear Banyan, it seems those ladies from this afternoon have come seeking retribution. Given your introduction, I realize my actions earlier may have inadvertently offended those enchanting beings. Fortunately, they have not seen you, and I trust they would not slay the innocent, thus tarnishing their own virtue. Would you kindly allow me to take refuge for a moment? Without awaiting a response from the ranger, he transformed into a wisp of green mist and drifted toward Banyan. Banyan Stark was taken aback, but the green mist, despite its languid appearance, swiftly enveloped his body and soon vanished without a trace. The ranger, bewildered, patted his body, feeling no unusual sensations, and found himself momentarily at a loss. Just then, gentle footsteps echoed from outside the cave, and a strikingly beautiful woman entered. Banyan gazed at her somewhat peculiar attire, captivated by the ribbons that danced in the air behind her, exuding an indescribable beauty and an ethereal quality. Surely, this must be how a celestial goddess appears. Chapter 20. To the North, Part 2. The woman approached Banyan and graciously bowed. My lord, I beg your pardon for the intrusion. I am Bayuyu, the mistress of the Thousand Mechanisms Cave. I hope this afternoon's commotion did not disturb you? Banyan, unable to reconcile the exquisite woman before him with the colossal disturbances in the forest earlier, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, unsure of how to respond. Noticing his momentary daze, Bayuyu smiled gently. My lord need not feel troubled. I am aware that you inadvertently found yourself here, and our sisters maintained a barrier while bathing, so the serpent demon could see nothing. I have come at the behest of an esteemed immortal to convey some matters and deliver certain items to you. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Banyan politely replied, I appreciate your understanding. Dear lady, however, the serpent has already fled. Otherwise, as a knight, I would surely have compelled him to apologize to you. By the way, I am Banyan Stark, a member of the Night Watch from the Northern Wall. Bayuyu covered her mouth with a light laugh. There is no need for concern, my lord. We recognize you as a noble knight. Otherwise, you would not have revealed yourself. As for the serpent demon, he likely fears facing us sisters. So allowing him to remain with you temporarily is for the best. She then raised her hand, gesturing toward the ranger's wrist. Startled by her indication, Banyan pulled back his sleeve and discovered, to his astonishment, a vibrant green serpent tattoo coiling around his left wrist, appearing almost alive. Faced with the inexplicable presence of the serpent on his wrist, Banyan was taken aback, yet a sense of understanding began to take root within him. My lord need not panic. The serpent demon, fearing our sister's retribution, has voluntarily attached himself to your wrist, posing no harm to you. However, his cultivation is insufficient for him to detach himself. For now, he exists merely as a tattoo, devoid of sound, thought, or sensation, and has fallen into slumber. Banyan nodded. Though perplexed, he inquired, what can be done to help him escape this state? Rest assured, my lord, that is precisely why I have come. Your Excellency, it is by the grace of Master Lier from the Bamboo Grove that I am entrusted to present to you a tome of postnatal cultivation techniques. Should you diligently practice this method and cultivate your inner strength to traverse a full cycle of energy, the serpent demon shall be activated, revealing its true form and restoring its freedom. Upon hearing the name mentioned by my brother, Banyang instinctively perked up and inquired, is this a gift from Master Lier? May I have the honor of meeting him? Not yet, replied the woman. Master Li has stated that your fates have not yet converged. You shall not meet until your return from the north, when destiny shall allow your encounter. Considering the myriad wonders my brother had spoken of regarding Lier, Banyang understood the impossibility of forcing fate upon him and accepted the book she offered. Please convey my gratitude to Master Lier, but may I inquire if I can share the contents of this book with others? That is permissible. Yet the power within these techniques is formidable. You must discern the character of those who read it. If it falls into the hands of those with nefarious intent, the consequences could be dire. I understand that only those of noble birth and upright virtue may master such profound swordsmanship. Observing the young ranger's slight misunderstanding, Bai Yu recognized the disparity in their ideologies and chose not to elaborate further, merely offering a slight bow before turning to depart the cave. Banyang did not attempt to detain her, and as he watched her silhouette fade into the night, he returned to the warmth of the fire. Unfastening his sleeve to gently trace the tattoo on his wrist, lost in contemplation. Realizing there would be no further developments, Banyang did not hesitate, but instead oriented himself properly, soon finding the King's Road that traversed the Imperial Forest. He hitched a ride on a freight wagon heading to King's Landing, then at the port of King's Landing, secured passage on a northern-bound cargo ship bound for White Harbor. In Winterfell, as the early summer sun melted away the last vestiges of snow, remnants of winter still glimmered in the woods and atop the hills. In Eddard Stark's study, the two brothers found themselves gazing at an open tome laid upon the table, exchanging glances. The book was crafted from a type of grass paper, seemingly of Eastern origin. Typically, such paper is not durable and prone to damage, unsuitable for recording significant texts. Scholars and clergy of Westeros preferred the luxury of robust and enduring parchment. The text contained within was inscribed with peculiar runes, indecipherable even to the most learned scholars. Yet astonishingly, Banyang found himself able to comprehend the meaning behind these symbols. Although he could not pronounce each rune, their essence seemed etched in his mind. The scholars believed it to be a script from the distant east. But Banyang felt otherwise, suspecting it to be an ancient tongue of the old gods, comprehensible only to those favored by divine grace. Nevertheless, this did not deter his ambitions to benefit his family. He meticulously transcribed his understanding and translation into a leather-bound notebook, which he subsequently presented to his brother, Eddard Stark, the Duke of the North. Both brothers concurred that this would serve as a vital foundation for their family's prosperity. Upon returning from the royal guard, the two brothers became acutely aware of the tangible reality of magic. It seemed that the old gods' faith, deeply rooted in the hearts of the northern people, along with the myriad extraordinary tales recounted by the old nurse, while perhaps not entirely factual, certainly bore some semblance of truth. Reflecting on their family lineage, it was evident that their ancestor, Brandon Stark, the builder of their ancestral home, possessed magical prowess. The construction of the wall could not have been achieved solely by human hands. Thus, one must ponder when the vital legacy of magic within their family had ceased to be passed down. This truth, submerged in the annals of history, had become elusive. Yet now, with the opportunity to reclaim magic, Eddard would certainly not forsake the chance to fortify his family's legacy. As the young ranger departed from Winterfell once more, embarking on a journey further north, the youthful Duke of the North found himself grappling with the notes laid before him, questioning the depth of his own intellect and capabilities. In the early summer of the North, the climate remained cool, even bordering on chilly. Wrapping himself tightly in his dark cloak, Banyan felt invigorated by the familiar chill. Clutching a mysterious tome gifted by a sorcerer and adorned with a magical serpent upon his wrist, recalling his previous extraordinary experiences, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Upon his return to Black Castle, The commander welcomed him with exuberance. The manpower and supplies he had secured in King's Landing had begun to arrive at the wall. Given the substantial resources Banyan's brother, the Duke of the North, could provide, it was only fitting for the commander to extend a warm reception. Chapter 21. Northward. 3. Feeling a warm current flowing slowly within him, Banyan clenched his fists. Sensing the burgeoning power within, he closed the tome and nestled it against his chest, brimming with confidence in the abilities he had begun to master. Eagerly, he petitioned the commander to join the next reconnaissance mission beyond the wall. Initially inclined to grant Banyan some respite, the commander, recognizing the young man's tenacity and fervor, reluctantly acquiesced to his repeated requests. As the weather began to warm, it was assumed that the wildlings from the north would pose less of a threat. Time had allowed all to forget the original purpose for the wall's construction. Many believed it merely served to prevent the incursions of the wildlings. Each winter, numerous wildling tribes indeed attempted to breach the barricade for survival. With the dwindling number of personnel, the Night's Watch was compelled to transition from a comprehensive defense to a more focused strategy, as their numbers were insufficient to maintain control over the entire wall. Thus, the role of the Rangers became increasingly pivotal. These elite members were tasked with scouting the movements of the wildlings north of the wall, enabling the main body of the Night's Watch to mount a targeted defense against potential ambushes. The Ranger squad soon arrived at their first destination beyond the wall, Castle Castor. Banyan had long heard from the seasoned Rangers that Castor was a vile wretch. Not only had he taken his own daughter as his own, but he had also murdered all of his sons. While no one had witnessed the slaying, the absence of boys within his fortress lent credence to the whispers among the Night's Watch. However, as the only wildling willing to receive the Night's Watch, they had no choice but to tolerate this scoundrel. It appears that Banyan and his companions arrived at an inopportune moment. When they reached the only campsite beyond the Great Wall that offered hot soup that afternoon, the anxious expressions of several young wives of caste had already revealed the gravity of the situation. The captain instructed everyone to keep silent, adhering to protocol as he accepted the salt and bread handed over by caste, ensuring each person received a little. After partaking in a reasonably warm dinner, the captain refrained from allowing further conversation and instead huddled with the group in a corner to sleep. The morning chill remained biting. Yet Banyan was roused by commotion from the second floor. Faint whispers of curses and the sobs of a young woman drifted through the air, soon followed by Caste descending the stairs, wrapped in a heavy bearskin coat. Banyan opened his eyes slightly, daring not to move until Caste vanished through the cabin door. He swiftly nudged his companions awake and relayed the situation. The captain was aware they might be witnessing the fabled moment when Caste had slain his son, yet he was reluctant to jeopardize their amicable relationship with this wild man, preparing to restrain the youthful scouts. However, the insatiable curiosity of the young scouts could not be contained, and they urged their comrades to investigate. Ultimately, mankind's innate curiosity triumphed over the so-called rites of hospitality, and several scouts rose cautiously, making their way outside. For those adept at tracking, Caste's path through the woods was easily traced. He appeared preoccupied, oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly acquired a tail. Caste's journey was not brief. He traversed nearly an hour through the forest before arriving at a clearing. Surrounding the clearing was a meticulously arranged circle of colossal stones, each inscribed with peculiar blue runes. Without hesitation, Caste began reciting strange incantations as he laid the swaddled infant upon the ground at the center of the stone circle. Then, seemingly fearful of something, he fled without a backward glance. The scouts concealed themselves adeptly, eager to witness the unfolding of what appeared to be an unusual ritual. Once Caste had vanished into the dense foliage, an ethereal blue glow emanated from within the stone circle. The scouts, initially inclined to approach, were halted by their companions and quickly resumed their concealment. The frigid northern wind penetrated the trees, brushing against them, and they felt as though they had returned to the depths of the harshest winter. Perhaps the fabled long night was indeed this frigid. This unnatural draft seemed to carry an almost imperceptible weight, compelling them to lower their forms instinctively. Banyan's heart raced. Having practiced magic, he was more attuned than his companions and sensed the peculiar energy embedded within the chilling breeze. Gritting his teeth, he realized he was likely on the verge of encountering something extraordinary, when the pale, icy figure appeared astride a skeletal black horse outside the stone circle. All the scouts felt as though they had plunged into an abyss of ice. Before them stood a being of legend, a white. The corpse-like cold emanating from it, and the eerie blue glow of its eyes made their very blood feel as though it were freezing. The frigid grip of the cold was not merely a manifestation of psychological strain. It was far too late when Banyan realized he was encircled by two other whites behind him. The gossamer-like, translucent blade had already sliced through the neck of his companion. With no other recourse, Banyang forced his internal energy into motion and charged forward, narrowly evading the icy, sharp edge. The whites behind him seemed taken aback, surprised that someone could break free from the binding spell of frost and dodge their lethal blades. Two more whites emerged from the dense thicket ahead, effectively trapping him within a stony array. Banyang compelled himself to remain calm, striving to harness his internal force, hoping that the extraordinary technique would offer him a glimmer of hope. The five whites afforded him little time, though they uttered no sound. He sensed a silent exchange among them before they simultaneously brandished their swords, pressing toward him. The will to survive triumphed over instinctual fear as the young ranger wrested his sword from its almost frozen sheath and swung it at the nearest white. However, the white's nimble form exceeded his expectations. After deftly evading his powerful strike, the white's eerie, translucent blade clashed against his retaliatory sword. A chilling frost rapidly enveloped the blade, and the ranger's surge of strength failed to yield the desired outcome, instead causing his already frozen sword to splinter into shards. The other four whites had closed in as well, for icy blades piercing through his limbs. The frost swiftly began to creep from his extremities toward his torso. Soon, the five whites departed toward the north with an infant in tow, one of them mounted upon a corpse horse that bore what appeared to be a rigid, frozen body. In the southern realm, Lord Lyre, fishing by the pond, felt a stirring in his heart and began to calculate with his fingers. Upon discerning the situation, he nodded slightly. The bait had been cast. It remained uncertain what size of fish it might lure. However, preparations for bait intended for another fish needed to commence swiftly, though it was uncertain whether it would appeal to the palate of the larger one. Chapter 22. The Southerner Commander Giamormont felt as though his head might explode, beset by a cascade of troubles that made him ponder whether he should seek a final reprieve. First came the news of the Northern Guardian. The staunch supporter of the Wall, Lord Eddard Stark's younger brother, Banyang Stark, who had gone missing during a ranger patrol. The entire squad had failed to return within the allotted time, and subsequent rangers sent to search beyond the Wall had only gleaned their last whereabouts at Castle Black. Just as he grappled with how to explain this to the Duke of the North, Balon Greyjoy instigated a rebellion. Those foolish Ironborn dared to assault the Shadow Tower at the western end of the Wall, unaware that there was naught but ice to plunder. The silver lining was that his son, Jorah Mormont, had lived up to expectations, leading the people of Bear Island in repelling the Ironborn's onslaught, even taking the forefront in the campaign against the Iron Islands and earning the favor of the new king, Robert. However, circumstances took a sudden turn, as Jorah unexpectedly emerged victorious at the post-war tournament in Lannisport, adorning the head of the southern noble lady, Lynesse Hightower, with a crown of love and beauty. Up to this point, the tale resembled a delightful chivalric romance, yet the noble maiden from Old Town revealed herself to be a veritable demon from hell, sent to tempt his naive and foolish son. The impoverished Bear Island could scarcely sustain the extravagant lifestyle of the Countess's daughter, swiftly depleting the Mormont family's wealth. Under the insidious allure of that wicked woman, his foolish son engaged in the nefarious trade of human trafficking, only to be discovered. When the news of his son's flight arrived at the Black Castle alongside Longclaw, Old Bear nearly toppled from the wall in despair. Thankfully, his foolish son was not so dim-witted as to sell the ancestral sword. After all, that Valyrian steel blade could command considerable wealth from the great lords of the South. Yet, his only heir had irrevocably lost the right to inherit Bear Island, rendering his voluntary abdication a mere farce. Had he not donned the black garments, perhaps his son would not have forfeited his inheritance for the love of a woman. Old Bear's anguished cries echoed in the distance, unheard by the distant Jorah Mormont. Yet, as a mature man, he remained rational when Lynesse was absent. However, reason brought him no joy, only a heightened awareness of his missteps. His heart ached with remorse, seeking an outlet that eluded him. The raucous crowd in the tavern felt alien to him, and the storyteller on stage, with his rhythmic tales, failed to capture his attention. This newly emerged bard could not lift his spirits. He clutched his mug tightly, consuming the poor quality ale in a desperate attempt to drown his sorrows and find momentary solace. Lynesse had gone shopping in the town center, taking with her his last few golden dragons. He knew his goddess would not return until darkness fell. Yet, how would he manage the expenses of the coming month? He had sold every item of value, with only the longship from Bear Island remaining, a spoils from his conquest at Pike. But what did that matter now? He had granted the crew a long leave, and next month's dock fees seemed unattainable. He was acutely aware that he was on the brink of losing everything. The inferior ale had at least one merit. It did intoxicate him. He rested his head on the table, not asleep, but rather feeling oddly alert. The peculiar words of the storyteller reached his ears. The tale began, recounting the saga of a heartless man and a fickle woman, specifically a story of Yin Per 11. As the saying goes, those who act with righteousness often face betrayal, and treachery is most prevalent in times of hardship. Ladies and gentlemen, be still and listen. The storyteller struck his wooden block, silencing the tavern's clamor, followed by applause and cheers. Yura distinctly heard the conversations of the patrons nearby. Hey, this storyteller's words are quite strange. I've never heard anything like it before. Indeed. You are unaware that the storyteller made his debut in the city of Least last month, and since then, he has never recounted a tale that has been repeated, all of which are stories previously unheard. The tavern owners in the city are eager to invite him for performances, which are always met with overflowing crowds. I remarked upon the fact that it was still morning, and yet the tavern was already filled to capacity. How curious. The two individuals quickly concluded their conversation, and the storyteller, rising to receive a round of applause and cheers, resumed his seat, striking a pose to commence his tale. It is said that Yin Pa Shi was exceedingly beautiful, yet her mind was ever so cunning. Jola, unbeknownst to him, found himself intoxicated yet still able to grasp the unfolding narrative. For a fleeting moment, he envisioned himself in the role of the Song Yasi, uncertain of the rank this title held, wondering if it was akin to his own title of Count of Bear Island. However, the plot soon took a dramatic turn as Yin Pa Shi squandered the wealth of Song Yasi, indulging in his benefits, yet lamenting his lack of romance, eventually entangling herself with a dandy named Zhang Wenyuan. Suddenly, Jola was reminded of his young wife, who had gone out shopping, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. He was indeed intoxicated, unable to rise from his seat. The story continued to spiral towards tragedy. And when the storyteller recounted how Song Yasi fatally struck Yin Pa Shi and extracted her heart to discern its hue, the raucous tavern patrons erupted into fervent shouts. Jola felt his breath quicken. As if awakening from a stupor, he scrambled upright from the table, sensing that sobriety had returned. An overwhelming impulse compelled him to leave. He needed to seek out Lenny's. Upon bursting forth from the tavern, the bustling streets and the sunlight illuminating his face momentarily disoriented him. Why had he emerged? What was his purpose? Yet, the laughter and jeers echoing from the tavern's still open door jolted him back to reality. He must find her. To validate his suspicions and dispel his doubts. Orienting himself, he grasped the hilt of his sword and turned towards the city center. He could not fathom that Lenny's would, like Yin Pa Shi in the tale, so easily forsake him. She was his goddess, perfect in every regard, and would not act in such a manner. Jola repeatedly reassured himself, concocting justifications for his anxieties. It was merely concern for Lenny's safety. He had been too careless. As her devoted knight, he ought to remain by her side at all times. Yes, that was it. He was not doubting his goddess, but rather seeking to protect her. As the afternoon sun cast its rays upon Jola's thinning hair, he beheld a sight that shattered his heart. A man adorned in opulent attire, bedecked with exquisite jewels, was intimately embracing his goddess, delicately placing a beautiful hairpin into her lustrous locks. The sunlight danced upon her radiant skin and the splendid jewels, reflecting dazzling brilliance. How stunning Lenny's appeared, akin to the maiden of the seven gods. Chapter 23. The Southerner, Part 2. The frenzied and oppressive gasps reverberated through the confined quarters of the ship. He had bribed the captain with a gemstone ring pilfered from that detestable Lycene merchant, thus securing a refuge within the hold, evading the approaching city guard. As the darkness of the cargo hold descended into utter silence, Jorah found himself reflecting on the events of the day. Surely, he had lost his senses, whether under the influence of alcohol or the stirring tales of the bard. The moment he beheld his beloved goddess ensconced in the embrace of another man, he felt his capacity for rational thought dissipate. Almost instinctively, he drew his longsword, the very blade that had accompanied him through the Iron Islands, still keen enough to pierce the pair through. When the faint, anguished cry of Lenny's reached his ears, warm blood splattering across his cheek, a sudden calm enveloped him. Yet, the remorse that filled his heart could not restore the life of his goddess. She was, after all, not truly a maiden of the seven, lacking the divine power of resurrection. The gasps of shock from those around him penetrated his consciousness as the city guard rushed toward the scene. The merchant's guards, who had initially been taken by surprise and had kept their distance, now reacted and began to encircle him. The instinct honed from his championship battle awareness enabled him to face the initial onslaught of swordsmen. With mere reflexive strikes, he severed the hands of two attackers. The escalating ferocity of the fight only served to sharpen Jorah's composure. His battlefield experience rendered him increasingly adept against these hired blades. The knights, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, recognized that he must flee at once. After repelling the assault with a few well-placed sword techniques, Jorah dashed into a nearby alley. The fierce combat and desperate flight of the day faded away, and the swaying of the ship signified that the merchant vessel had ventured into the open sea, allowing Jorah to escape his pursuers. However, the newfound safety brought a stark realization to this exiled nobleman regarding the weight of his actions that day. He curled into a corner of the hold, burying his head deep within his arms, and wept bitterly. What had he done? He comprehended that he had brought an end to the life of his beloved, forfeiting all that he held dear, his title, his honor, and his love. Jorah could not discern how long he had wept, but he felt his tears had run dry. When the hold door swung open once more, the blinding sunlight momentarily hindered his vision. "Get out and work, you big oaf," the captain had said. "The fare you paid only covers your passage. If you wish to eat, you must earn it yourself." Accepting the cleaning tools offered by a sailor, Jorah silently emerged from the hold, joining the other crew members in scrubbing the deck. His expression remained blank, his silence profound, evoking the impression of a mere specter among the living. Upon reaching the first stop of their southern journey, the island of Vellano, Jorah was unceremoniously cast ashore. He felt indifferent. After all, he questioned what significance he held in this world, indifferent to his surroundings. Yet, on this summer isle, populated predominantly by those of African descent, he encountered a man who bore the quintessential features of a Westerosi. The shared physical traits captured the attention of a certain individual. After initiating conversation, Jorah learned that this person was Eri, the son of a merchant from King's Landing. He proclaimed himself an explorer, intent on recruiting a crew to venture further into the southern continent of Essos. Faced with the young adventurer's enthusiastic invitation, Jorah, well aware that Essos was a treacherous green hell that devoured souls, found himself indifferent to the prospect of ending his life in such a place. Thus, he boarded the explorer's vessel heading south. The young adventurer was indeed a spirited individual, engaging the crew, each with diverse complexions, in lively discussions about their experiences and the customs of their homelands. Simultaneously, he shared his own lofty aspirations. To Jorah, this youthful explorer seemed rather fanciful. The young man believed that the continent of Essos held the key to humanity's salvation. If one could discover a means to combat the plagues that ravaged the land, it would vastly expand the space for human survival and offer a pathway for the common folk. How naive! The chivalric order of Westeros was not so easily dismantled. Since the arrival of the Undulls, the knightly code had become deeply ingrained in society. Even in the north, where the old gods were still venerated, the oaths and tenets of knighthood had taken root. Otherwise, why would Winterfell, despite its trials, still belong to House Stark? Yet, this whimsical and lively youth did indeed enliven the atmosphere aboard the merchant ship. The mood was far from oppressive. The sailors greeted Jorah, who wore a perpetual mask of gloom, with friendly smiles. Each night, before rest, the young explorer would regale the crew with a new tale he had heard in a tavern in King's Landing. It was likely these exotic stories, infused with an air of mystery, that truly elevated the sailors' spirits. As a self-proclaimed worldly lord of the north, Jorah harbored little faith in the young adventurer's quest. It was said that the once mighty Genera Libellarus, a member of the formidable Valyrian dragon lords, had not emerged unscathed from that land. She had perished shortly after returning to the freehold, but it mattered little. Being laid to rest in a place far from Westeros, known to none, might indeed be the most fitting release for him. When the dark green land appeared on the distant southern horizon, the atmosphere aboard the ship remained buoyant, infused with a sense of relief as if the journey were nearing its conclusion. Initially puzzled by this ambience, Jorah realized, as he and Eri boarded a small boat to row toward the shore, that they were the only two on the skiff. "Are they not coming ashore with us?" Jorah inquired, puzzled. Eri, equally bewildered, replied, "Why would you ask that? They are certainly not joining us. Are they not part of your expedition? As the captain, shouldn't you be the first to scout the way? How could they be part of my expedition? They are merely responsible for ferrying us to the shores of Essos. Is it possible that our expedition consists of only the two of us?" Jorah felt as though he might lose his mind, realizing that the crew's friendly demeanor had merely been a gesture of comfort and concern for a man who was on the brink of death. How could he be so foolish, so easily swayed by the fanciful tales of the young man before him, leading him into this verdant hell to seek adventure? The merchant vessel offered Jorah no chance for regret. Scarcely had their small boat traversed a few meters when the crew eagerly hoisted the sails and set forth. It was as if some ravenous demon lurked within this vibrant land, ready to strike at any moment. With a heavy heart, Jorah continued to paddle, feeling indifferent to it all. After all, He had resigned himself to the prospect of death. Though the impending demise bore little honor for a man steeped in sin, death could very well be the ultimate redemption. He observed the somber-faced elder beside him, who, despite the gravity of their situation, maintained a confident smile, as if they were not about to confront a treacherous jungle, but rather stepping into a realm brimming with boundless wealth and power. Chapter 24. The Southerner, Part 3. The landing point chosen by Early was at the mouth of a river, where a substantial flow emerged from the expansive rainforests of Sothros. The estuary formed a vast expanse of mangrove shallows. The wide river delta exhibited a gentle current, allowing Jola to paddle with ease. Yet he could not suppress a frown as he posed a question. You must be aware that the Sothros continent is inhospitable to human life, right? Ever since the days of the Gurgis Empire, many rulers have sought to conquer this land. Even the mighty Valyrian Empire ultimately failed. I am indeed aware, Sir Jola. Early replied, but as you say, magic is on the rise. Some feats are beyond human capability, yet magic may achieve what we cannot. Upon hearing this, Jola furrowed his brow. He had merely introduced himself as Jola to Early, without elaborating on his identity. How did the young man come to know so much? As for magic, he preferred to dismiss it as mere youthful fantasy. Just as Count Xiong was about to subtly inquire how his identity had been discerned, the young explorer pointed to a sandy beach along the riverbank and declared, "This is the spot. Sir, we shall disembark here." They arrived at a bend in the river where a modest earthen hill obstructed the flow, causing the water to meander gently around it. Upon reaching the shore, Early nodded in satisfaction. This elevated terrain was one of the few dry spots in the vicinity. Turning back, he retrieved a large backpack from the cabin and tossed an axe to Jola. "Sir, please clear some trees from atop this hill to create an open space. I intend to scout the surrounding area and will return in a couple of days." "Understood. Just be careful. Don't let your first day here be your last." "Huh. I assure you, it won't be. But you should be cautious as well, sir. Though there are no great bears or ice wolves from your homeland in this rainforest, dangerous beasts abound, Lord Mormon." With that, Early turned and vanished into the dense foliage, seemingly oblivious to Jola's clenched grip on the sword hilt and his furrowed brow. Yora gazed at the silhouette until it vanished beyond the dense thicket, contemplating that he had little left to lose. He shook his head and turned to drag the beached skiff onto the shore, securing it to a nearby tree to prevent it from being swept away by the tide. He then ascended the small hillock. The rhythmic sound of lumberjacks echoed through the rainforest. Impoverished as Bear Island was, even a count like Yora had to toil. Thus, he wielded the axe with remarkable proficiency. Before long, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the resplendent galaxy filled the heavens. Yora had felled several large trees, clearing a small patch of ground. He had erected his tent, settled upon a wooden stump, and kindled a campfire. The damp firewood emitted a somewhat acrid smoke. Yet a gentle breeze allowed Yora, seated in the wind's favor, to endure it. As he chewed on a coarse grain biscuit, his gaze fixated on the flickering flames. Lost in thought, while the chorus of insects from the woods serenaded him like a poignant nocturne, accompanied by the crackling of the burning timber, evoking a sense of melancholy. As the northern night was enveloped in sorrow, he remained vigilant, ensuring no one was nearby. After surveying his surroundings, he leaped agilely onto a branch of a towering tree. The greatest challenge for Lyre's plan lay in the lack of manpower. This indicated not only that the newly established faith lacked ordinary mortal adherents, but also that he had yet to cultivate a mature ecclesiastical structure. Consequently, to expand his influence, he set his sights on the largely untouched continent of Sothros to the south. As he had anticipated, this indeed was a primordial land. Whether due to exhaustion or a lack of detailed craftsmanship, the previous creator had left everything in a state of rawness. In gaming parlance, this realm remained merely a backdrop beyond the air walls. Should one possess the ability to delve deeper, they would likely discover only crude mosaics and misaligned textures. Though some creatures inhabited this land, they were rendered overly primitive and savage due to the incomplete creation. Yet, this primitivity bore its advantages. The magical state here was entirely unbound, untouched by the foundational power of creation's song, allowing only a faint presence of semi-divine beings to be felt. This divergence from the forces of Westeros and Essos also contributed to the emergence of a horrific plague. As unrestrained magic combined with the rainforest's humid climate birthed a magical virus potent enough to slay dragons. Having grasped the general conditions of this land, he emerged from his meditative state, unwilling to leave the mortal bear unattended. Although not the protagonist, as a significant supporting character, he could not depart easily. When Yora was roused by the dawn and the chorus of insects, he beheld the young explorer seated upon the very stump he had occupied the previous night. adding firewood to the smoldering remnants of the fire. "You have returned. Ah, my lord, you are awake. Splendid. I have brought back 2 creatures from the forest. You are in for a treat." Yora gazed in the direction of his fingers, where 2 corpulent carcasses, resembling creatures akin to guinea pigs, lay on the opposite side of the fire pit. Without uttering much, he bent down to retrieve the 2 hefty bodies and made his way to the riverbank for processing. Curiously, the corpses bore no wounds, and the vivid crimson blood that flowed during the exsanguination indicated they had perished recently. Yora found himself intrigued by the enigmatic hunting methods of the explorer. After skillfully preparing the 2 game, he skewered them with sticks and placed them over the flames. Ari rummaged through his backpack and naturally handed Yora 2 jars of seasoning. The former Count of Bear Island said little, merely glancing at the spices and recognizing them as common barbecue seasonings before he began cooking with enthusiasm. The young explorer sat beside the fire, extracting a notebook to jot down sketches and notes. As Yora tended to the grilling meat, he could not suppress his curiosity. "I've always wanted to ask, how did you come to know my identity? I recall mentioning only my name, Yora, aboard the ship." The young man smiled faintly, replying, "My dear sir, your tale has spread throughout King's Landing. The valiant Count of the North, who earned the king's favor through his bravery, and who displayed remarkable prowess at the tournament, winning the crown of love and beauty for his beloved maiden. Your visage has undoubtedly been celebrated." Upon hearing that his story was now widely known, Yora felt no surge of joy. Instead, he was reminded of his beloved who had fallen beneath his sword, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. Ari observed the middle-aged knight before him, now engulfed in silence, and found it somewhat amusing. Indeed, the most romantic of the Game of Thrones appeared unable to escape the web of love. He chose not to disturb Yora's contemplation. Instead, he naturally took the grilled meat from Yora's hands to continue preparing it, for this was his breakfast, and he wished to avoid the distress of burnt offerings throughout the morning. Chapter 25. The Southbound Traveler, Part 4. The fragrant aroma of the roasting meat suddenly roused Yora from his reverie. He abruptly realized something was amiss. Despite his story being widely disseminated, it was improbable that his likeness could be recognized by a merchant's son who had never laid eyes upon him. He shot his gaze up, fixating on the man before him, convinced he was still deceiving him and that there were other channels through which he knew him. Seeing Yora's realization, Ari presented him with the now golden brown meat, glistening with fat and emanating an enticing aroma. "Huh, there's no need for apprehension. I understand you doubt my words, and I have no intention of deceiving you. Since you are left with no alternatives, why not join me in carving out a grand enterprise in this untamed land? What great enterprise could a merchant's son forge here?" Yora furrowed his brow, skeptical. "Huh, do not be misled by appearances. In King's Landing, I may be but a merchant's son. On the Summer Isles, I may be a reckless adventurer, but here." As Ari spoke, he gestured with his left hand towards the flames. The fire seemed to come alive, and a doll made of flames leapt from the fire pit, landing in Ari's hand. Yora gazed in astonishment at Yuri's actions, recalling the fire conjurers from Essos he had witnessed performing at the tournament in Lannisport for the king. Truth be told, he preferred to regard them as mere jugglers rather than true sorcerers. Yet the scene before him transcended his comprehension. He was either dreaming or truly witnessing formidable magic. With a subtle display of prowess to intimidate Yora, Yuri commenced his endeavors here. Under Yora's astonished gaze, he retrieved a quaint wooden cottage from his backpack and placed it upon the cleared ground. The cottage was well equipped, sufficient for the living needs of 2 and to facilitate Yuri's experiments. Indeed, despite possessing magical protection, Lyre could not rely solely on duplicates and spells. He needed to prepare various means to cope with the mortal realm. The initial objective of the experiment was to ascertain the biological and microbial environment of this place. Soon, Yuri transformed into a naturalist, meticulously documenting the local flora and fauna and crafting specimens. Meanwhile, Yora took on the responsibility of hunting in the vicinity, providing Yuri with materials and enhancing their diet with meat. Before long, the laboratory, adorned with a wall of specimens, yielded its first product, a foul-smelling potion. As the inaugural test subject, Yora initially refused, even though Yuri assured him that the concoction posed no harm and could effectively prevent the local plague. However, the peculiar odor instinctively repulsed him. Yet, he had evidently underestimated Yuri's determination and methods. He found himself mysteriously immobilized, his mouth forcibly pried open, and the potion poured down his throat, with a complex expression aimed at the seemingly unfazed Yuri. Yora had not yet formulated an appropriate reprimand when an ominous rumbling from his stomach alerted him to the gravity of the situation. A day and night of relentless expulsion left Yora feeling as if his lower body no longer belonged to him. Yet, the infuriating Yuri insisted this was a normal occurrence. He explained that the humid climate of the rainforest, combined with chaotic magical energies, had fostered a potent bacterium. Even with a strict regimen of boiled water and thoroughly cooked food, and taking precautions against mosquito bites, one could not evade infection. This potion effectively eliminated the toxins accumulated in the body due to the proliferation of such bacteria. Of course, eradicating the bacteria entirely was not feasible. It required a comprehensive understanding of the continent's magical currents to fundamentally eliminate the conditions conducive to their growth. Yura struggled to comprehend the interference of magic. But after overcoming the debilitating effects of prolonged diarrhea, he found substantial relief from the chronic aches and pains left by years of battle and toil. Once Yuri had nearly concluded his examination of the local flora and fauna, he led Yura deeper into the jungle, watching the cottage vanish as if by magic. Yura still found it hard to believe his own eyes. Acceptance, however, was inevitable. Bowing to strength was not a shameful act, even in the eyes of a knight from Westeros. After all, Aegon Targaryen would not have so easily conquered the Six Kingdoms otherwise. They did not endure a grueling trek overland, but rather traversed by water. To Jorah's astonishment, Aery had somehow tamed a colossal crocodile. As he approached the beast basking on the riverbank, Jorah thought the formidable young sorcerer had lost his senses. Yet, the creature remained utterly still. Aery gently patted its head, and a profound change flickered in the beast's eyes. Although its exterior remained unchanged, Jorah was certain that a spark of intelligence had ignited within. Securing their small boat to the prominent spines along the crocodile's back, the two companions comfortably glided upstream along the river. Despite his curiosity and trepidation, Jorah's deepening comprehension of Aery's power began to instill a sense of fear within him. He dreaded the thought of uttering the wrong words and being offered as a meal to the crocodile ahead. Aery, too, noticed the shift in the Count of Bear Island's demeanor, yet he refrained from soothing him as he sought to firmly establish his own formidable presence in Jorah's mind. As their small vessel was pulled steadily forward by the crocodile, the scenery of the rainforest on either side remained unchanged. The vastness of Sorceros was unmistakable, and Jorah believed the rainforests before him were certainly no smaller than the wolf woods of the north. Occasionally, they glimpsed terrifying giants or saw dragons soaring above. Shadows of fearsome creatures flitted through the dense jungle. Jorah marveled at the silhouettes of these animals. Perhaps the crocodile guiding them was also a sovereign of these woods, which explained their lack of disturbance. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Mr. Aery, do you wish to make your mark on the continent of Sorceros? Though you are a powerful sorcerer, surely you require assistance?" Seeing Jorah take the initiative to converse, Aery's expression brightened as he asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" Jorah replied, "I have heard that this continent is home to a tribe known as the Stripes, who, while not particularly intelligent, are robust and well adapted to this climate. With your immense strength, I believe conquering a few of their tribes would pose no challenge. With additional manpower, many tasks could be accomplished." The young explorer nodded thoughtfully and said, "Your idea is commendable, yet you remain unaware of the essence of this world." Jorah furrowed his brow, preparing to listen further. Aery's gaze turned contemplative as he looked into the distance, speaking softly. "The reason this land is inhospitable to ordinary humans is due to the chaotic flow of magical energy. It is precisely this turmoil that gives rise to such extraordinary species." "But," Jorah interjected. Aery smiled and replied, "But you will understand upon our return. In a rapidly changing world, only a select few fortunate souls can survive." Jorah did not grasp the full meaning of the young man's words, yet he sensed that the tranquility of this continent was on the brink of being shattered. Chapter 26. The boiling earth. Their river journey spanned several days, and as the scenery along the banks began to shift, the once towering, dense trees gradually became shorter and more sparse. Jorah was aware that they had gradually departed from the confines of the rainforest. A day later, the scenery along both banks had transformed entirely into a vast savanna. Westeros lacked such tropical grassland vistas, which left Jorah quite astonished. The colossal crocodile towing their small vessel seemed inexhaustible, tirelessly pulling them forward day and night. Jorah marveled at the creature's abundant vitality. He had indeed witnessed a young explorer feeding it a lustrous pearl during their initial encounter, though he remained oblivious to its nature or potential effects. As the landscape transitioned from sprawling grasslands to a yellow desert, Jorah relinquished his attempts to estimate the duration of their journey, understanding only that the distance was comparable to traveling from White Harbor to Bear Island. When the scenery shifted once more, transforming from golden sands to mountainous terrain and woodlands, their riverine voyage neared its conclusion. The distant sound of rushing water and the rising mist indicated an abrupt elevation ahead, where a magnificent waterfall obstructed their path. Once again, they set foot upon solid stone banks, and Yura observed as the explorer tossed another exquisite pearl into the crocodile's maw. The creature acknowledged this gesture with a seemingly sentient nod of gratitude before sinking back into the river, vanishing from sight. Turning to Yura, the explorer announced, "We must walk a while longer, Sir Yura. Follow me." Yura nodded. Shouldering a backpack and grasping his sword tightly, he matched the explorer's pace. The climate here had grown somewhat cooler, reminiscent of the north during the height of summer. They ventured deeper into the mountains, with the explorer seemingly possessed of a clear sense of direction as he advanced towards a towering ridge. Yura found himself perplexed by the explorer's ability to navigate. Yet the extraordinary sensations he had experienced thus far prevented him from voicing any doubt. However, as they delved further into the woods, an increasing sense of unease crept upon him. The atmosphere within the forest felt decidedly ominous. An unnatural silence enveloped them, devoid of the customary chirping of insects or the calls of birds, and even the ground showed no signs of small creatures. It was evident that a fierce and extraordinary beast must lurk nearby. Yura instinctively tightened his grip on his sword. Yet his trust in the explorer kept him from questioning their path. Upon cresting a ridge, the breathtaking sight of a deep gorge momentarily left him breathless. This was a natural canyon, with cliffs on either side plunging almost vertically downward. Countless enormous forms hung silently from the rocky walls. These were the dragons he had glimpsed from afar in the sky, but here lay an entire valley brimming with these colossal beasts. A stark contrast to the fleeting shadow he had previously observed. Yura had never encountered a true dragon, but having participated in the War of Usurpers and marched with the Northern Army into King's Landing, he, as a powerful lord, had been granted access to the Red Keep, where he had laid eyes upon the immense dragon bones. He dared to assert that nearly half of the dragons before him were of a size rivaling that of the greatest of House Targaryen's dragons, Balerion, the Black Dread. Before him lay colossal beasts, seemingly at rest. He could observe their slow, rhythmic breathing from the rise and fall of their massive chests, while their occasionally fluttering wings resembled enormous sails. Jorah pondered the reason for Aerys' presence in this place. Was he intending to conquer these titanic creatures, much like he had subdued the solitary giant crocodile? Yet this was not merely one isolated beast, but rather a multitude, numbering in the thousands. Aerys surveyed the canyon's landscape and addressed Jorah. "My lord, you shall take a brief respite there. Do not concern yourself about me. Should any situation arise, refrain from acting impulsively. Do you understand?" Jorah nodded slightly at the small cave Aerys indicated. Without uttering another word, Aerys handed over his backpack and, once Jorah had entered the cave, cautiously leaned against the entrance to observe the surroundings before leaping towards the cliff's edge. Jorah felt as though his breath had ceased. What was that young man doing? Did he believe he could fly? He had simply jumped. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, for a terrifying roar erupted from the valley, followed by an onslaught of similar sounds, clearly signaling that the entire valley's dragons had been disturbed. Hiding within the cave, Jorah sensed the ground trembling beneath his feet, the air filled with the monstrous roars and the reverberating clamor of the creatures. He was uncertain how the young man had achieved this, but it was evident he had not perished. In fact, the increasing commotion suggested he was gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, a kaleidoscope of dragons surged upward from the canyon, their roars and the cacophony fading into silence. Jorah, gathering his courage, peeked out, and the sight that met his eyes was one he would never forget. The dragons formed an intricate formation, spiraling gracefully around a point in the sky. They dominated the heavens, obscuring the sunlight, casting shadows that rendered the midday glow dim, akin to twilight. The sun illuminated their iridescent scales, reflecting a dazzling spectacle that Jorah swore he had never witnessed before. Abruptly, a colossal dragon's head emerged from the cliff, and Jorah found himself face to face with the fierce visage, his breath caught in his throat. A gentle breeze swept through, and though he was hesitant to move, he dared to cast a sidelong glance. Another gigantic dragon swooped overhead, circling nearby, its wings unfurling to create a tremendous gust of wind. Upon noticing the young adventurer seated steadily upon the back of the descending dragon, Jorah's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this person be some sort of deity, capable of taming such a fearsome beast? Sir Jorah, do not be alarmed. This is a gift for you. Come, mount it. Jorah could hardly fathom that this terrifying creature was being offered to him. He cautiously shifted his feet, fearful of disturbing the mighty dragon before him. To his surprise, the dragon exhibited no hostility, instead lowering its head in a gesture of submission. Nervously imitating Aerie's earlier actions, Jorah clambered onto the dragon's back. Aerie whistled, and immediately, two dragons began to flap their wings, soaring into the sky with a few powerful beats. Jorah clutched the neck of the dragon beneath him tightly, gripping the protruding spikes on its scales. A sense of apprehension enveloped him, rendering him hesitant to open his eyes and gaze upon the rapidly diminishing earth below. The howling wind filled his ears, yet he distinctly heard the voice of a young adventurer. Immersed in a whirlwind of anxiety, he found himself momentarily disoriented. Gradually, however, he released his tension and slightly opened his eyes, beholding a swirling mass of dragons still circling below. The sunlight glinted off their scales, casting a dazzling spectrum of colors. Chapter 27. The Boiling Earth, Part 2. As he emerged from his shock and fear, Jorah began to perceive another voice calling to him from within his mind. A voice that had become all too familiar, his esteemed companion, the Earl. Sir Jorah Malmont, please remain calm. You must listen carefully to what I am about to say. Startled, Jorah turned his head towards the parallel dragon, where the young rider sat at a considerable distance. In his understanding, the roaring wind rendered it impossible to hear such clear words from this far away, yet the voice in his mind seemed to bypass his ears entirely, manifesting directly in his consciousness. Just as uncertainty gripped him, the voice continued to resonate steadily within his thoughts. Sir Jorah, our journey together reaches a temporary conclusion here. It is unlikely we shall meet again, but our fates are not entirely severed. In the days to come, we shall surely encounter one another anew. Jorah found himself perplexed by the contradictory nature of the voice's words, unsure of how to respond in his mind, and thus remained silent, fixated on the young man atop the distant dragon. Sir Jorah, we are communicating through a method of mental transmission. You need only silently express your thoughts, and I shall receive your response. Upon hearing this, Jorah hesitated but focused his mind, silently thinking, My lord, early, I do not hesitate, Sir Jorah. I perceive you are not inherently malevolent. Regardless of the actions taken on Bear Island or by Rhys, they were driven by emotion and impulsiveness. During our travels together, I have come to understand your character. I wish to offer you a significant opportunity, hoping you will thrive henceforth. I appreciate your recognition. But my lord, where do you intend to go? I can accompany you. Although I lack exceptional skills, I possess strength and swordsmanship to assist you. Your intentions are commendable, Sir Jorah. Yet the forthcoming journey is beyond your capacity to aid. Remaining here would only squander your life. Very well, I comprehend that I do not possess your divine powers. I am curious as to what my lord intends for me next. Merely a few suggestions. The dragons below are entrusted to you. You may use them to travel to the slave bay to procure slaves. Pure ones, skilled high-status slaves, common low-status slaves, or even slave children. All are available. Does my lord require slaves for some purpose? Human effort can sometimes be insufficient. How can I alone alter the fate of this world? In my heart, grand ambitions do reside. Should you wish to follow my cause, assist me in realizing this endeavor. Change the world? Jorah, hailing from the northern Bear Island. I trust you have heard tales of the White Walkers since your youth. Could it be, indeed, the servants of the Frost God have long concealed themselves in the distant north? The life of this world approaches its millennial conclusion. Are you suggesting that the White Walkers will once again descend upon us, akin to their assault 8,000 years ago? The foundational logic of this world is fundamentally flawed. Even with heroes akin to Azor Ahai to vanquish the army of the White Walkers, this world is destined to be engulfed in ashes. My lofty ambition is to restore completeness to this world. Restore completeness? Then I reiterate, this world does not belong to me alone. It requires the collective strength of many, and you shall aid me in gathering them. I understand, my lord, and I beg your pardon for my limited perspective. May I inquire, once I procure slaves, where should I send them? I am grateful for your trust, my lord. Send them to the Summer Isles. For there shall be someone to guide them back to Essos, to cultivate new lands and establish a home. Rest assured, my lord, though I have been stripped of my knighthood, I vow, in accordance with the knightly oath, to remain loyal to your charge and swiftly bring you as many people as possible. Fret not. This is not a matter to be resolved in a day or two. One must be prepared for a decade-long endeavor. Jorah spoke no further, but, upon the dragon's back, drew his sword and solemnly rendered a knightly salute to Euron in the distance. Euron nodded in satisfaction, gently patting the dragon beneath him, which understood the cue and altered its course, soaring southward toward the mountains. Observing Euron's retreating figure, Jorah hesitated no longer and endeavored to control the dragon beneath him. Though the sensation of commanding the dragon was peculiar, it proved unexpectedly as manageable as guiding a warhorse. the dragon beneath him ceased its circling, tilted to the left, and began veering northward. The dragons in the lower airspace, as if summoned by a leading sheep, also turned to follow Yora northward. As they flew northward into the afternoon, Yora's initial excitement and fervor began to wane, prompting him to contemplate his next course of action. Gazing down at the expanse, a vast landscape of yellow sands unfolded before him, but fortunately, the great river from whence he came served as a guide. He realized that at their current speed, they would reach the grasslands within a day's flight, where he could provide ample prey for the dragons following behind. Suddenly, a peculiar tremor resonated through the air behind him. Yora swiftly turned to investigate. Through the throng of dragons, he could still see the mountains on the horizon. Enormous columns of smoke began to rise into the sky from the mountains, and the number of these columns multiplied, with crimson embers dancing through the air. Yora understood that, at this distance, it was no mere spark. Rather, massive burning boulders were soaring aloft. The distant mountains appeared to transform into a series of active volcanoes, all commencing simultaneous eruptions. The vibrations permeating the air grew increasingly frequent and intense, prompting the dragon flock to exhibit signs of distress, accelerating their flight, and even surpassing the lead dragon of Jorah. Sensing the restlessness conveyed by the agitated body of the dragon beneath him, Jorah realized that a more significant upheaval was imminent. He no longer had the luxury to concern himself with the young adventurer. He suspected that these disturbances were somehow instigated by that individual. Indeed, following him had proven futile. The might of the heavens was beyond the capacity of a mere mortal like himself. As anticipated, the situation began to deteriorate further. Jorah clearly observed the yellow sands below undulating like ocean waves, with shockwaves sweeping across the land from behind him. The sight of the earth boiling like a seething cauldron stunned Jorah, leaving him instinctively mounted on his dragon, which instinctively accelerated northward. The tremendous roar persisted even into the night. The darkness enveloped the ground, yet Jorah understood that the situation below was likely still akin to boiling seawater. The mountains behind him, which ought to have been shrouded in the black of night, were instead illuminated by a blood-red glow, casting a surreal light across the sky. In this eerie crimson twilight, Jorah noticed several nearby dragons straining to fly forward, fully aware that some of them were nearing exhaustion. Yet, these formidable beasts dared not rest upon the ground. The wind rushing from behind was so swift that at times, Jorah felt as though he were being pulled backward rather than advancing. The turbulence of the air evoked a sensation akin to sailing through a storm. The struggle persisted through the night until the eastern horizon began to lighten, and the red glow that had occupied his rear began to recede. After a night of fatigue, Jorah felt somewhat disoriented as the rhythm of the dragon's wing beats grew less steady and powerful. He sensed the dragon gradually descending, gliding closer to the ground. Chapter 28. The shifting continent. The scorching sunlight illuminated the yellow sands, rousing Jorah from his slumber. The horrors of the previous night lingered in his mind as he emerged from beneath the vast wing membrane of the dragon he had named the Red Prophet. Feeling the astonishing warmth of the afternoon sun around him, several dragons were scattered across the riverbank, having been disturbed by last night's calamity. Jorah sensed that at least a third of the dragons had vanished from the flock. After a night of continuous flight, all the dragons lay exhausted upon the sandy earth, basking in the warmth bestowed by the sun. The southern sky remained shrouded in thick black smoke, the flames now extinguished, and the desert was eerily silent save for the gentle whisper of the breeze. After fetching water from the river to wash his face, Jorah leaned against the Red Prophet, pondering his next course of action. Though he had only ridden the dragon for a day, he felt an inexplicable bond with the magnificent crimson creature, and fragments of knowledge regarding dragons inexplicably surfaced in his mind, gently caressing the smooth scales and rough, keratinous protrusions of the Red Prophet. Jorah could distinctly sense the dragon's contentment as it basked in the warmth of the sun, relishing the safety it provided from potential dangers. Although he had never laid eyes on the secret nautical charts revered by the captain, he possessed a general understanding of the conditions of the summer sea. The nearest land from their landing point was the Summer Isles, but venturing north or east from there would span a considerable distance, likely beyond the dragon's stamina to traverse such vast waters in one flight. Furthermore, the dragon lacked the hunting prowess of the Valyrian dragons in the sea. Thus, the most prudent course lay along the coastline to the east, leading to the Morak Isles directly opposite the dragon's wings, and from there northward to Qyrs, representing the shortest singular flight distance while skillfully evading the treacherous, smoke-laden waters. Dragons are creatures of immense appetite, yet do not require frequent sustenance. Hence, after another night of rest, Jorah mounted the Red Prophet once more, guiding the dragonflight aloft. The dragon's speed far surpassed that of the sluggish crocodile swimming against the current, and after but one night's repose, the vast shadows of the rainforest emerged in Yora's sight. However, the atmosphere within the rainforest was stifling, while the dragon, as a top predator, indeed silenced the surroundings. Yora found the stillness of the rainforest unervingly profound. When he heeded the Red Prophet's request to disperse the dragonflight to hunt for food, the commotion of several dragons squabbling over a meal drew his attention. Navigating through a thicket, he stumbled upon a sparsely wooded clearing where several dragons were tearing apart the carcass of a gigantic elephant. Not far off, a colossal python, nearly the same size as the dragons, lay motionless beneath a tree. Yora observed cautiously from a distance, noting that the python appeared lifeless, yet curiously, he discerned no visible wounds upon it. Soaring above the treetops on the Red Prophet, he encountered numerous carcasses of massive creatures scattered throughout the forest. Even discovering the village of the native striped people devoid of life, with bodies strewn carelessly across the clearing. Realization dawned upon Yora. The young explorer's accounts were indeed accurate. The disturbances in the mountains at the continent's heart had begun to affect this area, resulting in widespread death as a consequence of the magical currents reversing. In truth, the changes on the continent of Essos were far more profound than what Count Bear Island had observed. The original Essos was a realm of chaotic magical currents, so tumultuous that even the formidable Valyrian Empire, adept in powerful blood magic, could not navigate its complexities nor successfully colonize it. While such a chaotic environment could give rise to formidable beings, the erratic magic also constrained their potential, limiting them to mere demigods of raw strength born from the abundant magical energy. Now, with Lyr reshaping the continent's magical flow through a singular manifestation, a stable cycle of arcane energy was established. This abrupt environmental shift instantaneously extinguished countless lives, yet simultaneously laid the groundwork for humanity's future colonization and flourishing in this land. After meticulously exploring the dense forest, Jorah discovered that not only large animals, but also a myriad of fearsome insects and certain plants were perishing in droves. Although he could not fathom why the dragon flock he led remained unscathed, he was acutely aware that this phenomenon was not merely a stroke of luck. However, the forest was not entirely devoid of life. During his aerial traverse, he witnessed solitary colossal beasts traversing the woods, presumably the fortunate ones spoken of by young adventurers. Upon spotting the ocean on the horizon while seated atop the Red Prophet, Jorah understood it was time to alter his course eastward. Despite the rarity of merchant vessels approaching the shores of Sorsoros, it was a misconception to believe the continent was entirely uninhabited. It was rumored that over 20 small outposts graced the northern coast, though they, along with the surrounding islands, had fallen under the dominion of pirates, resulting in a reportedly high mortality rate among the inhabitants. Jorah was uncertain whether these individuals could endure the calamity that had befallen the land, yet he was reluctant to reveal his presence to them. Before his arrival in Astapor, no one would suspect that this migrating flock of dragons belonged to a master. As he flew eastward, the transformation of the landscape validated his suspicions. Patches of yellowed areas, reminiscent of alopecia, began to emerge within the forest, indicating widespread death. Nevertheless, within the small outposts near the coastline, smoke rose steadily from cooking fires. It was evident that not all humans had survived. He discerned at least 2 locations bearing the scars of raging infernos, indicating that the sudden deaths had ignited something, leading to an uncontested conflagration that utterly consumed those places. Indeed, the continent of Sorsoros was vast. After several days of flight along the coastline, the rainforest beneath him continued to exhibit a half-dead appearance. After crossing remnants of bygone colonial ruins and several rivers, Jorah ascended to a higher altitude. At the edge of his vision, he discerned another verdant shadow upon the sea facing the cape, which he surmised to be the Morak Islands he had been seeking. Within the bustling taverns of Morak Harbor, sailors engaged in animated discussions about the recent sightings of vast flocks of flying dragons in the skies. These magnificent creatures, scientifically known as long-winged dragons, were rumored to be the basis upon which the Valyrian sorcerers crafted the Valyrian dragons through blood magic. Allegedly residing in the interior of Sorsoros, these long-winged dragons had seldom been seen until recently, when one evening the southern skies were illuminated by an eerie red hue, heralding the arrival of numerous dragons over the Morak Islands. Speculation arose that a significant upheaval had transpired on the continent of Sorsoros, potentially a monumental natural disaster akin to the volcanic eruption that once obliterated the Valyrian Empire, with these aerial beasts fleeing from the chaos. Others boasted of their intentions to hunt the possibly isolated dragons, oblivious to the true nature of these formidable creatures. Nonetheless, the wealthy in this world would undoubtedly pay handsomely for such beasts. Chapter 29. The slave trader. As Yora soared westward along the northern shores of the Summer Sea, the endless expanse of cerulean ocean lay to his left, while the crimson wasteland stretched to the horizon on his right. He was acutely aware that this maritime region constituted a vital thoroughfare, frequented by merchant vessels. However, he dared not venture into the arid red plains, which offered neither water nor sustenance, and he feared becoming disoriented. Yora Mormont intended to conceal his dragon flock amidst the mountains east of Astapor, where he hoped there would be sufficient game to temporarily nourish the dragons. He was no longer concerned about attracting intrepid adventurers. His activities in Astapor would inevitably draw attention. As the journey drew close to its destination, he grew increasingly adept at commanding the movements of his dragons, a skill he attributed to the influence of the formidable sorcerer. Though the dragons retained their fierce predatory instincts, they responded obediently to his inquiries. Strangely, he had unwittingly mastered an enigmatic language. Although he could not write, he could articulate words that conveyed their intended meanings. This very language enabled him to direct the actions of the entire dragon flock. At times, Yora pondered whether this language possessed an intrinsic magic, as the dragons seemed to comprehend it, even exhibiting a certain trepidation towards it. He could sense the emotions of his red prophet. When he commanded the other dragons using this peculiar tongue, he distinctly felt a wave of fear resonate in his ears. He had never encountered this language elsewhere, nor did he share the exploratory spirit of the scholars from the citadels. He merely marveled at how effortlessly it facilitated the command of his dragons. Throughout this nearly month-long journey, Yora also observed that his red prophet indeed lived up to its name, exhibiting a notable intelligence surpassing that of the other dragons. It could comprehend several of his commands and, at times, even manage the dragon flock on his behalf. This significantly alleviated Yora's anxiety regarding the myriad complications of the impending transaction. As the dragon flock soared high above, the distinctive red walls of Astapor became visible in the distance, and he had already devised a plan. He guided the dragons back toward the mountainous terrain in the northeast, delving several hundred miles into the rugged landscape. This untamed topography and dense woodland would likely deter any unwelcome visitors in the short term. In Yora's experience, seasoned hunters would require at least half a month to approach this secluded area. He entrusted the management of the dragon flock to the Red Prophet, ensuring they did not stray, and selected a dragon adorned with golden scales as his mount, leading 10 of the most formidable dragons southwestward. He understood that first impressions were crucial. Astapor was an ancient city with a history tracing back to the era of the Giscari Empire. It served as a colonial outpost in the Bay of Slaves, enduring the Valyrian conquest of the Giscari Empire, having never succumbed to the flames of the dragons. After Valyria's cataclysmic downfall, the Giscari reclaimed their independence, becoming one of the principal cities of the Bay of Slaves. The product of paramount advantage here is the Unsullied, a nearly unequivocally loyal cadre of warriors whom Yora deems as the foremost type of slave to procure. He is poised to amass considerable wealth and requires an unwaveringly loyal retinue to ensure the safety of both himself and the riches he bears. As the afternoon sun softens its fierce glare, the good masters of Astapor begin to stir from slumber, preparing to address the accumulation of matters that have piled up over the day before indulging in the vibrant nightlife that awaits them. Yet, today is destined to be a pivotal day, one that will alter the monotonous existence of Astapor's masters as colossal figures emerge on the eastern horizon, their forms glinting with a metallic sheen under the fading sunlight. The vigilant, unsullied sentinels swiftly discern the approaching flying behemoths and promptly relay the alarming news to the commander of the city's defenses, issuing a warning signal. However, the commander remains oblivious, having spent the night reveling with a fresh batch of bed slaves from Yunkai, including several novel innovations crafted by the Yunkai slavers, which has left him in a deep slumber, nestled between two enticing bodies. The city's defenses have long been entrusted to the Unsullied, ever since the legendary battle 400 years ago at the foot of Kohor, where 3,000 Unsullied vanquished tens of thousands of Dothraki cavalry, etching their mythos into history. Since then, no one has dared to believe that an attack on Astapor could ever transpire. The Unsullied's unwavering loyalty and tireless vigilance foster a collective confidence among the masters that the defenses are impenetrable. As the gigantic figures sweep over the city, even the immense pyramids find themselves shrouded in the shadows cast by these monstrous entities. A terrifying roar reverberates throughout the city, sending both free men and slaves alike scurrying for cover into whatever concealment they can find. The masters, in particular, tumble from the gardens atop the pyramids, seeking refuge in the lower chambers, hoping that the substantial stone structure will shield them from harm. Observing that his initial promotional efforts have achieved their purpose, Yora hastens to lead his dragon towards the eastern hills of Astapor. He commands his dragon to perch upon the summit, where the descending sun casts its rays upon its golden scales, illuminating the entire city with a blinding reflection. As the sun finally dips below the western horizon, a peculiar stillness envelopes Astapor this night. The Worm River, once vibrant with lights at nightfall, now remains devoid of pleasure boats filled with beautiful women and masters. The pyramids stand in darkness, and even the homes of common folk are bereft of the flicker of a single oil lamp. All eyes had witnessed the dragon perched atop the mountain before dusk. With the arrival of night, although the terrifying beasts are no longer visible, their ear-splitting roars continue to echo in the ears of those near the eastern city walls. A soft breeze carries the agonized cries of dying animals, presumably the sounds of the beasts devouring the cattle and sheep tended on the hillsides. Everyone is resolute in their desire not to incite those monsters with any light or sound, fearing an attack that could spell their doom. Thus, on this night, when the clamor of Astapor was momentarily hushed, a rare tranquility enveloped the city. Yet, amidst this serenity, slumber eluded all. Each individual consumed by their own thoughts, unable to find solace in sleep. Yora surveyed the city shrouded in darkness, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Though he lacked the acumen for trade, his experiences in warfare had bestowed upon him a keen insight into the psychological strategies that could dismantle an enemy's resolve. He believed that commerce should similarly adhere to this principle. Prior to engaging in direct confrontation, it was paramount to instill profound psychological pressure upon one's adversaries, thereby undermining their morale and rendering their formations vulnerable during battle. The former Count of Bear Island was confident that the Moros transaction would unfold smoothly and pleasantly. Chapter 30, The Slave Trader, Part 2. As the sun ascended over the mountains beyond Astapor, its rays illuminated a golden figure, serving as a stark reminder to the city's lords that the threat still loomed. While they anxiously deliberated on how to counter what appeared to be a nest of ferocious beasts settling nearby, a servant respectfully entered the chamber to report, "My lords, the golden dragon has descended the mountain alone, bearing a knight who seems to wish to communicate." "Oh, these creatures are indeed under human control. What might the knight have to say?" One servant, hesitant to presume and disturb the nobleman, refrained from inquiring further. One of the lords, presumably the master of the slave, thundered in anger, "You foolish coward, go fetch my palanquin to welcome that formidable knight. Remember to invite him into the city with the utmost respect, and extend the grandest hospitality in my pyramid garden. Do you understand?" The other lords refrained from pointing out his own cowardice in not daring to greet the knight personally, for they too were apprehensive. However, if this powerful knight, capable of commanding multiple dragons, were to enter the city alone, they believed they should seize the opportunity to entertain him. Thus, the lords began to quarrel over who would host the night, ultimately leading to the illustrious Grasden family claiming the honor, as they possessed the grandest pyramid in all of Astapor. Yura sat atop the golden dragon, awaiting nearly an entire morning, fully aware that the city would debate his reception, yet he was astonished by the protracted delay of these decrepit slave masters. Upon witnessing the opulent palanquin and a procession of exquisitely garbed maidens bearing an array of delicacies emerging from the barely opened city gate, he recognized that he had already achieved half of his goal. Perched high upon the dragon, Yora awaited the approaching entourage. As the leading middle-aged man caught sight of Yora's composed demeanor, he hastened forward several steps and respectfully saluted the dragon-riding knight, inquiring, "Great Dragon Knight, may I ask the purpose of your visit to Astapor?" "I have come to the slave bay, of course, to purchase slaves." "Ah, indeed. The esteemed lords of Astapor would surely welcome your presence in their pursuit of slaves." Naturally, these noble gentlemen wished to extend an invitation to the powerful knights, hoping they might grace the magnificent pyramids of the great lords with their presence. "So, might you not be one of those lords?" "I beg your pardon, my lord. I am merely a loyal servant to one of the noble gentlemen. However, the esteemed lords of the city are eager to welcome you and have prepared a grand banquet in the tallest, most opulent pyramid to honor your arrival." "Is that so? Very well, I shall make my way there." "Ah, my lord, my lord." The middle-aged man hastily raised both hands to signal Yora, who was preparing to take flight on the colossal dragon. "What is it?" "To speak candidly, my lord, your mount is far too imposing. The pyramid lacks sufficient space for it to land. We have brought forth the most soft and comfortable palanquin for your use." Observing the timidity of the lords in the city, Yora chuckled heartily and, gliding down the extended wings of his dragon, seated himself in the palanquin without further ado. He accepted a crystal cup of sweet red wine from a waiting maid, savored a sip, and nodded to signify their departure. The middle-aged man sighed in relief and promptly signaled the bearers to commence their journey, standing respectfully at the side of the palanquin. As the procession neared the city gates, the golden dragon, which had been lying motionless, suddenly took to the skies. The other dragons, formerly basking in the sun upon the mountain, leaped into the air. The middle-aged man, feeling a twinge of anxiety, quickly inquired of Yora, who was enjoying his wine in the palanquin, about his mount. Worry not. They shall merely circle above and will not disturb the esteemed lords of the city. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he gazed at the dragons soaring overhead, the middle-aged man hastily signaled a young attendant following him to rush ahead and deliver the news. Soon, chaos ensued in the city, yet as the gates officially opened, 2 rows of unsullied stood at attention, creating a grand welcoming display, and the thoroughfare beyond the gates fell silent. Passers-by and residents hid along the sides of the road, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the one capable of taming such fearsome beasts of the sky. Amidst the countless inquisitive gazes, Yora reclined comfortably in the palanquin, relishing the fine wine that once would have required all his savings to acquire. He realized that his life had reached a new juncture, as that formidable sorcerer could bestow upon him unimaginable riches. If he performed his duties well, bringing sufficient numbers to that noble lord, he might even have the opportunity to learn powerful magic and become a force akin to him. With such formidable power, he could hardly believe that the noble lord would confine himself to the desolate lands of Essos or the summer isles at the world's edge. Rather, with a little encouragement, he might even ignite ambitions of conquering the continent of Westeros. At that moment, one could envision becoming among the first to follow this esteemed individual, contemplating not merely the restoration of the Earl of Bear Island's title and honor, but perhaps even securing a marquisate or duchy in a prosperous southern land, or even the guardianship of an entire realm. As dreams of a splendid future unfolded, the soft palanquin gently swayed toward the heart of the city, beneath the towering pyramid. Although the pyramid stood impressively tall, the benevolent lords never seemed troubled by the exertion of ascent. Yora felt as if he were being lifted into the heavens, akin to riding on clouds. Before his flight atop a dragon, he had not comprehended the rationale behind constructing such lofty abodes. Yet, he now grasped the Lord's sentiments. This perspective from above imparted a sense of divinity, as though he had transcended the mundane world. Accompanying him was a middle-aged man, who, through careful flattery, had discreetly ascertained Yora's circumstances, while a young man nearby relayed information to the pyramid. Yora saw no reason to impede this exchange. Through their conversation, he gleaned insights into the situation in Astapor. As he suspected, the slave masters here were hardly a monolithic entity. Disagreements among the lords could prove beneficial, allowing for a more advantageous position in subsequent negotiations. Of course, the former Earl of Bear Island, freshly removed from the battlefield, understood the necessity of aligning with as many factions as possible to retain the upper hand, much like the alliance of the wolf, deer, fish, and eagle that had vanquished the once solitary Targaryen lineage. Chapter 31. The Slave Trader, Part 3. The lords of Astapor had developed a character marked by arrogance and hubris. Since the fall of Valyria, these remnants of the Giscari Empire had regained their independence. However, the 3 cities of the Slaver Bay and New Guise had not united into an empire, but remained independent city-states. The lords, relying on the absolute safety provided by the Unsullied, believed they were free from any concerns, content to indulge in life's pleasures. Consequently, they looked down upon all outsiders, dismissing even those patrons who could bring them wealth. Yet, the soaring dragons in the sky stirred the dormant fears embedded in their very blood. Although some high-ranking slaves speculated that these aerial creatures hailed from the depths of Essos rather than Valyria's dragons and would not unleash deadly flames, the lords remained filled with trepidation. Fortuitously, the Westerosi named Yora had no intentions of conquering their land. Instead, he accepted their invitation. Upon his arrival at the base of the pyramid, they heeded the scholars' counsel and promptly offered salt and bread. Only after confirming that this Westerosi was willing to abide by their ancient custom of guest right did the lords anxiously gather in the garden atop the pyramid, ready to welcome their distinguished guest. After all, the sun had begun its descent, and the few colorful figures spiraling high above loomed large, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure, as if they might swoop down at any moment to seize and consume them. With such a mindset, when Yora entered the vast garden, adorned with an array of exquisite flowers and embellished decorations, he was greeted by a group of polite and courteous noble lords, clad in resplendent togas made of fine silk. They exuded a sweet aroma of spices, accompanied by loyal and innocent retainers and enchanting maidens. As Yura stepped into the banquet, he felt as though he had entered paradise. To be frank, he began to understand Lisa. Coming from the affluent Hightower family, she must indulge in such lavish feasts daily, while he, even if he were to squander his entire family's fortune, could scarcely afford one such gathering. Though Yura was unfamiliar with Valyrian, with the diligent assistance of a perceptive translating slave, he began to toast with each noble. The atmosphere of the banquet soon lightened and became joyous. It quickly became apparent to the nobles that Yura's purpose was the procurement of slaves. It remained uncertain whether the Westerosi, traditionally opposed to slavery due to their faith in the Seven, had indeed changed their stance. Upon learning that Yura intended to pay with dragons, the nobles became even more exhilarated at the prospect of becoming figures akin to the ancient Valyrian dragon lords, a notion that held immense allure for them. With mutual intentions now clear, neither party rushed into haggling. Yura reveled in the exquisite wines, delectable dishes, and captivating beauties. The nobles, too, were in no haste. If Yura were to become enraptured by the indulgences, it would certainly aid in their subsequent bargaining. Naturally, the astute nobles did not believe that Yura alone could tame these ferocious dragons. He was evidently merely an agent standing before them. When dealing with such formidable and enigmatic forces, one could not engage in a mere one-time transaction. Only a fool would do so. Until they had thoroughly investigated Yura and those behind him, no one would act impulsively. As the wine flowed, Yura inadvertently recounted some experiences from months prior. Upon hearing of a powerful sorcerer behind him, the nobles, aware of the terrifying rumors surrounding the witches of Ass High, were further convinced of their decision. After establishing a preliminary trust and understanding, Yura, at the noble's request, made a concession. He waved his hand towards the dragons in the sky and pointed to the mountain to the east of the city. The dragons seemed to acknowledge Yura's command, emitting a cry before flying out of the city and landing on the mountaintop from the previous night. Very well, noble lords. Please send someone to provide these magnificent creatures with some meat, preferably live. Rest assured, I have given my orders. They will not harm humans. Haha, indeed. Lord Yura is impressive. How do you command these beautiful beasts? Ah, it is the divine power bestowed by that esteemed lord. It is a professional gift, known as the Dragon Rider's ability. Oh, then how shall we control these giants once our transaction is complete? Haha, do not worry. I will teach you the language of the dragons to assist you in commanding these flying beasts. Moreover, akin to the most coveted artifact, the Pure Ones, the dragon also possesses its own token. In due time, you may command the mighty dragon as one with the Pure Ones. Ah, how wondrous it is. Igniting an irresistible longing for that day, Yura soon succumbed to the tender embrace of fine wine and enchanting maidens. This sentimental man from the north appeared to have undergone a transformation, relinquishing his deep affections for the goddess and immersing himself in unrestrained indulgence, struggling to suppress his impulses. Shrouded in mystery, he dared not pen a word. Yura's descent into recklessness is comprehensible, having just been betrayed by the goddess and experienced a series of exhilarating events, personally slaying the goddess and losing everything he held dear. Following a peculiar adventure, he suddenly found himself in possession of unimaginable wealth. With the prospect of ascending the heights of power once more, a shift in temperament is only human. On that afternoon, as the sun cast its golden rays upon the mountaintops, the resting dragon reflected a kaleidoscope of colors. Eager lords and inquisitive commoners had already ascended the eastern ramparts or other nearby vantage points to gaze upon the spectacle. To speak frankly, the lords were indifferent to the fates of the slaves delivering provisions. Rather, they preferred the gruesome sight of these ferocious beasts tearing apart the wretched slaves. They had grown weary of the grotesque games in the arena, desperately craving more thrilling and violent spectacles to satiate their empty souls. Some impatient lords had begun to concoct plans for blood-soaked performances in the arena following their acquisition of the dragon. Soon, a herd of goats was driven up the mountain by dozens of slaves. The lord orchestrating this event had even arranged for a multitude of shepherds to incite excitement, hoping the fearsome dragons would indiscriminately hunt their own kind. To further test the dragon's combat prowess, he dispatched a squad of robust slave gladiators to escort the herd. The goats, trembling in the presence of the dragon's might, hesitated at the mountain's base, refusing to advance, even as the shepherds lashed them with whips. Ultimately, additional slaves were required to carry the nearly unconscious goats up the slope. Chapter 32, The Slave Trader, Part 4. As the group neared the summit, the dragons simultaneously turned their massive heads, their regal, slit pupils fixated upon the gathering. A slight parting of their jaws revealed a row of dagger-like teeth, and a crimson tongue flicked out as their nostrils flared, seemingly savoring the fear emanating from the air. Not to mention the ordinary slaves. Even the self-proclaimed brave gladiators clutched their weapons tightly, struggling to suppress the urge to flee. Prior to their departure, the lords had promised to incite these beasts into attacking humans. Perhaps they were curious to witness the dragon's ferocity, or perhaps they were merely bored, seeking a display of blood and violence. Although one's family is under the dominion of the benevolent lord, who has promised numerous advantages, the reality of the situation renders them powerless in the face of the menacing dragon, its every detail vividly discernible. No one dares to provoke these formidable beasts. The slaves, mustering their courage, placed the goats on a gentle slope not far from the mountain's summit. The goats, paralyzed by fear, could not even emit a bleat. Some had succumbed entirely to unconsciousness. As the onlookers released the goats, the largest golden dragon, the very one that Jorah had ridden, extended its neck and began to descend from the peak with the stealth of a hunting cheetah preparing to strike. Witnessing the dragon's movement, the crowd dared not linger, scrambling down the slope in a frantic escape. Behind them, the sound of roars echoed as the dragon lunged into the goat herd, voraciously devouring the incapacitated animals. Upon the city walls, the lords gathered around a servant holding a telescope, observing the gruesome spectacle of slaughter unfolding atop the mountain. Some dragons engaged in fierce competition, even tearing apart a goat while eliciting gasps of horror from the spectators. Although the timid slaves had not executed their orders, the performance of these magnificent beasts satisfied the lords. In light of their good spirits, they decided to grant the slaves a reprieve, intending to have them face these giants in the arena alongside their prized champions. Jorah awoke amidst a tangle of bodies, reflecting on the previous night's indulgences with a hint of absurdity. The emotions he had suppressed for months had erupted, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. As the servant entered respectfully to attend to Jorah, he realized that this experience was unlike anything the former count had ever known. Upon arriving at the dining hall for a sumptuous breakfast, Jorah noticed the absence of any lords. Pondering their absence, a serving slave informed him that the lords of Astapor typically rose in the afternoon, and it was still quite early. Gazing at the lavish spread before him, Jorah found himself at a loss for words. Ah, yes, I must take a stroll through the city later and perhaps find an inn to stay at. It would be inappropriate to impose on Lord Glasden for too long, especially since I intend to remain in Astapor for a while. Of course, my lord. But I believe my master would not mind your presence. On the contrary, it is an honor for my lord to have you as a guest. Haha, you are quite the charmer, but no, I prefer to stay alone. Please extend my gratitude to your master. As you wish, my lord. As noon approached, Jorah walked along the streets of Astapor, an ancient city where the red brick roads beneath his feet bore the marks of time. It was no wonder that the pampered lords preferred to rise in the afternoon. The harsh sunlight of Astapor was ill-suited for outdoor activities at midday, and the lords, untroubled by the need for light, found the cooler evenings and nights to be the most favorable for their pursuits. Under the guidance of the slave from the Glasden household, Jorah embarked on a brief exploration of the city of Astapor and chose to reside in one of its most opulent inns. The middle-aged slave from the Glasden family, evidently authorized by his master, approached the innkeeper directly, securing the entire establishment for Jorah's use. He conveyed that Sir Jorah could stay for as long as he desired, with all expenses to be covered by the esteemed Glasden lord. After expressing his gratitude to the man on behalf of his master, Jorah declined the invitation to attend the banquet that evening, opting instead for a restful night. He requested that the man convey his hope to convene with the lords of the city the following evening to discuss potential transactions. Jorah, however, overestimated the efficiency and unity of these lords, as the subsequent meeting the next day proved unsuccessful, devolving instead into a fruitless feast. It became evident that the number of dragons Jorah had brought was insufficient. All the lords aspired to possess a dragon for themselves, unwilling to fall behind others. Even when Jorah indicated he could provide more dragons in the future, the issues of pricing and equitable distribution of the existing dragons remained unresolved. Without engaging in numerous clandestine negotiations, reaching an agreement would be implausible. If Jorah aimed to maximize his profits, there was no need for haste. Allowing the lords to compete for prestige would be advantageous. Yet, within a few days, Jorah discerned that this process might extend excessively long, potentially jeopardizing the fundamental objectives of the powerful wizard. He vividly recalled that this enigmatic sorcerer desired to amass a considerable population as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, the conspicuous nature of Jorah's actions in Astapor had unintended consequences. The dragons circling above the city drew widespread attention. Surrounding city-states learned of the developments. Whether motivated by the rivalry among lords, the desire to prevent an imbalance of power, or the fear of regional instability resulting from an increase in strength, representatives from various city-states, each with their own agendas, began to arrive in Astapor, seeking to engage with Jorah Mormont. Initially, the lords endeavored to impede these envoys from meeting Jorah, but the pressure from various cities intensified, compelling even the seemingly invincible lords to relent and permit the envoys to have an audience with Jorah. Ultimately, Jorah declared that he would return to Astapor in a month with 500 dragons and host an auction. He stipulated that those wishing to trade must bring an adequate number of slaves, with any type of slave acceptable for valuation. Of course, warriors, scholars, craftsmen, and fertile women held the highest worth, while elderly individuals and children could also be included. He required slaves and insisted that sellers provide sufficient sea vessels and sailors, along with a 6-month supply of provisions and agricultural tools for all the slaves. Chapter 33. Internal trade. Jorah's expectations were overly simplistic. He believed he had brought the most valuable goods that would secure the exchange for those in need. However, the intricate relationships among the cities of the Slave Bay began to disrupt the smooth flow of trade, as each city harbored different ambitions. The noble lords of Astapor found themselves indulging in the thrill of controlling dragons, relishing the sensation of their former overlords, the formidable Valyrians. The wise lords of Yunkai and the great masters of Meereen, concerned about their own reputations, sought to emulate the power displayed by their counterparts in Astapor. This was not only a matter of showcasing their own strength and asserting their status as prominent slave traders, but also a means to signal their financial robustness to enhance their bargaining position. The situation in New Guise was even more complex. As self-proclaimed heirs to the legacy of the Old Guise Empire, they harbored ambitions of unifying the Slave Bay and restoring the Empire's former glory. The recently emerged dragons, undeniably powerful war machines, particularly given their substantial numbers and the prospect of continued supply, fueled their desires. Moreover, to preemptively mitigate resistance from potential future conquests, they felt compelled to secure as many dragons as possible. On the opposite shore of the Slave Bay, the cities of Materis, Illyria, and Tolos faced a more pressing urgency. Their long-standing discord, coupled with their proximity, fostered ambitions of annexation. An arms race had become the prevailing tone among the three cities. The rulers of Materis believed their ties to the Valyrian Empire positioned them as the rightful successors, convinced that they could inherit the Empire's mantle. Thus, securing a symbolic dragon was imperative, even if it could not breathe fire. Soon, the idea of a public auction was swiftly curtailed, as the rulers of the city-states began to privately negotiate the proportions they could allocate. If Lyre were present, he would surely observe that their negotiations bore the semblance of the Washington Naval Treaty. Each faction lacked the confidence to dominate alone and felt ill-equipped to confront the united pressure from the others, with neither side prepared for immediate conflict, whether psychologically or materially. Consequently, a compromise that maintained a delicate balance among the factions emerged as the most prudent choice. Initially, Astapor, Yunkai, and Meereen aimed to distribute the dragons in a ratio of 1-1-1. However, with the inclusion of New Guise, this evolved into a 1-1-1-2 allocation. Although New Guise lacked the financial clout of the slave masters from the Slave Bay, their political ruling group was relatively stable, with fewer core members and greater authority. Furthermore, their Iron Legion was considered elite and directly commanded by the New Guise government, unlike Astapor's Unsullied, which were controlled by numerous noble lords, or the fragmented defense forces of Yunkai and Meereen. Thus, New Guise emerged with a favorable position in the negotiations, capable of securing twice as many dragons as any single city. However, the three cities of the Slave Bay recognized New Guise's ambitions and understood the necessity of uniting against them. Consequently, they banded together to demand that their total allocation of dragons exceed that of New Guise, ensuring an advantage should conflict arise. Subsequently, as the representatives of Doralos arrived first, the ratio shifted to 1-1-1-205. The Doralos delegates became acutely aware of the aggressive nature of New Guise, yet their primary concern lay with the other two cities nearby. However, due to their limited financial resources, they were compelled to adopt a conservative strategy. Shortly thereafter, the representatives from Elia and Materis entered the negotiations, further complicating matters. While Elia and Doralos were wary of one another, they also had to remain vigilant against the demons of Materis, who sought to annex the former Valyrian colonies. Materis, claiming to be the legitimate heir of the Valyrian Empire, could not tolerate any power-possessing dragons that surpassed their own. The three cities were also aware of the ambitions harbored by the new GI's empire at the slave bay's exit, thus taking precautions. Ultimately, the negotiated ratio concluded as 11, 115, 075, 07515. Under considerable pressure, the new GI's empire was forced to concede a reduced share, while the Materis representatives, despite their two-headed delegation, failed to intimidate the other delegates and ended up with the same treatment as new GIs. Elia and Doralos, though possessing the smallest shares, combined their strengths sufficiently to contend with any opposing party. Each faction reached an outcome that, though unsatisfactory, did not allow any party to perceive an advantage over the others. However, through mutual concessions, Yora's initial notion of a winner-takes-all scenario could not materialize. Yet, to avoid offending a significant patron and to secure future supplies, all parties agreed to a rate of 800 unsullied or other equivalent slaves for a single dragon. It is noteworthy that in the original narrative, Daenerys exchanged a single juvenile dragon for 8,000 unsullied, nearly half of whom were semi-finished products. Yet, these non-fire-breathing dragons were fully grown and capable of obeying their handlers. At this juncture, no one believed they had suffered a genuine loss. Yora, at the very least, accomplished his task, securing nearly 1.5 million slaves. Such a vast number of slaves could not be produced at once, even by the three cities controlling the entire continental slave trade center at the slave bay. Each faction committed to delivering these slaves within 2 years, including the transportation and requisite supplies for land cultivation as requested by Yora. Among these slaves were 10,000 unsullied or semi-finished unsullied, 50,000 various skilled artisans, physicians, scribes, accountants, sailors, scholars, and junior officers. The remaining slaves were evenly divided between men and women. Yora believed that even if the slave masters attempted to substitute inferior goods, delivering in excess of the elderly, sick, or disabled, securing just 30% would suffice to meet the demands of that great sorcerer. Furthermore, he left a promise, assuring that once each party delivered the agreed-upon slaves to the Summer Isles, he would return in 2 years with 1,000 dragons to satisfy the needs of all factions. After lingering in the slave bay for nearly half a year and instructing various personnel on the rudimentary dragon tongue to control dragon movements, Yora led the first fleet carrying slaves back to the Summer Isles, standing at the bow of the ship. Gazing at the sun as it gracefully descends into the tranquil summer sea, Jorla caresses his burgeoning belly. The indulgent lifestyle of the past 6 months has wrought significant changes upon him. Reflecting on the fleet that nearly occupies the entire expanse of the ocean, he observes the slaves, shackled and toiling on the deck. The former Count of Bear Island suddenly awakens to the realization that he has been exiled for selling a few poachers who trespassed upon his domain, and he finds himself having strayed too far down the path of the slave trader. Has he also drifted too far from his honor and beliefs? Yet, recalling the crimson glow that filled the sky that fateful evening, and the afternoon when the earth simmered like boiling water, he feels a renewed sense of determination. Though his methods may be despicable, he believes he is rescuing these wretched souls from their plight, an act of true nobility. Unlike the hypocritical laws upheld by the so-called Duke of the North, more importantly, he is fulfilling the task of that great lord, who embodies his hope of returning to Westeros with honor. Chapter 34. The Rebellion of the Summer Isles, Part 1, Jalabasser. The Prince of the Red Flower Valley in the Summer Isles finds his father in the twilight of his years, and he believes he shall soon inherit the weighty responsibilities of leadership, guiding the Red Flower Valley toward a luminous future. The people of the Summer Isles have endured years of oppression. Since the rise of Valyria, the tall, strong, and astute islanders have become a prime source of slaves. After nearly a century of battling slave catchers, the Summer Isles finally achieved victory. However, the cost of that victory was steep. The loss of life was but a minor concern compared to the disunity that plagued the various factions, leading to a complete fragmentation rather than the hoped-for unification. This division is inextricably linked to the history of tribes selling their captives to slavers. The animosity between tribes is as fierce as that against the slavers themselves. Ultimately, deeply integrated into the global trade cycle, the Summer Isles have seen many of their youth yearning for the outside world. Half have become marauding pirates terrorizing the summer sea, while the other half serve as archers and sailors on merchant vessels traversing these waters. Those who shy away from the perils of adventure rely on the isle's favorable climate to cultivate various spices, trading them for the tools and minerals they lack. Yet, the Summer Isles remain divided, prosperous yet vulnerable. The prince fears that one day, conquerors from the mainland will cast their gaze upon the Summer Isles. These savage invaders will come armed with superior weaponry, bringing slaughter and devastation. At that time, his people will face nothing but eternal subjugation. To confront this impending crisis, only through unifying the strength of the entire archipelago, merging the islands into a singular nation, can he hope to forge resilience. Initially, this notion was but a vague aspiration of youthful zeal, yet the arrival of a woman gradually crystallizes the young prince's ambition. She is the daughter of a wealthy merchant who has found herself marooned here, possessing exquisite and beautiful silver-golden hair, a hallmark of noble Valyrian lineage, clearly indicating her elevated heritage. Upon her arrival on the island, she did not succumb to the fate that befalls many young women, descending into a life of debauchery. In the vibrant summer archipelago, where society does not scorn courtesans, viewing their remarkable skills as vital conduits to the divine, this girl evidently harbored grand aspirations. She boldly approached the palace of the Red Blossom Valley, articulating her ambitions to the prince's father and seeking a loan. She pledged to bring unimaginable prosperity to Red Blossom Valley within 5 years, promising to repay the borrowed funds. Although the elderly father dismissed her proposal, the remarkable Mrs. Salavagarl captured the heart of Prince Jalabathar with her confidence and intellect. Enchanted by her beauty and wisdom, the prince found clarity in his own aspirations while listening to her tales of the Valyrian dragon lords who once ruled the world. However, ambition without means is futile. As his father aged, the entire Red Blossom Valley seemed to languish in his twilight. Time was not a luxury he could afford. Action was imperative. Thus, he entrusted his entire personal fortune to Mrs. Salavagarl, allowing her the freedom to act, assuring her of his protection. The gentleness in her gaze softened his heart, and her strategies did not disappoint. Soon, she utilized his investment to establish a trading company, recruiting accountants and managers from the free trade city-states of Pentos, Lys, and Bravos. Employing local, astute youths, the company forged agreements with the farmers of Red Blossom Valley, providing them with advance payments to expand their spice cultivation. In turn, the company secured loans from Bravos' Iron Bank against their spices and began constructing a grand port near the estuary of the Eastern River on Zalar Island. As the port began to flourish, they attracted merchant ships from various city-states through subsidies. Before long, the port of Red Blossom Valley thrived, earning the prince commendations from his father for his governance. Yet, increasing the wealth of Red Blossom Valley was not the prince's ultimate aim, nor was it the final vision that Mrs. Salavagarl had painted for him. He sought to assemble his own formidable army to embark on a campaign to conquer the entire summer archipelago. Yet his aging father refused to relinquish power. The commanders of the royal guard and the tribal forces turned down his olive branch. These foolish, antiquated noble bureaucrats remained oblivious to who would shape the future. They failed to grasp where the truth lay. Gazing upon the increasingly prosperous port, and reflecting on Mrs. Salavagarl's counsel, Prince Jalabathar grew increasingly anxious. As she had warned, this wealth was akin to a captivating beauty traversing a chaotic slum, unguarded by valiant knights, making her perpetually vulnerable to the predations of malefactors. For such beauty to safeguard itself, it must either find its knight or don armor and wield a sword. The delicate skin may endure abrasions from the cold, hard armor. Yet such sacrifices are worthwhile. Indeed, for a greater purpose, certain costs are justified. The prince resolved to turn and walk towards a building, a summer residence constructed by Lady Scylla for him at the inception of the port, a place where he could gather remarkable talents visiting from afar. Initially, the prince perceived this residence as an ideal venue for romantic rendezvous with Miss Scylla. However, as the port flourished and his ambitions swelled, the enchanting Miss Scylla transformed into the astute Lady Scylla. The prince temporarily subdued his impulses to pursue the beautiful lady, recognizing that only the king of the Summer Isles was worthy of a woman so lovely and wise. He vowed to match her grace with great deeds. Thus, this residence became the headquarters for all his schemes. Upon entering the abode, where his loyal guards stood vigilant, he summoned his trusted confidant to orchestrate his plans. He had resolved to employ the ultimate means, albeit somewhat shadowy, yet he believed that as long as his intentions were just, the gods would pardon him. 2 months prior, through the prince's diligent efforts, the old king had consented to bolster the port's defenses and approved the prince's proposal to hire mercenary troops to enhance security. Today marked the arrival of the mercenary vessels. Swift ships had already docked, and the prince received confirmation that 2 bands of mercenaries would arrive before sunset. Time was of the essence. He could no longer afford to entangle himself with decaying bureaucrats and nobles, nor could he tolerate the priests who impeded his actions in the name of the gods, as they merely squandered the sacrifices offered by the people. Moreover, he lamented his aging father, wishing for his soul to find peace. "Father," he thought, You are no longer suited for this era. Allow me to lead the Valley of Red Flowers towards the path of unification for the Summer Isles. Chapter 35. The Turmoil of the Summer Isles, Part 2. From the palace's high platform, the aged king gazed upon the port at the river's mouth. The lights of the nighttime harbor twinkled like stars, evidence of the prince's effective governance, which indeed promoted the kingdom's economic growth. Yet, the prince remained too youthful, viewing matters through a simplistic lens, failing to grasp that some issues are not so easily resolved, nor can they be addressed overnight. The old king murmured to himself, Jalaba, my time to give you guidance is dwindling. It is indeed a source of regret. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He believed he was alone. Yet a voice spoke from behind him. He yearned to turn and see who was there, to call for the guards outside. However, he found himself devoid of strength to turn or summon a sound from his throat. A sharp blade pierced his chest. Blood began to fill his lungs, and crimson life force surged forth from his mouth. Jalaba, my child, you remain too young. The desire for achievement has blinded your eyes. May the gods protect you. This night was destined to become a long slumber for many, as flames and cries of battle became the theme of the evening. Civilians trembled in their homes, praying to the gods that the bloodthirsty soldiers would overlook their modest means. The noble class is far from tranquil, even families that have not been directly attacked, including those who have long participated in the prince's scheme, have gathered their servants, armed them, and prepared to confront the chaos that invades their realm. As the morning light pierces through the remnants of smoke, warming the earth, everything has settled into silence, with mercenaries congregating in groups, boasting of their spoils from the night before. The prince strides through the somewhat disordered streets, accompanied by a retinue of guards, while his companion, Scylla, appears troubled and indecisive. Jalabasar, ever perceptive to the emotions of his beloved, inquires with concern, Scylla, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Your Highness, is this truly the right course of action? These acts of slaughter and cruelty, this bloodshed should not tarnish your honor. No, Scylla, do not speak thus. I understand your concern, yet we have grander ambitions to fulfill. We cannot allow antiquated notions to hinder our progress. I merely worry for you, Your Highness. The burden you bear is immense. No, Scylla. Only those worthy of such responsibility deserve your affection. Trust in me. I shall place a crown upon your head. Your Highness. The two share a heartfelt gaze amidst the lingering haze of battle. The serenity of the Summer Isles has been disrupted as Jalabasar, the newly appointed Lord of Red Flower Valley, ignites the flames of war. The new king's forces unexpectedly abandoned the traditional maritime routes commonly employed in island warfare, leading an elite army composed of mercenaries and loyal troops, equipped with fine imports from Kohor, over the central mountains of Zala Island, and launching a surprise attack on Tana Town from behind. Upon swiftly seizing control of the entire Zala Island, Jalabasar's reputation soars. He begins to exploit the island's abundant timber resources to expand his fleet further while continuing to enlist soldiers on a grand scale. Although Zala Island is the largest of the three main islands in the Summer Isles, it possesses the smallest population, with half of the populace residing on the northernmost Valano Island. However, a larger population does not necessarily equate to greater strength, as the towns of Last Lament, Lotus Harbor, and Tall Tree Town exist independently, harboring mutual animosities that prevent any unification of their powers. Jalabasar does not rush to assault the heavily populated Valano Island and Auburnloo Island. Instead, after initiating the preliminary expansion of his fleet, he begins to conquer the various peripheral isles of the Summer Isles. Once these smaller islands have been claimed one by one, Jalabasar's fleet commences a blockade of the entire coastline of the Summer Isles, forcing all foreign merchant ships to trade at the new port outside of Red Flower Valley. He heeds Scylla's advice to simultaneously blockade the other two main islands, aiming to undermine their wealth derived from the spice trade and prevent them from acquiring external military support. The Summer Isles lack mineral resources and thus rely heavily on imported military supplies. At the same time, this strategy could lure enemy fleets out for a decisive confrontation. By monopolizing the spice trade of the Summer Isles, Jalabasar's fleet and soldiers will grow increasingly formidable. As the balance of power shifts, the day will inevitably arrive when the new king can effortlessly seize the entirety of the Summer Isles. The strategic endeavors proceeded smoothly. As early as the establishment of the new port, Jalaba heeded the Council of Sira, recruiting shipwrights and introducing the advanced technologies of Essos, thereby inaugurating a shipyard and stockpiling timber. Consequently, his fleet became an unstoppable force in the Summer Isles, swiftly gaining dominion over the entire maritime expanse. The burgeoning strength not only fortified Jalaba's power, but also amplified his ambitions. He aspired not only to seize the secular authority of the entire Summer Isles, but also to ascend as a deity in the hearts of its people. As he vowed to embark on his campaign from the new port, the remaining idols and wooden effigies of the gods on Zala Island were heaped into a colossal pyre. When the flames roared to life, accompanied by the shrieks and curses of the priests, Jalaba proclaimed to the populace of the island with his sword in hand that he was the one true god of the Summer Isles. Brutal warfare first erupted on Aobunlu Island, where over half of Jalaba's troops consisted of mercenaries recruited from the continent of Essos, who were wholly indifferent to the reasons for their slaughter. Their only motivations lay in acquiring greater bounty and plunder, relishing in the destruction and incineration of sacred sites. In no time, the islands were engulfed in a violent and bloody massacre, with the flames consuming idols and priests alike. It seemed as though the gods had forsaken their people. No amount of prayer could halt the relentless tide of death. When Korra led his fleet to the waters off Lizard's Head, the situation in the Summer Isles had transformed drastically since his departure over half a year ago. As he left the last Lament City, news of Prince Jalaba's unification of Zala Island had just begun to circulate. Yet, as he gazed toward the easternmost isle of the Summer Isles, he remained unaware that Jalaba's grand army was besieging the last Lament City. As the blood-red sun sank beneath the horizon, Korra pondered where he would ultimately dock. According to the captain's account, the nearest new port was a vibrant harbor recently developed. While the three city-states on the northern Velano Island had been thriving for a longer span and possessed greater capacity. Lord Korra, it appears you have lived up to my expectations. Startled, Korra turned abruptly to find a figure clad in a flowing robe inexplicably appearing before him. The familiar visage radiated an aura that felt utterly distinct, as if he were both human and something beyond humanity, exuding an otherworldly presence. Ah, do not be alarmed. Sir Korra Molman. You may call me Lear. Early was merely a mere manifestation of my being. Korra was perplexed by the notion of a manifestation. Perhaps a guise of identity. Chapter 36. The Uprising of the Summer Isles. Part 3. Korra regarded the enigmatic sorcerer with increasing reverence. My lord, do you have any commands? Lead the fleet to the new port. There, a Lady Sira will receive these individuals. Yes, my lord. Korra held no doubts. He recognized the formidable power of the figure before him, refraining from questioning the decision, feeling no necessity to do so. The following day, as the fleet commenced unloading cargo at the new port, Lear was conspicuously absent. Jorah encountered a lady who arrived accompanied by a contingent of guards. Upon beholding this young and exquisite woman, Jorah could not help but ponder whether she was the beloved of Lord Lear, prompting him to exhibit an even greater reverence. After relinquishing the unsullied staff, Jorah considered his task complete and began to explore the newly established port city. The atmosphere of war inevitably cast its shadow over this sole, thriving trade hub of the Summer Isles. As sailors and merchants in the taverns commenced discussions about the situation in the region, immersed in their discourse, Jorah gleaned a wealth of information from several inebriated patrons within a matter of mere moments. The new king of the Summer Isles, Jalabazar, was besieging the last city that had refused to submit, the final bastion of lament on Velano Island. The king's forces had been unstoppable for over 6 months, leading many to believe that he would soon claim victory there. The new monarch not only heralded a unified empire, but also brought forth an era of bloodshed and devastation. At least 70% of the nobility and priesthood had been executed, and countless temples and totems had been plundered and burned. Jalabazar was not merely dismantling the existing ruling class of the Summer Isles. He was also obliterating the people's faith. New idols had begun to rise in the new port. As King Jalabaz prepared to fashion himself as a ruler embodying both divine and royal authority, the king's ruthless manner conjured thoughts of a Westerosi monarch, the cruel Maegor Targaryen, whose fate had been far from favorable. An intriguing piece of intelligence surfaced from a drunken sailor from Pentos, who insisted he had seen the new wife of Governor Illyrio of Pentos, Lady Syra, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the Lady Syra of Newport, whom Jalabaz had been pursuing. Additionally, a merchant ship's escort revealed that he had several mercenary friends affiliated with various companies, whose territories had previously spanned the eastern and western ends of Essos. Yet now, they were all part of the forces besieging the Bastion of Lament. Jorah sensed the undercurrents of a conspiracy, though he could not ascertain its origin. It seemed more likely to be part of Lord Lear's schemes. As he had not received any further instructions from his lord, he deemed it unnecessary to delve deeper into the matter. Although dragons were primarily exchanged for slaves, the lords of the slave bay had still bestowed upon him a ship laden with treasures, guarded by his unsullied. Upon hearing Jorah's account, Lord Lear showed no inclination to reclaim it, though The wealth he now possessed should suffice to indulge Linnies for decades. Thus, he harbored no additional ambitions. Until receiving directives from Lord Lear, he intended to savor life in this locale. His principal undertaking in the ensuing years would likely involve directing the fleet to and from the slave bay to transport slaves. Yet the fleet required rest and could not be perpetually at sea. Additionally, the slave owners of the slave bay needed time to amass a new batch of slaves. When Jorah acquired a coastal estate not far from the city to relish his holiday, a servant stationed at the port conveyed the latest developments from the Summer Isles. It was said that King Jalaba's actions had ultimately incited the wrath of the deities. After Jalaba seized the city of Last Lament, he prepared to hold a coronation ceremony in the town square, intending to officially proclaim himself the king of the Summer Isles. However, just as Jalaba placed the crown upon his head, a dark cloud suddenly materialized in the clear blue sky, swiftly gathering above the king. A bolt of white lightning, as thick as an ancient tree, struck the throne. When the blinding flash and deafening roar subsided, all that remained was the charred remains of the king, fused with the throne. Witnessing this, the king's army instantly scattered, and the majority of mercenaries, having thoroughly plundered Last Lament, seized the fleet, preparing to wreak havoc across the Summer Isles. Yet, before they could act, a new phenomenon emerged. The rocks of the island began to transform into towering giants, with smaller stones forming features and their eyes radiating a vibrant green glow. These giants stood several meters tall, robust and powerful, wielding enormous trees as weapons, sweeping away any mercenaries who dared to advance. Some of the colossal beings even waded into the shallow sea, trudging through water up to their waists, and approached the warships, effortlessly smashing entire vessels with a single blow. The giants emitted deep, resonant roars, astonishingly articulating human language, warning the mercenaries that the Summer Isles were a territory protected by the divine, prohibiting any wanton destruction. The news was disseminated by the scattered soldiers who fled back to Newport, initially met with skepticism as mere drunken ramblings. However, soon merchant ships arriving at the port and farmers entering the city corroborated the accounts. The giants were not confined to the vicinity of Last Lament. Their presence was reported on every island of the Summer Isles. They refrained from attacking unthreatening merchant vessels and farmers, spending their days basking in the sun atop certain hills, even allowing audacious birds to gather and nest atop their heads without moving an inch. The populace marveled at the appearance of these strange beings, yet were at a loss to explain their existence, fearful of their immense power and hesitant to approach for further investigation. At this juncture, a peculiar group adorned in bizarre garments and wielding banners resembling sails appeared throughout the streets. They referred to themselves as Daoists, claiming to practice true celestial arts, offering the islanders two services: medicine and the dissemination of rudimentary theological knowledge. They asserted that these stone giants were manifestations of the spiritual stones from the mountains, having absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, cultivating their intelligence, and were dispatched by the heavens to safeguard the land and its inhabitants, acting in accordance with the natural way. Although the servant could not precisely articulate what the natural way entailed, Jorah inexplicably recalled a phrase once uttered by Lord Lear: "Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder." He did not fully grasp its specific meaning, yet he could sense the merciless and frigid essence encapsulated within those words. He was aware that this phrase bore a deeper significance, intertwining with the ancient beliefs of the old gods of the north and the legends of the children of the forest. However, Jorah was not an antiquarian scholar, and he could not articulate his thoughts clearly. Yet, he was certain that these practitioners were indeed servants of Lord Lyr, and he promptly commanded his servants to invite a mystic to his home as a guest. Chapter 37. The Uprising of the Summer Isles, Part 4. The Mystics. Although they propagated faith among the common folk, offering consultations and remedies, did not engage in zealous missionary work. Rather, what they spread was not religion in the conventional sense. They did not venerate a singular deity or claim the existence of an exclusive true God. Instead, they believed in the animism of all things, asserting that various divine entities occupied distinct roles and responsibilities. In truth, the gods they described differed from those in other religious traditions, resembling officials in the divine realm, endowed with their own powers and duties, rather than mere embodiments of supreme authority. Rather than proselytizing, they seemed to be disseminating a philosophical notion, a broad theological perspective. Generally speaking, such a non-extremist and directionless faith struggles to achieve widespread acceptance. Yet, the preceding conflicts instigated by King Jalaba's unification wars had wrought tremendous bloodshed, shattering numerous idols, and the deities represented by these idols and sacrifices made no significant response. Ironically, It was the sudden bolt of divine wrath that struck down the king. While the mountain giants appeared to have the closest ties to these mystics who revered the natural order, only these mystics could communicate with the mountain giants, persuading them to relocate and avoid disrupting the lives of mortals, occasionally enlisting their assistance for various tasks. Moreover, the elixirs sold by the mystics proved to possess remarkable efficacy, and as they did not impose their beliefs upon others or threaten anyone, their doctrines gradually gained acceptance among the populace. In contrast to the religious sphere's laissez-faire attitude, the political landscape of the Summer Isles unfolded unexpectedly. With the king struck down by lightning, the question of who would govern the recently unified archipelago emerged. The remaining noble factions began to stir restlessly, actively organizing their forces and resources. The king had left no comprehensive governance framework. He had intended to administer the realm effectively only after achieving unification, relying instead on the might of his military. Thus, the towns were left with a rudimentary lordship system and local guards. In this context, Syra, who commanded the 4,000 unsullied troops brought by Yora and a plethora of enslaved scholars and technicians, emerged as the most formidable power in the archipelago. Building upon the foundation of her previously organized new port operational team, she proclaimed the establishment of a kingdom and anointed herself as queen. As news of her declaration spread throughout the Summer Isles, even before the people could ponder the absence of a king in this new realm, the mercenary companies that had not yet fled or disbanded suddenly announced their allegiance to the new kingdom, swearing fealty to the queen. The restless nobility and the loyalists of King Jalaba were once again drenched in blood. At this juncture, the mightiest force on the island comprised these mercenary bands and the pristine army of Syra. Syra commenced a grand procession across the islands, a display intended to intimidate aspiring foes and showcase her resolve to maintain stability to the populace. The citizens of the Summer Isles had grown somewhat numb. The 6-month-long unification war had wrought too much bloodshed and violence, rendering the cold, machine-like purity of the army more palatable than the marauding mercenaries. The final destination of the procession was the city of Last Lament, where Syra was to formally crown her husband, the trade governor from Pantos, Illyrio Mopatus, as king. As she led her troops into the city, her husband was simultaneously disembarking at the harbor, bringing with him his entire fortune, along with 2,000 loyal guards and a multitude of skilled servants. In that very square, Illyrio stepped onto the crimson carpet that extended all the way to the dock. Behind him trailed his devoted guards, while the pristine soldiers stood in meticulous formation on either side of the carpet and throughout the square. His beloved stood atop the raised platform in the center, cradling an exquisite crown in her hands. Illyrio's heart surged with emotion. He had never harbored such lofty aspirations. Even after marrying Syra, his ambition to grasp power had only ignited under her influence, leading him to dabble in schemes, hoping to leverage the false identity of a prince from a fallen kingdom to secure a future for their child. Yet, he had not anticipated ascending to such heights. The sun's rays were somewhat blinding, evoking memories of that serene afternoon. It had been a tranquil, warm day in Pantos, where he and Syra relished peaceful moments in their estate. She leaned against him while pushing the cradle of their newborn child. Although intelligence from Varys indicated that Syra's plans had faltered, they were never particularly intricate. Success hinged on a series of fortunate coincidences. His misfortune had merely struck at the outset, and despite Syra's disappointment, she ultimately accepted the reality under his persuasion. However, their tranquil life was soon shattered when a servant brought news of a plague erupting within the city. Though he immediately ordered the estate to be quarantined, Syra still succumbed to the disease. He exhausted every means, even resorting to the sacrifice of 10 maidens by the priest of the Red God. Yet none could restore Syra to health. Just as he thought he was to lose his beloved, a mysterious Daoist named Li'er appeared in the estate, inquiring what he would be willing to offer in exchange for Syra's life. Upon hearing his answer, Li'er smiled and nodded, presenting him with a wooden box. The wooden box, though unadorned, concealed within it a pill exuding an enchanting fragrance. He recognized that this could be his final opportunity, and without hesitation, he personally administered the pill to Sheila. Miraculously, she soon experienced a swift recovery, just as he pondered how to express his gratitude to Master Liar. The latter unveiled his grand design to him and Sheila. Master Liar sought neither worldly wealth nor power. Rather, he required a substance known as merit to validate his so-called enlightenment. To Illyrio, Master Liar appeared as a sorcerer endowed with extraordinary abilities, and his ambition was to establish a religion and garner as many followers as possible. However, Sheila perceived a deeper truth. She later revealed that Master Liar was endeavoring to disseminate a culture and spirit throughout this world. to realize Master Liar's vision. It was imperative to acquire control over a territory and its populace. Shila discerned the shadows of power within Master Liar's scheme. He planned to barter rare beasts for slaves, relocating them to the continent of Westeros. Given the rampant plague there, Illyrio had no doubt after witnessing Master Liar's methods. Shila informed him that to colonize the continent of Westeros, the Summer Isles would serve as an excellent launching pad. Uninterested in secular power, Master Liar sought them as his proxies to conquer the Summer Isles. As he gazed upon his beautifully adorned wife on the platform, Illyrio concluded his reminiscence, embracing their infant son tightly as he ascended the dais. Chapter 38. Machiro. Despite its distance from the mainland, the unrest in the Summer Isles had not gone unnoticed, for it was a significant source of spices. The turmoil was inconsequential as long as it did not disrupt the Lord's enjoyment of roasted meats. When news from the Summer Isles reached Volantis, the first to react was the High Priest Ben Nero from the Temple of the Red God. In the eyes of Volantis's rulers, as long as the spice prices remained unaffected, the affairs of the distant Summer Isles held little significance compared to the pursuit of contested territories or the impending elections. Conversely, the priests devoted to spreading the faith of the Red God saw an opportunity. Reports of King Jalaba's massacre of priests in Red Flower Valley and the burning of idols had already surfaced. Ben Nero surmised that the king clearly aimed to unify the island's faith, though the specifics of his intentions remained to be uncovered. Nevertheless, the priests of the Red God, under divine protection, would likely have a chance to demonstrate miracles to the young king, disseminating their faith and allowing the flames of the Red God to engulf the entire Summer Isles. To flawlessly execute the mission bestowed by Laro, Ben Nero dispatched the young priest Machiro, known for his prophetic talents. His pitch-black skin, akin to asphalt, would seamlessly blend with the inhabitants of the Summer Isles. Machiro found a merchant vessel at the port, preparing to procure goods for the Summer Isles. The ship's captain, a devout follower of the King of Light, warmly invited him aboard upon learning of the Red God's priest's needs, even providing him with a private cabin. The night had deepened, and Machiro sat upon his bed, the flames in the brazier before him dancing unpredictably, swaying in rhythm with the undulating waves. Engaged in his daily ritual, he fixated on the flames, beseeching the exalted Laro for divine revelation. The flickering fire contrasted sharply with the typically static flames of the land. Machiro found himself straining to concentrate, battling the distractions of the swaying light to reach a state of transcendence. In previous breaths, visions had manifested within the flames, but now, the quivering light reflected no anomalies. It appeared that Laro's mighty influence had yet to envelop this maritime expanse, as ancient pseudo-deities, masters of the ocean, employed their nefarious tactics to obstruct his communion with the true God. As time ticked away, Machiro's eyes, nearly blinded by the fire's glare, felt an unbearable dryness and itch, almost compelling him to claw at his own eyes. Suddenly, the flames before him extinguished, and he felt himself transported into a realm of mystery. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, yet he perceived the writhing, pulsating black shadows within it. Abruptly, a crimson glow flickered among the shadows, infusing them with color. Flowing crimson lines, reminiscent of molten lava, began to emerge, emanating an overwhelming heat. The shadows began to coalesce into form, revealing a colossal figure that loomed before Machiro like a writhing mountain. A searing wind, potent enough to melt any metal, swept over him, and he felt as though he might ignite, on the verge of liquefaction. A voice, majestic and powerful, resonated within his mind. "My flesh and blood, where are you?" Trembling with excitement, Machiro realized he might be the first priest to hear the voice of his Lord Laro. Summoning every ounce of his strength to maintain composure, he responded with utmost reverence. "My lord, I traverse the summer sea, preparing to spread your flame upon the isles of midsummer. Ah, my faithful flesh and blood. There you shall confront the encroaching alien gods. Go forth, and with my great flame, purify all." Machiro strained to absorb the divine words, resisting the urge to succumb to unconsciousness. Yet, before he could express his fervent devotion to Laro once more, darkness enveloped him. Within the hold of the merchant vessel, slumbering sailors were abruptly roused by the scent of burning wood. A primal fear of the potential for death jolted them awake, and soon, all crew members were in a state of alarm, frantically searching for signs of a fire. Even the captain, donning a heavy coat, commanded the crew with a hint of panic. The source of the anomaly was swiftly identified. The room of the priest from the Temple of the Red God in Volantis radiated an extraordinary heat. Aware of the priest's habit of gazing into the flames, the captain speculated that the brazier might have been overturned, igniting the hold. Although, as a devout believer, he He hesitated to disturb the priest's prayers. The instinct for survival compelled him to resolutely knock upon the door. However, the increasingly loud knocking and greetings went unanswered. Although there was no crackling sound of wood violently burning behind the door, nor did the scent of charred timber seep through the cracks. The astonishing heat radiating from the wooden planks surrounding the cabin indicated the severity of the situation. When the walls of the cabin became too hot to touch, the captain reluctantly instructed the crew to prepare to break down the door and gather firefighting tools. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Machiro was suspended in midair, his eyes tightly closed, as crimson tattoos resembling real flames began to emerge upon his darkened body. An incredible heat radiated from him, causing the flammable items in the room to become carbonized. Flames erupted from the breached door, swiftly filling the entire cabin. Soon, these uncontrollable flames gushed forth like molten cheese from every opening of the merchant ship. When everything reached its limit, the flames broke free from all restraint, and a new sun seemed to rise above the sea, with the tremendous explosion echoing across the waters. The summer seas were not an uninhabited expanse. Numerous merchant vessels traversed the waters between the continents of Essos. Observers from ships within miles of the darkened sea clearly witnessed this phenomenon. The incident occurred not far from the ruins of the Valyrian freehold, shrouded in smoke, prompting cautious and prudent captains to alter their courses, steering clear of the area. Such a spectacle was evidently beyond human control. Whatever transpired there, no one could remain unscathed, and avoiding it was the wisest course of action. Naturally, adventurers and ambitious souls were not lacking upon the seas, and some captains made a swift decision to head directly toward the site of the incident. The location was not far from the Smoky Sea, and if they could obtain a Valyrian relic, they might never have to contend with the perils of the ocean again. These adventurers were not foolish. They too had their own plans. As the massive fireball ascended into the sky, it continued to radiate light before eventually dissipating. Based on their experience, the captains could ascertain that the incident was at least an hour away, and the danger had likely passed. Yet, the remnants left behind would still constitute a significant fortune for ordinary folk. Chapter 39. The Purple Book Sage. A colossal, three-masted sailing ship was cleaving through the waves of the summer sea, racing southward. The vessels of the world of ice and fire were still in an era of mixed sail and/or propulsion, a detail influenced by Martin's reference to medieval Europe, compounded by the excessively long and unstable seasons that hindered the establishment of reliable monsoon currents, and the stagnation of progress over 8,000 years. What force could possibly obstruct the advancement of all affairs? One might ponder, right, Martin? Regardless, Liar, holding the three purities in his left hand and St. Martin in his right, did not subscribe to the notion of an unchanging world, and thus commissioned the construction of a swift, three-masted ship in the shipyard. While soaring through the clouds is undoubtedly convenient, there are always some underlings whose magical prowess cannot sustain them during long journeys. Moreover, there is no pressing urgency. Occasionally experiencing the joys of maritime navigation is a delightful indulgence. At this moment, Lier is not aboard the vessel. Instead, a group of fairies led by the master of Chenji Cave, by Yuyu, occupies the ship. Lier cannot attend to every matter personally. He has enlightened numerous sentient beings within the imperial forest to assist him. The conquest of the Summer Islands and the continent of Sothoros is the first step in expanding his dominion. Thus he has dispatched the majority of his forces. The Flying Clipper, inherently a swift vessel, is navigating the sea with the wind in its favor today, and the three-masted ship glides swiftly across the waters. Bai Yuyu stands at the helm, peering through a telescope at the surface of the ocean. As a terrestrial being, she is filled with curiosity about the sea. However, as the eldest of the seven sisters and the leader of this southern expedition, she must project an air of composure. Although they were all enlightened simultaneously, their levels of cultivation vary without hierarchy. To maintain her authority, she cannot behave like her younger sisters, playfully frolicking on the foredeck, nor can she emulate the seventh sister, who dangles from the ship's railing, playing with the water below. Instead, she resorts to observing the distant scenery through her telescope, alleviating the restlessness within her. In truth, there is no need for her to monitor the surroundings. An owl perched atop the mast is turning its head, missing nothing in its line of sight. Sister, take a moment to rest. A beautiful lady in court attire approaches Bai Yuyu from behind, offering her a steaming cup of tea. After accepting the cup and taking a gentle sip, she inquires, "Ah, where's our third sister?" "Oh, the second sister is in her cabin counting," replies the lady. She claims that last month, the sixth and seventh sisters must have been slacking, as the silks delivered to the immortal were inexplicably 2 bolts short. Bai Yuyu chuckles softly. No matter, the younger sisters are at an age where they delight in play, and the immortal will not mind. Alas, you know how serious our second sister is. Dear eldest, this time, the little ones will surely face the consequences, she giggles, her laughter ringing like bells. Yu shakes her head with a gentle smile, her gaze tenderly fixed upon her younger sisters as they romp and frolic. Suddenly, the third sister playfully scolds from behind. Oh, you wretched mouse, scurrying about everywhere. What? Do you wish to hide beneath my skirts? With that, she extends a beautiful red embroidered shoe from under her gown, pinning the tail of a plump rat beneath her toe. The rat, with its sleek and shiny fur, struggles to escape, writhing in an effort to break free. A woman clad in dark attire, who had been leaning against the front mast, does not turn around but deftly flings a flying knife. The knife, swift as lightning, strikes the ground just before the rat's nose, causing it to recoil in fright and cling to the third sister's foot. How dare you, foul rat, take advantage of me? The courtly lady expresses her disdain, forcefully shaking her foot to send the rat flying far away. The mouse collided with the ship's railing, emitting a cry of pain, followed by a swirl of smoke, from which emerged a cunning-looking old Daoist priest, clutching his waist and lamenting, "Oh dear, my old back. It feels as if it might break." The stern-faced third sister retorted, "Humph, who told you to scurry about in mouse form? You have already been enlightened by the immortal and transformed into human shape. Why do you still resort to your original form? If you ruin the immortal's plans, you shall face the consequences." The old Daoist, with a glimmer in his beady eyes, chuckled, "Heh, out here on the vast sea, surrounded by familiar faces. What is the harm in revealing my true form? Once turned human, one must don this attire. How could one remain unclothed while absorbing the essence of heaven and earth? It is simply more comfortable, wouldn't you agree, old bull?" As he spoke, he adjusted his Daoist robe, tugging at it as if seeking a more relaxed fit. The burly man at the helm, bare-chested with a dark complexion, remained silent, while the young women frolicking nearby took note of the commotion. Fifth sister leapt over, making a face at the old priest, saying, "You shameless purple book Daoist, priding yourself as the foremost of the 12 zodiac signs." The Daoist, unfazed, puffed out his chest and replied, "Heh, though we have taken on human forms, we must not forget our roots. Moreover, even immortally, when engaged in matters, does not shy away from appearing before you all candidly. Frankly, I believe immortally is rather stingy. He keeps all of you sisters close, yet does not extend an invitation to us. Poor my younger brother, exiled to the farthest north simply for wanting to catch a glimpse of you bathing in that icy wilderness. How can a cold-blooded creature endure such conditions? What is even more infuriating is that he hasn't seen anything at all." Upon hearing the words of the purple book Daoist, the faces of the spider sisters changed dramatically. The woman clad in black swiftly moved before the boisterous Daoist, seizing his collar with her delicate hand, lifting him off the ground. With her other hand, she produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere, pressing it against the Daoist's cheek. Her eyes ablaze with fury, scorching the audacious old mouse with her glare. "Oh dear, esteemed lady, I was wrong. Please, do not resort to violence," he pleaded, attempting to present a conciliatory expression with his left cheek, while keeping his right immobile, fearing that any movement might cause the dagger to pierce his skin, contorting his face into a comical grimace. "Oh, old bull, please intercede on my behalf. I am, after all, your superior." The burly man at the helm appeared wholly oblivious to the unfolding drama, steadfastly gazing ahead at the sea. Suddenly, a sleek, shiny-furred rabbit stood upright on his opposite shoulder, crossing over his head and chiming in with a teasing tone. "You old mouse, acting so grandiose here, blabbering without restraint. How does it feel to learn a lesson? Oh dear, esteemed lady, please do not add fuel to the fire. Say a kind word, and beg your esteemed sisters on my behalf." White Yo, her expression grave, fixed her gaze on the purple book Daoist, stating, "Old fool, the actions of the immortal are not for us to debate. What benefits the immortal has bestowed upon us, he can just as easily retract. Yes, thank you for your admonishment, esteemed lady. I shall remember and will not err again." Yu fixed her gaze on the shameless scoundrel for a while, and, noticing that his eyes no longer wandered erratically, surmised that he had learned his lesson. She then addressed the woman in black before her, saying, "Fourth sister, we must collaborate with our companions from the 12 zodiac to fulfill the esteemed elder's instructions. For the sake of our elder sister, let us release him for now." The woman in black maintained her frosty demeanor, retorting, "Humph, elder sister. I believe this old fool still lacks memory. I shall teach him a lesson." Without waiting for her elder sister to intervene, fourth sister swung her arm and flung the Daoist priest far away. "Ah, help, the Daoist of Zishu," he cried, tracing an arc in the air as he emitted a series of wails. "Humph, May you swim to the Summer Isles and learn your lesson there. Came forth Sister's icy voice from the ship. Chapter 40, A Clash of Sorcery, Part 1. Desire serves as the greatest driving force behind humanity's advancement. When the first merchant ship surged into the vicinity of the smoke-laden scene, the flames consuming the remnants of shattered vessels upon the surface of the sea had yet to extinguish. The scattered flickers of fire upon the water acted as the finest guiding beacons, and the keen-eyed sailors spotted the wreckage from afar. The perilous venture yielded no rewards. The cargo aboard the ships was either obliterated by the explosion or had sunk into the depths. The intrepid captain encountered neither the mythical sea creatures nor treasures he had envisioned. Ultimately, they retrieved only an unconscious castaway from the sea, a naked figure with skin as dark as the night, who, under the absence of moonlight, was scarcely visible upon the water. However, the vibrant crimson tattoos adorning his body, glowing as if they were actual flames, caught the sailors' attention. As the sailors used a net to haul the castaway onto the deck, they discovered that his eye sockets had been reduced to a mass of mangled flesh, with extensive burn scars radiating from where his eyes once were, nearly encompassing half of his face. The horrific wounds elicited gasps of horror. Yet the sight of his chest still rising and falling suggested that, against all odds, he was alive. It seemed he was indeed favored by the gods, surviving such calamity. In the end, the intrepid captain commanded his vessel to linger in this treacherous sea until dawn broke. However, even with the sun illuminating the waters, he had to accept the fruitless outcome of his entire night's endeavor and hastily ordered the ship to depart from the area. Time was of the essence, as he was perilously close to breaching his contract. His compassion for the castaway extended only to ensuring he would not be tossed back into the sea before he drew his last breath, leaving the sailors to place him in a slightly shaded corner of the deck, after which he ceased to concern himself with the unfortunate soul. Fortunately, the latter half of the voyage proceeded without incident. As the merchant ship was a day and a half away from the new port of the Summer Isles, a vigilant sailor once again spotted a figure in the distance, waving both arms. The captain felt he might need to pivot his profession to that of a salvage team. It seemed he was destined to encounter castaways on this journey. Nevertheless, adhering to the maritime customs, he commanded the ship to approach. Soon, an elderly man, completely drenched, was pulled onto the deck. Fortunately, the water temperature in the summer archipelago was quite warm, and it was now afternoon. The old man seemed to have just fallen into the water, having not endured prolonged exposure to the sun or hypothermia. However, the captain found it peculiar that the lookout had not reported any nearby vessels. How had this old man arrived here? "Oh, thank you all for your great kindness. I am immensely grateful," the old man exclaimed. "Hey, old man, how did you end up in the water? You don't appear to have been submerged for long." "Yet there are no other boats in sight," inquired a sailor, voicing the captain's curiosity. The captain observed the elderly gentleman on the deck, who had not yet descended from the Cambridge. "Ah, I have been in the water for a day and a night, but my profound skills allow me to fast and float, which is why I am fortunate enough to be rescued by you all," he replied. "Skills? Are you a sorcerer?" "Well, you may interpret it that way," the old man said, and the crew regarded him with newfound respect. The captain, intrigued by the elder's words, called out as he descended to the deck. All right, everyone disperse. Go about your duties. How about we share a drink, esteemed sorcerer?" Upon hearing the captain's invitation, the old man performed a rather peculiar gesture of respect, replying, "I would be honored to accept." As the captain finished speaking, the old man began to shake vigorously. For some reason, he was reminded of how his old dog would shake off water. Before he could ponder further, a cloud of white smoke began to emanate from the elderly man, and his garments visibly dried before their eyes. The captain, astonished by this miraculous sight, thought to himself that they had indeed struck gold this time. After a moment of shaking, the elder's robes returned to dryness, and he assumed an air of wisdom, raising his hand to accompany the captain into the cabin. Just as they reached the cabin door, the old man suddenly halted, pointing to a shadowy figure in the corner. "Captain, may I ask who this person is?" "Oh, this is another individual we rescued from the waters of the summer sea a few days ago. Let me tell you, when I first saw him," the captain began to recount the events of that fateful night to the newly salvaged sorcerer. Noticing the old man nodding in interest, the captain continued, "Strangely enough, this person has sustained severe injuries and has been in a state of unconsciousness for several days. I could only manage to give him a bit of water, yet he remains alive, though his body is burning with fever." Upon hearing this, the elder stepped closer, scrutinizing the injured man. With a hand stroking his beard, he remarked, "I possess some medical knowledge as well, but it appears this individual is not gravely harmed. Rather, he seems to be in the midst of his own extraordinary adventure." It is uncertain when he will awaken. I see. Well then, let us proceed to the captain's quarters. I have a fine bottle of wine to share. Ah, thank you, Captain, for your generous invitation. I apologize for the intrusion. No intrusion at all, but I wonder if the wine will suit your taste, esteemed elder. Two individuals, engaged in jovial conversation, stepped into the captain's quarters. One was filled with curiosity about the arcane, while the other sought to showcase his skills in sorcery, fulfilling the tasks entrusted by Leo. The atmosphere within the captain's chamber was harmonious, and the two conversed with great delight. Particularly, the Daoist known as the Purple Book, with his dazzling array of techniques, alleviated the captain's persistent back pain with just a few deft touches. After demonstrating the ability to retrieve objects from afar, the captain's respect for the Purple Book Daoist grew profoundly. When the Daoist, eloquently performing a complete set of divination and fortune-telling, nearly left the captain in a state of reverence, it seemed he was on the verge of bowing and pledging allegiance to the deity of the Daoist faith. Thus, this delightful encounter swiftly came to an end. Upon learning that the Purple Book Daoist intended to establish a Daoist temple in Lotus Harbor, the captain promptly produced 50 golden dragons, expressing his intention to visit the Daoist master once the war in the Summer Isles concluded. The Purple Book Daoist smiled as he tucked the golden dragons into his ample sleeves and departed gracefully. Meanwhile, the unconscious victim was carried off the ship by sailors and unceremoniously discarded outside the warehouse's courtyard wall. Once the Purple Book Daoist vanished from sight, he quickly slipped into a narrow alley, his furtive eyes scanning the surroundings. Noting the unusual quietness within the alley and the absence of attention from the bustling thoroughfare outside, he transformed into a wisp of green smoke. When the smoke dissipated, a large, sleek rat leapt onto the rooftops, bounding across the structures with agility. This rat returned near the docks, twitching its nose, and with eyes wide, began its search. Soon, it spotted the figure slumped against the outer wall of the warehouse. Chapter 41. The Duel of Magic, Part 2. Mikiro awakened amidst the clamor of cargo being loaded and unloaded at the docks and warehouses. He ran his hand over his head, feeling the vast, terrifying scars that marred his nearly naked body. Fortunately, he could feel the solid ground beneath him. No longer subjected to the tumultuous sway of the sea, he was fortunate to have survived, under the direct gaze of his master, Laro, and tempered by true fire. He felt himself imbued with the brilliance of his master, even though he could not see with his eyes. The overwhelming magical force allowed him to perceive the world around him clearly. He believed he had lost the vision of a mortal, yet gained the ability to penetrate appearances and discern the essence of things. Slowly, he rose from the corner, and despite several days without sustenance, he felt no fatigue. All of this was a blessing from the Red God, the might of the King of Light, since he had not lost his life. Returning to the embrace of the King of Light meant he must continue to follow Laro's directives and pursue the Red Goddess faith in the Summer Isles. Soon, amidst the noise of passers-by and taverns, Mikiro acquired the information he sought. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had indeed arrived at the Summer Isles, where the situation had undergone yet another dramatic transformation, rendering all his previous intelligence obsolete. The trade governor of Pantos, Illyrio, has been crowned king in the city of Last Lament. Previously, he constructed a new port, and to everyone's surprise, Lady Syra, who was ardently pursued by Prince Jalaba, has become Illyrio's queen. Meanwhile, the conqueror of the islands, King Jalaba Sor, has been struck down by a bolt of divine lightning, reduced to a mere heap of charred remains. Filling the religious void on the island are a group of mysterious outsiders who refer to themselves as monks. Their extraordinary abilities have indeed captivated a segment of the populace, who now believe in the divine fate they preach. Machiro has meticulously inquired about the current religious policies on the island. It is evident that the newly arrived King Illyrio and Queen Syra are primarily focused on reconstructing the governance framework of the entire island, utilizing their personnel, the high-ranking slaves brought by Jorah, and the remaining officials from the previous regime to establish new governmental institutions at various levels. Another significant task at hand is the allocation of land to the farmers across the archipelago. Before the unification wars led by Jalaba, the economic system and levels of development in the Summer Isles were strikingly imbalanced. Vast expanses were home to numerous tribes operating under primitive collectivist economies, while some more developed regions had begun to adopt slave economies. Though slavery had once been prevalent, it was no longer the mainstream due to past enslavement and the abolition wars. Near several large cities, early self-sustaining farming economies and large landholders had begun to emerge. With Illyrio's ascension to the throne, bringing an end to a prolonged period of chaos. He has commenced a forceful reformation of the economic foundation of the entire archipelago. Utilizing advanced techniques, managerial personnel, and tools, along with the crucial influx of hundreds of thousands of new settlers. This has led to the enforced transition of many primitive societies into feudal smallholder societies. The hundreds of thousands of slaves now allocated land, tools, and most importantly, their freedom, have ignited a fervent spirit of productivity. Coupled with the region's favorable climatic conditions, it is believed that they will soon resolve their survival challenges and even lay the groundwork for future developments on the continent of Sothros. With such an array of administrative matters to oversee, the new king naturally has limited concern for religious affairs. He neither establishes any religion as the state faith nor targets any particular faith, provided they do not oppose his rule. Machiro, having grasped the current situation, discovered a small temple dedicated to the Red God in the new port. This temple was established by another group of missionaries from Reese, dispatched by the high priest of Reese in response to the observed religious vacuum. Upon revealing his identity and skillfully reciting the red scripture, particularly demonstrating the miraculous ability to ignite flames with his bare hands without suffering harm, Machiro was promptly accepted by the temple's priests. His divine prowess clearly marked him as a genuine priest of the Red God, blessed and chosen. With his involvement, the missionary efforts on the Summer Isles are poised to advance further. Donning the red robe once more, Machiro began to traverse the city. The methods of spreading the Red Goddess teachings are manifold. The simplest and most effective approach is to secure the recognition of the local ruling class, ideally establishing it as the sole legitimate religion. If breakthroughs cannot be achieved at the upper echelons, then the focus must shift to cultivating followers among the populace. The specific methods employed in the worship of the Red God primarily involve the use of flames to obtain omens, provide prophecies, or reveal other powers, displaying divine miracles. However, in the current Summer Archipelago, the ruling class is under the stringent control of the Illyrian king, while the lower strata have recently endured the traumas of war or are newly liberated slaves. Among them, there is little contention, and the necessity for direct confrontational power is absent. Instead, there is a pressing need for means to heal the wounds of war, to help the populace regain the courage to continue their lives, an endeavor in which flames are ill-suited. Consequently, Machiro has resolved to postpone his missionary activities, opting instead to meticulously survey the city and countryside to identify suitable entry points. Before long, Machiro discerned the distinctiveness of Newport compared to typical cities. In ordinary cities, young children of commoners are often found playing in the streets or congregating at the docks, engaged in errands, guiding others, or even thieving. Yet, in the streets of Newport, such youthful figures are seldom seen. He soon learned that this was part of a new policy instituted by the king, mandating that all children, regardless of gender, receive 3 years of schooling. These children can learn to read, write, perform arithmetic, and acquire a labor skill, all free of charge, with the school also providing a meal. The schools are government-operated, and the teachers, besides a number of high-ranking slaves from the slave bay, include many who are priests or priestesses, as well as others who meet specific qualifications. Recognizing a significant opportunity, Machiro realized that these children would become skilled individuals in the future. If he were to apply for a teaching position, he could instill the faith in the Light King within these children from an early age. Upon discovering this opportunity, he promptly went to the town hall to apply for a teaching position, but was immediately dismissed. As a priest of the Red God and the chosen of the Light King, he had never participated in labor since childhood and possessed no practical skills. Moreover, the schools in the Summer Archipelago only taught a written language known as Chinese, of which he had never even heard. Armed with a Chinese Valyrian dictionary and a general Chinese textbook, Machiro made his way to the temple. He refused to believe that he, as the chosen one, would be thwarted by a trivial language, for he was nearly proficient in various languages of the world, be it the common Valyrian or Old Valyrian, the Western tongue of Westeros, or the Eastern dialects, even the Dothraki language of the vast grass sea. Chapter 42, The Duel of Magic. 3. Language serves as a natural barrier distinguishing different ethnic groups. Being in a place where one can comprehend the language inherently brings a sense of security. Lyr does not wish for the world to eventually speak only English as his influence expands. Therefore, while he broadens his dominion, spreading his cultural beliefs is equally essential. It must be noted that Machiro, as the youthful chosen of the Red God, possesses a remarkable capacity for learning. He quickly grasped the fundamental usage and common communicative abilities of Chinese, and though his accent was peculiar, he could at least be understood. Regarding his ability to pass the language teacher's recruitment examination, it seems improbable. However, He has sufficiently grasped the essence of the lessons while auditing the school courses. He had anticipated that the Taoist priests and priestesses would fervently promote their religious doctrines in the classroom, yet this was not the case. Apart from captivating anecdotes that seemed to encapsulate profound truths, these educators did not overtly assert the supremacy of their deity or denounce other faiths as mere fallacies. This left Machiro somewhat disoriented. He had encountered priests from various sects who invariably proclaimed their gods as the ultimate beings, relegating other deities to positions of insignificance or outright denying their existence. These priests would zealously propagate their beliefs, in stark contrast to the Taoist practitioners, who merely disseminated philosophical ideas with an attitude of indifference. Believers were welcome to embrace or reject them without any expectation of financial devotion. It appeared as if a little belief was harmless, especially since it required no monetary contributions. In truth, in a realm devoid of deities and magic, a religion that focuses solely on self-cultivation and the present, eschewing grand promises of an idyllic afterlife or paradise, and devoid of stringent doctrines that test obedience, would struggle to gain widespread traction. The most favorable outcome would merely be the cultivation of a multitude of nominal adherents and the shaping of national character, without substantial benefits to the sect itself. However, in a world imbued with magic, where individuals can tangibly witness the power wielded by Taoists and priestesses, it naturally draws people to their faith. While Machiro found the actions of these Taoist practitioners perplexing, he recognized that the school was not his primary focus. It was merely populated by children. In this world, it is only by preaching to adults capable of devotion that one can reap tangible rewards. Consequently, he swiftly abandoned the notion of laboring slowly within the school and returned to the streets, eager to explore alternative avenues for spreading his faith. Before long, he discovered a new point of interest. The colossal mountain giants, now widespread across the archipelago, captured his attention. Clearly, these beings possessed magical powers. Or perhaps they were manifestations born of such forces. It was evident that only a great power could create such a multitude of formidable entities. And this force did not stem from the King of Light. Rather, it was a product of the foreign deities that must be eradicated. He was acutely aware that the power these giants wielded was beyond that of mere mortals. Yet, feeling the substantial magical energy burgeoning within him, he believed his flames could melt stone and gold. Of course, it was also conceivable that these mountain giants were not intentionally crafted by that deity, but were rather natural formations resulting from the accumulation of magic. If he could harness divine power to subdue them, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to the Red God Church. Resolute in his decision, he promptly set forth alone towards the nearest location frequented by these mountain giants. For the other Red God priests and believers were mere mortals without divine power and could potentially become a hindrance. According to a hunter who ventured into the city to sell his game, the mountain giant is a solitary creature, often found perched on a cliff by the sea, relishing the ocean breeze. It rarely moves, residing several dozen miles from here. As he traversed the dense forest, the gigantic silhouette became visible from thousands of meters away. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. "Friend, please pause." Turning at the sound, Machiro beheld an elderly Taoist emerging from the woods behind him, his fists clenched, for it was evident that the old man had been tracking him without his notice. "What business do you have, esteemed sir?" "Haha, my friend. That mountain giant is merely a spirit formed by the essence of heaven and earth. They are not of this world, merely safeguarding this land. It would be best not to disturb them. Is that so? My master, Rollo, seeks the allegiance of these spirits to propagate his divine power across the world." "Oh, you're speaking of young Ra? He is indeed overly ambitious." Machiro's face contorted into a snarl. "Impudent. My master is supreme. How dare you, a mere mortal, insult him?" With that, Machiro unleashed his divine power, engulfing his arms and fists in flames. His anger was not solely due to the Taoist's slight against his deity, but also because he sensed that today's encounter would not end amicably. He charged at the old man without hesitation. "Hey, why resort to violence?" The Taoist feigned panic, dramatically retreating, yet his movements were graceful, effortlessly evading Machiro's assault. "Ouch, my old back." After several evasive maneuvers, the distance between them widened. The Taoist rubbed his back and continued to call out, "Hey, Big White, come quickly to my aid." "Humph, did you not claim to be capable of handling this?" Following the sound, Machiro noticed an enormous white tiger, clad in armor and wielding a gigantic sword taller than himself, emerging from behind the trees. "I had thought that with my eloquence, I could persuade this friend to reconsider, but alas, he is quick to resort to violence. I, with my aging limbs, shall leave this battle to you." Observing yet another formidable creature arrive, Machiro, recognizing the threat presented by the sword, assumed a defensive stance, ready to engage. The Daoist, shaking his head and spouting nonsensical reasoning, retreated to the edge of the woods, adopting an attitude of non-interference. Machiro discerned that this was an invitation to confront the white tiger alone. Without further ado, he summoned all his magical energy, intensifying the flames surrounding him, and lunged at the white tiger. His fiery fists pounded against the giant sword, causing explosions of flames that scattered in all directions. As the sparks ignited the surrounding foliage, the Daoist quickly performed hand gestures, affixing talisman papers to the nearby trees, conjuring a protective array to prevent the unleashed flames and energy from wreaking havoc upon the forest. At this moment, Machiro found himself incapable of paying attention to the old Daoist's movements. The actions of the white tiger appeared deceptively slow, yet were remarkably swift, consistently arriving before Machiro could react. The massive sword was wielded with a ferocious grace, each powerful downward strike or horizontal sweep capable of severing the surrounding flora. Although Machiro was nimble and managed to evade the blade, the fierce winds generated by the sword's passage still inflicted pain upon his skin. Chapter 43. The Duel of Magic, Part 4. Machiro sensed that he could no longer endure. The movements of the white tiger accelerated, and his stamina waned, making it increasingly arduous to evade the colossal blade. Realizing that continuing in this manner would yield no favorable outcome, Machiro summoned his strength and delivered a heavy punch upon the giant sword, erupting sparks as the tiger assumed a standard defensive stance. Utilizing the force of the collision, he leapt backward, hoping to create distance to either recuperate or devise a new plan. In his rapid retreat, Machiro abruptly stiffened, then staggered forward a step. He felt as though his back collided with a granite wall, yet from the corner of his eye, he perceived only sparse trees behind him. And the nearest tree was still at least 20 meters away. Extending a hand behind him, he encountered a palpable sense of obstruction in his palm, despite the area being evidently empty. From the shade of the distant trees, the old Daoist chuckled. "Ah, my friend, there is no need to test further. This place has been ensnared within my 5-gate 8-trigram formation. With your strength, I surmise you are unable to breach the array. I advise you to relinquish your fixation and join us in cultivating the great Tao of heaven and earth." Machiro did not respond to the old man's words. Instead, he pressed his palms together and began to chant a prayer. "In the long, perilous night, only my Lord remains, the light eternal." Upon finishing the final line of his prayer, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The crimson tattoos adorning his body blazed to life, flames enveloping him entirely, rapidly intensifying until he became a massive conflagration, with only a pitch-black humanoid figure at the center. Magma surged forth from his tightly shut eyes, prompting the old Daoist to shout to the tiger in the arena, "Run, old boy! This young man has invoked a divine presence." He then hastily produced a yellow talisman and ignited it. Machiro's eyes opened, transformed into 2 glowing spheres of molten iron, radiating searing rays. The tiger, having sensed the impending danger, seized the opportunity to escape the formation just as Machiro's eyes opened. The rays pursued the tiger's silhouette, instantly causing the formation to tremble with a resounding brilliance and noise, startling countless birds from the trees. Even the distant giant of the mountain took note of the commotion, retreating in alarm. The surroundings quaked as if the earth itself were trembling. The purple book Daoist shouted to those nearby, "Do not merely spectate. This young man is desperate. Before the arrival of immortal Li, we must prevent his divine presence from wreaking havoc here and destroying this island. Everyone, quickly assemble the earthly branch formation." As the Daoist's voice faded, a dozen figures emerged from the woods, each of the 11 zodiac animals taking their designated positions, invoking their mystical powers to weave a new formation outside the 5 gates 8 trigrams array laid out by the purple book Daoist. "Hey, that large white cat. What mischief have you gotten into that has riled him up to this extent, resorting to such a desperate act of mutual destruction?" cried a monkey, adorned with a massive wine gourd at his waist, directing his words at the tiger of the east. "Humph," asked that old rat. It's his foul mouth that almost scorched the tiger lord's tail. "Enough bickering, focus on the array. Your grand formation is missing a segment. It cannot endure for long. My sisters and I will set up the 7 stars 1,000 threads grand array outside. If you cannot withstand it, retreat." White Yu, accompanied by her sisters, arrived at the scene to quell the quarrel among the purple book Daoist and the others. "No need for concern, I am here now." As they spoke, Lier also appeared on the scene, raising his hand to halt their gestures of respect, and continued, "Hold on a moment longer. I will examine the situation with this red deity." Approaching the grand array, Lier observed the searing rays piercing through the first layer of the formation. creating ripples across the 12 earthly branches array. Inside the formation, a crimson hue enveloped the area, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Lier calculated with his fingers for a moment. Nodding, "Very well. I shall open a gate above the grand array shortly. You must be ready to gather your strength." Seeing that everyone acknowledged his warning, Lier leapt into the air, flicking his hand, causing distortions to appear above the grand array. The structure morphed from an inverted bowl into a funnel. Soon, the flames within the grand array discovered the formation's weak point, shattering through the funnel, and the fiery eruptions surged skyward like a volcanic explosion. The flames that burst into the sky did not dissipate. Instead, they began to coalesce into a swirling mass, revealing a dark, twisted visage within the fire. From another realm. "How dare you defy me?" Lier gazed at the contorted face with a smile, responding, "What? You, a crippled entity curled in subspace, believe yourself to be formidable? If you possess any courage, come and fight me yourself." "Humph, merely boasting with your tongue. The war of worlds is about to commence. Your reckless arrogance will surely exact a toll. Haha, you merely wish to conspire with the ice deity against me. Do you think I am afraid? I await your challenge." Lier, weary of bantering with these subspace phantoms, waved his hand, unleashing a surge of celestial energy that materialized into a crystalline orb of ice, which swiftly struck the fiery mass in the sky. The flame, provoked by the ice crystal, lost its equilibrium, writhing and contracting like a mass of flesh, before abruptly expanding and exploding. A blinding light filled the entire sky, and the resounding blast echoed in all directions, compressing the air and sending shockwaves that rustled the trees on the ground. The grand explosion, though monumental, caused no harm. Lier smiled, fingers weaving through his spell, sensing the ebb of his power, revealing a triumphant grin. As he landed back on the ground, White Yu stepped forward with concern, asking, "Celestial One, are you unscathed?" Lier gently caressed the delicate, fair hand of the spider spirit and smiled, saying, "Everything is going smoothly. You have all worked hard." Bai Yu's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, as she dared not meet Lier's gaze or that of her other sisters behind him. She quietly withdrew her hand. Observing Lier's actions, the Daoist priest Zishu realized he could no longer linger as a mere candle in the wind, hastily pulling his companion away discreetly. Lier turned to glance at the retreating figures, shaking his head. He was not a demon, so why did they fear him so? In that same darkened space, a flicker of flame suddenly appeared. Machiloa felt as though he was suspended between dreams and reality, sensing that he had returned to the embrace of his master once more. From within the immense, writhing shadow, a chain shot forth, twisting and transforming the flame until it finally became the last link at the end of the chain. "Machiloa, open your heart, and let me see what power the otherworldly deity has instilled within you." He felt his soul being sliced into fine threads, as if being ground into dust by a millstone. Instead of ascending to the promised paradise of his master, his soul remained shackled in hell, eternally denied liberation. Chapter 44. The Great Sparrow, Part 1. The Great Sparrow, upon dedicating himself to the faith of the seven gods, forsook his name and vowed to embody all the virtues and precepts of the deities. When he proposed to sell all the gold ornaments within the Hall of Stars to procure grain for the impoverished farmers suffering from the winter outside the old town, the Archbishop of the Hall sent him to Hujian to acquire provisions. Despite having sold all his possessions, when he returned to the old town with a cart full of grain under the spring sun, he encountered only scattered bones, chased and fought over by wild dogs. From that moment on, he distanced himself from the opulent halls, avoiding cities and the castles of lords, traversing the country roads to remote villages, bringing the blessings of the seven gods to those far-flung, impoverished areas that even the monks were reluctant to visit. His years of wandering not only weathered his skin and calloused his feet, but also earned him respect among the impoverished of Westeros. News of turmoil soon reached him. The Mad King Ares had burned the Duke of the North and his eldest son in King's Landing, igniting rebellion across the seven kingdoms. Fortunately, spring had arrived, and the hardest days were behind them. The conflict swiftly subsided, and the devastation wrought upon the common folk by the war was not as severe as it might have been. Westeros had never known peace. Lords often waged war over territories, forests, rivers, hunting grounds, and even the interests of a mere country road. The relationships among the kings of the seven kingdoms, the later guardians of each realm, the Targaryen family in King's Landing, and the great nobility were exceedingly intricate, driven by motives ranging from claims to the throne to familial interests, and sometimes even by foolish passions or ignorant desires. Wars could erupt for any reason, whether confined to the rivalry of two castles or consuming the entirety of the continent in flames. Although Westeros appears to possess one of the most sophisticated feudal knight systems in the known world, having established a unified realm of 7 kingdoms, it seems markedly more advanced than the slave city-states prevalent across the Narrow Sea. Nonetheless, the wars of the 7 kingdoms remain entrenched at a medieval European level, with knights responding to their lord's summons and following their feudal lords into battle. While they are capable of equipping themselves with armor and steeds, they carry only a meager supply of provisions. The primary force in these conflicts, apart from the well-equipped knights, consists of large numbers of forcibly conscripted peasant infantry. The food supply for the army is the responsibility of the great lords who issue the call to arms. Although wealthy lords can provide some provisions, the inadequate transportation infrastructure severely limits the ability to transport large quantities of supplies to the front lines. Consequently, local resupply becomes the optimal wartime strategy. This not only alleviates the logistical challenges of food transport, but also aims to undermine the enemy's war potential. Resourceful lords, to ensure the combat effectiveness of their main forces, may dispatch scavenging parties to procure food, thereby preventing their primary troops from engaging in such menial tasks that could diminish morale. However, this practice of local requisitioning is a euphemism for outright plunder, often accompanied by acts of rape, slaughter, and unending devastation. The lords, of course, remain indifferent to these atrocities. As long as their castles remain unbreached, those impoverished folk will regenerate like the crops in the fields. The knightly system of Westeros, having been in operation since the arrival of the Undulls for 6 millennia, has long ceased to be questioned regarding its legitimacy. A sparrow, pushing a cart laden with a few underfilled sacks of grain, his recent efforts to amass some provisions, was en route to a village in the Riverlands. This village had recently succumbed to a plague, and the Lord had sealed off the only road out, forbidding anyone from leaving. Clearly, he had no intention of aiding the afflicted populace, wishing instead for them to perish swiftly, lest the contagion spread to other parts of his domain. The sparrow, a modestly renowned acolyte, was entering rather than departing, and the sentinels stationed at the entrance, upon seeing him disregard their warnings, merely cautioned him that without the Lord's permission, once he entered, he would not be permitted to exit. They did not impede his passage further. Struggling to maneuver the cart along the muddy forest path, he turned a corner and beheld a quintessential Westerosi village. An aura of death already hung over the settlement. Although he had not yet encountered a multitude of corpses, the streets were devoid of movement, and no smoke rose from the thatched roofs. The once lively children were conspicuously absent from the fields, and the entire village lay silent, as if devoid of life. The sparrow set down the handle of the cart, and, steeling himself, ventured into the village, murmuring prayers to the 7, beseeching their divine grace to assist him and the beleaguered inhabitants. Yet, as was often the case, the 7 seemed reluctant to bestow their mercy, and his prayers went unanswered. In his eyes, a tragic tableau unfolded, revealing the villagers gathered in the central square of the hamlet, where a rare statue of the Virgin Mary, carved from stone, stood tall. This gentle visage, gazing down with maternal affection, was likely commissioned by a wealthy benefactor of the village. Yet, the Virgin offered no mercy. Instead, the sight that met the observer was one of despair. With lifeless bodies bearing expressions of anguish, their skin marred and mouths stained with blood, some mothers clutched their infants, their cheeks marked by dried tears of sorrow. Fathers lay prostrate on the ground, arms outstretched, clutching the emaciated bodies of their children, as if in a final gesture to raise them closer to the Virgin, yearning for her compassion to save their souls. The observer noted several corpses turned away from the statue, perhaps resigned to the futility of their prayers, prepared to abandon hope. Silence enveloped him. He could no longer whisper the prayers that once flowed from his heart. The sight of each lifeless body pierced his vision like daggers, penetrating his very soul. Memories began to swirl before him, replaying countless tragedies he had witnessed. He had long believed that the villagers lacked fervor in their devotion to the 7 gods, yet he questioned why the greedy, ignorant, cruel, and shameless lords reveled in endless feasts while the impoverished children struggled for mere morsels of bread. He had seen a 12-year-old boy punished by a lord for stealing a loaf, faced with the choice of losing a hand or donning the garb of shame, while that very lord had just pilfered a year's worth of taxes from his foster son's territory without consequence, even though this lord rarely graced the temple with his presence. The corpulent archbishop, adorned in gold and jewels, dutifully visited the lord's castle to bestow blessings from the 7 gods during times of celebration. Chapter 45. The Sparrow, Part 2. The observer, with resolve, began dismantling the forsaken thatched hut using the tools he could find. He gathered combustible materials in the village square, constructing a towering pyre, carefully arranging the bodies of the villagers within. With each lifeless form he handled, he silently prayed to the stranger and the Heavenly Father. Hoping for a miracle, these innocent villagers deserved more than a tragic end, and if even one could survive, it would affirm the true power of the seven gods. Yet, as was often the case, no miracle occurred until the pyre was ignited. The flames roared to life, illuminating the pitch-black night, and amidst the interplay of firelight and shadows, the gentle visage of the Virgin Mary slowly morphed into that of a skull in the observer's eyes. Calmly, he gazed into the inferno. As the searing flames began to fracture the statue, he understood that some things could never return to their former state. When the morning light pierced through the ashes and smoke, the observer stood quietly before the remnants of the fire, having kept vigil throughout the night. He buried the shattered remains of the Virgin's statue along with the villagers' ashes in the earth before turning away from that place. He was utterly unaware of the village's name, nor did he know the names of its inhabitants. Thus, he was at a loss as to how to erect a gravestone, leaving behind merely a mark of the seven-pointed star. Perhaps next summer, some farmers who had lost their land might discover this place and choose to settle here. Or perhaps another summer might see a lord arriving, sending tax collectors to impose levies. There may also be other monks who would come to propagate the teachings of the seven gods. Yet, the seven gods would forever remain indifferent to this locale, bestowing no blessings upon it. The large sparrow wandered through the woods like a soulless being, unable to retrace his steps. For the guards at the crossroads would not permit his departure. He was uncertain whether he had also contracted the plague and felt the need to isolate himself for a time to prevent the spread of the disease. Meanwhile, the tranquil life in the forest provided him with an opportunity to ponder the significance of his lifelong convictions, leading to a profound crisis of faith regarding both his beliefs and his deities. Thus, he ambled aimlessly through the woods, oblivious to the passage of time. His coarse linen garments had become tattered, and only when the sound of crashing waves reached his ears did he awaken to the realization that he had traversed several hundred miles and arrived at the seaside. Fortunately, his seven-pointed star pendant remained, a testament to his identity. He continued along the shore for a while and stumbled upon a town. Upon entering, he realized he had arrived in the town of En Quan in the Lord's domain. Fortunately, the cathedral's bishop recognized him, and with a modicum of goodwill, he managed to acquire a set of worn monk's robes and a few silver bucks. Yet, he remained uncertain of his next destination. All his past rigorous training now seemed absurd and devoid of meaning. He settled in a tavern, ordering his first ever mug of ale. The tavern keeper appeared unperturbed by the presence of a monk drinking, accepting his coin without further ado. The large sparrow quietly listened to the tavern's cacophony. Taking a sip of the ale, the sharpness of the drink caused discomfort in his throat, yet soon a dizzying sensation enveloped his mind, rendering the world in a novel perspective. Amidst his intoxication, the boisterous conversations of the sailors grew increasingly distinct. He could discern who was embellishing tales and who was recounting actual events. Before long, the conversation of two merchants at the adjacent table piqued his interest. "Hey, I heard the turmoil in the Summer Islands has finally ceased. Indeed, the price of spices in Junlin has begun to decline. I tell you, seize this last opportunity before the northern bumpkins catch wind of it. Make another trip to Whiteport swiftly. Humph, good fortune is not in the cards. The blabbermouth Colin has already headed north. I saw his ship depart yesterday. This news can no longer be concealed. By the seven gods, how unfortunate. If only the unrest in the Summer Islands could persist a little longer. Who could argue with that? I heard that the king who sought to unify the Summer Islands was struck down by lightning, deemed to have perished for his disrespect towards the divine. Who knows? However, I have heard that a merchant from Pantos ultimately reaped the rewards and became the king of the Summer Isles. How I wish for such fortune. Yet, the Summer Isles are rather remote. I have heard tales of moving magical giants as large as hills dwelling there, which hardly seems a desirable place. What drunken sailor have you been listening to? How could there possibly be moving magical giants? Even during my time at the Red Temple in Volantis, I have not witnessed the most extravagant fire sorcerers perform feats beyond the size of a house. Upon overhearing their conversation, the great sparrow fell into contemplation, dismissing dogma. He recognized the existence of magic in this world, yet since the extinction of the Targaryen dragons, traces of magic had nearly vanished. Those fire sorcerers who once came to King's Landing were more adept at sleight of hand than wielding true power. However, the rumors of thunderstruck kings and giants resembling hills were indeed alarming. He did not believe that those who had never witnessed such phenomena could conjure such wonders from thin air. He resolved to journey to the Summer Isles to uncover the truth. Since the faith of the Seven could not save humanity, And since he could not invoke their gaze upon the people of Westeros through prayer, he would seize power himself and endeavor to rescue the corrupted and fallen lands of Westeros. With this mindset, the Great Sparrow found a merchant vessel willing to take him to the Summer Isles. The captain, a devout follower of the Seven, was deeply impressed by the monk's willingness to travel to the distant isles to spread the faith and graciously offered him passage free of charge. Half a month later, as he gazed upon the receding silhouette of Sunspear against the horizon, the Great Sparrow knew he had officially departed from the continent of Westeros. He was uncertain of what he would encounter or gain in the Summer Isles. Nevertheless, he understood that the Seven were merely 7 useless pieces of wood, devoid of any miracles to assist mortals. Through conversations with the captain, who had already visited the Summer Isles, he learned that significant events were indeed unfolding there, and that magic was returning to the world from that very place. He must first grasp the power of magic, otherwise the church would continue, as it had for millennia, to deceive the masses with illusions of divine power, allowing those unworthy nobles and bishops to perpetuate the enslavement of the people of Westeros. The Great Sparrow felt a great purpose reignite within him, his ambition rekindled, and he sensed he had returned to his youth. At that time, he had just begun to comprehend the teachings of the Seven, filled with fervent hope to enact their faith throughout Westeros. Now, he resolved to embark upon the path he had chosen, to bring divine retribution upon those who acted with impunity in the name of the divine. Chapter 46. The Great Sparrow, Part 3. As the Great Sparrow set foot on land once more, he arrived at the Summer Isles' first destination, the dock of Last Song. The situation in the Summer Isles had stabilized, as the Illyrian government had effectively regained control over the internal affairs of the islands. Thus, the blockade of the entire archipelago had been lifted. To the outside world, the Summer Isles are merely a distant archipelago, far removed from the main continent, possessing little value beyond its spices. Yet, a merchant king evidently offers better protection for the interests of traders from various lands, especially as he is rumored to have connections with the power that can tame dragons. Thus, no one seeks unnecessary troubles for meager gains. For the people within the archipelago, the civil strife has wrought too much bloodshed and destruction. Hence, a new king who can ensure stability and a semblance of fairness would be welcomed. The first destination of the little sparrow was the town square, now a site of remembrance. As he inquired about the way, the local residents had already begun to refer to it as Thunder Square. The remnants of the king's remains and the platform for the subsequent coronation of Illyrio had been dismantled, yet the central stone slab still bore the immense radiating scars of the past. The once orderly stones lay shattered, leaving behind a shallow circular pit. This pit was cordoned off with wooden barriers, around which a crowd had gathered. A vendor was selling elongated incense sticks, and some individuals, after purchasing them, ignited the sticks and bowed before the circular pit. The little sparrow, intrigued, approached a man who had just finished bowing and inquired, "Good sir, I have some questions that I hope you might assist me with. May I trouble you for a moment?" The man, noticing the sparrow's simple attire yet kind demeanor, felt a sense of warmth and did not refuse. "Who are you?" "Ah, I am a priest of the Seven from the continent of Westeros. I have forsaken my worldly name and now call myself the Little Sparrow." "Sparrow, is that the name of a bird?" "Indeed. It is the most common and humble of birds in our land." "Ah, why would the master choose such a name? Before the divine, we are all mere mortals. There exists little distinction of rank among us. A name is ultimately inconsequential, merely a designation. The name Sparrow serves as a constant reminder that we are but insignificant sparrows in the eyes of the Seven." "Ah, most insightful, master." The little sparrow, observing the man's captivation, smiled gently and asked, "Pray tell, what were you doing just now?" "Ah, this is a newly popular method of prayer. Lighting that incense signifies a tribute to the gods." "Oh, do the deities of the Summer Isles not require offerings?" "In the past, they did, and some tribes even required human hearts as sacrifices to ensure victory in battle. Has there been a recent change?" "Indeed, a significant one." The man swallowed hard and glanced around. The little sparrow smiled slightly, saying, "It is not fitting to stand here and speak. There is a tavern yonder. Would you permit me to treat you to a drink?" "Oh, would the master truly not mind?" "Not at all. I have severed ties with the church, and as long as my heart remains faithful to the Seven, nothing else matters." "Ah, most wise master." Two individuals entered a tavern nestled at the edge of the square, selected a table, ordered 2 bottles of beer, and continued their conversation. "You mentioned earlier that there have been changes on the island recently?" "Ah, indeed. This tale must begin with King Jalaba's initiation of the war to unify our Midsummer Isles. It is said that the butcher from Red Flower Valley is an ambitious character, and his prowess in battle is truly terrifying. Allegedly, His forces have slain 90% of the noble chieftains and revered priests on the island. Oh, such a brutal individual. How could he possibly maintain a lasting reign over the realm? Alas, he had scarcely begun his rule when he breached our last bastion, the City of Lament. He held his coronation ceremony in Thunder Square. However, due to his rampant slaughter, the heavens could no longer tolerate his deeds, and lightning struck him down, reducing him to a charred heap. Oh, is that the circular pit you just venerated? Yes, indeed, that very site. The circular pit is the mark left by the thunderbolt. But why do you hold rituals there? From what you imply, King Jalaba is not beloved among your people. Regarding King Jalaba, we do not harbor animosity. After all, he primarily targeted the wealthy lords and priests. Nonetheless, our veneration is not for him but for the heavens, expressing gratitude for their greatness. And what deity do you attribute to the heavens? The heavens are, well, I cannot fully comprehend. Nevertheless, I have heard it said that the heavens are the supreme divinity of this world. It suffices to worship them, for they require no offerings from us. Nor do they have priests demanding tribute. A simple act of devotion may yield blessings from the heavens, which is certainly not a misfortune. Are there no earthly priests of the heavens? There are, indeed, those newly arrived Daoist masters and celestial maidens, yet they differ from typical priests. They do not accept offerings for free. Rather, they charge fees akin to doctors for consultations or educators for tuition. Moreover, unlike other priests who serve only the elite, they also welcome us common folk. Hearing the somewhat superficial and half-informed remarks of this individual, the sparrow realized that these Daoist masters and celestial maidens likely differed greatly from the priests of all the deities he was acquainted with. Furthermore, their philosophies resonated with his own experiences and beliefs cultivated over the years. Perhaps they could aid him in achieving his aspirations. Most importantly, these individuals evidently possessed magical abilities. Setting aside the miraculous account of the king struck by lightning, the tales of miraculous cures attributed to these masters were indeed thought-provoking, especially considering that scholars in the Citadel still administered opium and bloodletting to the lords of Westeros. The sparrow did not fully believe in the existence of a supreme and sacred heaven. It seemed no different from the elusive seven gods, mere rhetoric to deceive the masses. However, magic was undeniably real and tangible, and it constituted the foundation of practical pursuits. He understood he had arrived at the right place, regardless of the outcome. He must witness the manifestation of magic with his own eyes. Should he succeed in mastering such power, it would be ideal. If not, he would return to the continent of Westeros, guiding a group of children to learn the esoteric knowledge of magic and instilling in them his own will. Let these children, who steadfastly uphold their own will, ignite the flame of hope upon the continent of Westeros, purifying the decayed and depraved lords, kings, bishops, and monks. 6 millennia have elapsed. It is high time for a complete renewal of blood. As for the price to be paid for this transformation, he remains indifferent, for it is all worthwhile. Chapter 47. The High Sparrow, Part 4. The High Sparrow does not hasten to seek out the so-called priests and priestesses. Instead, he desires to conduct a comprehensive examination of the situation on the Summer Isles, to ascertain the impact of this newly emerged religion upon the land. Decades of ascetic practice have bestowed upon him not only an aged visage and weathered skin, but also a patience that far exceeds that of ordinary men. He begins to traverse the Summer Isles on foot, where the climatic conditions are indeed splendid, true to its name, even in the harsh winter. The temperature remains akin to that of summer. As he walks along the main road leading away from the city, the fields in the outskirts have already been harvested, awaiting the arrival of the next rainy season. However, unlike the farmers of Westeros, the farmers here do not retreat to their huts. Rather, most are still diligently tilling the soil. The High Sparrow is naturally adept at interacting with the common folk, and he eagerly joins the farmers in their toil, quickly forging a bond with those around him. Before long, he realizes that what has emerged is not merely magic and religion, but also a new form of governance. The land has been allocated to the farmers, granting them ownership, which explains their enthusiastic engagement in tending to their fields. Moreover, the new king of Illyrio has instituted remarkably low tax rates, instantly garnering widespread support from the peasantry. Yet, in the High Sparrow's understanding, given the excellent rain and heat conditions of the Summer Isles, the farmers should not exhibit such fervor for production, as grain is exceedingly affordable. Upon further inquiry, he uncovers the secret behind this enthusiasm. It appears that with the king of Illyrio's complete control over the archipelago, the queen, Lady Syra, has established trading companies that span the Summer Isles. The clerks of these companies have entered into procurement contracts with the farmers, securing substantial quantities of grain. Although the contract prices have not significantly increased compared to the past, their stability ensures the farmers can at least break even. Naturally, had they approached the farmers without any prior dealings, few would have readily trusted the clerks' assurances. However, in the recently concluded harvest season, it was these very clerks who came bearing gold and silver to purchase the grains, thus instilling confidence in their promises. The High Sparrow's astonishment and curiosity only deepen, for he has never encountered such integrity among grain merchants in Westeros, where exploiting the farmer's ignorance and weakness has become the norm. It is customary to use inaccurate measuring tools to secretly undercount weights, to employ convoluted currency conversion systems to shortchange them with coppers and silver stacks, or even to offer worthless tools and garments in exchange for the farmer's hard-earned grain. Certainly, this is still the best of circumstances. The lands of Westeros belong to knights and lords, and the farmers often lack control over the fruits of their labor. At the lord's command, peasants are compelled to surrender the entirety of their year's toil, allowing the lord to procure expensive spices and armor from merchants, while they are left with little more than a few potatoes for sustenance. As autumn arrives, a benevolent lord may grant them a portion of the harvest, while a merciless one remains indifferent to the plight of the farmers. When the heavy snow blankets the earth, the lords retreat into their warm castles, emerging only when spring returns, leaving the new generation of farmers to fend for themselves. In the eyes of the sparrow, although the farmers of Westeros are free, their existence may not be superior to that of the slaves on the continent of Essos, for slave owners seldom dispose of their properties lightly. The sparrow's perplexities remain unanswered by these farmers. None can fathom why the king and queen require such vast quantities of grain. However, for the common folk, such inquiries seem futile as long as they can earn a living. After sharing his modest lunch with the farmers, the sparrow continued on his journey. Upon traversing a dense thicket, he stumbled upon a scene of land reclamation. Numerous frail and ragged individuals were engaged in felling trees and uprooting stumps. The sparrow observed that they resembled slaves, yet there were no guards in sight, nor were they bound by chains. Their expressions bore no trace of the numbness typical of servitude. Rather, they radiated joy and delight. Intrigued by these people, the sparrow approached them. They spoke in various strange dialects, though a few managed to converse with him in Valyrian. Through shared labor and animated gestures, he quickly gained their trust and gleaned the situation. They had been rescued from the slave bays by the esteemed Yora, who rode a mighty dragon. Both Yora and the later steward, Lady Sarella, treated them kindly, providing ample sustenance and allocating land to them, which they were now cultivating. Thus, they were reclaiming the land for themselves, with the merchants supplying sufficient provisions to sustain them until the next harvest. Of course, their deepest gratitude was owed to a celestial being named Lyr, although they had never encountered this divine figure. They understood from the healer who treated them and taught their children that King Illyrio, Queen Sarella, and Lord Yora were all acting under Lyr's guidance in their benevolent endeavors. Moreover, this celestial being sought no recompense. They were neither required to tribute their harvest nor construct a statue in his honor. Yet, they learned from the Daoist that it was customary to erect a longevity tablet for Lyr. At the end of the day's labor, the sparrow accompanied these individuals back to their communal encampment. The setting was quite rudimentary, and during the sweltering summer in the islands, a simple grass shelter sufficed to shield them from the elements. Everyone remained focused on the arduous task of tilling the land, for it was a matter of paramount importance concerning whether they would face hunger in the coming year. Yet, in the very heart of the camp stood a charming little wooden cabin, where a long table was adorned with several wooden plaques. Once again, the great sparrow beheld the elongated incense stick, ignited and nestled within a small wooden bowl. The plaques bore peculiar runes, which, as explained by the villagers, were the script and language employed by the revered Li Shangxian and the Taoist priests. Their children were also learning this tongue in school. Among these plaques, one stood elevated and centered, inscribed with the words, wishing the great benefactor, Li Shangxian, a long life filled with blessings and endless celestial fate. The remaining plaques were dedicated to Lord Xiaola, Queen Shila, and King Illyria, signifying the Taoist priest's method of honoring their benefactors through respectful offerings, requiring neither lavish tributes nor extravagant gifts. Merely a bow of reverence or the recitation of a blessing would suffice. The incense represented the scant wealth the community had gathered, purchased from the city, and there were suggestions that, upon a bountiful harvest, the first measure of grain should be placed here as a token of gratitude to the immortal and an affirmation of their annual achievements. According to the priests, contributions could be made simply as expressions of goodwill, without the need to squander resources. Moreover, these offerings could be shared among all after 12 hours of veneration. serving as a means of sharing the blessings bestowed by the immortal. In Chapter 48, titled The Great Sparrow, Part 5, the recently freed slaves, speaking in a cacophony of accents and dialects, conveyed to the Great Sparrow their profound gratitude for the greatness of Li Ershangxian. Though the Great Sparrow had been diligent in his youth, acquiring multiple languages within the church, he found understanding their words to be a challenging endeavor. Furthermore, these former slaves were the most ordinary of lowly bondsmen, lacking the education of their more skilled counterparts, which often rendered their speech disjointed. Thus, after 2 days of cohabiting with them, he gleaned a rough understanding of their situation. He toiled alongside these individuals, who had escaped their plight and were filled with hope for a brighter future, before resuming his journey. As he traversed the path toward Lotus Harbor, the scenery along the way mirrored his previous observations, farmers toiling in fields that had already been harvested, while others, seemingly from various regions, were cultivating their own new lives. Upon nearing Lotus Harbor, a peculiar procession piqued his curiosity. The primary body of this group consisted of boys and girls, aged 7 to 8, while adults, clad in orderly attire and armed with swords, flanked the front and rear, marching in precise formation. These adults bore serious expressions, moving silently like automatons. Though they donned no armor and wielded no long weapons or shields, it was evident they were an elite force. The children, however, were engaged in playful laughter, chasing one another with exuberance. They occasionally approached the adults for conversation, and although the adults often responded with silence, the children appeared unafraid, exhibiting a charming familiarity instead. The curious sparrow, intrigued by a figure in the midst of the group who resembled a commander, approached him. "Greetings, esteemed sir. I am a Septon from Westeros, known as the Sparrows. I am journeying through the Summer Islands to broaden my horizons, and I wonder if I might accompany you for a while." The commander, appearing rather youthful, furrowed his brow in contemplation, casting a glance at the sparrow's attire, seemingly uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, an elder clad in robes beside him spoke up. "Ah, esteemed Black Rat, let this venerable Septon join us. I believe he means no harm." The youthful commander, showing great respect for the elder, nodded in agreement. The sparrows expressed gratitude and continued along with the group, while the elder proved to be quite loquacious, quickly engaging in conversation. "Oh, I have yet to introduce myself. I am the Purple Book Daoist, overseeing a small temple in the northern part of Lotus Harbor, and I also serve as the academic director of the Lotus Harbor Primary School. May I inquire about your purpose on the Summer Islands? I have heard of unrest in the Summer Islands while in Westeros, and I learned of miraculous occurrences here, prompting my desire to investigate," replied the sparrows. "Oh, how fares your inquiry? Haha, I have only just arrived a few days ago, and have only heard whispers of the changes on the island, which seem quite fascinating. Thus, I sought to accompany you. May I ask if the Daoist is here for a specific reason?" "Indeed, all these individuals are students from our school. Today happens to be a holiday, and I am accompanying them for home visits. You are truly devoted to your duties." "Ah, thank you for your kind words. It is merely my obligation. I find this group somewhat peculiar, particularly these adults." "Oh, indeed, they too are unfortunate souls. All of them are soldiers from the king's army here, previously among the Unsullied from Astapor, as you may have heard. They were trained as elite soldiers through cruel methods by their slave masters, yet they have been stripped of their very essence." The sparrows nodded thoughtfully, curiosity illuminating his expression. The Purple Book Daoist seemed to have been stifled by the wooden commander, and with newfound enthusiasm, began to elaborate. It turned out that after gaining control over the islands, Illyrio disbanded most of the hired mercenaries, retaining only those he had commanded for years. The Unsullied were also liberated from slavery, and, along with the remaining mercenaries and a portion of the surrendered forces from the Summer Islands, formed a professional army. Furthermore, a new system was established to allocate land to each soldier. According to the regulations, the military land granted to soldiers cannot be traded or divided, and is assigned to the soldier's family unit. Each family is required to provide one eligible male for military service. In the event of warfare, should a soldier perish or become severely incapacitated, leaving the family without a capable member, if there are minor male descendants, the land may be retained, and the family can receive basic welfare until the male heir comes of age and continues to serve. If no male descendants remain, the widow may claim a substantial benefit and return the military land. For the soldiers of the Innocents, Lord Yura organized a group of orphaned slave children to be raised, with each soldier adopting one boy and one girl. This initiative aims to prevent demographic imbalance in the military villages and ensure sustainable development. The procession witnessed by the Sparrow today comprises a group of children of the Innocents returning home during their school holiday. It is noteworthy that the children from innocent families exemplify the new policy's success, with all children attending school, whereas even among the urban residents, only about half of the children are enrolled. At the rear of the procession are some parents from innocent families. Although the situation in the Summer Islands has stabilized, the dense jungle still harbors dangerous beasts and remnants of soldiers, as well as the threat of bandits. To protect their children, these innocents take turns escorting their offspring home. Of course, children from military families also receive preferential treatment. Under the current policy, in addition to the same 3 years of free basic education, these children can also avail themselves of 3 years of free vocational education to acquire a skill. Should they pass the examinations, they can gain priority admission to higher-level academies and even receive scholarships. Listening to the account of the Purple Book Daoist, the sparrow realized that this unprecedented system would undoubtedly fortify the soldier's loyalty to the king, as he not only provided excellent benefits, but also instilled hope in the soldiers. This approach is far more astute than merely showering soldiers with gold. Although the captain, named Black Rat, walking beside him, displayed no change in expression, the sparrow observed that with each revelation of the policies by the Purple Book Daoist, Black Rat's posture grew increasingly erect, and an aura of elevated spirit emanated from him. The sparrow understood that he and his subordinates would willingly lay down their lives for the architect of this policy, facing even the depths of hell without flinching. Chapter 49. The Sparrow. 6. As twilight approached, the group finally arrived at their destination, a rather sizable village. According to Black Rat's account, this village comprises 100 innocent families. In addition to the innocents and their children, 10 elderly single women of slave origin have been assigned to assist in teaching the innocents how to raise children, helping them care for their offspring, and undertaking tasks such as mending clothes, washing, and cooking. The sparrow recognized that the policy's creator had considered matters thoroughly, as this arrangement not only addressed the challenges faced by innocents in forming normal marriages and the lack of adult women to care for families, but also provided a means of livelihood for these unfortunate elderly individuals who had lost their ability to work. Evidently, Illyrio, as the former governor of the Pantos trade, could not possess such insight. The Great Sparrow firmly believes that this unheard-of system was introduced by the esteemed elder, Master Lear. However, his doubts begin to deepen. He cannot comprehend why, if Master Lear possesses such means, he would relinquish the Summer Isles to that Pantos merchant. He finds it perplexing that Lear, hailing from the Seven Gods Church, neither pursues worldly power nor seeks to establish a rigid religious organization. Nonetheless, he does not rush to seek answers. He is prepared to observe the nature of the village composed of the pure ones. Upon turning past the final thicket of trees, the first sight that greets him is an expansive field. The land allocated to the soldiers is certainly not the uncultivated wilderness or jungle, but rather the finest arable land confiscated from former nobles or priests within the island. At the horizon, a cluster of houses comes into view. This was once the estate of a noble from Lotus Harbor, where the standalone villa now serves as the village office and guest accommodations for elderly women and visitors. Surrounding this villa, a series of single-story wooden houses with small courtyards have been constructed, products of the labor of the first group of slaves transported to the island. These constructions provided the slaves their initial wages and the promise of freedom upon completing their toil. As the procession approaches the village, the children scatter, rushing forward. In the open space before the village, 2 robust men are engaged in a mock duel, one wielding a small round shield and the other holding a wooden sword, while a circle of spectators looks on. Upon finding their parents, the children begin to cheer for the combatants. According to the teachings of the Purple Book Sage, although these pure ones have shed their identities as slaves, they have retained the habits formed through years of training, persisting in their daily regimen. While mastering combat skills is a mission for every military household, it is only these households of pure ones who maintain such dedication and seriousness in their training. Almost the entire village has congregated here. Among the onlookers are silent warriors, while the children cheer loudly. Some older boys even begin to mimic their fathers, gesturing with punches and kicks alongside the match. Despite their contrasting styles, the Great Sparrow perceives an unexpectedly harmonious and warm atmosphere among them. Soon, dinner time arrives, and the soldiers conclude their training, lining up in orderly fashion. Although they have formed their own families, many military customs remain intact. The soldiers, accompanied by their children, partake in communal meals at the village's grand dining hall. A matron clad in an apron serves rice into the plates of the queue, and only after everyone is seated uniformly does the captain give the command to begin dining. The previously solemn and quiet ambience is instantly shattered as the children chatter away, sharing their daily school experiences with their companions or reporting to their fathers. The sparrow, perched at the end of a long table, surveyed the peculiar atmosphere enveloping the hall, momentarily losing focus in his gaze. This strange ambience was difficult to articulate, yet a gentle sense of tranquility and happiness surged within his heart. He understood that this collective spirit would dissipate with the passing of this generation of innocence, but he also believed that, in time, the village would blossom into a place of even greater joy and contentment. After dinner, there were no further communal activities. The somewhat odd, yet harmonious pairs returned to their homes to rest. As the sparrow made his way to his guest room, he encountered the same ancestral tablet in the village hall. That night, his mind wandered through myriad thoughts, and hazy visions began to surface. He spent the night in a semi-conscious state, unable to find rest, so that when the morning bugle roused him, he felt a disorienting heaviness that rendered him unable to rise. As the synchronized shouts echoed from outside, he donned his clothes and opened the window. The dawn light flooded the room, momentarily blinding him, while the cool morning air invigorated his senses. In the clearing before the village, the neatly arranged innocents stood behind a more chaotic group of youths who were running laps around the area, shouting slogans as they did so. The youth's unique, slightly sharp voices combined with the boys' exuberant yet disordered cries radiated an invigorating vitality, heralding the dawn of a new day. After the collective breakfast, the innocents commenced their agricultural duties. With the rainy season yet to arrive, the tasks primarily involved tilling the soil, turning over the buried insect eggs to be scorched by the sun, while also bringing the nutrients from the lower soil to the surface. The boys accompanied their fathers to the fields, though their physical limitations prevented them from wielding hoes for extended periods. They were already able to assist with weeding and various chores. Meanwhile, the girls followed the elder women, learning the intricacies of household management and family care. After lunch, the midday respite was followed by military training, during which the children observed with keen interest. To the sparrow, the entire village resembled a military camp more than a farm. Everything was orderly and meticulously organized. Here, he labored alongside the children, recounting tales from Westeros, quickly forging a bond with them. Although the adults maintained the customary demeanor of the untainted, the sparrow discerned that they had begun to accept him. The visit from the purple-robed sage concluded the following day. He engaged in a brief conversation with the village chief, or rather, the leader of the innocents, before bidding farewell to the sparrow. He extended an invitation for the sparrow to visit his temple outside the city of Lotus Harbor. The sparrow accepted the invitation, yet he lingered, eager to explore the newfound agricultural techniques he had discovered. For instance, he discovered that the innocents gathered animal and human excrement, mixing it with household refuse and straw to create compost. According to the village chief, Black Rat, this technique was imparted by a Daoist master, who claimed that this process could eradicate lingering pathogens in the waste, transforming it into fertilizer. Sprinkling this fertilizer across the fields would enhance soil fertility, yielding bountiful harvests. In Chapter 50, titled The Great Sparrow, 7, the Great Sparrow spent nearly half a year in the village of the innocents. He not only absorbed their agricultural methods, but also embarked on a self-study of the Chinese language, as well as the training and organizational practices of the innocents. In truth, the innocents possessed only a superficial understanding of many issues, often oblivious to the underlying principles. They merely executed the commands issued by their superiors without questioning them. Fortunately, technical advisors and Taoist priests periodically visited the village to provide guidance and medical assistance, allowing him to seek their counsel. Moreover, the Great Sparrow occasionally accompanied the children to a school in the city to audit classes and pose questions to the teachers there. Thus, over nearly 6 months, he unraveled the answers to the inquiries he had encountered. As another harvest season approached, he placed the final bundle of wheat straw into the temporary granary. Observing the birds foraging for scattered grains in the fields, the Great Sparrow realized it was time to bid farewell. The innocents and their children had grown accustomed to this benevolent elder, who labored, lived, and learned alongside them, regaling them with tales of Westeros. Akin to a grandfather in this familial gathering. Upon learning of his intention to depart, Black Rat organized a farewell celebration. Although devoid of theatrical performances and exquisite feasts, the jubilant laughter of the children returning home for the holidays and the visibly abundant dinner prepared with effort was profoundly moving. Instinctively, the Great Sparrow felt a desire to remain in this tranquil existence. Yet as he observed the joyous scene, images from his experiences in Westeros surfaced in his mind. Two vastly contrasting scenes intertwined within his thoughts, prompting reflections on his reasons for coming to the Summer Isles, what he was seeking, and what he intended to accomplish. Thus reaffirming his resolve, he rose early, the eastern sky just beginning to lighten. Leaving behind a farewell letter, he departed, aware that some children had conspired to see him off. However, he could not bear to witness their tear-streaked faces, compelling him to leave discreetly. By the time the sun reached its zenith, he had arrived in a valley north of Lotus Harbor. He had learned that upon entering the valley, he would encounter the Taoist temple of Master Purple Book. Determined, he took the final step towards mastering true power. Master Purple Book welcomed him warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, the Great Sparrow cut to the chase and articulated his request. "Ah, esteemed Great Sparrow, you wish to learn the Taoist arts? Indeed, I believe you possess genuine magical power. Or perhaps I should say Taoist skills. May I inquire about the conditions for studying under you? The methods I practice may not suit you. Let me consult the Celestial Master, and I shall respond." "Are you referring to Master Lier?" "Indeed, our cultivation stems from the esteemed immortal above, and I fear that the methods of your practice may not align with my own." The little sparrow cannot compel Daoist Zishu, and to receive such a response from him has far exceeded expectations. After all, regardless of the authenticity of magic, even the most artful tricks are cherished skills not easily imparted to others. Daoist Zishu retrieved a piece of yellow paper from the altar, deftly folding it into a delicate paper crane. Cradling the crane, he uttered a few respectful words before releasing it into the air. As the crane ascended, just before beginning its descent, it spontaneously ignited, swiftly transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that dissipated into the atmosphere. Noticing the curious expression on the little sparrow's face, Daoist Zishu proudly proclaimed that this was the technique of transmitting messages across great distances, capable of conveying information to immortal Li in an instant. "Ah, I have been so engrossed in conversation. Come, my dear brother. Let us retire to the back courtyard for tea. Immortal Li is quite occupied with numerous celestial maidens to attend to, and a response to the message will not arrive swiftly, so do not be anxious." Seeing the sly expression that crossed Daoist Zishu's face, the little sparrow found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Just as Daoist Zishu began to stroll toward the back of the temple, a refreshing breeze swept through the hall. Suddenly, Daoist Zishu's countenance shifted dramatically as he sensed an invisible pressure steadily approaching. Before the force could draw near, he prostrated himself on the ground, crying out, "Immortal, spare me. I have erred with my tongue, and I willingly accept my punishment." The little sparrow felt no unusual presence. Yet observing Daoist Zishu's peculiar behavior, he curiously scanned his surroundings, bewildered by the situation. Do not hold it against the esteemed sparrow. This rodent demon speaks vile words and deserves some correction. Hearing a melodious female voice from behind, the little sparrow turned swiftly toward the entrance of the temple. The two young acolytes stationed at the door appeared oblivious to any disturbance, engrossed in their game with pebbles. A young woman, exuding an ethereal grace and clutching an exquisitely crafted emerald staff, entered. Recognizing her as a figure of fear for Daoist Zishu, the little sparrow hastily bowed in respect. "I have met this celestial maiden from the 7 divine teachings." The woman, however, was not haughty. She merely smiled gently. "There is no need for excessive courtesy, master. I am Bai Yu, the mistress of the 1,000 Mechanisms Cave, sent by immortal Li to deliver some items and, incidentally, to teach this old fool a lesson." Well, I know that Daoist Zishu's words may have crossed a line, but I believe he meant no disrespect toward immortal Li. His remarks were merely frivolous. No need to plead on behalf of this old fool. This is not his first transgression. Were it not for the jade scepter I brought today from the immortal, he would not be so compliant. Let him remain prostrated here for a few days. It shall serve as a fitting reprimand. At this moment, the little sparrow finally took note of the condition of the Purple Book Taoist. He trembled all over, yet his body remained rigid in a single posture, his eyes betraying a mixture of fear and supplication, unable to move even slightly. Drool trickled from his slightly parted lips, yet he could not swallow. Witnessing such a miraculous display of power, the little sparrow grew increasingly respectful, aware that this was beyond his capacity to rectify. The woman ceased to regard the prostrate Purple Book Taoist and continued speaking. "The esteemed master's desires, I, Li Shangxian, am already well aware. However, the world is undergoing a significant transformation, and the spiritual energy has yet to saturate the realm. Thus, it is quite challenging to practice Taoist arts on the continent of Westeros." With a gentle lift of her hand, she forestalled any inquiries from the little sparrow and continued softly, "Of course, the master shares a connection with the immortal, and he is willing to lend his support to your grand ambitions. I present you with a tome, The Way of Tranquil Leadership, hoping you will utilize it wisely." The little sparrow, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of a book of peculiar material and binding in the woman's hands, recognized the Chinese characters on the cover and respectfully accepted it with both hands. Miss Bai, it appears I shall not have the opportunity to express my gratitude to Li Shangxian in person. Please convey my deepest thanks to him. The people of Westeros will be grateful for his kindness. Bai Yu smiled in response. The path ahead for the master is fraught with thorns. One must not be hasty. As spiritual energy gradually revives, the Daoist arts will naturally become second nature. Thank you, Miss Bai, for your reminder. Please extend my gratitude once more to Li Shangxian. Bai Yu nodded with a smile, casting a disdainful glance at the purple book Daoist on the ground before transforming into a wisp of white mist and drifting away. Chapter 51, The House of Black and White, Part 1. Indeed, Lyre was not on Summer Isles. He had long since discovered the Little Sparrow's arrival through the purple book Daoist. Considering the Little Sparrow's organization of the Impoverished Assembly and the Sons of the Warrior, forcibly attaining the position of the High Septon and attempting to manipulate the king and the situation in King's Landing through religious zealots, Lyre surmised that he was either an ambitious schemer or a devout fanatic, though there was little distinction between the two. The Little Sparrow's purpose for coming to Summer Isles was certainly not to seek a pastoral life. Given his lack of efforts to propagate the faith of the Seven, Lyre understood that he was in pursuit of magical power. Evidently, some extraordinary tales from Summer Isles had reached the continent of Westeros. After leaving behind a book of seal script, Lyre set off for Essos, his destination being Braavos, specifically the House of Black and White. During the low tide of magic in the original narrative, the only verifiable magical capabilities were those of the Red Priestess, who performed prophecies through fire, and the faceless men of the House of Black and White, known for their extraordinary ability to change their appearances. The shape-shifting ability of the faceless men undoubtedly constituted a form of magic, for they not only altered their faces, but also their height, physique, and voices. This was precisely what made them so detestable. They were nearly impossible to defend against, as they could masquerade as anyone, and there existed no means of detection. Consequently, nearly all fanfiction narratives arrange for the protagonists to be assassinated by faceless men, often leading to relentless cycles of conflict that could culminate in the destruction of all Braavos. Upon this realization, Lyre, naturally, could not adhere to the ordinary customs. However, he resolved not to await the arrival of the faceless men, for allowing this band of assassins to invade his domain would undeniably tarnish his reputation. Thus, he prepared to take the initiative. It must be noted that the Faceless Men's organization might emphasize their servitude to the God of 1,000 Faces, claiming that every assassination is an embodiment of divine will, a gift from the deity. Yet, the House of Black and White operates almost overtly within Braavos. Assassinations require a contribution, the magnitude of which is proportional to the difficulty of the target. It could be said that the House of Black and White stands as a fade for their nefarious activities, aligning perfectly with the logical inclinations of Western thought. To suggest that they lack the influence of Braavos' political powers would be utterly implausible. The Iron Bank's audacity to lend to the known world without fear of defaulters, who might even resort to eliminating their creditors, suggests that the faceless men are perhaps one of the most significant deterrents in this equation. Legends even assert that the faceless men were among the founding powers of Braavos. How could they possibly lack a vested interest? As the morning sun pierced through the thin mist rising from the waters of Braavos, it illuminated the small square before the House of Black and White. The doors stood slightly ajar, and an elderly man, clad in simple attire, emerged with a broom, beginning to sweep the ground. Although the square bore no evident signs of fallen leaves or dust after the night's repose, the old man meticulously tended to each stone tile. Oblivious to a common Braavosi insect that fluttered through the crack in the door and into the house, he continued his task. The fountain, flowing with poison water, and the various statues of death from diverse religious beliefs resonated with the faint magical vibrations in the air. Lyre was convinced this was a cadre of assassins who had mastered magic and concocted the myth of a god of 1,000 faces to masquerade their actions as divine intentions. Inside the hall, an eerie silence prevailed, reflecting the organization's corporate culture. Indeed, it was a realm of profound stillness. The excessive quietude rendered even the sound of a fluttering insect's wings painfully piercing. Lyre dissipated his transformation and soon morphed into a nebulous blue mist, gliding towards the staircase at the far end of the hall. The House of Black and White possessed no windows, and the pervasive darkness within fostered an atmosphere thick with death, facilitating Lyre's stealthy ingress. Attuned to the magical fluctuations, he traversed the corridor lined with tightly shut doors and adorned with portraits of faces, arriving at a stone wall. Clearly, the most significant elements were concealed behind this stone barrier. With a subtle incantation, A thread of ethereal energy began to seep through the crevices of the wall like delicate tendrils of smoke. Sensing the approach of someone from the hidden passage beyond the wall, Lear maintained his guise, retreating into the shadows of a corner. The third subterranean level was evidently a restricted area, and the sound of the secret door sliding within the stone wall echoed throughout the basement. However, the solid wooden doors on the second and third floors muffled the noise, ensuring it did not attract the attention of the servants and acolytes above. A middle-aged man emerged from the gaping maw of the darkened cave, clutching a dimly lit oil lamp. To the average observer, his visage would likely remain an indistinguishable blur, characterized merely as that of an ordinary middle-aged man, devoid of any distinctive features. However, to the devotees of the god of many faces, those who had experienced psychological suggestion, he would appear as a terrifying skull, devoid of flesh, with hollow eye sockets that seemed to plunge into the abyss, instilling a sense of dread. Yet, Liar perceived with clarity that a veil of ethereal magic cloaked the man's face, inducing a psychological illusion in the beholder, warping their perception of reality. Liar chose not to unleash his powers to dispel this magical mist, opting instead to conceal himself in the shadows, silently slipping into the dark passageway. The stone wall behind him began to close, erasing the last vestiges of light, yet Liar could still discern the spiraling staircase descending before him. After traversing a considerable length of stairs, the stone walls flanking him and overhead vanished, revealing a natural underground cavern. The stone staircase continued its descent, and should one rely solely on the oil lamp for illumination, it would evoke an impression of an interminable journey into the depths of the abyss. Nevertheless, Liar had already caught sight of the staircase's terminus. After approximately 200 meters of descent, a platform emerged, perched atop the cavern's rock face, which bore another cave, the destination of which remained unknown. With a graceful leap, Liar ascended, resembling a leaf drifting through the air, and soon alighted softly upon the platform. The cave at the platform's edge appeared to be hewn by human hands, featuring a remarkably regular arched threshold, crafted from stone and adorned with inscriptions in High Valyrian script. Upon reading the inscription, which spoke of the offering of blood, Liar shook his head. This simplistic incantation was clearly a remnant of the Valyrian Empire's arcane heritage. This further substantiated his suspicions that the Braavosi had carried away fragments of imperial magical knowledge when they fled from the Valyrian freehold, employing such arcana for their face-swapping tricks. With a dismissive shake of his head, Liar waved his hand, and from the dusting cloth he wielded, numerous threads unfurled, extending towards the cave's entrance. These threads, akin to creeping vines, ascended along the door and the surrounding stone walls, soon enveloping the entire opening. Raising his other hand, he began to weave intricate magical gestures. Swiftly discerning the underlying principles of this rudimentary magical array, a surge of power coursed through the threads towards the door, producing a series of faint sounds as it began to creak open. With a deft flick of his wrist, Liar dismissed the threads, which transformed into scintillating motes of light, dissipating into the air. Chapter 52, The Court of Black and White, Part 2. As the cave door swung open, a palpable aura of magic began to seep forth from within. The magical essence emanating from the cave was peculiar. It bore a distinct scent of flames, yet was also imbued with an unmistakable chill that pervaded the atmosphere. Lear ventured into the cave, not straying far before he found himself in a hollow chamber. Though not as expansive as the external caverns, this space was still comparable to the size of a basketball court. An icy breath pervaded the cave, and ethereal blue flames flickered between the crevices of the rock walls. At the center of the chamber, a grotesque mass of flesh writhed slowly, exuding intermittent bursts of scalding crimson energy through the gaps in its form. Without attempting to approach the eerie, ice-blue mass, Lear stood at the cave's entrance and cast a talisman. The intricate yellow paper drifted forward, transforming into a delicate paper figure just before touching the ground. The figure cautiously advanced, skillfully avoiding the flickering blue flames emerging from the cracks in the stony floor. Clutched in its tiny hands was a silver needle, which appeared as a lengthy spear in comparison to its diminutive stature. As the figure approached within 2 meters of the mass, it suddenly surged forward, the silver needle plunging deeply into the flesh, nearly vanishing entirely. A fine thread was threaded through the needle's eye, with the other end held firmly in Lear's grasp. Upon the needle's penetration, a wave of probing magical energy coursed through the thread into the mass. According to external knowledge, the Valyrian Targaryens excelled in the arts of blood and fire magic. Lear discerned that this grotesque mass was a product of such magics. However, it appeared to be a failed experiment of Valyria, having not given rise to the so-called dragon worms or even a dragon, but instead existing as a formless, unconscious mass of flesh. This biological entity absorbed heat, converting it into ice magic. The blue flames within the cave were a manifestation of the heat drawn from the volcanic vent below, transformed into ice magic, yet the conversion efficiency was alarmingly low, bordering on wasteful. In simpler terms, all the energy was expended merely to ignite, with no performance to speak of, yielding only a trace of pheromones capable of interfering with human cognitive judgment. Clearly, this inefficiency marked it as a quintessential failure. The minuscule pheromones produced bore no effect on the Valyrians, who wielded potent magic. The feeble magic was insufficient to contend with the surging power within the Dragon Lords. Even a mere hint of magical essence or enchanted artifacts could render them immune to such phenomenal interference. The mighty Valyrian Dragon Lords, endowed with formidable magic and dragons, had no need for such products lacking in prospects for large-scale application to assert their dominance. They could easily intimidate all with blood and fire. Thus, the fate of this failed creation was evidently relegated to abandonment by researchers. It was apparent that the ancestors of Braavos had discovered this forsaken mass and recognized the peculiar utility of its pheromones, laying the foundation for the Faceless Men organization. Lear shook his head in resignation. Evidently, events had not exceeded his expectations, yet the outcome was disappointingly mundane. How much more fascinating it would have been had a demigod lurked within, eager for a duel. This mass of flesh and blood resembles a sample of cancerous tissue. As long as a steady supply of energy is provided, it is capable of infinite division and survival. However, its efficiency is indeed inadequate. Lear estimated that after several centuries, its volume had at most doubled. Setting aside the silken thread in his hand, he concluded that this mass of flesh held little value for alchemical purposes, as it had not developed any energy-storing organs, causing nearly all of its energy to dissipate in vain. Furthermore, the grotesque and twisted form of this flesh was excessively reminiscent of Lovecraftian horrors, rendering it quite unappealing. Lear chose not to linger any longer, casting 5 thunder symbols before gracefully departing. The symbols activated without wind, surrounding the mass of flesh and forming a formation. Soon, a storm cloud gathered above it, and in an instant, the entire cavern was illuminated by flashes of lightning, reducing the mass of flesh to mere ash. Lear swiftly ascended through the cave, hearing a distant rumbling sound behind him. The mass of flesh had been entirely eradicated, and the delicate balance of the active volcano had been disrupted. The potential energy accumulated over many years began to erupt, shortly thereafter. A jet of lava spewed forth from the cavern where the mass had once been, the scorching molten rock starting to melt the cave's rocky ceiling. The entire underground cavern lay beneath the seabed surrounding the Isles of the Gods. Based on his previous perceptions, Lear estimated that in a few days, the lava would breach the seabed, resulting not in a cataclysmic disaster, but rather the sea would flood the entire cave, gradually rising to submerge the structures of the Black and White Institute situated below sea level. Lear successfully retraced his steps to the surface, easily exiting the confines of the Black and White Institute. He revealed himself in a secluded corner, now adorned in a well-tailored silk robe, which would suggest to any observer that he was at least a wealthy scion. He began to explore the various islands of the Isles of the Gods, which housed nearly 70% of the known world's religions, a testament to the freedom that Bravo thus continuously championed. Lear wished to investigate the circumstances of these religions, particularly the supposed prophetic moon-chanting priests. Naturally, he was also curious to see how the Black and White Institute would respond. But it was evident that the Institute's overseers would not be inspecting the mass of flesh daily. They likely only visited periodically to harvest the semi-transparent pheromones that had accumulated, as traversing the nearly 1,000-meter deep, dark passageway daily would be quite perilous. After 3 days of exploring Bravo thus, Lear had hired a small boat to navigate the waterways, admiring the architecture along the banks, when suddenly the surface of the sea nearby began to boil, followed by a towering column of water shooting upwards, reaching heights of several dozen meters. The small boats and people along the shore gasped in astonishment. As the steam rose, the water column gradually diminished, revealing a vortex forming on the surface, which continued to expand. The surrounding vessels had long since fled to safety, and fortunately, the vortex did not continue to grow indefinitely, stabilizing instead. Despite such a tremendous commotion, the Black and White Institute remained conspicuously silent, evidently unaware that seawater had begun to flood into that cavern. The current leader of the Black and White House, a benevolent figure, has been in a state of unease these past few days, sensing that a significant event is imminent. Just yesterday, A colossal whirlpool appeared on the sea surface not far from the island housing the Black and White House, leaving him momentarily bewildered. However, this morning, upon receiving a report from a servant on the second floor that seawater had flooded the staircase leading to the third floor, he instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. The very foundation of the Black and White House had been submerged beneath the depths of the ocean, and it was evident that no one possessed the capability to salvage it. Chapter 53, The Black and White House, Part 3. The core industry of Braavos is the Iron Bank, and the 23 keys to its founding vaults represent the 23 pivotal seats of power. Over the centuries, as tides ebb and flow, certain families have vanished from the annals of history, while new affluent entities have ascended to the 23 seats, though the majority remain occupied by the enduring founding families. This current benevolent leader hails from one of those ancient lineages and has adeptly expanded the influence of the Black and White House as the final guarantee of the Iron Bank's collections. The notorious Faceless Men, whose reputation stretches from King's Landing in the west to Karth in the east, have instilled fear in the hearts of many. Their most chilling ability is the capacity to assume the guise of any individual. Yet now, with the essence of the Faceless Men submerged beneath the waves, it remains a question of time whether the Black and White House can continue to pose a formidable threat to the enemies of the Iron Bank. There will always be those undeterred by the specter of death, contemplating ways to default on their debts. Once the populace realizes that the Iron Bank's last resort has faltered, the financial empire shall undoubtedly collapse, heralding the destruction of Braavos itself. The Black and White House, typically reticent in its dealings, found temporary refuge in the Hall of Sanctity. But the benevolent leader dared not conceal the condition of the 23 seats. Upon confirming the irreversibility of the situation, he promptly communicated the dire news to the 23 lords. Evidently, the lords of the 23 seats found themselves equally bereft of solutions, summoning all the Faceless Men from their various locations. They aimed to gather the remnants of their sacred oil, carefully selecting targets to minimize assassination attempts. While this approach could prolong their existence for a time, it was clear that it would not resolve the underlying issue, merely delaying the inevitable decay. Some lords have even begun to contemplate the dispersion of their assets, seeking to shield their families from annihilation should the Iron Bank face insolvency. Although Braavos appears tranquil on the surface, Lyle, who has been monitoring the situation at the Black and White House, is acutely aware of the undercurrents forming beneath. His concern for the fate of the Iron Bank is negligible. He is simply awaiting the moment when all Faceless Men return to the Black and White House. Clearly, the Faceless Men lack the means to utilize the carrier pigeons, relying instead on clandestine contacts with the Black and White House's hidden outposts in major cities to acquire information. However, their missions are often fraught with delays and unforeseen complications. Thus, after waiting for more than half a year, Lyle finally confirmed the complete return of the Faceless Men to the Black and White House. The Black and White House on the Isle of the Gods can no longer serve as an assassin stronghold. Following the closure of its subterranean entrance, the Hall of Sanctity now stands as the public temple of the many-faced god, remaining open to receive visitors. The true stronghold of the House of Black and White has relocated to a manor on the outskirts of the city, nestled against vast mountain forests, making it an ideal refuge for emergencies and concealment. The benevolent figure understands that once the last drop of sacred oil is consumed, the existence of the house will lose its significance. At that juncture, the Faceless Ones will face not only external adversaries, but also the lethal intentions of the Iron Bank. Clearly, having carried out numerous unsavory tasks for the Iron Bank, it is only natural that they would be silenced once their threat dissipates. With such thoughts in mind, the benevolent figure decided to move the organization's headquarters here, which also provided an opportunity for Lyre to gain insight, as large-scale underground facilities could not be constructed immediately. All activities were exposed above ground, and the sparse population in the vicinity actually facilitated Lyre's movements. When the last Faceless One returned to the House of Black and White and surrendered the remaining sacred oil, the benevolent figure summoned all the Faceless Ones to elucidate the current situation. A solemn expression adorned every face, and the typically obscured visage of the benevolent figure became vividly clear to all, indicating that the circumstances he described were indeed factual. The number of Faceless Ones was limited. They had undergone rigorous training and trials, with only a few able to attain this status, thus forming the core of the organization. They all recognized that if the organization were to collapse, their own fates would not be promising. As these individuals convened in the manor's dining hall, Lyre successfully infiltrated the benevolent figure's chamber. After a brief calculation and a magical scan of the entire room, he produced several talismans and cast them forth. The talismans transformed into miniature figures that began to scurry about the room in search of items. Soon, 3 small vials, hidden in separate locations by the benevolent figure, were discovered. The miniature figures worked in pairs to remove the corks, with one figure entering the vial while the other restored it to its original position before returning it. Once this task was completed, the remaining figures flew into Lyre's palm and promptly lost their vitality. Upon realizing that the task had been accomplished, Lyre gracefully departed. He had infused the last of the sacred oil with a spell, rendering it ineffective and transforming it into a potent acid, leaving one to wonder how long it would take for the faceless ones to experience its acidic sting. Evidently, even without the physical deterrence of the House of Black and White and the faceless ones, the Iron Bank possesses other means to collect debts, such as supporting the enemies of debtors to realize their claims more fully. However, the loss of the faceless ones would undoubtedly undermine the Iron Bank's confidence, compelling them to assess the repayment capabilities and integrity of borrowers with greater caution. It remains uncertain whether King Robert can still secure funds as he did in the original narrative. Having concluded his affairs in Braavos, Lyre chose not to return to Westeros or the Summer Isles by ship, but instead embarked on a journey eastward. He sought to learn about the Dothraki people. To be frank, these individuals in Martin's narrative appear to draw inspiration from the invasions of Europe by the Scourge of God, the Huns, and the Mongol Empire. However, he evidently lacks a profound understanding of the culture of the nomadic tribes, having concocted a somewhat bewildering portrayal of the Dothraki people. In reality, the nomadic tribes have never shunned armor, nor would they recklessly charge into battle with their leaders at the forefront every time. Nor would they resort to barbarism by settling all matters through duels. The depiction of the Dothraki is steeped in a complex blend of disdain and fear towards Eastern cultures. Naturally, Lyra does not intend to implement any changes upon them, nor does he contemplate transforming them according to Mongolian or Eight-Banner systems. After all, the foundational culture of the Dothraki has already crystallized. Introducing a more advanced military structure would only result in further bloodshed and would not contribute to the advancement of this world. Surrounding the vast Dothraki Sea are only backward city-states, and should the Dothraki continue to grow in power, they may very well stifle the development of Essos entirely. Thus, even if the Dothraki may be of East Asian descent, Lyra has no intention of aiding them, and he fails to perceive any East Asian features in Drogo's visage. In this world, he has no kin and bears none of those inexplicable burdens. Chapter 54, The Wrath of the Sleeping Dragon, Part 1. Robert Baratheon is not as forthright as he appears. Upon ascending the Iron Throne, he quickly realizes that the seat beneath him is precarious. To ensure the perpetuity of his Baratheon dynasty, he believes it imperative to eradicate the remnants of House Targaryen. His foster father, Lord Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, is a man of integrity, and Robert considers that to maintain the stability of the realm, he must govern with caution, treat the populace with kindness, respect the law, cultivate noble alliances, and promote the chivalric spirit. By embodying the virtues of a wise monarch, he believes the kingdom can enjoy enduring peace, free from external threats and internal strife, thereby rendering the exiled Targaryen princesses and princes powerless against his throne. However, Robert is not a patient man. He lacks the inclination to govern the kingdom diligently. He is far more inclined to revel as a warrior or to indulge in the company of various women. Clearly, he recognizes his inability to be a good king, and he is acutely aware that numerous subjects within the Seven Kingdoms do not acknowledge him, still hoping for the return of the Targaryen remnants to rally them once more under the banner of the three-headed dragon. Moreover, the embers of the Targaryen dynasty are indeed not insignificant. According to the latest intelligence from the Spider, the widow of Prince Rhaegar and his pair of children remain unaccounted for, while the offspring of the Mad King are growing up in Braavos. They are not alone. A considerable following has already gathered around them. Not to mention, the likes of the Dane family, S. Willis Dane, and former Prime Minister John Clinton, as well as that accursed white-cloaked knight Jaime Lannister, have also been spotted in Braavos. Although he has wed Cersei Lannister as his queen, Robert cannot guarantee whether the West will stand by him in the future, given that he is the only legitimate son of the Old Lion, Tywin. Furthermore, the loyalty of the Reach and Dorne towards King S. Landing remains highly suspect, as the octopoid spider continuously nurtured the Targaryen prince and princess in Braavos. Under the vigilant protection of Ser Jaime, they flourished amid the gatherings of the Sea Lord's feasts. An increasing number of guests began to extol Prince Viserys for his regal demeanor. In light of the looming threat of the Dragon House's resurgence, Robert believed that it would be more prudent to take decisive action and eliminate them physically, thereby thwarting the haunting nightmares that plagued his thoughts. Naturally, This was not a matter he could discuss with his foster father, but the capable Peter Baelish was an excellent candidate for collaboration. Thus, on a languid afternoon, upon arriving at the upscale brothel run by Baelish, he did not, as was customary, plunge into the throng of women. Instead, he summoned the proprietor to a secluded chamber where they conspired in secrecy. For the assassination of the former royal siblings, Baelish felt no moral qualms. He was not a man governed by ethics, nor had he reached a level where morality was a consideration. Although he had enhanced the royal treasury through the clearing of the ruins of King's Landing and diversifying his ventures, he remained merely a humble master of whispers. With his domain limited to a barren and diminutive stony peninsula, the ceiling of Westeros indeed felt low, at least from Peter Baelish's perspective, where he believed his intellect was sufficient to guard a realm. Sitting in the hold of a merchant vessel bound for Pentos, the young Baelish contemplated his troubles as he tossed a slip of parchment into the brazier before him. This was a directive from his enigmatic controller. Should the king wish to slay Princess Daenerys, he was to ignite this yellow paper adorned with strange runes. The sensation of being manipulated like a marionette was profoundly unsettling, even though the knowledge from the book provided to him had proven exceedingly useful and beneficial. Yet, Baelish was unaccustomed to the presence of a puppeteer behind him, especially one capable of wielding life and death over him, employing methods that bordered on the irrational. Baelish had long sought to extricate himself from this perpetual state of threat, but thus far, all his endeavors had yielded no glimmer of hope. He had visited the Great September of Baelor, consulting with the clerics there regarding the existence of magic, and even under the guise of official business. He ventured to Old Town to seek counsel from the Citadel and the Starry September. However, the acolytes of the Seven and the scholars of the Citadel unanimously asserted that magic had faded into oblivion, with most denying even the historical existence of such a phenomenon. In secret, he had also engaged with self-proclaimed sorcerers from across the narrow sea, but their clumsy displays were riddled with flaws in Baelish's astute eyes. Their finest performances merely earned him a wry remark about clever misdirection. So far, Littlefinger has yet to discover a means to counter the enigmatic figure, compelled to endure and act according to his directives. Fortunately, he has only been tasked with a singular mission thus far, without any insurmountable demands being placed upon him. Naturally, Littlefinger remains undeterred in his attempts. He has heard of the unrest in the Summer Isles and the potential existence of magical phenomena. Yet he lacks both the time and the justification to journey there himself. Consequently, he has employed several wandering knights to scout the area in shifts, gathering intelligence on his behalf. What occupies your thoughts? A serene voice emerged behind him. Upon recognizing the familiar yet foreign tone, he understood that it belonged to himself. The mysterious figure bearing his visage had reappeared. Peter instinctively reached for his face, and upon feeling the familiar contours of his nose, eyes, and mouth, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He quickly turned to face the figure, adopting a respectful demeanor, slightly bowing, and casting a flattering glance towards the visage that mirrored his own, adorned with his signature smile. Lord Baelish, you have performed admirably. Pray, inform me of King Robert's intentions regarding Daenerys. My lord, King Robert has instructed me to hire an assassin to eliminate Prince Viserys and Princess Daenerys. To avoid arousing suspicion, I dared not employ anyone in King's Landing and opted to secretly venture to Pentos in search of a reliable assassin. Oh, did the king not send you directly to Braavos? My lord, that was indeed the king's initial thought. However, the Targaryen prince and princess frequently visit the palace of the Sea King in Braavos, attending his banquets as esteemed guests. Littlefinger raised his gaze slightly, observing no change in the expression of the figure before him, and continued, I persuaded the king, under the pretext of needing to borrow from the Iron Bank to alleviate financial pressures, to refrain from hiring an assassin in Braavos, thus avoiding direct offense to the Sea King and preventing any links to King Robert's orchestration of the assassination from being exposed. Chapter 55. The Wrath of the Sleeping Dragon, Part 2. The mysterious figure exhibited no extraneous expression, merely nodding in acknowledgement after Littlefinger's explanation before inquiring, what is your plan for their assassination? In response, my lord, I have prepared 2 crossbows inscribed with the mark of wildfire, intending to hire assassins to shoot Prince Viserys and Princess Daenerys with the quarrels. Ah, commendable. Here is a vial of poison. Ensure it is given to the assassins so they may coat the arrowheads before their assault. Do you comprehend? All will be executed in accordance with your command, my lord. Well done. You shall be richly rewarded in due course. Thank you, my lord. Littlefinger bowed respectfully, and in an instant, the air before him shimmered, causing the figure to vanish. He immediately relaxed, leaning against the bunk in the cabin, his hands clenching and releasing slightly as he gazed at the small vial of poison on the table, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. He remained uncertain whether he was still within the gaze of the enigmatic figure, thus hesitating to take any immediate action or utter a word. After a moment of contemplation, he secured the bottle on the table and turned to lie down on the bed, fully clothed. In Bravos, nestled within a tranquil alley, there exists a small courtyard adorned with a red wooden door. This sanctuary serves as the refuge for the exiled prince and princess of the Targaryen dynasty. Their existence here is marked by a serene simplicity, for both the prince and princess are still youthful, untouched by the whims of errant thoughts. Accompanying them are Sir Willem Darry, the former master-at-arms of the Red Keep, the ex-Prime Minister, Lord John Clinton, and the white-cloaked Kingsguard, Sir Jaime Lannister. Sir Willem Darry oversees the daily affairs of the prince and princess, having been their steadfast protector since the calamity that befell the royal fleet. It was he who, upon the destruction of their ships by a tempest, decisively led a small band of loyalists to escort the prince and princess to safety in Bravos. Thwarting the plans of the usurper, Sir Willem, advanced in years, fulfills the role of a benevolent father figure, providing them with meticulous care and attention. Lord John Clinton, the former Lord of Griffin's Roost and dear friend of Prince Rhaegar, found himself exiled to the continent of Essos after the defeat at the Battle of Bells. He recounted his time in Pentos, where he joined a mercenary company and undertook several simple escort missions, before overhearing sailors in a tavern discussing the whereabouts of the prince and princess. Sir Willem harbored no doubts regarding John's intentions. He recognized him as a man of integrity, albeit perhaps excessively so. John's refusal to resort to fire to compel Robert's departure had ultimately led to the arrival of enemy reinforcements and their defeat at the Battle of Bells. Sir Willem trusted John's character, believing the prince would benefit from the guidance of such a virtuous individual. However, he harbored reservations about the arrival of the white-cloaked knight. After all, it was the defection of Sir Jaime Lannister's forces that delivered the fatal blow to King Aegon. Moreover, Jaime's statements were rife with inconsistencies and omissions. He claimed to have secured a safe haven for the widow of Prince Rhaegar, yet he was not by her side, instead choosing to be present here. The White Knight also declined to disclose the precise whereabouts of Princess Elia and her children. While Jaime's adherence to his oath deserves commendation, both Willem and John remained skeptical of his true motives. Nevertheless, the remnants of House Targaryen now rested solely upon their shoulders, compelling them to accept the reality that those around them might harbor ulterior motives. After all, having allies, however dubious, is preferable to isolation. It is precisely because the prince and princess are surrounded by such individuals that their small court appears somewhat legitimate, which is why the Sea Lord of Bravos regards them as esteemed guests, frequently inviting them to feasts at the Sea Lord's palace. Of course, the Sea Lord's intentions may not be entirely altruistic. Harboring this exiled court serves as a strategic contingency for him. The foundation of Bravos lies in its Iron Bank, whose means of ensuring loan recovery extend beyond the faceless assassins. Rather, those in power prefer to support the enemies of sovereigns who default on their debts. Upon the successful usurpation by these adversaries, they would assume responsibility for all debts incurred by both themselves and their predecessors. After all, merely eliminating the debtor serves only to vent frustration and intimidate other debtors, without reviving the bad debts. The remnants of the Targaryen dynasty remain a potent deterrent to the current occupant of the Iron Throne. The Iron Bank is ever ready to support a Targaryen restoration, for it has been borrowing from the Iron Bank since the era of the Dance of Dragons. This debt has amassed a considerable sum. Those who dare to deny its existence become enemies of the Iron Bank. Sir Willem and his companions are well aware of the intentions of the Sea Lord and the Iron Bank. Yet it is precisely for this reason that their safety in Bravos is assured, at least for the time being. King Robert has yet to establish rapport with the Iron Bank, and his credibility remains unrecognized. Thus, as a safeguard, Bravos will certainly ensure their protection. This rationale is why Sir Willem chose this city as their refuge, a decision subsequently endorsed by John and Jaime. They also understand that as time passes and King Robert's reign solidifies, the protection offered by Bravos will diminish. However, they require time for Prince Viserys Targaryen to mature. Only a grown prince can attract the allegiance of those with intentions and garner the support of the nobility within the Seven Kingdoms. No one would rally behind a destitute child. Thus, the prince and princess grow day by day, and today marks yet another banquet hosted by the Sea Lord, prompting them to prepare their traveling party early. Sir Willem Darry has passed away, leaving the responsibility of nurturing the prince and princess to Sir John Clinton, while Jaime continues to fulfill his duties as a member of the Kingsguard. The Sea Lord's hospitality has waned since their arrival. There are no special feasts held in their honor, and they are no longer the distinguished guests of the banquet. Nevertheless, The Sea Lord maintains the semblance of courtesy, providing them with a seat during grand festivities, ensuring they are neither slighted nor ridiculed. Their traveling party has significantly diminished since their initial arrival in Braavos. Over the years, Sir Willem Daoist has dismissed excess servants to cut costs, leaving only an elderly nurse to attend to the princess, apart from one aged knight remaining to guard the estate. The other knights who accompanied them must fend for themselves, most having joined mercenary companies and gradually losing touch. Chapter 56. The Fury of the Sleeping Dragon, Part 3, leaving the elderly knight and nurse to safeguard the home. Jaime and Jon assisted Prince Viserys Targaryen and Princess Daenerys into a humble carriage. They traveled as a quartet, with Jon at the helm of the carriage, while Jaime rode a feeble warhorse, an aging steed long past its prime, ill-suited for galloping beyond the city limits. Yet, as a knight of the King's Guard, Jaime found it somewhat undignified to have the elite guard trailing on foot behind the royal carriage, in a bid to preserve their last semblance of honor. He donned his white cloak and forsook armor, riding the old horse with his retainers flanking the carriage. It was not that they were entirely destitute. Rather, they clung to the last vestiges of hope for the Targaryen restoration. Sir Willem had indeed managed to gather 2 chests of treasure upon fleeing Dragonstone, and after expending some for their establishment in Braavos, the majority had been securely deposited in the Iron Bank's vault. Both Jon and Jaime harbored no grievances regarding their temporary hardships. Each was steadfast in their beliefs and refrained from lamenting their material scarcity. Prince Viserys, however, occasionally voiced his discontent with their current plight, having indulged in the opulence of princely life for 7 years before losing his kingdom. He would regale his younger sister with tales of the luxurious existence within the Red Keep, igniting a wistful longing in the young princess's heart for the idyllic life painted by her brother's words. Fortunately, the young prince remained rational, aware that their dwindling resources should not be squandered on indulgences. Apart from his complaints, he refrained from any imprudent actions. Thus, the invitations from the Sea King became the siblings' most anticipated moments of joy, offering bountiful feasts to satiate their appetites, despite the scrutinizing gazes and whispered remarks of other guests. Sir Jon and Sir Jaime would stand by them, shielding them from unwarranted remarks and provocations. Today promised to be another joyful occasion, as the young prince and princess eagerly anticipated the delights of the evening banquet and the possibility of new performers showcasing captivating acts. Amidst the cheerful sounds of youth emanating from the carriage, Jaime and Jon exchanged a glance, both wearing relaxed smiles, rare moments of joy for them. The two outside were also touched by this buoyant atmosphere. A gentle breeze rustled the curtains, shielding the windows, occasionally revealing the curious eyes of the youths peering outside. As Jaime rode alongside the carriage atop his old horse, an unsettling sensation caused every hair on his body to stand on end, a warrior's instinct prompting him to grip the hilt of his sword tightly, just as he began to survey the surroundings for any signs of trouble. Contemplating whether to alert Lord Jon to remain vigilant, a piercing sound sliced through the air from the side. Jaime recognized it as the unmistakable sound of a crossbow bolt being loosed. His peripheral vision caught the glimmer of the arrowhead as it hurtled towards them. The White Knight instinctively drew his sword and swung it with precision at the incoming projectile. The sharp clang of metal echoed down the long street as the White Knight successfully deflected the arrow, turning swiftly towards the source of the threat. He glimpsed a shadowy figure slipping into the now chaotic throng, vanishing at the far end of the street. At this moment, Jon also came to his senses, casting a glance at the White Knight, who had sheathed his sword and assumed a defensive posture, before turning his gaze towards the carriage. The sight within the carriage sent a chill down his spine. The prince cradled his young sister in his arms, while a crossbow bolt had pierced through from the opposite side, embedding itself into the wall of the carriage, its tail still quivering slightly. The prince appeared uninjured, though his face was marked by panic and urgency. However, Princess Daenerys, nestled in his embrace, bore a rather peculiar expression. Unlike the fear one might expect from an attack, she seemed drowsy, as if on the verge of drifting into slumber. Jon noticed a small cut on the exposed arm of the princess, which, by all accounts, should not have been serious. Yet, upon glancing at the bolt embedded in the carriage, the glimmering azure hue of its sharp tip made him realize that the princess was likely poisoned. News of the incident swiftly reached the Sea King's palace, but it did not disrupt the festivities. After all, the fate of a long-exiled princess did little to affect the demeanor of His Highness, who merely expressed a token concern before dismissing the matter from his mind. Frankly, the remnants of House Targaryen had languished in obscurity for far too long, and in Braavos, few truly cared about the so-called restoration of their dynasty. The only ones who might still perceive them as a threat were likely the usurpers across the narrow sea. Ser Jaime escorted the carriage back to their residence, leaving Jon to continue guarding the prince and princess. He immediately set out to seek the town's physicians. However, the doctors had never encountered such a peculiar poison. Daenerys's condition was baffling. She breathed steadily, her complexion was vibrant, and all bodily functions indicated robust health. Yet, no matter the means employed, they could not rouse the sleeping princess. The investigation into the assailants was equally unfruitful. The City Watch, responding to the alarm, found only 2 crossbows marked with the sigil of Blackfire at the scene, but no assassins were apprehended. Jaime and Jon discussed the matter, concluding that the motivation for Blackfire to attempt the assassination of the Red Dragon was minimal, given that the Targaryen dynasty had been obliterated, leaving all to wander as lost souls. What vendetta could possibly linger from bygone generations? Conversely, King Robert of King's Landing had a far more compelling motive for assassination. Yet regrettably, there was no concrete evidence to substantiate such a theory. Daenerys's condition indeed weighed heavily on both men. Fortunately, her state had not deteriorated. Aside from her inability to awaken, she remained akin to a healthy individual, her cheeks retaining a healthy flush despite being fed only honeyed water at the corners of her mouth each day. After exhausting all avenues with the physicians of Braavos, Jaime realized that his last hope lay in a mysterious place within the King's Wood, a location he had once visited. After conferring with Jon, he resolved to take the perilous risk of sneaking back into Westeros in search of that enigmatic sorcerer. Jon struggled to comprehend Jaime's decision. He had never encountered the wizard known as Luin and was unaware of why Jaime held such confidence in his ability to save the princess. Yet, upon seeing the resolute expression of the white-cloaked knight and reflecting on the prince's troubled visage as he sat by his sister's bedside, Jon could only nod in agreement to Jaime's determination. The days spent together in cohabitation revealed to him that this member of the illustrious Lannister family, a sworn knight of the King's Guard, was indeed a paragon of unwavering faith and noble virtue. He would never abandon his sacred oath to flee back to Westeros and ingratiate himself with the usurper in King's Landing. Though he could not fathom the source of Ser Jaime's confidence, he chose to place his trust in the knight's decisions and wished him success in his noble quest. Chapter 57. The Fury of the Sleeping Dragon, Part 4. As the White Knight once again set foot on the soil of Westeros under the cover of night, the evening in Braavos was enveloped by an eerie phenomenon. While Braavos is perpetually shrouded in mist, there are still rare days of splendid weather. And tonight was one such enchanting night with a scanty scattering of stars. The Sea Lord of Braavos had arranged an open-air banquet in the Sea Lord's palace, inviting the city's dignitaries to revel in the beauty of the night. This evening's moon was a full one, a sight seldom witnessed in Braavos. As the ruling elite of the city indulged in merriment, celebrating the exquisite lunar glow, the celestial body they had been admiring began to transform. A blood-red shadow began to spread across the moon's surface, initially appearing as a thin crimson line along the edge. Gradually, the sinister hue enveloped much of the moon. The guests at the feast soon noticed this ominous change, and the once lively atmosphere fell into an uneasy silence, broken only by the anxious whispers of the attendees. The Sea Lord's countenance darkened. The previous 2 banquets had already been fraught with misfortune, the last one marred by the assassination of a relatively inconsequential guest, and now, the very theme of celebration had been disrupted by this portent. At that moment, the leader of the Sea Lord's guard approached to report. Clearly, tonight's rare moonlight had attracted not just the attention of the city's nobles, but even the impoverished citizens toiling daily for survival. All drawn to admire the beautiful moon, most of the populace had witnessed this strange occurrence, and a wave of unease began to ripple through the city. The guard captain sensed the brewing unrest from the growing clamor within the streets. The current Sea Lord had ruled Braavos for many years and was a seasoned and astute politician. Therefore, he suppressed his own trepidation and adopted a demeanor of calmness. Addressing the assembly with authoritative words, "There is no need for concern, my friends. I believe this distant moon will not immediately impact our festivities tonight. It may simply be a sign. Of course, my knowledge of theology is limited, yet I shall dispatch a royal decree to the Isle of the Gods tonight, trusting that the deities will grant us their protection." Seeing the Sea Lord's attempt to reassure them, the guests expressed their agreement. Though the mood of the banquet had irrevocably soured, the Sea Lord, resigned to the fact that the evening's festivities had been thoroughly compromised, opted to dissolve the gathering early while simultaneously instructing the city guard to intensify patrols within the city to deter any potential instigators of unrest and prevent any ensuing chaos. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Fortunately, Braavo's administrative team was efficient, and news from the Isle of the Gods soon arrived. As the moon began to be enveloped by a crimson shadow, the priests of the moonlit temple exhibited an unusual stir. As a religious order devoted to the moon, such a rare opportunity to observe its phenomena was undoubtedly of paramount importance to the entire temple. Several high priests of the moonlit order displayed expressions of astonishment, and amidst their bewilderment, a young priestess behind them suddenly fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. The gasps from her companions captured the attention of the high priests, who exchanged glances and hurried over. The girl lay with her brow furrowed and eyes closed in the embrace of her fellow priestess, her body twitching intermittently, while the surrounding young priests watched with anxious expressions. One high priest knelt beside the girl, gently touching her forehead and lifting her eyelid for inspection. He then nodded to the other high priests. They promptly instructed several young priests to carry the unconscious girl to the high priest's private chamber, dispersing the onlookers before following her into the temple. The high priests understood that this might signify the moon goddess's renewed favor upon them. Yet they dared not speak of it until the girl awoke. As participants in the establishment of Bravos, it was the moonlit priests aboard the slave ships who prophesied the location where the first Bravosi would settle. The precision of their chosen site allowed the persistent fog above Bravos to obscure the sight of the pursuing Valyrian dragon lords, leading to the city's current prosperity. Thus, the moonlit temple stands as the largest temple in the Isles of the Gods, a testament to the contributions of the moonlit priests to the people of Bravos. However, this legacy is built upon the foundation of the priests' prophetic abilities, which have been lost for centuries. While the moonlit temple retains a place in Bravos' culture and history, it has entirely forfeited its political influence, to the extent that even the crucial position of the Iron Bank's keyholder has long been relinquished. The unusual lunar phase and the fainting of the young priestess have ignited a flicker of hope among the high priests for the resurgence of the moonlit temple. Despite their loss of prophetic powers, the lineage of the moonlit priests remains unbroken. They still possess knowledge of what the priests were like before their abilities waned. Provided that the young priestess's fainting is not a result of an epilepsy seizure at this critical juncture, it can be nearly confirmed that they may once again have a true prophet among them. Of course, with due caution, they could not immediately publicize this event, nor would they inform the lower-ranking priests. Over the years of the moonlit order's decline, there have been those foolish enough to attempt deception. They must verify the situation thoroughly before taking any decisive action. As the high priests gathered in the prayer chamber waiting for the girl in the adjacent room to awaken, a watchful priest approached to report that the Sea King had issued a command regarding tonight's unusual phenomenon, requiring the various temples of the Isles to interpret the lunar anomaly and to reassure the people who had come to pray. The high priests exchanged glances, acutely aware of the pressing urgency of the situation. Uncertain of how the other temples would react, they held on to the notion that first impressions are often paramount. Their only hope was that the young priestess would awaken swiftly. Regardless of their anxiousness, the high priests dared not disturb the girl who had succumbed to slumber. After all, the rituals and knowledge had been passed down through generations, and no one could ascertain which elements were genuine wisdom and which were mere superfluous additions that had crept in over time. Thus, the most prudent course of action remained to await her natural awakening. For every version of the sacred texts indicated that the moon singer would fall asleep while fervently praying to the moon, gaining divine insights from the moon goddess in her dreams, and making prophecies through the interpretation of these revelations. To rouse her prematurely could jeopardize everything, especially if she were on the brink of dreaming the most crucial part of her prophecy. As the morning sun pierced through the mist that enveloped Bravos, casting a pale and muted light through the temple's windows, the sound of the young girl awakening and conversing with the high priestess who had watched over her all night finally echoed from the adjoining chamber. Unable to contain their anticipation any longer, the other high priests surged into the dormitory. Chapter 58, The Wrath of the Sleeping Dragon, Part 5, His Majesty. The Sea King of Bravos had enjoyed a restful night, undisturbed by the moon's peculiar phenomenon during the banquet. He did not believe that whether the moon appeared red or white would have any tangible effect on Bravos. Indeed, magic had long been absent from the world, and even the last dragons had perished over a century ago. Thus, the Sea King felt no threat from supernatural forces to his reign. His primary concern was to placate the minds of the ignorant populace, preventing any opportunists from inciting unrest. After relishing a lavish breakfast, he summoned his attendants to inquire whether the temples had prepared appropriate reassurances for the public. The various temples of the Isles offered responses devoid of originality. Some claimed it to be a blessing from the deities, signifying that Bravos' merchant vessels would sail unscathed by storms in the coming year, ensuring that traders would not suffer unexpected losses. Others interpreted it as a warning from the gods, foretelling distant and brutal wars, yet assuring that Bravos would remain under divine protection and not be drawn into conflict. Some suggested it heralded the arrival of a long summer, with the red moon signaling that the sun would shine ever brighter, potentially raising temperatures. The Sea King found these interpretations generally satisfactory, as long as they did not disrupt the stability of Bravos. The reporting attendant, well-versed in the art of communication, began with a series of favorable updates before briefly touching upon the last two matters. The largest temple on the island, the Moon Singer's temple, had yet to offer an explanation regarding last night's lunar anomaly. However, it was rumored that a minor disturbance had occurred during the ritual. Furthermore, the Red Temple had made quite a commotion after the lunar shift, as a fervent priest set himself ablaze, fervently chanting a single phrase until the flames consumed him entirely. After the long summer, the stars weep blood, and darkness shall reign over us. The Sea King furrowed his brow as he listened to the final report from his attendant. The movements of the Moon Singers were, in truth, of little consequence. These women had not offered a useful prophecy in centuries. Remaining silent was, perhaps, a wise choice to avoid further humiliation. However, those damned followers of the Red God incessantly propagate their frenzied rhetoric. Now, they have conjured yet another madness, which is utterly intolerable. Angrily, he commanded his attendant, send word to the municipal officials governing the Isle of the Gods to warn those lunatics. In Bravos, we prohibit the slave trade and uphold the equal rights of all individuals. If their rituals lead them to seek death, I can tolerate that. But should they dare to impose their bloody sacrifices upon the residents of Bravos or any who do not worship the Red God, it will not be tolerated. If it happens again, I will decree the expulsion of the Red God's faith. Even deities must adhere to the laws of Bravos. Yes, my lord. The attendant hastily bowed in response, eager to escape the wrath of the Sea King and avoid being caught in the tempest of his anger. Meanwhile, within the Temple of the Moon Singers, a group of elderly high priests gathered around the bed of a young priestess, eager to glean the visions she encountered in her dreams. To avoid frightening the young priestess, the venerable priests attempted to adopt the demeanor of kindly grandmothers, forcing smiles they believed to be benevolent. The young priestess appeared somewhat alarmed, feeling the stark contrast between the soft embrace of the grand bed beneath her and the twisted, indifferent smiles of the high priests looming above her. Fortunately, her mentor, who had cared for her throughout the night, swiftly recognized the awkwardness of the situation and, through gentle persuasion, helped her steady her nerves, allowing her to recount her dream from the previous night. I saw the moon begin to turn red, and I started to silently recite our Moon Singer's prayers, hoping the moon goddess would manifest swiftly to bless us. Then, I felt the world spin, and thereafter, I lost consciousness. The young priestess swallowed hard, noticing the expectant expressions on the faces of the high priests. Gathering her courage, she continued in a hushed tone, when I awoke this morning, I felt as though I had indeed experienced a long dream, and I seemed to have witnessed many things, though most remain unclear to me. The expressions of the gathered priests darkened slightly, yet fearing to unsettle the young girl, they quickly adopted encouraging postures, maintaining their attentive demeanor. I only remember a sky obscured by a sea of blood, the sound of immense wings flapping, and, there was also a slumbering giant dragon. I felt very close to that dragon. The heat of its breath scorched me. The young priestess's recollections began to fragment, her descriptions becoming increasingly abstract, flames, splattering blood, terrifying, distorted shadows, culminating in a haze of vivid, surreal colors. The high priests were well aware that this phenomenon of entering dreams was a common occurrence. According to ancient texts, those who chanted to the moon could receive visions of the future from the moon goddess in their dreams. However, each individual possessed a different capacity to endure such experiences. Upon awakening, to prevent their minds from becoming overwhelmed and descending into madness, the brain would instinctively eliminate the portions it could not bear. Consequently, those who awoke as moon chanters often retained only fragmented memories or distorted glimpses of these visions. In an effort to aid the moon chanters in interpreting these fragmented images, countless practitioners had summarized numerous patterns, some meaningful, others not, to elucidate what each vision might signify. Naturally, the moon chanters also developed their own methods to enhance their endurance, hoping to bring back more complete images from their dreams. Yet, as magic faded from the world, this knowledge began to lose its significance, morphing through generations of transmission until it became increasingly ambiguous. After listening to the young priestess's account, a group of elderly women immediately began to murmur among themselves. Some even retrieved their sacred texts to cross-reference the recorded meanings, attempting to interpret the implications of these visions. However, each individual's understanding of these images varied, leading to spirited debates about the prophecies among the group. The girl sat helplessly on her bed, staring blankly at the escalating argument among the high priests in the room. Observing her distress, her mentor consoled her, saying, "Do not worry, Fiona. You are a blessed child of the moon goddess, and the future will be brighter." The girl leaned against her mentor, nodding weakly in response. Ultimately, the Sea King received a message from the Temple of the Moon Chanters. But it was not a public reassurance for the populace. Rather, it was a secret prophetic communication. The elder priest, who had come personally, asserted with unwavering certainty that this prophecy was infallible, and its fulfillment was to occur within the city of Braavos. As the Sea King reflected on the Moon Chanter's prophecy, uncertainty gripped him. After all, centuries of history had shown that these individuals had lost their prophetic abilities. Yet, their earnest demeanor was unlike anything he had ever witnessed, and it seemed improbable that they would squander their remaining credibility and dignity. The Sea King gazed at the slip of paper inscribed with the prophecy, lost in contemplation. It bore a succinct phrase, "The true dragon sleeps. When awakened, he shall bring blood and fire to his enemies." Chapter 1. Time Traveler, Part 1. Jaime Lannister had long since lost count of how long he had traversed the royal woods. He understood that the likelihood of finding the sorcerer named Eler was slim. Upon departing, Eler had warned him that formidable wards surrounded the area, rendering it inaccessible to outsiders. Jaime had witnessed firsthand the incredible power of that enigmatic mage, yet he was willing to take a chance for Princess Daenerys. He believed that fate, as spoken by the sorcerer, would allow him to encounter Eler once more. They had scoured the physicians of Braavos and some religious priests who claimed to possess healing powers. Yet to no avail, none could identify the poison afflicting the princess. Thus, the formidable mage stood as the last hope of the White Knight. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, illuminating Jaime's handsome visage as he basked in the warmth of the midday sun, contemplating a moment of respite in a secluded spot. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, he felt the emptiness of his provisions, realizing it was time to return to the city. Despite the experiences he had garnered over the years, he still found himself incapable of long-term survival in the forest without adequate supplies. It seemed his efforts had been in vain, and he was left wondering about the changes in Braavos over the past month and whether the princess could endure. At that moment, a faint sound of a bugle echoed from the dense thicket ahead, instantly alerting Jaime, a member of the Kingsguard. It was the call signaling a military advance. As he now found himself within the royal forest, the likelihood of a battle occurring in such a thick jungle was minimal. Theoretically, the royal forest belonged to the monarch of the Seven Kingdoms, making it probable that usurpers were hunting within its confines. The sound was still distant, and Jaime found himself in a quandary. As a knight sworn to House Targaryen, he was expected to regard Robert Baratheon as an adversary. The forest density would prevent a hunting party from gathering in large numbers, and with his skills, he could easily approach Robert. However, recalling the inferno in King's Landing and the tales he had witnessed and heard concerning King Aerys, he understood that the Mad King had earned his infamous title. Although such thoughts were treasonous and contradicted the chivalric code and the tenets of the faith of the Seven, he genuinely believed that Robert might be the preferable choice. At least he was a better alternative than allowing the Mad King to bring ruin upon the Seven Kingdoms. Moreover, committing an assassination would be contrary to the knightly education he had received. He could vanquish an opponent in battle, but could not resort to the methods of an assassin. Such actions would disgrace Prince Viserys and would not gain the acceptance of the noble houses of the realm, only complicating the prince's future endeavors to reclaim the throne. As the bugle calls gradually subsided, Jaime deduced from the varying sounds that the hunting party was hastily pursuing a quarry, and based on their current trajectory, they would soon pass close by. Exercising caution, the White Knight selected a sufficiently robust tree and ascended, its dense branches and leaves obscuring his form. As long as he maintained a prudent distance from the ground, he would likely escape notice. The sounds of the bugle indeed faded, revealing a skilled hunting party. Even within the thick forest, their speed surpassed Jaime's expectations. It appeared he had no real opportunity to approach them, for he lacked a steed. And even in the woods, a man's legs could not outpace a horse's gallop. Just as Jaime prepared to descend, the crisp sound of hooves echoed from the nearby woods. The White Knight steadied himself, blending his shadow into the dappled shade, and observed intently. A resplendent lady, adorned in an exquisite gown, gracefully approached atop a magnificent white steed, trailed not far behind by 4 armored knights clad in splendid crimson cloaks. James furrowed his brow, fixated on this small entourage. The silhouette and profile of the lady seemed hauntingly familiar, yet he dared not utter a sound. Though the insignia on the knights' capes remained obscured, it was evident they were formidable warriors. Given his own unarmored state, it would prove exceedingly difficult to confront all 4 fully equipped knights simultaneously. As the lady rode slowly, her demeanor appeared troubled, clearly discontent with her equestrian excursion through the woods. Upon reaching the very tree where James concealed himself, a glimmer of golden light caught her attention. Golden, slightly curled tresses caught against the mottled bark of the tree, illuminated by the dappled sunlight filtering through the foliage, reflecting a dazzling sheen. James's heart skipped a beat as the lady halted beneath the tree. Could he have inadvertently left an unmistakable trace? Yet, from his vantage point, he discerned no evident flaws. At that moment, she lifted her radiant visage, and their eyes met. James felt as if his heart might cease to beat. It was none other than his sister, his sole beloved, Cersei. The lady, equally startled by the familiar visage of the hidden youth, bit her lip with fervor, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The knights behind her, sensing an anomaly, urged their steeds forward and inquired, "Your Grace, is there an issue?" Cersei, suppressing her tumultuous emotions, turned her back to them and replied tersely, "I am somewhat fatigued and intend to rest here for a spell. Keep your distance and do not disturb me." "But, Your Grace," one knight protested, "His Majesty has prepared a feast at the camp ahead to honor Lord Eddard and requires your presence. Time is of the essence." "Let that damned northerner wait. I need a moment to recuperate," Cersei retorted, her anger palpable as she spun her horse about to glare at the 4 Lannister knights. The crimson-cloaked knights, reluctant to defy their sovereign's daughter, acquiesced, quietly taking the reins of the Queen's steed and guiding it a few paces away. Cersei then returned to the shade of the tree, attempting to mask her fervent emotions, and leaned against the very root where James had lingered moments before. She feigned interest in the woodland scenery while absent-mindedly sifting through fallen leaves, as if searching for a beautiful keepsake. James, observing the lady beneath the tree, too exhibited restraint. His affection for his sister was profound, and each night was enveloped in cherished memories of her. From his concealed position, he noticed one of Cersei's hands gliding across the ground, seemingly inscribing something. In that instant, an overwhelming desire surged within him to glimpse the words she etched upon the earth. Cersei did not linger long. Soon, she selected 3 exquisite leaves, rose gracefully, brushed the dust from her attire, and proceeded toward her knights. James's gaze remained fixed upon his sister's silhouette as he observed her mount the white steed, attended by their family's knight, gradually departing under the watchful protection of their guards. He lingered in the tree for what felt like an eternity, though the urge to descend was a tempest in his heart. Yet, he dared not act rashly, for the consequences would not only affect him but also endanger his sister. When the sun finally dipped below the horizon, and silence still reigned without a hint of human presence or flicker of light, James concluded it was safe to leap down from the tree. Chapter 2. The Time Traveler, Part 2. James refrained from igniting a torch, instead relying on the cool glow of the moon to cautiously examine the ground. He moved with utmost care, fearful of disturbing the delicate words his sister had inscribed upon the earth. Upon uncovering a patch concealed by leaves, he discerned her elegant script in the moonlight. "Since your departure, no one has visited this place. I await your return." Once he confirmed the message, James hastily erased the words and, guided by the still bright moonlight, discerned his direction, setting off in the opposite way. Just yesterday, he had crossed a brook in this very direction, and he knew that by following this stream, he would ultimately reach the great river, which would lead him out of the thicket. Meanwhile, in a clearing several miles away, a modest feast was underway. King Robert Baratheon entertained his brother, the Duke Eddard Stark of the North. The gathering was small, yet the sight of a whole roasted deer upon the fire, the exquisite pastries and fresh fruits adorning the long table, and the golden wine from the arbor flowing in delicate crystal goblets spoke volumes of the royal opulence. The attendees were few. Queen Cersei stood apart, savoring her wine while observing the king and the northern duke engaged in conversation by the fire, lost in her own contemplations. Lady Catelyn Stark approached Cersei, her wine glass in hand, executing a perfect noble's courtesy. "Your Grace, thank you for the hospitality extended by you and His Majesty." Cersei, roused from her reverie, smiled and replied, "The king always seeks excuses to hunt. I believe hosting the feast at the Red Keep would be a more fitting tribute to Lady Catelyn's family." "Haha, I appreciate your Grace's generosity. Men, after all, relish showcasing their valor through their conquests. I wish the king would exhibit a bit more prudence, considering there is a kingdom that requires his governance. I certainly do not wish to become a widow to a man slain by a wild boar. How could that be? Today, King Robert personally hunted 2 deer. His bravery remains undiminished. Enough of them. I hear you have come to send your children off to school? Ah, indeed. My husband has often recounted his encounter with a mysterious sorcerer in the King's Wood. This year, we received an acceptance letter from the so-called Westeros Academy of Sorcery, proclaiming that our dear Bran and Arya have been admitted. Without a trace of doubt, my husband rallied our entire family to embark on this journey. One can only ponder his thoughts. Yes, men can be rather naive and obstinate at times. As the 2 ladies engaged in conversation about their husbands and expressed concerns for their children, Robert and Ned sat by the fire, indulging in hearty drinks. Robert raised his goblet, beckoning the attendant for a refill, while gazing at his brother's weathered visage and remarked, "Ned, my brother, how many years have passed since we fought side by side, vanquishing Rhaegar? I do long for those days of battle. It must be nearly 20 years now. Just look at what time has wrought upon you. Robert, your belly might soon prevent you from donning your armor. Ha ha ha. Damn it, Ned. My warhammer has not aged. Dare you challenge me? Alas, you are my king." Chuckling, he continued, on a more serious note, "I hear you intend to send your children to learn magic from the wildlings in these woods. The world is changing, Robert. You must be aware of the transformations in the Summer Isles and the southern continent. We must adapt to the shifting tides. Trust me, Robert. Your children should be educated in the arcane arts. Those are merely tricks to deceive the peasants. No one can withstand my warhammer." Ned chose to remain silent, offering a resigned smile. Magic is indeed resurging, yet it has not yet encroached upon the continent of Westeros. For those who have not truly encountered magic, it is challenging to comprehend the impact of their past experiences. Noticing his good brother's silence, Robert sought to change the subject. "Fear not. Since that wildling has established a school in the King's Wood, it falls under the King's jurisdiction. I shall appoint a knight to inspect the institution, ensuring your children's safety." "Thank you, your grace." "Huh. Ned, are you still being formal with me? We ought to be kin." "Ah, Lyanna. You should not have sent her back to the north. It is far too cold there. She should rest in the warmth of the south, where she so adored flowers, in a place where blooms grace all seasons." Sensing the atmosphere grow heavy, Ned, harboring secrets, hastily shifted the conversation. "Let bygones be bygones. Let us discuss how many men you can support at the wall this year." "Oh, damn it, Ned, I know your brother's disappearance has deeply affected you, but you need not be so preoccupied with the affairs of the wall. How many men have you drawn from the south these past years? Your grace, winter is coming. The changing of the seasons has become increasingly erratic. Did you not receive the White Raven from the Citadel last month? The scholars have declared that there will be 4 seasons this coming year. That is not so dreadful. At least it will spare us from a prolonged summer. That sweltering heat is quite unbearable, indeed. However, what if the change of seasons becomes increasingly frequent? The climate may worsen, as the storms and blizzards in the north have been more frequent in recent years than in the past century. Perhaps this is a harbinger of the long night, and we must prepare ourselves. Enough of this, Eddard. I am merely venting my frustrations. Leave the matters of the long night to the maesters to trouble you with. When I return, I shall instruct old John to clear out the dungeons of King's Landing for you, just as in years past. Thank you, your grace. The north and the wall shall not forget your contributions. Enough, enough, let us drink. By the way, your daughter, the lovely one, what is her name again? Ah, Robert. Your grace, her name is Sansa Stark. Yes, Sansa. Eddard, we ought to transform the bond that should have been realized years ago into reality. A union between House Baratheon and House Stark. Eddard, my son, the heir, Joffrey Baratheon has come of age. We should become kin. A bond that ought to have been established 20 years ago. Ah, Robert, it is my honor, as well as Sansa's honor, and indeed, the honor of House Stark. Ha ha. Take it easy, brother, it is only fitting. Our alliance of wolves and deer will be even more solidified, and our union shall not fear the challenges posed by any adversary. Eddard nodded, refraining from further comment, turning his gaze towards a corner of the banquet hall where the children were earnestly relishing the grand feast, an experience seldom afforded in the north. Chapter 3, The Time Traveler, Part 3. Arya and Bran were tussling over a piece of cake at the table, brandishing their forks, their small faces smeared with cream. Today was a hunting day, and the elderly caretaker who usually kept an eye on them had not accompanied them. Their parents were preoccupied with the king and queen, leaving them unrestrained this evening. Joffrey sat at the opposite end of the long table, watching the 2 young wolves with disdain, unable to fathom why his esteemed father, the king, would be so close to these coarse northern barbarians, and why he was compelled to endure such rudeness in this desolate countryside. At that moment, a steady voice resonated from behind him. "What is it, our noble prince? Are you unable to endure our northern companions?" Joffrey turned to see a diminutive figure behind him, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he observed his uncle struggling to climb onto the adjacent stool. They are merely foolish children. They would suit you well. Uncle, you could become good friends. Disdain for allies is the true folly, my simple nephew, who cannot disguise his likes and dislikes. Such a quality is unbecoming of a king. Tyrion paid no heed to his nephew's jibe regarding his stature, instead smiling as he raised his wine glass and took a sip of the exquisite vintage from the arbor, knowing he could not triumph over his astute uncle in words. Joffrey turned his face away in displeasure, staring vacantly at the distant flames. Tyrion, observing his nephew's lack of wit, shook his head in amusement, leaped down from the stool, and, wine glass in hand, made his way toward the stark side of the table. Arya and Bran were still vying for the last piece of cake, oblivious to the presence of the imp behind them. Children, there is no need for such contention. Hey, you there, fetch another slice of cake for our esteemed guest. Tyrion commanded, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the children's playful scuffle. Startled by the sudden voice, Arya and Bran recollected their mother's stern words before their departure, quickly composing themselves into a semblance of decorum, respectfully turning to face the source of the voice. The imp was amused by the children's awkward attempts at elegance, chuckling as he waved his hand and said, "Ha ha, dear little ones. There is no need for such formality. This is the Kingswood, not the banquet hall of the Red Keep, and you are guests here, free to relish this splendid evening." With that, he raised his cup toward them. Unable to maintain her ladylike facade any longer, Arya broke into a mischievous grin, her curiosity piqued. "Are you truly the imp? I have heard you are the wisest man in the Westerlands." Bran, upon hearing his sister's words, felt a pang of apprehension, fearing it might be seen as an affront to the second son of the Warden of the North, brother to the Queen. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to apologize for Arya's boldness, the imp's face remained devoid of anger. Instead, he smiled and tapped his head with his short, stout fingers. "Indeed, the seven gods did not grant me a strong and robust body, so I must navigate the malice of this world with my clever mind." Upon hearing Tyrion's words, Arya nodded thoughtfully. "A clever strategy. I often find myself outmatched by Robb, yet I can strike at his back with more agile footwork. Ha ha, a clever girl indeed." Tyrion took a sip from his cup, his curiosity piqued. "I have heard that you received an acceptance letter from a magical school." Bran, noticing the imp's surprisingly affable demeanor, relaxed and joined the conversation. "Yes, it was delivered by a peculiar white bird, adorned with a red crown, long neck, and slender legs. Quite beautiful. Oh, do your parents feel at ease with you coming here to study? To be frank, I have spent some time in King's Landing and have yet to hear of such a wondrous school within the Kingswood. Our mother is indeed somewhat concerned, but father has met the headmaster of that magical school, a man named Lyre, and he is truly a formidable sorcerer. Is that so? I had no idea Lord Eddard had such a wealth of experience. How I wish to have adventures as rich as his. Believe me, Lord Tyrion, such experiences are not always pleasant," came the voice of Catelyn, who had noticed the children's situation and, in the most graceful and courteous manner possible, concluded her conversation with Cersei to hasten to their side. Tyrion turned to see the children's mother, smiling as he raised his cup in salute. "Lady Catelyn, I mean no offense, but your husband is indeed a great warrior and lord." Grateful for the compliments from Lord Tyrion, the cake has arrived. "Fear not, children. Should it prove insufficient, simply request more, for the king's royal chef shall ever cater to your desires. Thus, I shall take my leave. The moonlight tonight is truly exquisite, and I wish to admire it beyond the camp. Farewell, my lady." The imp perceptibly sensed the children's reserve and the palpable awkwardness that enveloped the atmosphere following Lady Catelyn's arrival. He understood the anxious and sensitive disposition of a mother preparing to send her young one to an uncertain fate. Therefore, he politely raised his cup in a gesture of farewell before departing. Without looking back, he exited, hearing his mother softly reprimanding the two children, now adorned with flourished paint. Chuckling to himself, he cast a glance at the king and the Duke of the North, who remained engaged in intimate conversation by the fire, then at his sister, standing proudly and independently beside the tent. With a sense of ennui, he called to his two guards and made his way out of the camp. In truth, the location was not far from the King's Road and the Blackwater River. He intended to journey back to King's Landing that very night, knowing of a fisherman's cottage on the southern bank of the Blackwater, where the daughter of the fisherman possessed a gentleness and strength unlike the women of the brothels in King's Landing. Rather than languish here, feeding mosquitoes, he preferred to fill the hearts of maidens with his golden dragons. Shortly after the imp's departure, Lal appeared outside the camp, holding a ceremonial feather duster. "Who goes there?" The knights stationed around the perimeter of the camp were the first to notice his approach, bellowing a warning. Robert and Eddard, seated by the fire, rose to investigate the source of the commotion, drawing the attention of others in the camp. Lyle approached leisurely, standing before the two knights barring his path, and proclaimed in a clear voice, "I am Lyle, the principal of the Westerosi Academy of Sorcery, here to escort my two students for enrollment." Though he did not raise his voice, it felt as if he spoke directly into the ears of each listener, leaving them astonished by his method of projection. The two knights instinctively placed their hands upon their sword hilts, while King Robert strode forward with his war hammer in hand. At the long table, Caitlin clutched her two children, anxiously observing the unfolding events at the edge of the camp. Eddard, noticing their tension, nodded to reassure his wife and children. He quickened his pace to catch up with the king. Chapter 4. The Time Traveler, Part 4. King Robert, with his customary boisterous voice, called out before even arriving, "I have heard you are a formidable sorcerer. I wonder if you can withstand my warhammer?" Eddard, hastening after the king, caught sight of Lyle and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. With a casual wave of his feather duster, Lyle replied with a slight smile, "I have the honor of meeting your majesty. I merely possess some knowledge of sorcery, not skills in combat." "Haha, coward." Robert laughed heartily at the words of the oddly dressed young man, raising the glistening roasted leg of deer in his hand. The laughter abruptly ceased. Robert distinctly recalled that he had been holding his own warhammer. Yet the warmth radiating from his hand suggested that it could not possibly be the cold weapon he was accustomed to. Sensing the anomaly, the knights and the royal guards who had gathered around him grew increasingly tense. Some among them had indeed witnessed His Majesty, the king, rushing forward with the hammer in hand, but in a fleeting moment of distraction, it had transformed into a steaming leg of deer. They all rested their hands on the hilts of their swords, yet none dared to draw them, for the opponent's strength was inscrutable, and it would be wise not to provoke him. Ed approached with a wry smile and greeted Lear, saying, "Masterly, we meet again." Lear also bowed respectfully to the Duke of the North. "Ah, I have indeed encountered your grace. Did your letter not mention that you would come to escort the young master and miss the school? Why then, does it trouble you to come personally?" "Oh, my wife remains somewhat anxious, and I also wish to pay a formal visit to you, master." Lear understood that Ed was primarily eager to see his sister's child, yet he refrained from stating this openly in the presence of others. "Of course, I comprehend the Duke's concerns for his children. How about this? September 1st is the day our school opens. I would be delighted to invite the Duke and his wife to attend." "Thank you for the invitation, master." King Robert, observing Ed's conversation with Lear easing the earlier awkwardness, tossed the leg of deer to a nearby guard and waved, "Return to your posts. I shall entertain Master Lee and ensure he is well taken care of." Without waiting for Lear's response, he attempted to grasp Lear and lead him toward the fire pit. Lear deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the king's greasy hand, and took a step back to follow the king's movement toward the fire. Noticing Lear's evasive action, Robert's gaze flickered, but he said nothing further. He casually placed his hands behind his back and strode toward the fire pit. Ed said nothing more, merely gesturing slightly to Lear as they both proceeded toward the fire. By the hearth, a gleaming war hammer stood silently, as if it had never been moved. The king brushed his fingers against the hammer's handle, uttering no words, but warmly invited Lear to take a seat on a chair just brought over by a servant. Lear accepted without hesitation, comfortably settling into the chair and taking a sip of the fine wine offered to him. "Huh, excellent. I see that Master Lee is quite a jovial fellow. Ed, where did you come to know him?" Eddard Stark, noticing Robert's return to his boisterous demeanor, pondered for a moment before responding. "Robert, do you recall when I left the company before reaching King's Landing?" "Ah, yes, you want to find Lyanna." Alas. Seeing Robert on the brink of nostalgia, Ed quickly interjected, "Indeed. On my return from the Tower of Joy, I was eager to reach King's Landing to join the fray and thus took a shortcut. Unexpectedly, I lost my way in the Kingswood, and it was Master Lee who came to my rescue, allowing me to survive." Lear continued the conversation. "Indeed, it has been 2 decades since our last encounter." Ed felt a sense of nostalgia as he gazed upon Lyre's eternally youthful visage. "Daoist Lyre, you seem unchanged over these 20 years, he remarked. "Oh, the life of a cultivator, nurturing the spirit and tempering the body, living leisurely in the woods, free from troubles, truly a secret to preserving one's youth." Lyre replied with a smile. Curious, Cersei leaned closer, her interest piqued by the exchange. "Lyre, can you truly bestow eternal youth?" she inquired, turning to the elegantly dressed lady. Lyre recognized her as the queen and responded warmly, "Fortuitous encounters are a gift. Allow me to present your grace with a token." With that, he produced a small, ornate box from within his robes. Though Cersei maintained her haughty demeanor, the desire in her eyes betrayed her. She discreetly signaled her handmaiden to accept the box from Lyre. Suppressing the urge to open it immediately, Lyre, still smiling, said, "This is a beauty balm. Merely apply it to your face for an hour, and you shall witness remarkable effects." Cersei's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she graciously thanked him, already eager to return to her tent to test the wonders of this miraculous ointment. Robb, however, expressed his impatience. Women and their frivolous pursuits. Daoist Lyre, your earlier evasion was quite impressive. I suspect your martial skills are commendable as well. Cersei's expression darkened at the king's dismissive remark. Casting a glance at Robb, she turned with her handmaiden and retreated to her tent. "Your Majesty, you flatter me. My skills and lightness techniques are but rudimentary," Lyre replied, deftly deflecting Robb's probing. The king, though appearing boisterous and carefree, concealed a cunning nature beneath his bravado. His penchant for indulgence often overshadowed his royal duties, giving the impression of a warrior rather than a monarch. As night deepened, Catelyn had already returned to her tent with the children, settling in for the night. The crackling of the firewood echoed clearly in the stillness. Robb continued to engage Lyre in awkward conversation, eager to recruit him as his royal sorcerer. Yet, Lyre showed no inclination to accept such a role. He had no desire to serve Robb, instead plotting to disrupt the balance of Westeros. Realizing his attempts at persuasion had borne no fruit, Robb reluctantly relented. Fortunately, Lyre agreed to extend an invitation to the royal family for the upcoming ceremony, thus forging a bond, albeit tenuous. Understanding that Lyre was no mere performer, Robb began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Perhaps the disturbances reported from the Summer Isles by the Spider were not mere drunken sailor tales. To maintain their reign, the crown must indeed wield a measure of magical power. Ed's words rang true. The situation was undeniably shifting in unusual ways. Fortunately, the interaction with Lyre marked a promising beginning. With persistent communication, a solid relationship could undoubtedly be established. As midnight approached, Lyre took the initiative to bid farewell and vanished gracefully into the woods. Robert, patting Eddard's shoulder, remarked, "Eddard Stark, my brother, your foresight is indeed astute. We must embrace change. Remain here. King's Landing needs you, and I need you." Eddard gazed in the direction where Lyre had disappeared, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to his brother's plea. He was a wolf of the north, destined for the open fields, not to linger in the muddy confines of King's Landing. Chapter 5. The Time Traveler, Part 5. Cersei did not accompany the king's hunting party and chose to remain at the royal grounds only until early the next morning. She returned to King's Landing with her guards and maidens. The king showed no sign of concern regarding the queen's departure, and to Eddard's observation, he appeared rather pleased. Cersei was eager to test the effects of the so-called beauty bomb bestowed upon her by the mysterious sorcerer. Priding herself on her intelligence, she was not easily deceived. Cautiously, she first had an elderly handmaiden apply a small amount on the back of her hand to gauge its efficacy. If it proved effective, she would hastily slather the concoction all over her body. Her foolish brother had returned, and she was determined to present her most splendid self before him, confident that he would once again fall at her feet. Jaime Lannister stood once more on the banks of the Blackwater River, gazing across at the bustling cargo docks and the towering city walls in the distance, feeling somewhat disoriented. Years had passed, and the changes in King's Landing were far more significant than he had anticipated. As he crossed to the north bank by ferry, this sensation intensified. The once damp, dilapidated, muddy, and squalid alleys had been replaced by broad, well-paved streets. The buildings lining the streets, both new and old, clearly bore witness to extensive renovations and reconstructions. The fish market, cargo docks, and ferry terminals were all meticulously organized, and he even noticed, not far from the river, several bridge supports under construction. It appeared that plans were underway to erect a bridge spanning the wide Blackwater River. Fortunately, the secret exit he was familiar with still existed. Although the paths had changed considerably, as an elite knight, he was able to navigate through the old houses based on his memory and orientation, ultimately locating the correct old residence. He observed the area for a while and noted that it was unusually quiet during the day, far more serene than the slums he remembered. Yet, the old house did not seem overly abandoned. The garments hanging from the windows and various other signs of life indicated that it was still a densely populated living area. Though puzzled by the tranquility, he saw no passers-by and cautiously leapt into the old residence. The modest courtyard and the old house appeared to be tended, yet a thin layer of dust on some items suggested that the mysterious guardian did not frequent this place often. The furnishings within the room remained unchanged, and James effortlessly located the entrance to the hidden passage. Although he was aware that traversing this clandestine route bore certain risks, his yearning for his sister could no longer be suppressed. Confident in his martial skills, he boldly ventured into the passage. At the entrance, torches were readily available, indicating that the tunnel had not been abandoned. After igniting a torch and sealing the entrance behind him, James proceeded forward, relying on memory to guide him. The passage was deep and winding, and when James finally reached its end, he felt as if an eternity had passed, likely exacerbated by his eagerness to reunite with his beloved. After cautiously crouching by the concealed door and listening intently for an extended period, he confirmed that no one was present on the other side. Only then did he slowly and gently manipulate the mechanism to push open the hidden door. A shaft of fading sunlight poured through the bright crystal glass, illuminating the tidy bedroom into which James stepped, momentarily lost in thought. As he endeavored to calm his racing heart and turned to close the hidden door, he noticed a slip of paper on the floor. It appeared to have been slipped through the crack of the door beforehand. The familiar, elegant handwriting ignited a surge of excitement within him. He knew what was to come next. From every conceivable angle, he understood that he ought not to proceed. Yet the distorted emotions swirling within him acted as a lethal poison, rendering his rationality powerless over his actions. Following the instructions on the note, he made his way to the uppermost room, drawing down the curtains of a specific window as a signal before returning to the bedroom to wait in silence. Cersei had also been somewhat unsettled in recent days. She had not anticipated that her long-lost brother, who had vanished for over a decade, would suddenly reappear in the Kingsguard. Her father had always wished to summon back his foolish son. However, according to Varys' intelligence, James had disappeared after the poisoning incident involving that remnant of House Targaryen many years prior. Over the years, their father had expended vast sums of gold and hired numerous aides to search for his brother in the eastern lands. Genuinely unwilling to allow his family legacy to fall into the hands of that despicable dwarf, yet all of his attempts had proven futile. Cersei's feelings towards James were complex. They had been each other's physical awakening and were the closest of kin. She had always reveled in her control over her brother, but had not foreseen that he had genuinely succumbed to the so-called knightly oaths. Following the failed Targaryen dynasty into exile across the narrow sea, she had assumed her foolish brother had perished in some dark corner. But James's unexpected return to the Kingsguard awakened cherished memories from her youth. Consequently, she impulsively resorted to a mysterious ointment. She must preserve her admirable image in her brother's eyes. This time, she would exert every effort. Employing the various techniques she had honed over 2 decades in the Red Keep to firmly bind James to her side, ensuring he would not escape her grasp again. The passage that James had once discovered had indeed proven to be a remarkably convenient route, which she had later sent someone to investigate. This should be one of the many secret passages left behind by the cruel Maegor. Cersei believed it to be a hidden revelation discovered by Jaime during his time as a White Knight. She arranged for someone to purchase the yard at the exit of the passage, assigning another servant, unaware of its existence, to maintain the area periodically. Only the family servant, who had explored the passage, knew of its existence. She was a product of generations within the family, with her parents residing in Casterly Rock and Lannisport, effectively serving as a hostage. This elderly maid was her personal handmaiden and a trusted confidant. For years, Cersei had not utilized this passage. Having secured the Red Keep through other means, she found no immediate need for it, reserving it as her final resort. Upon returning to King's Landing from the Kingsguard, she feigned a desire to use the Maiden's Tower to host the forthcoming members of House Stark, instructing her maids and servants to clean the long-neglected tower and furnish it with new, luxurious decorations. She intended to create a private love nest for herself, and the isolated tower was an excellent choice. As evening approached, she noticed that the curtains of the room at the top of the tower in a corner of the Red Keep had been drawn. Cersei's body tensed. She knew her foolish brother, infatuated with her, had indeed arrived. With an elegant turn, she summoned her maid to prepare her. This night was destined to be one of restless sleep. Robert had yet to return, and most of the guards in the Red Keep were Lannister soldiers. At that moment, she was the one in charge. In the evening, the Queen commanded her servants to arrange a small banquet in the common room of the Maiden's Tower to ensure nothing was overlooked in the preparations. A lavish spread was laid upon the table, and the Queen ordered everyone to leave, assigning her personal guards to secure the entrance. No one dared to object. Through years of manipulation, she had already gained control over the court of the Red Keep. Chapter 6. The Time Traveler, Part 6. Jaime sat in his study, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. He had just noticed the sounds of servants preparing for the banquet downstairs and, through the window, saw Cersei approaching with a retinue. The commotion below gradually subsided as Jaime, holding a book he had randomly pulled from the shelf, sat in a chair without reading a single word. A distinct sound of footsteps grew increasingly clear. Jaime held his breath, forcing himself not to glance toward the door. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a delicate call reached the ears of the White Knight. Jaime, you finally came to find me. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Jaime stood and turned toward the entrance. Cersei, equally animated, rushed into her brother's embrace. With a thud, the book slipped from Jaime's grasp and fell to the floor. He pressed his lips together tightly, trembling as he reached out to caress the soft features of her youthful face. These past years must have treated his sister well. Her beautiful visage bore no signs of age, perhaps even appearing more youthful than ever. Cersei gently caressed her brother's face with her tender hand, marveling at the phenomenon before her. Could it be that her brother had also used that miraculous ointment? He appeared just as youthful as he had 2 decades ago. In her sultry, mature voice, Cersei softly inquired, Jaime, my beloved brother, where have you been all these years? Do you not know how much I have missed you? Dear sister, I have missed you too, Jaime replied, momentarily taken aback as he embraced her voluptuous form. A strange realization dawned upon him, and with hesitation, he questioned, 20 years? Surely not, for in a few months, it will be Joffrey's 19th birthday. 2 decades. How can that be? Cersei observed the panic in her brother's expression and sensed something was amiss. Tentatively, she asked, Jaime, what troubles you? I distinctly recall. Jaime suddenly grasped something, tightening his hold on Cersei's arms as anxiety gripped him. Cersei, are you aware of the situation in Braavos? The queen felt a pang of disappointment, recognizing that her brother was still preoccupied with those accursed nightly oaths. Reluctant to respond, she softened at the sight of his distress. Do you not know? After you departed Braavos 15 years ago, Daenerys has remained in slumber. Jaime sank into the chair behind him, cradling his head in his hands. Has so much time truly passed? I was only in the Kingswood for a little over a month. Cersei pulled out a chair and sat across from Jaime. Taking one of his hands in hers, she softly inquired about his state. Jaime, do you recall how long it has been since you left here? Over 5 years. I believe, though the specifics elude me. 5 years. Where did you go after leaving Braavos? I went to the Kingswood. It was nearly a month before I saw you again. But the spider had already informed us that you departed Braavos. You have been missing for 15 years. But I only left Braavos a little over a month ago. Faced with her brother's confusion, Cersei found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to comfort him or explain the discrepancy of 15 years. Jaime, why did you go to the Kingswood? The White Knight hesitated, his lips moving silently as he wrestled with his thoughts before responding. Princess Daenerys was poisoned, and we consulted every doctor in Braavos, yet all were powerless. I knew of a powerful sorcerer in the Kingswood, and I sought him in hopes of finding a remedy for the princess. Are you referring to the sorcerer named Lao? Ah, yes. How do you know of him? He appeared at Robert's camp a few days after we parted, gifting me a vial of rejuvenating ointment, which is why I appear so youthful. Then, can you reach out to him? Cersei asked, furrowing her brow as she observed Jaime's expression of surprise. Feeling a mix of irritation and helplessness. James, the enigmatic sorcerer, is shrouded in mystery, and we cannot reach out to him directly. However, do not fret. I shall arrange for someone to seek him out in the Imperial Gardens. For now, you must exercise patience here. Let us first indulge in a meal, for you have not savored anything exquisite in years. Cersei gently took the somewhat dazed James by the hand and led him out of the room, determined to redirect his attention. The banquet hall of the maiden's residence was modest in size, its windows thoroughly draped with sumptuous curtains. The exquisite chandeliers and candles adorning the dining table cast a warm and inviting glow. The aroma of the delectable dishes wafted through the air, while the wine in the ice bucket exuded a chilling allure. With a firm yet tender hand on James's shoulder, Cersei guided him into a chair at the table. She poured the icy golden arbor gold into 2 crystal goblets and seated herself intimately beside him, presenting one of the goblets to him. Instinctively, James raised his hand to accept the glass. The cool sensation jolted him back to awareness. Gazing at his sister's delicate features and her gentle gaze, he realized that he belonged to her this evening. As the night deepened and they had relished a heartwarming dinner, the two stood beside the fireplace at one end of the banquet hall, the flickering flames providing warmth as they embraced quietly. Suddenly, Cersei began to hum a soft tune from the Westerlands, and James naturally held the enchanting woman close, swaying gently to the melody. A sweet sensation flowed between them, the crackling of the fire harmonizing with Cersei's mature and sultry voice, casting a spell of enchantment. Throughout the night, they shared their innermost feelings, with James expressing his love and the remorse for his inability to remain by her side, while Cersei recounted her 20 years of longing for her brother. James endeavored to conceal his confusion regarding the disorientation of time. He needed to devise a way to meet with Lord Lyr, who would undoubtedly comprehend the nature of his predicament. Furthermore, he must possess a means to rescue Princess Daenerys. Cersei reveled in her lover's tender words, though a shadow of sorrow and contemplation lingered in her expression. Nevertheless, she was confident in her ability to manipulate the situation at hand. Over the past 2 decades, she had endured much, and she believed that with her beauty and status as queen, no man could escape her grasp, except for that wretched Robert, who only sought promiscuity while mourning the deceased woman from the north. That accursed Lyanna, not only did she entice the flawless Prince Rhaegar away, but even in death, she continued to ensnare her husband, truly lacking in decorum. James noticed a flicker of displeasure in his sister's eyes. Years of familiarity made him acutely aware that his momentary distraction might have upset the woman in his arms. He quickly tightened his embrace around Cersei, leaning down to whisper sweet nothings in her ear, attempting to rectify his misstep and prevent her from becoming upset. This night was destined to be sleepless, as dark clouds had completely obscured the moon, plunging the Red Keep into utter darkness. Even the flickering oil lamps could not dispel the overwhelming gloom. Within this darkness, unspeakable and sordid affairs unfolded. Chapter 7. The Transformation of King's Landing, Part 1. After several blissful days shared between Cersei and Jaime, Cersei's devoted handmaiden arrived to report that King Robert and his entourage had returned to the Red Keep. Cersei deterred Jaime, who was intent on departing, assuring him that the Red Keep was filled with her loyal supporters, and no one would intrude upon their secluded retreat in the Maiden's Tower. She urged him to remain at ease, promising to locate the sorcerer named Lyr for him. All he needed to do was wait patiently. Having settled her former lover, Cersei proceeded to the banquet hall to join Robert. The king and his hand, Jon Arryn, were to host a grand welcome feast for Jon's brother and his family. Eddard, upon encountering his foster father, noted that while Lord Jon's visage had grown remarkably aged, his spirit remained vibrant. For many years, Robert had proven an unfit ruler, relying heavily on Jon's guidance to maintain the kingdom's stability. The banquet was magnificent, drawing nearly all the nobility of King's Landing. Eddard and Catelyn stood somewhat apart in a corner of the hall, observing their children Bran and Arya savoring delectable pastries not far away. "My Lord Eddard, Lady Catelyn, this feast is in honor of both you and your children. Why do you stand here?" A middle-aged gentleman in a splendidly tailored suit approached, raising his goblet in greeting. Eddard recognized him as Petyr Baelish, a subordinate of his foster father and a vassal, notorious for his reckless challenge to Eddard's brother in a bid for Eddard's wife. Catelyn, too, acknowledged the man with whom she had shared many years, but only offered a courteous nod before stepping back, ceding the conversational lead to her husband. Petyr, maintaining his ever-present smile, continued, "Have you inspected your family's quarters? Should there be any grievances, please inform me, and I shall address them promptly." Eddard, donning a stern countenance, forced himself to flatter, "I am grateful, Lord Baelish. My wife and I are quite satisfied with the villa. You are indeed Jon's most capable assistant." Perceiving Eddard's rigid demeanor and Catelyn's deliberate avoidance, Petyr realized he was unwelcome and, with a polite bow, gracefully retreated from their company. Once Petyr had distanced himself, Catelyn resumed her low conversation with Eddard, inevitably steering the topic towards Baelish. "Catelyn, though I hold Petyr in disdain, I must concede that he is indeed a valuable asset to Lord Jon," Eddard remarked. "It is true that Petyr has always been clever, albeit somewhat overreaching, yet perhaps he has undergone changes over the years. Time does bring transformation." Eddard's acknowledgement of Petyr was not mere flattery. Rather, it was a recognition that, in the face of King Robert's extravagant nature, the central treasury of the Seven Kingdoms had not collapsed, largely due to Petyr's myriad strategies. Following the unexpected explosion and fire in the western quarter of King's Landing, Jon Arryn had inherited a far more dire situation than depicted in the original narrative. In addition to accepting the South's submission as in the original text, appeasing Dorne, and forging a marriage alliance with the West, he, influenced by his young wife Lisa Tully, early on appointed Petyr Baelish to oversee the reconstruction of King's Landing. Petyr did not disappoint him, proposing a refreshingly innovative strategy. He suggested a comprehensive plan to entirely rebuild the entire city of the West. King's Landing, a quintessential medieval city, was characterized by narrow, winding streets devoid of a sewage system, where residents would indiscriminately dispose of their waste onto the streets, relying solely on heavy rain to wash the filth into the Blackwater River. The city could be deemed exceptionally filthy and foul-smelling, the absence of a plague. Despite a population of 500,000, could only be attributed to the grace of the Great Martin. Having just changed hands, King's Landing faced two significant challenges: a multitude of impoverished citizens left homeless by the fire, and war refugees congregating in the city. Although the conflagration claimed at least tens of thousands of lives, the number of those who had lost everything remained substantial, posing a constant threat of renewed unrest. It is noteworthy that the rabble of King's Landing had the capacity to slay dragons, though the legitimacy of those capable of such feats as true rabble remains dubious. It nonetheless highlights the terrifying potential for civil disorder among the city's populace. Peter's plan adeptly addressed both issues. The South, eager to avoid the wrath of the new king and the confiscation of their lands, contributed substantial provisions to King's Landing, while Tywin Lannister, in pursuit of his daughter's ascendance to queen, also provided a considerable sum of gold. Peter employed the grain to hire workers to clear the rubble, stabilizing the restless citizens. Instead of merely completing the cleanup and fortifying the city defenses, he seized the opportunity presented by the devastation of the fire to acquire the entire land of the West. Knowing that for those who had lost everything, a mere loaf of bread could secure a deed to a plot of land. After all, even with a deed, these individuals lacked the resources to rebuild their homes. Fortunately, the long summer had commenced, rendering the nights relatively warm, thus alleviating concerns about shelter from the cold. A single meal was sufficient to placate the populace. Once he had temporarily calmed the citizens, he directed their efforts in clearing the ruins while simultaneously acquiring land southward, extending his purchases all the way to the Blackwater River. He also persuaded the small council to temporarily dismantle a section of the city wall near the riverbank. After removing all above-ground structures from the land he had acquired, he commenced the excavation of a comprehensive sewage system throughout the area. Of course, persuading the small council to endorse such extensive undertakings hinged significantly on the late King Aerys. This mad king had buried an unknown quantity of wildfire throughout King's Landing. The only individual privy to the precise locations of all the buried caches, former pyromancer guild leader Master Rosart, had immolated himself with a jar of wildfire upon confirming that King's Landing had fallen. The other pyromancers involved in the operation had long since been silenced by the mad king. Consequently, no one could ascertain whether there lay beneath them a cache of wildfire poised to explode at any moment. Littlefinger endeavored to persuade the esteemed nobles and the king to undertake a comprehensive renovation of King's Landing. During the excavation of the sewers, he indeed uncovered numerous cellars and hidden passages, and due to the carelessness of the workers, several minor explosions and fires were inadvertently triggered. This further substantiated the necessity of such a grand undertaking. King Robert even contemplated the idea of relocating the capital to Storm's End. Fortunately, the remaining spider repeatedly assured him that no caches of wildfire remained beneath the Red Keep. Prime Minister John also assured the king that he had dispatched guards to meticulously investigate all the secret passages beneath the Red Keep, finding nothing amiss. The hasty decision to transfer the capital to Storm's End was deemed unwise, which ultimately dissuaded King Robert. However, before Littlefinger could complete the renovations of King's Landing, Robert seldom returned to the Red Keep, preferring instead to hunt in the royal woods, tour the realm, and indulge in the company of various beauties. Chapter 8. The Transformation of King's Landing, Part 2. Littlefinger did not merely restore the West City to its former state. Rather, he reconstructed wide avenues, exquisitely designed three-story stone buildings, and truly opulent garden villas. These luxurious residences were sold to the affluent merchants and nobles within King's Landing, who eagerly flocked to acquire properties in this newly secured and pristine environment. Naturally, as they purchased these homes, the nobles, having witnessed Littlefinger's capabilities, began to invest in his ventures, offering their lands in other regions for his renovation projects. After 5 years, Littlefinger completed the extensive renovation within the city walls of King's Landing, rejuvenating the entire city. Of course, this process was not without its casualties. Many commoners' homes were demolished to make way for more expansive garden villas, and the scattered residents found themselves powerless against the well-armored city guards. Nevertheless, Littlefinger was not without his means of placating the populace. Throughout the renovation of King's Landing, a group of astute merchants naturally gravitated towards him. They either possessed considerable financial resources or acted as proxies for certain nobles. Initially, under Littlefinger's technical guidance, they established a building materials company outside the city, manufacturing bricks and producing cement from limestone transported from the Westlands. Given that the royal woods belonged to the king, and King Robert had a penchant for hunting therein, the primary materials selected for the reconstruction of King's Landing were cement and bricks. As the employment of the city's citizens became more stable, wages transitioned from food to silver stag. To further stabilize the employment of the jobless citizens of King's Landing, Littlefinger organized trade groups to procure cotton in large quantities from the Reach and Dorne, establishing textile factories within the city. Additionally, to produce the machinery required for spinning and weaving, he sought to build processing plants. Soon, a series of workshops were established, significantly absorbing the idle populace of King's Landing. These workshops were situated outside the city, necessitating that many urban residents spend considerable time commuting daily. The Merchant Guild has commenced the construction of a 6-story brick edifice adjacent to the city walls of King's Landing, a type of residential building equipped with water supply and drainage systems that has garnered considerable favor among the laboring populace. This development coincides perfectly with the widespread demolition orchestrated by Littlefinger within the city, which has compelled many citizens to relocate. As a result of these two factors, the citizens have eagerly begun to part with their silver stags to acquire homes, with some even embracing the novel trend of securing loans for their purchases. These transformations are gradually altering the power dynamics of not only King's Landing, but the entire kingdom. However, from the perspective of the nobles and lords, everything appears to be progressing favorably. King Robert perceives a sense of complete security within King's Landing, complemented by the emergence of opulent brothels housing beauties from all corners of the world for his indulgence. Moreover, a grand arena has been constructed on the site of the Dragon's Lair, capable of accommodating thousands of spectators, providing a venue for magnificent tournaments that showcase both valor and the kingdom's prosperity. John Aaron observes the restoration of stability in King's Landing, accompanied by a significant improvement in public safety. The troublesome dens of vice have been eradicated, and those impoverished individuals who could incite unrest have been expelled from the city. The current residents are, at the very least, members of modestly affluent households, and as long as they possess employment, they are unlikely to instigate turmoil. Most splendidly, with the flourishing of commerce, the kingdom's tax revenue has surged, and the local lords have amassed wealth through the cultivation of cash crops, thereby solidifying King Robert's reign. The lords and nobles witness their fortunes swell, allowing them to indulge more freely in pleasures, while the atmosphere of King's Landing has become significantly more refreshing, as the once despised ragged commoners have been driven beyond the city limits. Yet, the artisanal workshops outside King's Landing may represent the pinnacle of this development, for fundamentally, this world lacks the coal and oil necessary to ignite an industrial revolution. The realm of ice and fire is a stable, planar world, with a thickness of several thousand kilometers, yet devoid of geological movement and lacking the millions of years of carbon deposition that would create the necessary conditions for coal and oil formation. However, in the past decade, the transformations occurring in the southern continent of Westeros have once again sparked the potential for an industrial revolution. As the southern continent undergoes development, adventurers have ventured inland, ultimately discovering a naturally luminescent crystal deep within the mountainous regions. Soon, practitioners of magic, who have proliferated across the Summer Isles and the southern continent, realized that this crystal could emit heat when utilized within specific magical formations. In recent years, steam boilers powered by this crystal have begun to emerge in the workshops of King's Landing, while machinery imported from the Summer Isles gradually infiltrates these factories. Evidently, the existence of magic has begun to permeate the common consciousness, yet the noble lords remain oblivious to these changes, content as long as these workshops reliably produce golden dragons. Immersed in banquets and the company of beautiful women, these nobles have little inclination to visit the sweat-stained and grimy factories. Naturally, professional managers handle these troublesome affairs on their behalf. Certainly, it is not as if no one has recognized these changes. Littlefinger was among the first to perceive them. It could be said that he was the one who, following the guidance of that enigmatic figure, was the pioneer in introducing those devices and magical crystals. He was acutely aware that these new contrivances and spells would enable the production of goods at a velocity surpassing hundreds, even thousands of times that of the past. Before long, the merchants of King's Landing would find themselves in the embarrassing predicament of being inundated with unsold wares. This would create a colossal bomb, far more lethal than the wildfire buried beneath King's Landing, for it could threaten the very fabric of the continent of Westeros. Yet, Littlefinger felt utterly powerless to resist. The mysterious figure loomed over him like a sword of Damocles, instilling in him a fear that precluded any notion of rebellion. Of course, at times he had no desire to oppose. The tone bestowed upon him by that enigmatic individual was nothing short of a sacred text. Following its guidance, he not only exceeded the expectations set by Lord John, but also gradually seized control over the kingdom's financial power and the merchant class. The introduction of these machines, which could potentially incite chaos, seemed to present an excellent opportunity for him. For as the saying goes, chaos is a ladder. Without widespread turmoil, how could a mere minor noble from the fingers ascend to the grand stage of the Game of Thrones and become a significant player? He believed that the mysterious figure also sought to instigate such upheaval, sharing a similar desire to exploit the ensuing disorder. And he sometimes pondered whether he should pledge his complete loyalty to him. Before the enigmatic figure revealed any vulnerabilities, he ought to be regarded as Littlefinger's greatest master. Chapter 9. The opening ceremony. The upper echelons of the Red Keep were not entirely oblivious to the changes sweeping the world. Following the revelations of Robert and Ned's experiences in the Kingsguard, Jon Arryn strongly urged the king to take heed of the opening ceremony of this mysterious school of magic. Clearly, regardless of how much the scholars of the Citadel and the high septons of the Faith of the Seven wished to deny the existence of magic, an abundance of evidence suggested that it was indeed an integral part of this world. In the face of such unknown forces, rejection and suppression were not the appropriate approaches. Rather, seizing control over them was the prudent choice. It is worth noting that the Undulls maintained dominion over Westeros for 8 millennia through their advanced chivalric system and iron armor and weaponry. Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms with the aid of his formidable dragons. Valyria became the sole empire precisely because it possessed dragons and blood magic. Jon Arryn hoped to take this opportunity to engage in earnest dialogue with that individual from the Citadel. As a school of magic situated in Westeros, their emergence into the public eye warranted that the lords should derive corresponding resources from it. Just as the Citadel accepted the younger sons of lords to become scholars and dispatched them to assist in governing their domains, so too should each lord, and even the king, have a magical advisor at their disposal. In this context, the procession attending Bran and Arya's school inauguration swelled continuously, expanding from Ed and Catelyn Stark's 4 children to include the king and his Kingsguard, followed by the queen and her retinue, ultimately culminating in the presence of the hand of the king and his astute aide, Peter Baelish. As the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the square before the Red Keep, the royal entourage had burgeoned to nearly 1,000 individuals. The lords of the small council were intrigued to witness the spectacle, while the nobles of King's Landing were eager to partake in the festivities. Ed found himself somewhat exasperated. He had not anticipated that his simple desire to escort his children to school would result in such a grand affair. King Robert, however, was thoroughly delighted. Relishing the vibrant atmosphere, and in such circumstances, he felt the reverence of those around him, reinforcing his sense of being a truly great king. As the procession crossed the Blackwater River via ferry, the sun had begun its descent in the west. Fortunately, these nobles did not travel alone. By evening, as they encamped along the King's Road in the royal woods, each nobleman had their own servants to assist in setting up tents. Prior to this journey, Ed had met with Lyre once again at their temporary abode in King's Landing. Upon learning of the numerous visitors eager to view the school, Lyre expressed his warm welcome. Ed inquired about Lyre's intentions, to which Lyre replied that he was merely disseminating knowledge regarding magic and had no intention of meddling in worldly disputes. He reassured the Warden of the North that the 2 children had grown up healthy and had already departed for the continent of Essos. Ed refrained from elaborating further, simply advising Arya and Bran afterward to diligently pursue their studies in magic, as it bore significance for the future of House Stark. The following day, when the vast procession turned onto a newly appeared fork in the King's Road at noon, a wave of astonishment rippled from the front to the rear of the line. Robert and Ed hastened to the forefront, discovering through the trees a colossal mountain peak emerging into view, towering into the clouds. It was peculiar that such a monumental formation had not been previously noted. Given its proximity to King's Landing, one could easily spot it from the castle walls. Lyre, accompanied by several similarly attired figures, awaited them at the junction, explaining the situation to the king. It turned out that a magical formation surrounded the area, concealing it from mortal eyes, and even this newly opened path had only recently been made accessible to outsiders. Following Lyre, the curious assembly moved onward, where the enigmatic Daoist was accompanied by a strange, large white bird, which was introduced as a mythical creature known as a crane. Upon traversing the final concealment of trees, the group arrived at the mountain's base, only to discover that this sheer peak did not rest upon the earth, but rather floated majestically above them like a colossal rock suspended in the air. The overwhelming presence of this terrifying entity rendered the nobles unusually silent, as they began to comprehend the awe-inspiring and fearsome nature of the arcane arts spoken of by these self-proclaimed Daoists. Beneath the mountain lies a magnificent, translucent white platform, exquisitely adorned with intricate cloud patterns. It is said to be sculpted from a gem known as jade. The platform is vast enough to accommodate hundreds of individuals. Daoist permitted numerous dignitaries to ascend the mountain, granting special allowance for the king's elite guards to accompany him. Upon witnessing such grandeur, no one dared to voice dissent. They obediently followed the Daoist guidance to stand upon the platform. A gentle sensation of elevation coursed through their feet as the jade platform gradually ascended. Watching the height increase, Caitlin anxiously grasped the arms of Arya and Bran, fearing they might fall. Similarly, some anxious nobles instinctively drew closer to the center, while the king, eager to demonstrate his bravery, took a few steps toward the platform's edge. The platform's ascent, though seemingly slow, was swift, and soon the assembly reached the summit. This platform boasted a square as vast as that of King's Landing, paved with smooth bluestone, pristine and orderly. At the center stood a grand red archway, adorned with a crimson banner inscribed with golden Chinese characters. According to the Daoist beside her, these were celestial characters, signifying the inauguration and opening ceremony of the Westeros Academy of Taoism. Dozens of young men and women had already gathered beneath the archway. Illyrian stepped onto the platform beneath the arch and delivered a brief address in Chinese. Although the Westerosi nobles could not comprehend the language, they found it to possess an enchanting quality, each syllable resonating with the melody of magic. Arya and Bran, however, were filled with excitement, standing among other youths and exchanging furtive greetings with their parents. The young ones, brimming with enthusiasm, were captivated by this novel world, eager for a chance to alter their destinies. Most hailed from humble backgrounds in the Summer Isles and the continent of Essos, their parents often having been born into slavery. Though now free, their lives remained far from prosperous. They had long harbored aspirations for the ethereal Daoists, who healed and offered salvation, along with their wondrous arts. The stature of these Daoists was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the locals, revered as living deities. Now, they had the opportunity to ascend to such celestial heights, truly finding themselves in a realm above, embarking on a path distinctly different from before. Today marked a pivotal moment in their lives. Chapter 10. Anecdotes. The inauguration ceremony swiftly unfolded, after which Illyrian accompanied the king and Lord Eddard on a tour of the Academy's classrooms, auditorium, dormitories, and library. Aside from some peculiar furnishings, Robert did not perceive any significant difference from the Citadel, barring the extraordinary magic. In response to the king's invitation, Illyrian expressed his desire to lead a carefree life, devoted to teaching and nurturing minds, rather than residing in King's Landing. However, he noted that the Academy's inaugural class was soon to enter their practical internship phase. According to Robert's understanding, they would establish an external sorcerers guild named the Daoist Temple in King's Landing, where wandering mages would seek employment. Meanwhile, the Academy would remain closed to outsiders, and they would not become adversaries of the Seven Kingdoms. Robert did not press the matter, for Lyre's displayed power had already surpassed his comprehension. A positive beginning was, after all, a step forward. In the afternoon, the group commenced their return journey. Although Lady Caitlin felt a pang of reluctance to part from her children, having witnessed the wonders of this place, she found solace in their swift integration with their peers. As the party journeyed back, laughter and conversation filled the air, and other nobles engaged in lively discussions with the Daoists responsible for their reception, exchanging the intelligence they had gathered along the way. Soon, a commotion arose within the group, piquing the curiosity of many. Whispers spread rapidly, revealing that an earl had quarreled with his wife. The earl believed that the 3 sons she bore did not resemble him and suspected her of infidelity, yet he lacked evidence to substantiate his claims. Having witnessed the remarkable abilities of the self-proclaimed Daoist mages, he discreetly inquired whether they could confirm his suspicions. The Daoist, whose features were somewhat sharp and simian, smiled broadly after receiving a small pouch of gold dragons from the noble. He presented him with a small bowl crafted from jade, explaining that by dripping the blood of both individuals into the bowl filled with pure and potent barley wine, the truth would be revealed. If they were blood relatives, the 2 droplets would merge. If not, they would remain separate. Overjoyed with the jade bowl, the noble could not contain his excitement and boasted of his discovery to his fellow nobles during the journey. Unbeknownst to him, his wife overheard the bowl's intended use. She vehemently reproached her husband for losing his sanity, accusing him of believing the nonsense of the Daoist, which seemed to scheme to deprive her and their 3 children of their inheritance rights. The surrounding nobles erupted in laughter, urging the couple to confront each other and hasten their return to the city for a public blood test. Upon hearing the report of the commotion from his attendant, King Robert erupted in hearty laughter, mocking the noble for being unable to manage his own wife and for being oblivious to the true paternity of his children. He failed to notice Jon Arryn's contemplative expression behind him, nor the fleeting glint of coldness in Cersei's eyes beside him. This incident barely registered in Robert's mind, and he soon forgot it entirely. Upon returning to King's Landing, he led his Kingsguard into a narrow alley, disappearing from sight. Cersei, watching her husband's retreating figure, felt a surge of resentment. She knew he was off to indulge in the pleasures offered by the unique brothels run by Littlefinger, leaving her with no semblance of dignity, entirely unmasked in his infidelity. As her mind swirled with complex thoughts, Cersei settled into her opulent carriage, returning to the Red Keep. Before venturing to Maiden's Tower to seek solace from Jaime, she summoned her devoted handmaiden and instructed her to discreetly monitor the circumstances surrounding the nobleman who had caused an uproar upon his return to the city. The following morning, as Cersei emerged from Maiden's Tower, invigorated and refreshed, her handmaiden bore troubling news. Upon his return, the nobleman had drawn a throng of mischief-makers around him. Encouraged by these individuals, he had indeed pursued the blood-tying ritual, and, as the soothsayer had foretold, the results were as alarming as predicted. The blood of 3 children failed to blend with his own, while that of his illegitimate offspring merged seamlessly. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the noblewoman was the first to turn against him, fleeing to her maternal home with the 3 children. Although she did not openly acknowledge the veracity of the events, her actions implicitly confirmed the truth. Consequently, a wave of derision swept through the aristocracy. Simultaneously, some nobles began to inquire about locating the soothsayer, intent on procuring one of those mystical jade bowls for themselves. There were even those who approached the nobleman, seeking to purchase the jade bowl from him. The intentions of these individuals, once they acquired the bowl, were left unspoken, yet tacitly understood. Seated before the grand vanity mirror in her queenly chambers, Cersei allowed her handmaiden to groom her while she furrowed her brow, listening intently to reports from her confidant. It dawned upon her that she might be ensnared in a perilous predicament. She had borne several children for the king, yet she suspected that few, if any, were truly his, particularly the current heir, Joffrey. She was certain that he was the product of her passionate night with Jaime on the eve of her wedding. In Joffrey's handsome visage, she discerned the youthful features of Jaime. There was no way that Brute could have fathered such a child. The nobility held an almost obsessive regard for the purity of their bloodlines, a belief intertwined with the faith of the Seven and the very fabric of aristocratic society. It is vital to understand that illegitimate offspring held no rights to inheritance. Should a noble line extinguish, it would be distant relatives with legitimate blood ties who would inherit, not the illegitimate progeny. Thus, if that accursed jade bowl became a requisite for confirming lineage among the nobility, her children and his claim to the throne would surely be doomed. Moreover, that foolish, reckless brute, Robert, would undoubtedly seek to eliminate her offspring. This was not mere paranoia, but a tangible threat. She was acutely aware of how swiftly such notions could spread within noble circles. Waving away the others in the room and retaining only her handmaiden, Cersei leaned in and whispered, "You mentioned recently that you know of an exiled scholar?" "Indeed, Your Grace. His name is Coburn. He claims to have been expelled from the Citadel of Learning for his desire to study the relationship between human anatomy and magic." "Oh, he seems to be quite the scholar. What skills does he possess?" "He professes to have spent 10 years studying magic with a sorcerer on the Summer Isles, and he is now a practitioner of the arcane arts." "A sorcerer? The Summer Isles? Is he implying he is a soothsayer?" "Yes, my lady." "Very well. Let him come to see me. Arrange for the necessary personnel, and ensure that no one is privy to this matter." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately." Cersei felt an urgency to act. This was not merely about her own fate, but also that of her children and the entire Lannister family. She considered herself the most exceptional offspring of Lord Tywin and would not remain idle. Chapter 11. Assassination, Part 1. Coburn was indeed a man of great curiosity, willing to abandon morality and disregard any taboos in his quest for knowledge. He had been expelled from the Citadel for conducting vivisection and delving into necromancy. Thus he held no aversion to magic. In the original text, his ability to create a being akin to Frankenstein's monster from the corpse of a giant demonstrated his innate talent for sorcery. After his banishment, instead of journeying to the eastern continent, he was drawn to the Summer Isles to study magic. His intelligence earned him the recognition of a Daoist, and in exchange for the knowledge he had acquired at the Citadel, he learned numerous arcane arts. However, his philosophy diverged from that of the Daoists, who preferred to cultivate themselves and remain above the fray of worldly affairs. Coburn was inclined to engage in secular disputes. Therefore, upon completing his studies, he did not linger in the Summer Isles but returned to Westeros, with his first destination being King's Landing. After all, to involve himself in mundane matters, The most effective entry point was to serve a lord, and the greatest lord in Westeros was none other than His Majesty, King Robert Baratheon. Yet, matters did not unfold as he had anticipated. King's Landing was far from the ideal he had envisioned, and he found himself unable to approach any nobleman. The beautiful and pristine inner city was not a place where he could remain long, as he needed to earn money to cover exorbitant rents and food costs. Consequently, Coburn was compelled to seek employment in Littlefinger's brothel, where he utilized his medical knowledge to provide potent aphrodisiacs for patrons and attended to the gynecological ailments of the courtesans. As for how Cersei's maid became acquainted with Coburn, it was due to his concoction of moon tea, which was renowned in King's Landing for having the least side effects and the most effective results. Naturally, Her Majesty expected nothing less than the finest service. Through their interactions, Cersei's maid grew familiar with Coburn. Coburn was clandestinely brought into Maegor's holdfast. Observing the seemingly ordinary elder before her, Cersei, with her characteristic pride, inquired, "You are a Taoist?" "Indeed, Your Grace. I have spent 10 years studying Taoist arts in the Summer Isles and have graduated," he replied. "Oh, are you familiar with the illustrious Master Liar of the Westerosi Taoist Academy?" "Ah, he is a legendary figure. His name is known throughout the Taoist realm." "Then how do you compare to him?" "I dare not deceive Your Grace. No one can rival Master Liar. But I am confident that I am not inferior to any other." "Very well, what do you desire?" Coburn, who had initially kept his head bowed, slightly raised it to steal a glance at the smile on Cersei's face. With a determined bite of his lip, he resolved to speak his mind. "Your Highness, I pledge my loyalty to you and hope to earn your recognition and support." Coburn understands that this is a rare opportunity, perhaps even a singular chance. He has heard the whispers among the city's nobility that Lear's student is soon to depart for King's Landing to establish a temple. At that time, he may find himself lacking in competitiveness. Across from him, Cersei remained silent, observing Coburn's hunched figure. She sought to apply pressure through her silence, testing his depth of character. Coburn was aware that this was a common tactic among the nobility, and he maintained a posture of humility. After several moments of silence, Cersei believed she had successfully subdued the elderly man before her and, with satisfaction, declared, "Very well, I accept your fealty. Henceforth, you shall serve as my personal magical advisor. As long as you apply yourself diligently, the future will hold rewards for you." "Thank you, Your Highness. By the way, I have heard from my subordinates that you are skilled in pharmacology. Is that true?" "Yes, Your Highness. How may I assist you?" "I have an enemy whom I wish to see perish swiftly, yet without any trace of foul play. Do you possess a solution?" "Ah, indeed. But such a potion requires numerous rare ingredients. Please prepare a list and submit it to my personal maid. She will make the necessary arrangements." Cersei casually remarked, "You do not yet have lodgings, do you? I shall have my servants arrange for you a room within the Red Keep, along with a laboratory for your magical studies." Coburn understood that this was Cersei's way of expressing her cautiousness towards him, effectively a form of soft confinement. Nevertheless, he recognized it as an opportunity for advancement, and thus feigned a look of delight to express his gratitude. Cersei showed no interest in prolonging the discussion, gesturing for her maid to escort Coburn away. In King's Landing, there were several plotting assassins. Peter Baelish, who prided himself on his cunning, had long sensed danger upon hearing the news during his return to the city. His relationship with Lisa was no secret. He had even boasted in his youth about the abortion he had orchestrated. He had once taken pride in claiming he had claimed the virtue of the Tully sisters. Although he had deliberately maintained a distance from Lisa in public over the years, he could not guarantee that Duke John Arryn harbored no suspicions about him, particularly with that accursed madwoman Lisa. Baelish could not assure that she would remain as discreet as he. Upon his return, Peter immediately sought refuge in a hidden bunker. Above the bunker was a brothel he operated, not the most luxurious or renowned among King's Landing's many establishments. But it was a secret construction he had undertaken during the city's renovations. He remained deeply wary of the mysterious figure who controlled him from behind the scenes. As someone determined to seize control of his own destiny, Baelish yearned to liberate himself from the grasp of that formidable demon. Over the years, he had secretly acquired a considerable number of magical items and tomes of sorcery from the Summer Isles. Within this fortress, he has established intricate formations over the years, confident that one day he shall ambush and vanquish that enigmatic figure. He has been secretly practicing the arcane arts. Although his years of study have not granted him the coveted chi, they have transformed him into a true sorcerer. Astutely, he has mastered the art of crafting talismans and magical circles using external elements. Through the study of various tomes, he has unraveled the spell that strips away faces. A mere illusion at its core, that accursed demon has not shown itself for many years, yet he believes he possesses the capability to confront it. This stronghold has, over the years, evolved into a clandestine base and laboratory for his magical experiments. He is poised to concoct a potent poison here, having already ensnared that foolish woman, Lisa. Once the poison is prepared, he can swiftly administer it to the mouth of the esteemed Prime Minister. More pressing for him is the contemplation of how to navigate the aftermath of the Prime Minister's demise, whether greater opportunities may arise, and how to secure more substantial gains. Who says danger does not breed opportunity? Just as he firmly believes, chaos is a ladder. Chapter 12, Assassination, Part 2. Lisa Tully is a stubborn and neurotic woman. She believes that only she can care for her sole surviving child, Robb Arryn, refusing to entrust the child to anyone, even the maid who has grown up alongside him. She deems the care of all others as flawed, believing their methods would endanger her child. For Robb's sake, she would impose severe punishments for the maid's slightest missteps. Yet, there are adversaries she cannot combat. Despite her aged and unattractive husband being preoccupied with state affairs, he still harbors intentions of wresting their only child from her embrace. He even dares to send young Robb to become a ward of Tywin Lannister. The thought of her dear child accompanying that murderous old lion, capable of slaughtering an entire castle, fills her with dread. How could young Robb be sent to such a den of horrors? Recently, that old fool ventured out once again. Upon his return, he proposed the idea of sending young Robb to some magical school. How could Robb be separated from her, forced to fend for himself? Absolutely not. Moreover, her beloved little finger has shown her some arcane wonders. The terrifying transparent vat that once held a corpse haunts her thoughts. How could young Robb possibly be taught such blood-soaked magic? It would spell doom for her child. That damn Jon Arryn and his mad ideas will inevitably bring ruin to her offspring, just as they did for her previous children. Yes, it is only the death of Jon Arryn that will silence these perilous notions that threaten her beloved child's life. A frantic mother, easily stirred by the slightest provocation, could no longer discern right from wrong. With a cup of spiced milk in hand, she made her way to her husband's study. Lisa, now with a purpose, appeared both astonished and composed. She gently rapped on the door and entered only after receiving a response. The elderly Prime Minister diligently attended to his daily correspondence from behind his desk, devoted to the kingdom he had nurtured, hoping for the longevity of his reign. It's time for bed, John. Lisa naturally placed the milk beside her husband. Very well, Lisa. Tomorrow we shall find time to discuss Robert's future. All right, I shall retire for the night. As she departed, he found it peculiar that she did not engage him in their usual debates regarding child-rearing, yet he dismissed the thought, as there were still numerous documents awaiting his attention. He lifted the milk to his lips and took a delicate sip. The honey added to the milk made it quite delightful. This night was destined to be extraordinary. While the old Prime Minister toiled tirelessly for the kingdom, King Robert Baratheon reveled in a brothel in King's Landing, indulging in a lavish feast of wine and women. Peter Baelish, indeed a man of considerable talent, had sourced beauties from across the realm and crafted various atmospheres within the brothel, continually introducing innovative diversions that pleased Robert immensely. Although the kingdom's finances remained robust, Robert, disinclined to govern, found his authority within the Red Keep inevitably eroded by Cersei. His immediate surroundings were increasingly populated by Lannisters. Even his cupbearer was a young Lannister named Lancel. He had grown weary of the queen's sour visage, yet marrying Cersei was a necessity for the kingdom's stability. The monarch's union was not one of freedom. Though divorce was not an option, he could humiliate his wife, as he intended to do now by having several courtesans strip Lancel bare and press him onto the grand bed. Today, Robert sought to indulge in something different. Curious to see if the golden-haired youth bore the same delicate skin as his aunt, Lancel, filled with terror, watched as the naked king approached him, despair flooding his heart. This was not the first time. He had previously implored the queen to allow him to return to Casterly Rock. She had consented, stipulating only that he spend one final night with the king. He had gritted his teeth in agreement, having shared breakfast with his aunt before returning to the king's side. The depths of King's Landing were tranquil in the late hours. Even the raucous brothel had quieted, for the king had reserved the establishment, and no other patrons dared disturb his revelry. Suddenly, a panicked scream erupted from the king's quarters, and the door was flung open. Several disheveled courtesans burst forth. The brothel's servants rushed to ascertain the situation, but the women, already terrified, could hardly articulate their distress. Initially reluctant to enter this realm of desire, the king's iron guard, upon hearing the unusual commotion emanating from the brothel, rushed in without hesitation. They posed no inquiries to the panicked individuals within, instead making a beeline for the chamber occupied by the king. However, upon reaching the threshold, the scene within halted them in their tracks. A robust wild boar was thrashing about on the bed, and the king's cupbearer lay motionless beneath it. The guards tightened their grips on their sword hilts, while the captain seized a tattered courtesan, demanding to know the situation. What is happening inside? Where's the king? The courtesan, evidently terrified, trembled and stammered incoherently. The captain, with his ironclad hand, delivered a resounding slap to her face, compelling her to regain her composure. As she continued to speak in a disjointed manner, the guards felt a chill run down their spines. The king had been reveling that night, frolicking with several courtesans before turning his attention to his cupbearer's posterior. They had anticipated joining the king in his merriment with the handsome youth. However, during the king's indulgence, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The king's body began to swell, his limbs growing stout and short, fangs protruding from his mouth, and his hands and feet morphing into dark hooves. A horrifying roar, akin to a monstrous beast, erupted from his throat, and coarse, dark fur sprouted across his body. A small, stubby tail even emerged from his rear. The young man trapped beneath the king had succumbed to silence under the weight. The iron guards exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to confront the bizarre scene. Suddenly, the youngest guard had a revelation and suggested they seek the Daoist master, Luer, at the academy outside the city, as this was evidently a matter of sorcery. The captain pondered for a moment, glancing back at the increasingly ghastly situation within, and commanded, "First, we must consult the prime minister. He must decide how to handle this situation. We cannot allow outsiders to learn of this scandal." After a brief discussion, tasks were swiftly allocated. Some would go to the Red Keep to inform the prime minister and the queen, while others remained to seal off the brothel's front and rear entrances, preventing anyone from leaking information. A contingent was dispatched to mobilize the city guard to fully secure the premises. As the iron guards executed their orders, the once peaceful and serene night in King's Landing was irrevocably disrupted, and whispers of the incident began to circulate among the villas. Chapter 13. The Chaos, Part 1. The Prime Minister's residence, the Prime Minister's Tower, was situated within the Red Keep, making it difficult for outsiders to gain entry after nightfall. Littlefinger, as the instigator, was naturally eager to ascertain the unfolding events at the earliest opportunity. He understood that, during unexpected incidents, the king's location would inevitably become a hub for information. Fortuitously, he was aware of the king's whereabouts. The brothels of King's Landing were largely under his control, and he had gone to great lengths to satisfy the king's desires for various beauties. Certainly, these efforts are indeed rewarded. For instance, he now finds himself concealed in a discreet courtyard, mere steps away from a brothel. Leisurely seated upon a sofa, he savors the exquisite wine of the year, his pinky held in an elegant manner as he awaits the latest tidings. To claim that he harbors no fear of failure would be a falsehood. The act of murdering one's lord is a grave transgression, and should his plot unravel, he may not even have the opportunity to don mourning attire. Yet, he possesses confidence in his methods. That foolish woman, Lisa, is firmly under his control, and his strategy is astutely devised. He has concocted a colorless, odorless poison, which, unless immediately examined by a practitioner of magic, will leave no trace on the Prime Minister's corpse. Within 12 hours, the poison's effects will vanish, leaving the Prime Minister to appear as a mere elderly man who passed away peacefully in slumber. Moreover, the poison was not directly handed to Lisa. He merely allowed her to unknowingly discover its hiding place. With deft words, he incited her inexplicable maternal instincts regarding the child, leaving the subsequent actions entirely to her. Even if the scheme were to be exposed, Lisa would be incapable of implicating him. All that remains is for a swift steed to race to the adjacent inn, and the king would hastily depart with his iron guard, ensuring all would be well. However, circumstances took an unexpected turn. Approaching dawn, before the swift steed could deliver the awaited news, chaos erupted in the neighboring brothel. Soon, a trusted aide of his, having traversed the secret passage connecting the two courtyards, brought forth the alarming news. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that the fate of the Prime Minister had become a matter of indifference. While witnessing the king's embarrassment from the front row proved entertaining, to avoid being stained with blood, he made the swift decision to vacate the premises. As his carriage passed by a contingent of soldiers hastening towards the brothel, he slightly lifted the curtain of the window, observing that the entire city of King's Landing was stirring awake, with flickering lights dimly illuminating the streets. A tumult was brewing, and he needed to contemplate how to place his next bet wisely. Upon arriving at the entrance of his public residence in King's Landing, his steward awaited outside. Halting the carriage, Peter regarded the anxious steward with concern, realizing that urgent matters were at hand, and beckoned him to enter the carriage for a private conversation. My Lord Baelish, Lord Varys just arrived, and Lady Lisa is also in the hall awaiting your presence. Peter's expression darkened, cursing the foolish woman under his breath as he fixed his gaze upon the steward. They did not encounter each other, did they? No, my lord. Lady Lisa entered through the unmarked carriage you prepared, without encountering any servants. Lord Varys entered disguised through the back door, and I have arranged for him to wait in the small garden by the rear. The steward, aware of Peter's true nature beneath his seemingly affable demeanor, spoke without hesitation, relaying the information in one breath. Peter's expression softened into one of satisfaction as he nodded in acknowledgement. I shall first attend to the Prime Minister's wife. You must personally host the octopus, and remember, do not allow him to depart. I shall join you shortly. Yes, my lord. Lisa adjusted her attire, donning a facade of composure as she gracefully descended from the carriage and entered her villa. Lisa was met with a visage of anxiety, her earlier calm demeanor now overshadowed by a growing dread. After returning to her abode, she found herself too fearful to revisit her husband's study, rendering her unable to find solace in sleep. As several hours elapsed without any unusual sounds emanating from the Prime Minister's tower, Lisa could no longer endure the torment within her heart. Stealthily, she departed the Prime Minister's tower with her devoted maid and son. Over the years, under Littlefinger's tutelage, she had utilized his financial resources to corrupt certain guards of the Prime Minister's tower as well as the Red Keep sentinels. Thus, their escape from the Red Keep was executed smoothly, as they boarded an unmarked carriage, discreetly arranged by Littlefinger nearby, en route to find him. Along the journey, Lisa even contemplated the dreadful consequences should Littlefinger prove untrustworthy, deciding to send her maid with Robb Arryn to conceal him in an inn they passed. Regrettably, had Littlefinger been privy to this development, he would have merely sighed, lamenting the foolishness of women. The maid, having grown weary of Lisa's neurotic tendencies, had long since succumbed to Littlefinger's honeyed words and a touch of gold dragons, becoming firmly aligned with him. Yet, Littlefinger was not inclined to indulge Lisa in this whimsical charade. The impending chaos in King's Landing demanded his attention as he sought opportunities to maximize his gains. Soothing a woman on the brink of madness was no simple task, requiring a delicate balance of approach and force, a considerable effort on Littlefinger's part. Ultimately, after much persuasion, he succeeded in calming Lisa and securing her acceptance of his plans. Her mental state had rendered her unable to remain in King's Landing. In comparison to the assistance she might provide, Lisa posed a greater risk of becoming a liability. Supporting his wearied back, Littlefinger maintained his signature smile as he waved farewell to the women in the carriage. He had persuaded Lisa to return to the Vale with Robb Arryn promptly, circulating rumors that the Prime Minister may have fallen victim to assassination. Littlefinger understood that a woman with a young child could not wield true authority over the lesser lords of the Vale. However, she would suffice to prevent the lords of the Vale from engaging in the impending turmoil. In the game of power, to truly become a player, one must command strength. And the essence of true power lies solely within an army. Through years of diligent effort, he had amassed a substantial fortune in gold dragons. The next step was to exploit the chaos within King's Landing to seek an opportunity to intervene in the Vale, even to engulf it entirely. Yet, before he could harness the full power of the Vale, the optimal scenario would be for its inhabitants to be divided, unable to partake in the upheaval of the Seven Kingdoms. Furthermore, the Vale should not descend into utter chaos, for the losses incurred would ultimately diminish his future strength. In summary, Lisa would cultivate a ripe peach for herself, patiently awaiting the day when Lord Peter Baelish would personally arrive to pluck it, until the carriage turned the corner. It was completely out of sight. Only then did Littlefinger retract his smile and turn to inquire of the servant beside him. The guests in the courtyard are not in a hurry, are they? The steward had been attending to the guests in the rear, and the young one was unaware of the particulars. However, judging by the commotion, there appeared to be no urgency. Littlefinger, satisfied with the servant's astute demeanor, nodded approvingly. Chapter 14. The Chaos, Part 2. Varys, known as the Spider, increasingly realized that his legs were being severed since King's Landing fell to Tywin. Initially summoned by King Aerys, Varys had come to King's Landing with aspirations to showcase his talents and achieve prominence. Yet, despite attaining the position of Master of Whisperers, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms continued to regard him as a lowly eunuch and a jester. He gradually discerned that his power stemmed from King Aerys rather than his own abilities. Those ancient nobles held him in contempt, viewing him as an upstart. In their eyes, only noble bloodlines and storied histories warranted genuine respect. Even King Aerys regarded him merely as a useful tool for espionage, rather than a trusted confidant. He would forever remain a mere pawn in the game of power, never to become the player. In correspondence with his dear friend Illyrio across the narrow sea, Varys's companion realized that no matter how much wealth one possessed, in the eyes of true power, one was merely a fat sheep, not even comparable to a robust bull. Clearly, the upper class, regardless of location, would strive to thwart newcomers from encroaching upon their share. They would never share the cake of power, only tossing a few crumbs to sustain the illusion of hope. Confronted with this harsh reality, the two friends, who had survived life and death together, engaged in several clandestine discussions. Ultimately, spurred on by Illyrio's newlywed wife, Sarella, they devised a bold plan. As the grim situation in the Seven Kingdoms deteriorated with the increasingly deranged king, the spider believed the moment had nearly arrived. Unfortunately, the first step of the plan encountered an unexpected setback. The White Knight, uninvited, suddenly intruded upon the maideness' abode. Varys knew he could not confront the highly skilled and heavily armored Jaime alone. Moreover, he considered that having a White Knight validate the prince's identity would be far more persuasive. Thus, he led Jaime into the secret passage. Regrettably, neither the White Knight nor the princess was a mere puppet under his command. They unexpectedly betrayed him, escaping his control. Months later, upon learning that Jaime Lannister had appeared alone in Dorne, he presumed that the princess and the prince had perished within the royal precincts. Yet, the White Knight, secretly journeying to Sunspear, managed to return unscathed, an outcome that clearly contradicted Dorne's customary practices. Shortly thereafter, Prince Oberyn's clandestine expedition to the royal precinct also indicated that there were indeed kin he longed to encounter within. As the spider, he despised situations that spiraled out of control. Thus, he dispatched multiple teams to investigate the circumstances within the royal forest. Regrettably, most of them vanished into the dense thicket, and those few fortunate enough to return succumbed to madness, babbling incoherently about colossal beasts and terrifying phantoms. While he grappled with the new king's demands to hunt down the remnants of House Targaryen, he pondered how to proceed with his plans. Meanwhile, an unexpected upheaval occurred across the narrow sea involving his dear friend. A sudden plague struck Pentos, nearly claiming the life of Illyrio's beloved, Syra. Following this calamity, his friend's actions fell beyond the realm of his comprehension. According to letters he received, a sorcerer named Lee, who claimed to be a Daoist, had miraculously rescued his beloved with extraordinary spells. Moreover, this master Lee engaged in profound discussions with Illyrio and his wife. He imparted to them that only through the mastery of an army, the appointment of officials, and the genuine governance of a territory could one establish their own kingdom. The notion that noble blood alone could compel the aristocracy to bow was evidently a misconception shaped by the follies of worldly culture. It must be remembered that even the conqueror Aegon subdued the continent of Westeros through blood and fire, not merely through noble Valyrian lineage. Illyrio informed Varys that he and Syra had accepted Master Lee's invitation and were preparing to embark on a conquest of the Summer Isles, aiding the Daoist in disseminating his so-called teachings of the way. Upon reading his friend's letter, the spider was profoundly taken aback. Yet, as he was not entirely trusted by the new king, he could not afford to disappear from the monarch's sight for an extended period or journey across the narrow sea to persuade his friend. Ultimately, when his little bird brought news of turmoil in the Summer Isles, he realized that their previously devised plans had irrevocably collapsed. Nonetheless, as the messages continued to flow in, he felt a sense of solace upon learning that his friend had been crowned king in the Summer Isles. At least he had fulfilled his aspiration of becoming a true ruler, and not through scheming to have his son usurp the throne. But where did that leave him? He could not accept his friend's invitation to abandon everything in King's Landing. He yearned to achieve greatness through his own merit. Yet, as a solitary figure, how could he advance? Without the prospect of heirs, he found himself momentarily adrift, devoid of purpose. Thus, he turned a blind eye to Littlefinger's extensive demolitions of the underground passages in King's Landing, which severely hampered his intelligence-gathering capabilities. When Littlefinger endeavored to curry favor with the king through the offerings of beautiful courtesans and whispered tidings, he remained indifferent. Indeed, he was prepared to embrace apathy. Aside from fulfilling the king's orders to gather information, the aimless spider found himself devoid of direction. Therefore, regarding the queen's dalliances within the Red Keep, despite being well-informed, he chose to remain willfully ignorant. It is vital to note that he personally witnessed the entanglement between the star-crossed lovers on the eve of the king's nuptials. He also discerned that the premature Prince Joffrey was evidently not of the king's lineage. After all, on the wedding night, the king, in a state of inebriation, was oblivious as he clearly observed the queen puncture her finger with a silver needle, staining the sheets in crimson. Following this, The king had embarked on a lengthy hunting expedition for nearly a month, and although the prince was claimed to be premature, he was robustly healthy. He was even aware that the king's illegitimate offspring all bore dark hair, while the queen's progeny exhibited both dark and golden locks, and the king's cupbearer, Lancel Lannister, frequently visited the queen's chambers. Naturally, he kept these revelations to himself, uncertain of the potential advantages they might confer upon him. This continued until a mystic, bearing an introduction from the king of Illyrio, approached him. The mystic spoke little, merely demonstrating the remarkable feat of restoring a short-legged frog to full limbs. He recognized that this self-proclaimed disciple of the illustrious liar had bestowed upon him purpose, a meaning to his existence. That night, he found himself in the back garden of Littlefinger, contemplating the shifting tides within King's Landing while reflecting upon the final sentence of the letter, prepare a clean land for the new king. Chapter 15. The Tumultuous Chaos, Part 3. Littlefinger entered the garden, maintaining his signature smile, waving away the steward who stood near the octopus spider. Lord Varys, what brings you to visit at this late hour? Is there a matter of importance? The octopus spider reclined at the table, admiring the nocturnal beauty of the garden, his voice dripping with a characteristic softness. There is nothing particularly pressing. It is merely that the air in King's Landing has been thick with tension lately. With the night stretching before me, I wish to engage in conversation with Lord Peter. Ah, welcome, welcome. The Chief Intelligence Minister graces us. I am, of course, at your service. Welcome indeed. Lord Baelish seems quite occupied, and I wonder if my visit proves to be a disturbance. Ah, my apologies, Lord Varys. I was entangled in some accounting issues that required my attention, causing a slight delay. I hope you can forgive me. Not at all. The Chancellor toils relentlessly for the kingdom. Securing funds is no trivial endeavor. Indeed, His Majesty's expenditures are considerable. Were it not for Duke Eddard's insistence on a swift return to the north, His Majesty would have organized yet another grand tournament. Littlefinger observed the octopus spider's unwavering expression and continued, for the kingdom's finances, the Prime Minister has indeed labored excessively, as the Chancellor. I must shoulder additional responsibilities to alleviate your burdens. Lord Baelish is certainly a loyal subordinate to the Prime Minister. Littlefinger suppressed the urge to frown. The octopus spider had deliberately emphasized the word loyalty, leaving him to ponder what secrets his little birds had uncovered. The octopus spider, keenly perceptive, noticed the slightest shift in Littlefinger's demeanor, convinced that he was indeed plotting something. Lord Varys, you too are a capable ally, fiercely loyal to the Iron Throne. Littlefinger did not passively respond. Instead, he proactively initiated a discussion regarding the history of the spider, who once served the Targaryen kings. Following their initial exchange, a silence settled between them. Littlefinger prided himself on having orchestrated two significant events in the city, one of which he had directly influenced while the other had reached his ears promptly. However, the spider's arrival at his abode might indicate a lack of awareness regarding these occurrences. He resolved to adopt a more assertive stance, eager to discern the true intentions of the spider. Lord Varys, I surmise your visit tonight is purposeful. Let us speak candidly, he proposed. Given Lord Peter's frankness, I too shall be straightforward. The atmosphere in King's Landing has grown unsettling. While I lack concrete evidence, I sense that something monumental is about to unfold. Something monumental has already transpired. Littlefinger mused silently, maintaining his composure. Indeed, it is a tumultuous season. I have heard from merchants that news has emerged from Bravos across the narrow sea. After decades of absence, the sons of Prince Rhaegar have reappeared alongside their uncle, Viserys. I have also heard this news, though I have yet to ascertain their identities, which is why I have refrained from reporting it to the small council. The spider continued after a moment of contemplation. However, Lord Peter, I believe the eye of the storm will be King's Landing. I wonder how you intend to respond. Lord Varys, I am but a vassal of the hand of the king. I fear I cannot maintain the nimbleness you exhibit, Littlefinger replied. You may mock my history, but experience teaches me that early preparation is preferable to being caught unawares. Oh, are you preparing to serve as a lobbyist for some lord? Varys inquired. No, my lord, you misunderstand. I merely wish to find a reliable ally amidst the impending storm. An intriguing proposition indeed. What might you suggest? Varys asked, intrigued. You understand? My lord, that information is power. You command the brothels of King's Landing, thus you must be well informed. I believe the first step towards establishing trust between us could commence with an exchange of intelligence. Littlefinger was taken aback by Varys' overture for an alliance. Yet the proposal piqued his interest. The two principal channels of information within King's Landing were held by the two of them. Should they unite, the king, the hand, and even the major nobles would find themselves rendered deaf and blind. Littlefinger inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Lord Varys' proposal is indeed a fascinating one. I am pleased to hear that, Lord Peter. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall share a rather intriguing tidbit. It is rumored that Rhaegar and Princess Elia's son bears a natural black birthmark on his left arm, occupying much of his elbow. Littlefinger nodded. As the chief intelligence officer for Ares, he was accustomed to such information flowing freely within the court. The moment he mentioned Prince Viserys' latest movements, Varys provided a pointed piece of intelligence in return, indicating genuine intent. Allow me to reciprocate with a rumor of my own, then. Oh, Varys exhibited a keen interest. His Majesty the King encountered an unexpected incident this evening, and it seems he can no longer fulfill his responsibilities. Varys' countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such explosive intelligence from Littlefinger. However, he immediately realized that this secret would likely be impossible to keep until morning. The timing of his visit to Littlefinger was unfortunate. Had he not come here, he might have received a report from the little bird instead. The two had established a preliminary rapport, and the news was indeed astonishing. The octopus spider lingered no longer, bidding farewell to Littlefinger's villa with haste. Meanwhile, the strange occurrences within the brothel had already spread. Although the precise details remained undisclosed, the Kingsguard was scouring the city, mobilizing the city watch to seal off the brothel and force open the gates of the Red Keep, creating quite a commotion. Various factions were already probing, and exaggerated whispers had circulated throughout King's Landing. For the increasingly precarious situation, the silver-haired Barristan Selmy felt as though he might lose all his hair. His previous king was a madman, incapable of controlling his rational thoughts, and the prince he served was also a rogue unable to govern his baser instincts. Now, the current king was even worse, unable to reign in both his mind and his lower self, and furthermore, he was afflicted by the god's curse. Listening to the grunting of wild boars and the sounds of furniture colliding within the room, the old knight felt as though his entire world was collapsing. As a knight of noble lineage, he had never heard of any malevolent magic that could transform a man into a beast. Even the curse of the grayscale brought upon by Prince Aemon of House Targaryen or the legends of the White Walkers from the cold gods still allowed one to retain human form. What god's punishment could possibly cause a king to be transformed into an animal? Robert was indeed not a good king, but in his view, being unable to control his lower self was not a significant issue. After all, the king did not wantonly defile noble maidens. Indulging in the daughters of farmers and foreign prostitutes hardly constituted moral decay, did it? Chapter 16. The Chaotic Situation, Part 4. Barristan Selmy was confronted not only with the shocking news of the king's curse, but also with concerns about the loyalty of his iron guards. He deeply regretted accepting King Robert's invitation and donning the white cloak once more. On that fateful day at the Ruby Ford, he had suffered grave injuries. Yet Robert Baratheon had exhibited the qualities of a great ruler, granting him mercy and arranging for scholars to tend to his wounds. Truth be told, in that moment, Robert truly embodied the essence of kingship, and his charisma had indeed captivated Barristan. Moreover, for Barristan, circumstances had unfolded more favorably than in the original tale. Rhaegar's widow had not been slain by Tywin, and Robert had not reveled over the corpses of mother and child. For the captain of the Kingsguard, who needed a king, Robert had seemed the best choice at the time. Yet, subsequent developments had far exceeded Barristan's expectations. King Robert is indeed a man of considerable charisma and a formidable warrior. However, he falls short as a ruler. His temper is volatile, he lacks patience, he is enamored with beauty, and he has a passion for hunting. Yet he is reluctant to sit at the council table to deliberate state affairs with the prime minister and the nobles. Moreover, this King Robert possesses an insatiable desire for glory, frequently organizing tournaments for various reasons and bestowing substantial rewards upon the victors. Balistan has overheard the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Prime Minister discussing how to manage the strain on the national treasury and how to delay repaying the exorbitant interests owed to the great lords, particularly the Duke of the West. Of course, the interest owed to the Iron Bank cannot be postponed. Fortunately, a capable Littlefinger can manage to cope with it. Even Balistan, who prides himself on upholding the chivalric code, has, through a twist of fate, discovered that the king has deliberately avoided him, instructing Littlefinger and the Spider to hire assassins to eliminate the young prince and princess of the Targaryen family across the narrow sea. He gradually realizes that beneath the rough, boisterous exterior lies a darkness and cruelty within King Robert's heart. In recent years, during the stillness of the night, Balistan cannot help but ponder whether this might be the seven gods' punishment for him. Every king he has encountered has initially displayed a semblance of wisdom and valor, only for him to ultimately discover that their true natures are either madness or cruelty. The fate of the Mad King was far from glorious. What destiny awaits King Robert? He sometimes contemplates that perhaps Jaime's choice was the correct one. Although exiled abroad, at least he has remained true to his original oath, loyal to the same banner. Even as he resigns himself to the fate that may come, Balistan did not foresee how fate would toy with him. The king met with an unimaginable mishap. Although he did not perish, listening to the roars of the beast from within the chamber, he does not believe the king can still govern this realm. In that moment, the seven kingdoms once again lost their monarch. Observing the four white knights standing in the courtyard, their expressions peculiar, their gazes occasionally drifting towards the chamber, Balistan felt an increasing weight on his mind. To speak frankly, none of the white knights recruited by the new king truly deserve the honor of the white cloak. In an effort to placate the lords of the west and the south, the new monarch, upon his ascension, offered the position of the king's guard to curry favor with these nobles. The result is that these white knights are not the paragons of virtue and exceptional skill they ought to be. Rather, they are often sycophants, adept at flattering Robert to win his favor. Over the years, Balistan has heard whispers of their transgressions against the code of chivalry, committed behind his back. However, having changed allegiances, Balistan Ser Miles considers his own moral standing to be lacking as well. Thus, aside from diligently fulfilling his own duties, he has relinquished control over his subordinates. He understands that these King's Guard have long forsaken their oaths. For money, power, and women, they would readily betray any side. In order to prevent the king's scandal from swiftly permeating the city and catching the prime minister and Prince Joffrey off guard, several of the most cunning and morally flexible white knights, Malantaran, Boros Blown, Preston Greenfield, and Mandan Mole, were retained to guard the courtyard. This also allowed for personal supervision to avert their potential escape and the dissemination of information for personal gain. Naturally, the white knights dispatched to inform the Red Keep, Alex Oakhart and two others tasked with mobilizing the city guard, were not known for their discretion either. However, Balistan was aware that these individuals would not recklessly spread the news throughout King's Landing for a handful of golden dragons. They were aligned with some of the true powers within the realm. Balistan's assumptions proved accurate, as these knights first fulfilled the duties assigned by their captain before seeking out their respective patrons to relay the news. Yet, he did not anticipate the multitude of schemers in King's Landing, nor that he was not the sole possessor of vital information. Upon the return of the spider to his lair, he received shocking news from his clandestine agents within the Red Keep. A white knight had burst into the Prime Minister's chamber, accompanied by the Prime Minister's servant, only to discover that the Prime Minister had ceased to breathe in his sleep. Furthermore, the Prime Minister's wife and young son were missing. Contemplating the ambiguous relationship between Littlefinger and Lisa Tully, along with the events of the night, the spider suddenly realized that Westeros was on the brink of not merely a minor upheaval, but an all-out civil war. The course of action he would take next would determine the intensity of this impending conflict. Standing by the window as the eastern horizon began to brighten, the spider resolved that the suffering of the Seven Kingdoms paled in comparison to his desire to regain his full corporeal form. This night was destined to leave many restless. Lisa Arryn was abruptly roused from her slumber by a servant, wrapped in a blanket and clad only in her undergarments. Lisa regarded the white knight standing in the hall with a furrowed brow. "You say my brother has met with an unfortunate fate?" "Indeed, my lady. Furthermore, during my visit to the Prime Minister's tower, I discovered that he has also passed away." Lisa, momentarily overwhelmed by the shock of these two revelations, fell into a prolonged silence. At that moment, the steward hurried into the hall, presenting Lisa with a letter. "My lady, this missive was left at the doorstep by a mysterious individual who insisted you must read it." Frowning, Lisa opened the letter, which explicitly informed her that the city guard was assembling under the direct orders of the queen. Recalling the various rumors, Lisa suddenly awakened to the realization that she could no longer afford to delay. "I am grateful for Lord Alice's message. Prepare a substantial gift for him." After dismissing the white knight, Lisa promptly led her guard away from her residence. The sky has brightened, and the gates of King's Landing are about to open. He must return to Dragonstone immediately to prepare for the impending storm. Chapter 17. The Chaotic Scene, Part 5. Compared to the sheltered and untested Edric, Stannis Baratheon is as cold and unyielding as the stones along the shores of Dragonstone. As the master of ships, commanding the royal fleet, he is not without strength in King's Landing. It is not beyond possibility to bring the sailors from the docked warships ashore and, in conjunction with his vassal knights, launch a surprise attack on the Red Keep. He does not believe his brother has been cursed, and the Prime Minister's simultaneous demise is clearly no mere coincidence. All signs point to a conspiracy, with the greatest beneficiaries appearing to be the Queen and Prince Joffrey, alongside their allies in the Westerlands. Having established a presence in King's Landing for years, Stannis, a celebrated war hero who once defended Dragonstone and the king's elder brother, is not without supporters. Messages quickly make their way to his residence. Although unrest has begun to surface in the city, it is evident that the Queen's preparations are insufficient. Stannis has discerned the flaws in her deployment. The Red Keep remains unsealed, and he continues to receive intelligence from within its shadows. The reports indicate that the Lannister soldiers have not been fully mobilized, suggesting that the Queen's side is poorly prepared. As he waits for dawn, it is clear that the foolish and lascivious Queen has no viable plan. Were he in charge of this coup, he would have immediately sealed the Red Keep and launched a purge against unstable elements like himself, rather than feigning ignorance and neglecting to secure the gates. According to current intelligence, the gates of King's Landing will open as usual today, and at that moment, his forces composed of sailors will surge into the city, executing a surprise attack on the Red Keep. Once he secures Prince Joffrey and Queen Cersei, the subsequent course of events will be manageable. After Stannis has sat in contemplation for several hours, pondering potential oversights in his imminent plan, a striking woman clad in red enters the hall. It is Melisandre, the Red Priestess he has summoned. Unlike his foolish brother and younger sibling, he is acutely aware of the shifting tides of the outside world. The existence of magic is no longer a secret, and as the master of ships, he takes the reports from sailors and merchant captains seriously, not merely as entertainment. Thus, he is increasingly proactive in seeking out a sorcerer who can serve him. At this moment, the Red Priestess has come to him. The enchanting woman reveals various wonders, from imbuing swords with flames that burn and ignite foes to glimpses of the future scene within the fire. Even as he entwines with her fiery, beautiful form, he senses flames beginning to spread within him. Melisandre elucidated to him that he was the fated child of the Red God R'hllor's prophecy, and it was through her sacrifices that the deity infused power into the prophesied one. Stannis believed Melisandre to be truthful. The most compelling evidence lay in the fact that a small flame had recently begun to flicker on his index finger. Although the flame was still feeble and lacked practical utility, it signified his gradual acquisition of magical prowess, marking his emergence as a sorcerer. Lifting his gaze to the approaching woman clad in crimson, Stannis remained silent, adhering to his customary demeanor of allowing his subordinates to speak first. The red-robed woman bowed slightly, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin, and spoke with parted ruby lips. "My lord, I bring forth the oracle of my master." "Oh, Melisandre, what did you perceive within the flames?" he inquired. "My lord, I beheld vast stretches of white snow and towering walls of ice," she replied. "Oh, is it the wall of the north? Does your master wish for my attention there?" Stannis mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. "My lord, I believe my master intends for you to journey northward. That is your destined place, especially as the long night approaches, and the world requires your salvation." "The north, you say? I shall heed the call, but first I must attend to the matters of King's Landing. Furthermore, my brother has already provided considerable support in men and resources to the northern lords over the years. I trust there is no pressing urgency." Seeing that Stannis remained unmoved, Melisandre resorted to genuine measures. "My lord, let us gaze into the flames once more. Perhaps you shall discern the true oracle." Stannis paused in silence, his lips quivering slightly, a habitual gesture of contemplation. Ultimately, he acquiesced to the Red Priestess's invitation, allowing her to embrace his arm as they stood before a brazier in the hall. Melisandre waved her hand towards the flames, which instantly surged and intensified. Stannis observed the fire quietly. Its shapes morphed unpredictably, the light and heat searing his eyes, while ordinary men might have been unable to bear the brilliance. Stannis resisted the urge to avert his gaze, scrutinizing the elusive visions within. This was a secret art of foresight bestowed by the Red God, attainable only by those priests endowed with magic. Since he had ignited the flame, he too had begun to perceive illusions within it. However, his magical abilities were still insufficient, necessitating Melisandre's assistance. Of course, illusions are but fleeting shadows. Interpreting their contents tests the capabilities of each individual. Today's visions were unexpectedly chaotic and indistinct. Stannis's eyes gradually lost focus, and he sensed his thoughts entering an ethereal state. He heard what seemed to be the clashing of swords and the cries of warriors in the throes of death echoing from the void. Yet, the imagery before him remained blurred and formless, revealing only swathes of red and black intertwining and writhing. Suddenly, a glimmering shadow pierced directly towards Stannis' brow. Stannis awoke with a start, instinctively stumbling backward, only to be steadied by Melisandre at his side. "My lord, what did you see?" she inquired softly, caressing his back in a soothing manner. Yet, Stannis remained silent, gnashing his teeth as he fixated on the flames. He understood that this was not a promising omen. But he was unwilling to concede. He believed that these so-called prophecies were not always infallible. A knock resounded at the door, and Stannis recognized it as a signal from his men that dawn was approaching. The gates of King's Landing were about to open, and he needed to act. With a final, resolute grind of his teeth, he shook off Melisandre's grasp and strode purposefully toward the hall, clad in full armor. He mounted his steed and galloped forth from the courtyard just as the sun crested the battlements of King's Landing, casting its golden rays across the city. A surge of emotion coursed through Stannis, prompting him to instinctively raise his right hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. Yet, what his hand shielded him from was not merely the dazzling sunlight, but also a glinting crossbow bolt. It was only when the spray of blood obscured his vision that he felt the searing pain in his palm. Fortuitously, his complete armor mitigated some of the bolt's penetrative force, preventing it from piercing his eye. However, the excruciating pain and his instinctive reaction caused him to tumble from the saddle, uncertain if the assailant would unleash further deadly bolts. He suddenly recalled the shadow that had shot toward him from the flames moments before. His knights had swiftly encircled him. The tranquil morning streets disturbed only by the shouts of his guards and the whinnying of horses. Kneeling, he gripped his wounded wrist with his other hand, gritting his teeth in anguish. Melisandre pushed her way through the throng, creating a path to reach him. She knelt beside Stannis, taking hold of his injured hand. Stannis' loyal knight arrived, directing his squire to carefully sever the shaft of the bolt and gently extract the tip, assisting in removing the damaged gauntlet from Stannis' hand. Blood gushed anew from the wound, splattering those nearby. Despite the intense pain radiating from his palm, Stannis bit down on his lip, refusing to utter a sound. Even as it bled, he viewed any sign of weakness as unacceptable, believing it would undermine his authority. The red-robed woman enveloped Stannis' hand with hers, closing her eyes as she began to utter a low incantation. Those surrounding Stannis understood that the enigmatic priestess was invoking her magic, a sight they had grown accustomed to witnessing. Flames suddenly erupted from the entwined palms of the two individuals, as Melisandre's incantations soared in intensity. The fire quietly scorched their hands, yet neither seemed to suffer any burns. The red woman's chanting persisted for approximately 10 minutes, gradually extinguishing the flames. She released Stannis' hand and respectfully rose, standing to the side. Stannis also stood, his palms still marred by dried blood, yet the injury had healed completely. The knights surrounding him were no strangers to such phenomena. Many bore the emblem of the fiery heart upon their armor. The allegiance of these knights was not won through persuasion or allure, but through Melisandre's repeated demonstrations of divine miracles. Stannis examined his palm before concealing it behind him, turning to observe the tranquil street through the gaps in the wall of knights. A captain of the guard reported that they had found no sign of the crossbow-wielding assassin. To avoid causing a commotion, they had only pursued a few streets, yet had not encountered even a suspicious shadow. Stannis began to rub his molars discreetly, and blood began to seep from his lips. The first summons of the oracle had been fulfilled. The path ahead promised bloodshed and slaughter. However, he was uncertain whether these ominous signs were retribution meant for himself or for Cersei. Noticing his hesitation, Melisandre stepped forward at an opportune moment. "My lord, perhaps to advance, one must first retreat. To journey south, one must first travel north. This may be a warning from Lawler. We should regroup our forces on Dragonstone before proceeding." Stannis surveyed his men once more, noting their lack of dissent regarding a retreat. Adopting a reluctant expression, he slowly nodded. The group promptly escorted Stannis away from the courtyard, headed for the docks of King's Landing, where 5 royal warships awaited, ready to set sail. Stannis' movements did not truly disturb the master of the Red Keep. Cersei was oblivious to the fact that while she plotted, others were preparing to take the life of the Old Hand. Consequently, she had made no preparations for treachery, and the 2 major intelligence leaders within King's Landing had their own schemes, leaving her uninformed of the night's unfolding drama. As she emerged from the maiden's chamber, her face flushed and her spirit invigorated. The first sight that greeted her was that of her anxious handmaiden, pacing in distress. Having issued a clear command that no one was to enter the maiden's chamber at night, even her handmaiden hesitated to disturb the queen's slumber. Cersei regarded her flustered attendant with displeasure. "What is the matter that has you so agitated?" "Your Grace, a grave situation has arisen in the city concerning the king and the hand." Cersei furrowed her brow, pondering, is Cobain's poison truly that effective? What has become of old John? She waved her hand dismissively, silencing the maid's further utterances, and with an air of composed tranquility, she returned to her chamber, instructing the maid to attend to her grooming while allowing her to speak. The maid, who had been anxiously holding her tongue, bore the tension, yet was acutely aware of Cersei's temperament. She dutifully began to style the queen's hair while softly recounting the events in King's Landing from the previous night until now. Upon hearing that a white knight had come to report the king had transformed into a wild boar, Cersei erupted into raucous laughter. That wretched fat pig had indeed morphed into a wild beast, a most gratifying turn of events. She resolved to reward Qyburn handsomely for this. As for the news of the Prime Minister's demise in his sleep the previous night, Cersei secretly reveled in joy. The old man, who had held sway over the realm for nearly 2 decades, had finally met his end, making way for her father to assume the role of Joffrey's Hand of the King, thereby solidifying the kingdom's stability. With this thought in mind, Cersei inquired, "Have you dispatched the letter to the Duke of the Westerlands? 2 days ago, I arranged for a trusted knight of the family to set off. He should arrive in Casterly Rock shortly." "Excellent. Send a raven to Casterly Rock, informing my father of the developments in King's Landing, inviting him to attend Joffrey's coronation, and offering him the position of Hand of the King. Your Grace, shall we convene a meeting of the small council?" Cersei furrowed her brow in annoyance. "Very well. Summon the lords to the throne room. They indeed need to pay their respects to the new sovereign." The maid, contemplating whether to voice a suggestion, quickly closed her mouth, recalling Cersei's nature, and continued to diligently tend to the queen's hair. "By the way, see if my little darling is awake. Today is his grand day, and he must be properly adorned to impress the lords with the majesty of the prince. No, the king, the new king." The maid, observing the queen, now queen mother, in the mirror, quickly adopted a cheerful demeanor, echoing the queen's sentiments. She expressed her intent to fashion an impressive hairstyle that would complement King Joffrey's regality, eliciting peals of laughter from Cersei. Chapter 19. The Eternal Emperor, Part 1. Joffrey had blossomed into a young man, inheriting his parents' admirable genes, tall and handsome, crowned with a mane of golden curls, making him the object of affection for the maidens of King's Landing. He had received a fine education, instructed in mathematics and literature by the king's maester, and etiquette taught personally by the queen. He occasionally trained in swordsmanship and the ways of knighthood under Barristan, although his father seldom showed concern for him. Joffrey held a deep admiration for his father, viewing him as an invincible warrior and a great king. He had always harbored insecurities about his abilities, fearing he might not be capable of inheriting his father's throne and safeguarding the realm's subjects. Yet, a voice within him often whispered that he was a born ruler, with no one daring to question his authority. As the morning sun streamed into his chamber, Joffrey opened his eyes, perceiving it as yet another ordinary day within the Red Keep. As he sat at the dining table, savoring a sumptuous breakfast, his mother's devoted handmaiden approached to inform him that he was required to attend the royal council that day, and that he must be attired splendidly. Although Joffrey had undergone years of royal education, this was his inaugural attendance at such a council, leaving him somewhat inexplicably anxious. His nervous thoughts obscured his awareness of the anxious expressions of the servants in the Red Keep. In truth, even without the influence of his trepidation, he would have remained oblivious to them. His upbringing had rendered him incapable of recognizing their existence. To Prince Joffrey, these individuals were no different from the vases adorning the room, existing solely to cater to his demands. As he traversed the corridor and arrived at the side of the throne room, he discovered his mother already awaiting his arrival. Today, she donned the opulent attire reserved for formal royal occasions, exuding an extraordinary air of grandeur. Cersei held her head high, embodying an aristocratic demeanor, and addressed Joffrey in an elegant tone. "My dear little Joffrey, today marks your first encounter with your loyal ministers, who will assist you in ruling the 7 kingdoms. Summon your regal presence." Upon hearing his mother's words, Joffrey was momentarily stunned, caught off guard by the weight of her expectations. Noticing her son's reaction, Cersei dismissed it, thinking it was natural for a child to be somewhat astonished. She took Joffrey's hand, leading him obediently into the throne room. Cersei, with a self-assured grace, ascended the first step before the Iron Throne, standing alongside Joffrey as she surveyed the gathered ministers below. Several prominent figures were notably absent from the hall today, with only the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, the Master of Whisperers, Varys, and the Grand Maester, Pycelle, present. Cersei's displeasure was evident as she inquired, "Where are the Captain of the King's Guard, the Master of Ships, and the Master of Laws?" The few attendees exchanged glances, uncertain whether the Queen was unaware of the disturbances in the city or simply indifferent to the events of the previous night. After a moment of silent communication, Varys, mustering his courage, stepped forward to respond. Ser Barristan Selmy is leading the Kingsguard in protection of His Majesty. Both Lord Renly and Lord Stannis have departed King's Landing. Cersei furrowed her brow in distaste, taken aback that the situation had become so apparent that someone dared to disregard the new king and herself. Send the Kingsguard back to the Red Keep. Their duty is to protect the king who is here. Cersei subtly gestured toward her son, Joffrey, hearing his mother's command. Joffrey instinctively straightened his posture, as if to assert his readiness to assume the weighty responsibilities of ruling the kingdom. The ministers below looked on in astonishment. Pycelle hesitantly ventured to speak. Your Grace, the king what of His Majesty, King Robert? Cersei raised her hand in irritation. The king is deceased. Do you wish to have that wretched creature from the brothel seated upon the Iron Throne behind me? The three individuals in the audience were intimidated by the queen's disdain for King Robert and her unrestrained demeanor. Naturally, none of them were particularly loyal subjects, and thus did not consider challenging the queen. Peter Baelish and the Spider were even pleased to witness Cersei's increasing audacity. Conversely, it was Pycelle who appeared more dedicated to the Lannister family, cautiously inquiring, Your Grace, many strange occurrences transpired last night. Rumors are rampant in King's Landing, and we must approach the king's matters with utmost caution. Cersei's impatience grew. Those cursed Kingsguard should not be loitering in that damned brothel. What does the queen imply? The lords inquired. The king has been resting within the Red Keep, mourning the loss of our esteemed hand, who passed away peacefully in his slumber, and he is unwilling to receive visitors. Cersei, with a haughty smile, gazed at the three bewildered men and continued, As for the abomination in the brothel, it is merely a beast that strayed into King's Landing. A few hunters should be dispatched to eliminate it. Peter and the Spider exchanged glances, both recognizing that the queen and the king had long since severed their emotional ties, yet they were taken aback by the extent of her animosity towards him. Cersei turned her gaze to Peter, Master of Coin. Peter donned his signature smile and bowed. What are your commands, Your Grace? Cersei seemed pleased with Peter's humble demeanor. You are to prepare an emergency fund. We shall soon arrange funerals for both the Hand and His Majesty, and also a grand wedding for your King Joffrey. Very well, Your Grace. However, you are likely aware that the kingdom's finances are quite strained, and it appears challenging to amass such a substantial sum at once. Cersei flashed what she believed to be a confident smile. You need not worry. I have already written to my father, Lord Tywin Lannister, who will assume the role of the kingdom's new hand. He will accomplish what you cannot. You need only to assist him. Everything shall be as you command. Peter continued to adopt a posture of feigned humility, although the queen's direct invitation to a duke to serve as hand seemed to contravene protocol. The three individuals below were not inclined to intervene or argue with Cersei. Cersei then shifted her attention to the Spider, Master of Whisperers. Varys bowed respectfully. What are your commands, Your Grace? Keep a close watch on Renly and Stannis. I wish to know their intentions for leaving King's Landing. Varys was well aware of their motives, but chose not to divulge anything to the foolish woman on the dais. He merely nodded, assuring her that he would monitor the two and report back promptly. Cersei relished the deference displayed by those below, reveling in her sense of power as she prepared to dismiss them swiftly. She must hurry to the maiden's quarters to share her joy with Jaime. Her mind is in an extraordinary state of excitement, and her body requires a similar exhilaration. Chapter 20. The Eternal Emperor, Part 2. Joffrey, in a state of bewilderment, attended a rather absurd court meeting. Everything transpired so abruptly. Despite having reached adulthood, he had yet to experience the true tempests of life. Throughout the meeting, he remained silent, still reeling from the shock of his father's untimely demise. The conversations around him, though shrouded in ambiguity, hinted at the tragic accident that had befallen his father. Yet the tone of his mother instilled a deep sense of dread within him, as if she harbored intentions of murder against his father. He suddenly grasped the severity of his mother's past curses and his father's indifference towards her. Her invectives were not merely expressions of a wife's grievances. Unaware of his turmoil, his mother assumed he was merely struggling to adjust to his newfound identity and offered him a few platitudes before hastily departing the palace. Leaning against the headboard, Joffrey curled up, feeling as though everything within the Red Keep had transformed into something foreign and perilous. The history of the Seven Kingdoms, once recounted by the maesters, resurfaced vividly in his mind, depicting a tableau rife with bloodshed, intrigue, and betrayal. He felt a chilling realization that the servants who smiled at him might be plotting his demise behind his back. The once humble lords who had shown him respect could very well be conspiring in the shadows to unseat him. His uncles had disappeared without a trace. And though the Spider uttered little, Joffrey understood they did not acknowledge his claim to the throne. They were likely preparing to contest his right to the Iron Throne. Father, "Oh, father." He seemed to have met with an unfortunate fate. His father was no longer the invincible warrior he once was, now faced with foes he could not vanquish. Mother, the once gentle and caring figure, had revealed a cruel and sinister side today, openly instructing the lords to kill his father. With his eyes tightly shut, 2 crystalline tears slipped down his cheeks. His world had entirely collapsed, and the very foundations that had constructed his reality were trembling. The idol he revered was being destroyed by his beloved mother, and the constraints that loomed over him were dissipating. Joffrey's eyes suddenly widened. Indeed, the shackles of his past were vanishing. He stretched his body and descended from the bed. Standing before the full-length mirror, he scrutinized his reflection, the tall, handsome youth with golden hair, adorned in splendid attire. He puffed out his chest, placing a hand upon it, striking a pose he deemed confident and regal. His mother was correct. He was now the king of the 7 kingdoms, and all must bow before him, adhering to his laws and executing his commands. He had inherited the valor of his father, the valiant Robert Baratheon. No one would dare oppose him. He is the formidable patriarch of the Baratheon family, and his alliance wields control over the Riverlands, the Vale, and the North. His grandfather is Tywin Lannister of the Westerlands, the fearsome lion. He has dominion over 5 of the 7 kingdoms. Though the Roses of the Reach are prosperous, they are also weak and easily manipulated. Their armies comprise nothing more than a collection of timid souls. As for the foul and arid Dorne, it offers little more than endless sands. Should they dare to oppose him, he would unleash the might of the 6 kingdoms upon Sunspear, driving the Dornish into the desert to consume nothing but sand. Humph. The great King Joffrey shall lead the 7 kingdoms onward, and the people will undoubtedly rejoice in his wise leadership. One could say that Joffrey's spirit is formidable. He swiftly acclimatizes to his newfound identity, dispelling the trepidation within and regaining his confidence. Just as Joffrey revels in his self-satisfaction, Peter Baelish receives an edict from the Red Keep. He gazes incredulously at the knight delivering the message, reconfirming its contents. He realizes that the royal secrets he has deliberately chosen to overlook may not be mere fabrications. Having served for decades as the commander of the Kingsguard, he cannot be oblivious to the profound rift between the king and the queen. Yet, until now, he has consciously refrained from delving into these matters too deeply. But today, he must confront the reality before him. The queen is evidently unwilling to devise a means to aid the king, even denying that the beast within the chamber is indeed the king himself. Prince Joffrey, it appears, remains a child easily swayed. The door behind him has long since closed, bolstered by thick wooden stakes, and the intermittent sounds of crashing and the beast's roars indicate that it can no longer endure the oppressive confines of the room. Yearning to escape, observing the varied expressions of the Kingsguard, Baelish discerns hesitation, uncertainty, and reluctance, yet sees no loyalty toward the king. He understands that these guards are not the paragons of virtue one would expect in bygone days. Robert had been overly confident in his martial prowess and paid little heed to the selection of the Kingsguard. Thus, the positions were filled to curry favor with the nobility of the 7 kingdoms rather than to recruit truly honorable knights. Now, their primary concern appears to be returning swiftly to the Red Keep to ingratiate themselves with the new king in hopes of greater rewards. The disturbances behind him grow increasingly frequent and intense. Baelish realizes that he cannot allow the situation to deteriorate further. He possesses neither the authority to make decisions nor the means to resolve the pressing issues at hand. Pondering his predicament, he notes that the sun has risen high overhead, yet no authoritative figure has arrived to assess the situation. Not only are Queen Cersei and Prince Joffrey absent, but even the king's own brothers, Lancel and Stannis, remain silent. As for Littlefinger and the Spider, he harbors no expectations. Regarding the hand of the king, he is already aware of the elder's demise. The seasoned knight, having witnessed the rise and fall of 2 dynasties, had already caught a whiff of conspiracy in the air. Yet, akin to his reluctance to engage in the discord between the king and queen, he found no inclination to meddle in these disputes. His sole concern now lay in fulfilling his duties as a knight. Barristan remained silent for a considerable time. His long-standing authority and legendary exploits rendered the other white knights hesitant to voice dissent before their captain. Observing the furtive glances exchanged among the knights, the old knight waved his hand in resignation. Very well, you shall all obey orders and return to the Red Keep. However, the city guard is not to withdraw. Continue to seal off this area. I shall make my way to the Magic Academy outside the city, hoping that the esteemed Master Lier can rescue the king. The white knights exchanged glances, realizing that their eagerness may have been overly zealous and somewhat contrary to the tenets of their order. Yet, their inner desire for power prevented them from relinquishing the opportunity to pledge fealty to the new king. Accompanying the old knight to seek a remedy was evidently not the desire of the new master of the Red Keep. Baristan regarded them without further comment. Gripping his sword as he strode purposefully out of the courtyard, he needed to exert further pressure on the captain of the city guard stationed there. As a member of the royal guard with a seat at the royal council, the legendary Baristan's threats still held weight, at least in his own estimation. Chapter 21. The Eternal Emperor, Part 3. Joffrey gazed down at Sandor Clegane, who knelt before him. This grotesque figure, half of his face burned beyond recognition, served as his personal guard. Initially repulsed by the visage, Joffrey had gradually acclimated to the presence of a taciturn yet utterly reliable protector. The Clegane family had been loyal vassals of his grandfather, serving the Duke of the West with unwavering fidelity for 3 generations. The hound before him had been specifically requested by his mother from his grandfather. In truth, Joffrey would have preferred a more imposing figure, like the formidable Ser Gregor Clegane. However, he dared not contest his grandfather's wishes and thus resigned himself to the arrangement. As calmness enveloped him, Joffrey found his mind unusually clear. He began to reflect on the historical governance of the 7 kingdoms by past emperors. To his astonishment, he realized that the true rulers of the 7 kingdoms were not himself, but rather the various dukes and lords. This had indeed been the norm for 8 millennia until Aegon established a unified monarchy over the 7 kingdoms. Yet, when the Targaryens lost their dragons, the foundation of their dynasty became as fragile as a castle built upon sand, susceptible to the tides of fate. His father's triumph stemmed from this very reality. As the alliances of the stag, wolf, fish, and eagle coalesced, with the king willingly excluding the West from King's Landing. Consequently, the true power of the realm shifted to his father, who commanded the mightiest military force. When the last loyal army to the Targaryens was vanquished at the mouth of the Trident, the fall of King's Landing became an inevitable fate. Clearly, true power resided with the armies loyal to the sovereign. In the past, these knights, infantrymen, and peasant soldiers pledged their allegiance to the lords of the 7 kingdoms, a phenomenon that is far from commendable. As the sovereign of the 7 kingdoms, these armies ought to owe their loyalty to him, the illustrious King Joffrey. The young monarch, feeling enlightened to the essence of power, has grasped the paramount secret of governing the realm and resolved to rule according to his own vision. The first step in his grand design is to secure the fealty of the Kingsguard. The hound kneels respectfully before Joffrey, cognizant of the young prince's penchant for witnessing such deference, which provides him a sense of the respect due to his elevated status. This attitude is a common trait among the powerful, whether it be the Duke of Tywin or Queen Cersei. However, some wield this authority with finesse and precision, while others resort to a farcical imitation that is laughable in its execution. At least in the hound's eyes, when he kneels before Duke Tywin Lannister, he dares not let his mind wander. He focuses intently on the tips of Tywin's boots, listening intently for every subtle movement, ready to respond at a moment's notice. In contrast, Joffrey's performance can only be described as clumsy. He merely adopts a facade of grandeur, deliberately prolonging the moment, though his mind may be even emptier than that of his canine counterpart. Satisfied with the hound's subservience, Joffrey declares, "Dog, I have made my decision. Henceforth, you shall be my Kingsguard." Don the white cloak. The hound does not hesitate, bowing his head deeper to shield his eyes from Joffrey's gaze. "As you wish, your highness. Dog, I shall grant you another chance. How should you address me?" Joffrey rises from his seat, looking down upon the armored knight kneeling at his feet. "My apologies. I should address you as your majesty." "Excellent. Come with me, dog." Joffrey turns with satisfaction, striding towards the door, oblivious to the fleeting expression of disdain that crosses the hound's face as he rises. Fundamentally, the hound harbors no desire to join the Kingsguard, to forsake marriage, progeny, and inheritance. Such aspirations are beyond his moral compass. His brother, Gregor Clegane, is a brute, the very visage of his face marred by this monstrous sibling who has earned the moniker of the Mountain. This fiend is indeed a demon, having even violated their own sister. For years, the hound's greatest wish has been to slay his brother with his own hands, to erase the haunting shadows of his childhood. Naturally, it would be even more fortuitous to inherit the family lands, find a daughter of a minor lord with ample proportions, and beget 2 robust sons. Alas, although his brother is a tyrant, he remains the most formidable hound under Duke Tywin's command, leaving the hound with scant opportunity to act. Nevertheless, he has not relinquished hope. With the ferocity of a wild beast, he believes that one day, his brother will meet his end by the edge of a blade. Now, Joffrey has resolved to embody the role of the White Knight himself, which may ultimately sever the bloodline of House Clegane. Although their lineage is hardly noble, no one wishes to see their bloodline extinguished. However, Sandor Clegane is a composed individual. He understands that the powerful are indifferent to dissent from the lower echelons, and those who dare voice their objections might be perceived as disloyal. A disloyal hound has little value in terms of survival. As a member of a family that has long been trained to serve House Lannister, the hound is acutely aware of how the elite deal with those hounds who dare to bare their teeth at their masters. Yet, he also knows how to elude his master's gaze, stealthily consuming small prey and scraps discarded by his master. The derogatory nickname bestowed upon him by the nobility does not weigh heavily on his mind, for he recognizes that, at times, a hound can live far more comfortably than the hunter. With an air of enthusiasm, Joffrey strides towards the throne room accompanied by the hound. Now realizing he is on the cusp of becoming the ruler of this realm, he has reached adulthood, and his mother has recently become elusive, often absent. This absence is fortuitous, as it allows him to govern the nation according to his own ambitions without hindrance. News has reached him that the Kingsguard has returned to the Red Keep, patiently awaiting him in the throne room, ready to pledge their fealty. This marks the first step in his grasp of King's Landing and, indeed, the dominion over the Seven Kingdoms. Any traitor who refuses to pledge allegiance to him shall ultimately meet the fate of execution, their heads displayed upon the battlements of King's Landing. Reflecting on the events of the morning's council meeting, he recalls how the lords gazed at him as if he were merely a child. Such an attitude is unbecoming of loyal subjects. The magnanimous Joffrey, in his imperial wisdom, decides to grant them an opportunity for redemption. Should they dare to belittle him in the next council meeting, he would command the White Knight to sever their heads and display them at the main gate of the Red Keep. He intends to send a clear warning to all who would dare disregard him. The majesty of the king must demand respect. As the attendant stationed at the entrance to the throne room respectfully ushers King Joffrey through the grand doors, he strides in with his head held high, his confidence radiating. Observing the white-cloaked knights standing within the hall, Joffrey allows a self-assured smile to grace his lips. Chapter 22, The Eternal Emperor, Part 4. With a flourish, Joffrey flicks the hem of his robe and assumes a pose he deems imposing as he sits upon the Iron Throne. Noticing the absence of one member from the Kingsguard, Joffrey's expression darkens. Where has that old man, Barristan, gone? The White Knights exchange glances, taken aback by the new king's apparent lack of respect for the legendary Captain Barristan Selmy. When no one responds, Joffrey's impatience surfaces. What is the matter? Do none of you know where your captain has gone? The knights exchange furtive glances once more, and one brave White Knight steps forward, steeling himself to speak. Your Highness. Sandor Clegane caught a glimpse of Joffrey's displeased expression from the corner of his eye and immediately chastised him. Impudence. Before you stands the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, the guardian of the Undulls and the First Men, His Grace, King Joffrey Baratheon. Hearing the hound's voice, Joffrey's countenance brightened with satisfaction. The hound was indeed obedient and perceptive, a good dog. His decision to reward him with a place in the Kingsguard had proven wise. Yes, Your Grace, I beg your pardon. I was too foolish, replied the knight in white, who had also noticed Joffrey's demeanor and quickly adapted his tone. Your Grace, Captain Barristan has departed for the outskirts of the city. He mentioned he seeks the Sorceress Academy to consult with Ser Lau regarding the curse afflicting King Robert. Joffrey suddenly realized he had never truly grasped the particulars of his father's condition and inquired with curiosity, "Oh, what exactly is the situation?" The knights in white became acutely aware that pledging allegiance to the new king might be fraught with peril. For revealing to a child that his father had transformed into a boar was no small task, particularly when that child wielded the power of life and death over them. Your Grace, King Robert was drinking in a tavern last night, and, well, he may have been cursed. His body has undergone certain changes. The knight's words faltered, unsure how to phrase his explanation without inciting the wrath of the boy upon the Iron Throne. Changes in his body. Joffrey's interest was piqued, his expression one of curiosity, devoid of any displeasure, as if they were not discussing his father. Yes, it appears that King Robert is now closer to. The knight hesitated, sensing the king's attention. Closer to what? Joffrey pressed. Closer to a wild boar. A very large wild boar, the knight replied, his voice trembling. Joffrey's expression darkened. Bold. The knight who spoke immediately knelt, bowing his head in abject submission. Rising from the Iron Throne, Joffrey surveyed the assembly from his elevated position. My mother has already informed the lords at court this morning that my father has succumbed to grief over the death of Lord Hand and is now confined to his chambers. As Joffrey scanned the crowd, he noted several knights in white adopting submissive postures and nodded in satisfaction, continuing, How could that beast be my father? You foolish Kingsguard. Have you fallen for some ludicrous deception? The knights lowered their heads, too intimidated to retort, exchanging furtive glances instead. Joffrey continued with haughty bravado. Merely a beast wreaking havoc in the city. The great King Joffrey shall vanquish this beast, just as my valiant father would have. And you, all of you, follow me and witness how I will deal with this creature. Hound, fetch my crossbow. A few white knights stood in shock, unable to fathom that the new king intended to personally slay the monstrous creature, especially since it was none other than the manifestation of his own father. They suddenly realized that King Joffrey was not the bashful, blushing young man they had previously imagined. Beneath that handsome visage lay a mind consumed by madness. The hound regarded Joffrey with a peculiar gaze, astonished that his master had undergone such a profound transformation in just a single morning. The adoration and fear that Prince Joffrey once held for his father had vanished. Now he faced a Joffrey king who was arrogant and rife with violent impulses. Of course, he had encountered brutal individuals before. His brother was one such scoundrel, and he understood how to navigate dealings with such wretches. Without waiting for Joffrey to reveal any further signs of his disposition, he promptly nodded in acknowledgement of the king's command and turned to exit the hall. Before long, the hound returned to the throne room, bearing an exquisite crossbow and a quiver of arrows. Joffrey was pleased with the hound's efficiency and was the first to step out of the hall. The white knights exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. The hound cast a mocking glance at the knights, following in the footsteps of King Joffrey as they made their way outside. Realizing that they had come too far to turn back, they gritted their teeth and followed the king. A contingent of Lannister soldiers clad in red awaited them beyond the hall. The hound assisted King Joffrey in mounting a splendid pure white steed, then directed the soldiers to form ranks on either side before he too mounted his horse, accompanying the king toward the gates of the Red Keep. The white knights also mounted their steeds, with Mandon Moore even urging his horse to catch up to the king, paving the way for Joffrey. Observing the subservient demeanor of the white knights, King Joffrey felt a swell of satisfaction, lifting his chin high as he rode. This was his first official inspection of his capital, the fair and lovely King's Landing, as the great King Joffrey Baratheon. Peter Baelish had done well, under his guidance. The layout of King's Landing was both logical and aesthetically pleasing, with wide, beautiful streets and orderly, clean buildings. The notorious stench and the detestable overcrowding of the slums had vanished. Indeed, Peter deserved a greater burden, while the Red Keep was splendid. It was not worthy of the great King Joffrey. The king should possess a magnificent palace in each of the 7 kingdoms, traversing between them to root out any traitors who dared defy him. Those traitors should be executed, their heads displayed upon the city gates, their daughters reduced to serving maids, either to be looked down upon or rewarded to those loyal to him, such as his faithful hound. Yes, that shall be the decree. He trusted that Peter would execute this plan well. As Joffrey reveled in the scenery and basked in the awe-laden glances of the common folk who stepped aside, he solidified his first national policy since ascending the throne. In the streets of King's Landing, the spirited King Joffrey rode ahead, boldly advancing towards the direction indicated by the White Knight. He possessed the commanding presence of a leader rallying countless troops to vanquish foes. Chapter 23. The Eternal Emperor, Part 5. Littlefinger had established numerous brothels in King's Landing, each of which King Robert had frequented. Littlefinger was astutely aware of the king's preferences. The grand, opulently decorated brothels were typically abandoned by King Robert after only a few visits, while he often returned to the more secluded and tranquil establishments, sometimes remaining for several days. Littlefinger understood that the king was reminiscing about the glorious triumphs of the Battle of the Bells, occasionally even requesting the courtesans to don helmets, portraying Rhaegar and Jon. The brothel where King Robert met his demise was one such establishment, situated at the end of a street. Its courtyard nestled against the southern wall of King's Landing. When Joffrey and his entourage arrived, the location remained under lockdown, with the surrounding courtyards cleared. Although some residents expressed dissent, none dared to confront the fearsome city watch. The cunning Janos Slint was notably absent, with only a squad leader present to greet the new king. Upon realizing that the situation within the brothel likely involved a significant royal scandal, those with even a modicum of sense refrained from approaching. Only the unfortunate remained. Joffrey, oblivious to these nuances, excitedly inquired, "Where is that beast? I hear it is a great wild boar." The squad leader, aware of the misfortune of his task and reluctant to offend Prince Joffrey, respectfully replied, "Your Grace, I am not well informed regarding the circumstances within. Our orders are solely to secure this area, allowing no one to enter or exit." At that moment, the hound, standing behind Joffrey, frowned upon hearing the Emperor's displeased grunt. He stepped forward, kicking the squad leader to the ground, and warned, "This is His Majesty King Joffrey Baratheon." Yes, I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, the squad leader hastily pleaded. Joffrey waved his hand dismissively. Good dog, well done. Bring out the people from the courtyard. I wish to inquire about the situation. The hound bowed and strode purposefully into the courtyard. Soon, the sounds of women's commotion filled the air as several heavily made up and scantily clad women were ushered out by the hound. The squad leader, sensing he might soon overhear royal secrets, quickly retreated to a corner, hoping to remain unnoticed. A few of the alluring women were presented before Joffrey, and for a moment, he was entranced by their beauty and the sweet sounds of their voices. Protected meticulously by Cersei, Joffrey had not been accustomed to the company of beautiful handmaidens, and at the royal banquets he occasionally attended, noble ladies were always decorous and demure. Thus, upon encountering these bold and uninhibited women for the first time, he found himself irresistibly captivated. A few courtesans, having already received warnings from the hound, stood before Joffrey, somewhat subdued and demure. However, upon noticing the young prince's unusual demeanor, they boldly raised their eyes to scrutinize him. Upon detecting the youthful longing on his face, the astute courtesans could not help but recall the roguish nature of King Robert, thinking to themselves that the apple truly does not fall far from the tree, and unconsciously began to adopt flirtatious poses. Joffrey, having never witnessed such audacity, watched as the women grew bolder, encroaching upon him while showcasing their assets. The heavy scent of perfume enveloped him, causing his cheeks to flush crimson, transforming him into a bashful young man. The hound, bemused, noted the striking similarity between father and son, their tastes unwaveringly alike. He instinctively turned away, distancing himself from the awkward scene, taking a few steps outward. The White Knights behind Joffrey exchanged glances, but having long served beside King Robert, they were unfazed and likewise turned away to maintain their distance. The Lannister soldiers, equally seasoned, had already taken it upon themselves to clear the area of onlookers, driving the idol away. The hound, gripping the hilt of his sword, could hear the increasingly distressing sounds from behind him. The inexperienced fledgling was at the mercy of those seasoned temptresses, and he even caught the sound of Prince Joffrey's soft gasps. Laughter erupted from the courtesans. Suddenly, a furious shout rang out. Ah, hound, slay this wretched harlot. Faced with the prince's dramatic shift in temperament, the hound dared not take it lightly, and swiftly turned to draw his sword. The sound of metal being unsheathed alarmed the courtesans, who immediately knelt, one of them clutching Joffrey's thigh in a plea for mercy. The hound, unaware of what had provoked the prince, did not inquire further, his expression cold as he extended his iron hand toward the pleading courtesan. Joffrey's face darkened. These accursed women had dared to question the might of the great king. Such insolence warranted death. Clearly, the fragile pride of the youth had been wounded. Being challenged in his masculinity was intolerable for one wielding such power, akin to a skilled masseur being mocked for his inadequacies. He surveyed the scene, irritation flaring as he commanded the White Knights. You lot, come here. These courtesans are suspected of plotting against the king and must be executed immediately. Each of you shall take one, sever their heads. The courtesans shrieked in terror, and the White Knights hesitated, taken aback by Joffrey's abrupt demand for the execution of the women. As the king's personal guard, these sacred knights in white robes could hardly be expected to carry out such a task. However, the hound harbored no such reservations. He brandished his sword, forcing the already terrified courtesans aside, shielding Joffrey with his body before striking toward one of their necks. Upon witnessing this, the White Knights understood that hesitation was no longer an option, and they drew their long swords, surrounding the scene. In the distance, the squad leader, concealed in the shadows, caught a glimpse of the White Knights mercilessly slaughtering the women. He realized that a severe royal scandal had indeed unfolded here last night, warranting the direct intervention of the king's White Knights to silence those in the know. Terrified, he dared not look further. Just then, the Lannister soldiers had completed their shift, prompting him to flee without a backward glance, taking his men with him. He fervently prayed that King Joffrey would not recall his name, for otherwise, he feared he too would fall victim to a silencing fate. Perhaps he should hasten to the docks in search of a merchant ship bound for the shores across the narrow sea. Although perilous like a mercenary's life, it would be safer than being silenced. Alternatively, donning a dark cloak and heading towards the wall might prove advantageous, aside from the perpetual companionship of ice and snow. At least there, no one would seek his life. Hearing the piercing screams behind him, the squad leader quickened his pace. He still had some valuables at his residence within the city that required gathering. There was no time to linger in King's Landing. Chapter 24. The Eternal Emperor, Part 6. Joffrey surveyed the bloody scene before him, displaying none of the fear typical of a youth confronted with such horror. Instead, Upon hearing the women's anguished cries, a hint of madness flickered across his face as he stepped forward. A droplet of splattered blood adorned his cheek. Joffrey extended a trembling finger, brushing against the crimson stain. Holding his bloodied finger to the light, it exuded an eerie beauty. Gazing at his finger, a smile crept upon his lips, gradually morphing into a near-manic laughter. The hound wiped the blood from his sword, silently sheathing it, and positioning himself behind Joffrey. He understood the mindset of such a madman. They reveled in these brutal scenes, perceiving them as the most exquisite sights, desiring no interruptions. His own brother embodied this kind of perversion, and he had no wish to provoke King Joffrey at this moment. The surrounding Lannister soldiers stood rigidly, their expressions betraying no discernible change. In this era, despite the claim that the people of Westeros were free and devoid of slavery, in the eyes of the nobility, a commoner's life held less worth than that of a slave. These soldiers had long accepted the notion that nobles could bully and even kill commoners at will. Joffrey's actions were no more egregious than those of any other noble lord. After laughing for a time, a few of the White Knights mimicked the hound's behavior, silently positioning themselves behind the king. None dared to speak. Although Joffrey did not exhibit the typical aura of a ruler, his madness had instilled a fear in them. Perhaps feeling a lack of affirmation and growing bored, Joffrey reined in his laughter and turned to the men behind him. They all bowed their heads in deference. Joffrey found himself at a loss for words. These individuals were exceedingly dull. However, given their relative obedience to his commands, he decided to allow them to continue serving as his elite guards. Turning his gaze towards the now desolate courtyard, Joffrey extended his right hand towards the hound. The hound promptly understood, retrieving the crossbow from his back and respectfully presenting it to King Joffrey. The White Knights observed the king's intention to take matters into his own hands and hesitated, contemplating whether to voice a warning to him. The boar was indeed a formidable creature, and even they were not entirely confident in their ability to subdue it effortlessly. Particularly perplexing was the fact that this beast was none other than the transformed King Robert, Joffrey's own father. Did the king truly intend to slay his progenitor? Although Joffrey remained indifferent to the expressions of those around him, the hound discerned the visible conflict among the White Knights. Initially, he had dismissed the notion of the king being cursed and transformed into a beast, suspecting instead that some vile poison had grotesquely disfigured the king's body, leading to a horrifying demise. Joffrey's desire to showcase his bravery by personally vanquishing the monster seemed devoid of genuine peril. However, after arriving here and having observed the earlier inquiries directed at the prostitutes, along with the current demeanor of the White Knights, the hound realized that the beast, the boar, was not merely figurative. There truly existed a dangerous creature within the courtyard. Naturally, Joffrey's authority must be upheld. The hound could not question the king's bravery, but he had his own means. He called out loudly to the White Knights behind the king. "Did you witness the events of last night with your own eyes? Just how large was the boar you spoke of?" The White Knights, seeming to recognize that the hound was prompting them for a response, quickly replied, "Ser Sandor, we indeed saw it with our own eyes. A boar of a size comparable to an adult bull emerged from that room, and the king's cupbearer, Lancel Lannister, was slain by this beast." The White Knight swallowed hard, having garnered some understanding of King Joffrey's temperament, and thus refrained from uttering the truth regarding the boar being the transformed King Robert. Instead, he fabricated a tale about the appearance of a gigantic boar in a brothel within King's Landing, portraying themselves as mere passers-by, good citizens who intervened. Hearing the exchange between the hound and the White Knights, Joffrey leaned on the crossbow, adopting a demeanor of feigned indifference. Yet, the hound recognized that Joffrey was attentively listening to their conversation. He understood that the king was still that timid young prince, who had not entirely lost his sense of fear towards danger. The ever-watchful hound, accustomed to Joffrey's company, keenly observed the subtle shifts in the king's demeanor. Summoning his courage, he approached Joffrey and respectfully suggested, "Your Majesty, the confines of the courtyard seem rather limited for you to demonstrate your marksmanship. Perhaps we should first lure the boar outside, allowing you to slay it with greater ease." Joffrey wore a stern expression, and though he did not explicitly convey his thoughts, the hound could unmistakably sense the tension in his body easing. The hound understood that the king had acquiesced to his suggestion, albeit too proud to vocalize his agreement. He respectfully stepped back a couple of paces before turning to command several White Knights to enter and drive the wild boar out. The White Knights, seemingly resigned, noticed Joffrey maintaining his stance without reaction, and thus steeled themselves to venture into the courtyard. The hound also instructed Lannister soldiers to position themselves at the street entrance, preparing to encircle the beast. Joffrey's demeanor grew increasingly relaxed. Indeed, the hound had proven his worth. He resolved to reward him handsomely after the beast was slain. As the white knights entered the courtyard, the door to the chamber remained tightly barricaded, with the boar no longer ramming against it. A series of deep snores emanated from behind the door, and peering through the crack, they beheld the wild boar sleeping soundly amidst the disarray. Strangely, the creature appeared considerably larger than it had the previous evening. Although lying on its side, its massive form was still taller than a man. A sudden realization struck them. If this was indeed reality and not some bizarre illusion, such an enormous beast would likely not succumb easily to their swords. Observing the Lannister soldiers arrayed outside the courtyard, they exchanged glances and began to cautiously dismantle the barricade at the entrance. Despite their efforts to be discreet, the beast within was roused. A piercing shriek echoed from the room, and a tremendous commotion ensued. Furniture toppled and shattered, windows rattled violently, and the ground beneath the white knights seemed to tremble in response to the creature's movements. One white knight, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, let out a terrified cry and bolted towards the courtyard. Before the others could react, the door shattered, sending the wooden frame and surrounding wall hurtling into the courtyard like scattered arrows. Chapter 25. The Eternal Emperor. 7. Alexis Ockert sat slumped on the ground, surrounded by the remnants of shattered architecture and furnishings, but he had no time to concern himself with such matters. The splintered door and the debris from the collapsing building obscured his vision, yet he distinctly perceived a pair of enormous, crimson eyes emerging from the dust. The colossal, shadowy figure gradually emerged from the haze. Behind Alexis, several other white knights huddled closely together, though they still stood, swords in hand. Their expressions betrayed no more valor than that of the women they had just slaughtered. A wild boar, towering as high as a story, now loomed before them. Alexis endeavored to retreat, but it was inevitable that he would close the distance with the creature. He could already discern the foul stench wafting from the boar's gaping maw. The enormous, contorted tusks of the wild boar loomed perilously close, barely an arm's length from his face. Just last night, when they had secured the door, the king transformed into a wild boar had been no larger than a typical adult of its kind. Yet, in the span of a single night, it had grown to a size surpassing that of the very room itself. At such a proximity, he could even discern the beast's stout, muscular legs writhing and expanding, its coarse fur bristling and unfurling, while its fangs lengthened and thickened. As the creature's form swelled, the debris that had fallen upon him rained down incessantly, and the few present felt as though the courtyard was on the verge of being consumed by this ever-enlarging monstrosity. Alexis, gazing at the massive tusks advancing towards him, could no longer withstand the pressure and let out a desperate cry, retreating further. The other white knights, akin to startled chicks, dared not reach out to assist their brethren a mere few steps away. Instead, they fled towards the courtyard gate. The armored men found themselves ensnared at the narrow entrance. Unable to escape, the boar, Robert, glimmered with ferocity in his eyes, unleashing a deafening roar as he charged at the group. With a mighty stomp, the colossal hoof landed upon Alexis's chest, crushing his once resilient knightly armor as though it were mere parchment. Alexis barely had time to scream before blood gushed from his mouth, silencing him forever. Those trapped at the entrance, hearing the commotion behind them, struggled more fiercely, yet their panic only tightened the bonds of their armor. Robert wasted no time. He barreled through them like a relentless steamroller, demolishing a section of the courtyard wall in the process. The towering wall, now insufficient to conceal Robert's immense figure, had already caught the attention of the Lannister soldiers outside, who began to reassemble. A line of crossbowmen stood ready, and as the wall crumbled, revealing the wild boar's gigantic silhouette, a volley of sharp bolts was loosed. The steel-tipped quarrels, propelled by the immense energy of their intricate mechanisms, pierced through the boar's dense fur and breached its tough skin. Blood spattered forth, and the pain ignited Robert's ferocity. He emitted a piercing shriek and charged towards the tightly formed wall of men. The Lannister soldiers, mere flesh and blood, found their composure shaken by the sight of such an exaggerated beast bearing down upon them. The fact that they managed to shoot arrows with any semblance of steadiness spoke to their training. They swiftly sought refuge along the edges of the street. The Lannister commander, maintaining some semblance of calm, immediately ordered the spearmen to attack the boar from the sides and rear. The most effective strategy against such a mindless beast was to avoid direct confrontation. By persistently diverting its attention and launching rear assaults, they could gradually bleed it out, ultimately slaying any creature, no matter how powerful. As the Lannister forces commenced their ambush on King Robert, King Joffrey was already being escorted to safety by the Hound. Having reached a nearby street corner, the Hound was an exceedingly vigilant man. The moment commotion erupted in the courtyard, He could glimpse the imposing figure of King Robert's massive wild boar over the courtyard wall. He sensed that today would not bode well. Swiftly, he retreated with the king, while Joffrey remained silent throughout the ordeal, refraining from any impulsive displays of bravado. Upon reaching what he deemed a secure position, the hound resumed a respectful demeanor, leaning in to whisper to Joffrey, "Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. The Lannister soldiers are well-trained and shall swiftly deal with that beast." He shared the commander's assessment. The creature stood no chance against an army. However, before Joffrey could voice his opinion, eager to assert his own prowess by claiming the beast's demise, the situation took a turn. It became evident that this wild boar was not merely a mindless creature. King Robert's intellect remained tethered within its skull. Though Robert Baratheon was not renowned for his wisdom, he was undeniably an exceptional warrior, adept at discerning the dynamics of the battlefield. He was not distracted by the exaggerated antics of the lightly armored infantry, nor the bizarre sounds they emitted. His mind had regained a measure of clarity. He understood that this was not the time for hesitation. He needed to flee. Lacking the superior armor to deflect arrows and unable to grasp his hammer, he felt a primal urge for carnage surging within him. Yet, gradually, he became increasingly composed, evoking a sensation reminiscent of returning to the battlefield. Many decisions required no deep contemplation, merely the instinct of a warrior. He discerned the direction clearly. If he could burst through this street and turn the corner, he would find a direct path to Mudgate Avenue, allowing him to escape King's Landing and cross the Blackwater River into the Kingswood. This intricate reasoning transpired in an instant, and Robert did not slow his pace, maintaining the speed from when he had charged through the ranks of crossbowmen, rushing towards the corner as the roaring beast loomed like a mountain before him. Joffrey, taken aback, instinctively raised his crossbow. The steel bolt, already drawn, was released with a flicker of ethereal light, hurtling towards Robert's face. A piercing shriek erupted from the beast as the fabled bolt struck true, piercing one of its eyes. The hound bit his lip to suppress an outburst of rage. This boy, who could not hit an apple on a regular day, had inexplicably struck fortune this time. Yet, there was no recourse. He could only leap forward, shoving Joffrey out of the path of the boar's charge. The wild boar thundered around the corner like a roaring train. Joffrey's south face was perilously close to the beast as it barreled past, allowing him to see every detail of its formidable body, which filled his entire field of vision. In his mind, the only image that lingered was that of the enormous, identical eyes to his father's, shimmering with crystalline tears and a profound anguish. Chapter 26. The Eternal Emperor, Part 8. The thunderous sounds of impact were receding. Robert did not hesitate, making his way directly to the city gates. Joffrey leaned against the wall, curled up, his arms wrapped around his knees, burying his head deep between them. The hound struggled to rise, the recent leap having left him in a disheveled state. Although he had avoided direct contact with the massive figure, in his effort to safeguard the prince, he had exerted every ounce of his strength, crashing heavily against the unforgiving stone floor. Despite his armor, he felt as though at least 2 ribs had fractured. Yet, he dared not relent. Casting a glance at Joffrey's condition, he shook his head helplessly and turned towards the chaotic scene of fallen Lannister soldiers ahead. The king's dignity required protection, particularly that of the capricious and overly proud Joffrey Baratheon. Thus, the hound commanded the relatively unharmed soldiers to stand at a distance on either end of the street, continuing to secure the area, while ordering a messenger to return to the Red Keep with news and summon a carriage. After issuing these orders, the hound refrained from disturbing Joffrey, who was quietly weeping, positioning himself a few meters away, resting his sword against his back. Occasionally, he would tenderly touch his side through his breastplate, the pain intensifying. After escorting the king back to the Red Keep, he would need to find a physician to examine him, as it appeared his ribs had indeed been broken. The distant street lay in disarray, wisps of black smoke rising above the southern district, signaling that matters had escalated dramatically. One could only wonder how exaggerated the rumors surrounding the king would become. Curious onlookers had begun to gather at the far end of the street, hindered by soldiers from approaching, yet they still craned their necks in intrigue. Since the previous night, the commotion had drawn the attention of several curious souls, but the timely arrival of the city guard had prevented them from getting too close. Nearly an hour later, the carriage finally arrived. Joffrey, behind the hound, had regained some composure but dared not rise, uncertain of how to confront the current situation. The hound approached the king slowly, vowing to inquire whether they should return to the Red Keep immediately. However, upon seeing Joffrey still bowed in silence, a faint, unpleasant odor wafting through the air, the hound felt exasperated. With no other option, he lowered himself and gently lifted King Joffrey into his arms. His gauntlet hand felt not the cold dampness beneath the king. Yet the weight of Joffrey as he stood caused sharp pain to radiate through his ribs, prompting the hound to grit his teeth. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Joffrey kept his eyes tightly shut, allowing the hound to painstakingly place him within the carriage's confines. Too afraid to open his eyes or voice his feelings, opting instead to feign sleep. The hound placed the king upon the soft cushions of the carriage, secured the door, and then took his seat outside, instructing the driver to return to the city. Joffrey felt the carriage sway. The heavy door and drapes shielded him from the external light and sounds. Cautiously, he opened his eyes and peered at his surroundings. Upon realizing he was alone within the carriage, he clutched the luxurious quilt tightly, biting down on its corner as tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. When he had brushed past that monstrous creature, he had caught a clear glimpse of his own reflection in its enormous eye, revealing his frailty and insignificance. Yet, the creature did not slay him. It did not even pause. He recognized the owner of that eye. It was unmistakably his father's, familiar and revered, yet twisted into a horrifying visage. He found himself contemplating the unthinkable, the desire to kill his father, transformed into a wild boar. To slay that beast. Yes, he was not killing his father, but a monstrous entity, a devil that had instilled such fear in him that he had lost control of his bladder. How shameful it felt to have faltered, to not be the brave figure he envisioned. Yet, he must have struck the beast. He recalled the shriek and the blood that gushed forth, the flashes of that fleeting moment. Indeed, he vividly remembered the boar that none could confront. The one that bore a crossbow bolt embedded in its eye, his bolt. Yes, the great and valiant King Joffrey had blinded that ferocious beast, driving away the menace that threatened King's Landing. All credit belonged to the illustrious King Joffrey. As the carriage approached the gates of the Red Keep, the hound gently pushed open the carriage door, eager to assess the king's condition. Joffrey, adorned with a victorious smile, proactively lifted the curtain and stood at the entrance. The hound marveled at the king's capacity for self-regulation, yet dared not inquire further. He quickly bowed and prepared to assist the king alight. Though his trousers bore a slight dampness, Joffrey paid it no mind as he confidently descended from the carriage, greeting his mother with a beaming smile. Cersei, filled with anxiety, rushed towards him upon seeing him disembark. The commotion within the city had already stirred the Red Keep. Even through the closed doors and thick curtains of the maideness house, she had heard the tumult. As she burst through the doors, disheveled, her handmaid awaited her outside, ready to relay the urgent message sent back by the hound. Fortunately, Joffrey had encountered no misfortune, allowing her to remain composed within the Red Keep. Anticipating her child's return, perched atop Aegon's hill, the Red Keep commanded a lofty vantage from its grand entrance. She beheld the rising dust and black smoke trailing southward through the city. After the reconstruction of King's Landing, the architecture within the city was neither densely packed nor towering, failing to obscure the massive form of the beast. Cersei witnessed firsthand as the creature rampaged through the streets toward the mud gate, hurling various objects and people into the air. She could distinctly see the mud gate crumble like a child's sandcastle, reduced to ruins under the beast's onslaught. Without pausing, the beast charged toward the docks by the Blackwater River and leapt into the water. Soon, the monster had swum across the expansive river, vanishing into the woods on the opposite bank. Observing the still trembling trees, with giants crashing down, Cersei felt a wave of dread. She had never anticipated that her beloved Myrcella would confront such a beast. Damn Robert, even in monstrosity, he offered no respite, nearly costing her the life of her cherished Myrcella. Thankfully, that hound had reassured her of Myrcella's safety. Otherwise, she would have flayed him alive. Upon seeing her son disembark from the carriage unscathed, she could no longer contain her anxiety and rushed forward to embrace Joffrey tightly. Chapter 27. The Night Feast at the Red Keep. Part 1. Joffrey was filled with exhilaration, having completely shaken off his earlier fear and regret. His singular thought was that the great King Joffrey had vanquished the terrifying monster, safeguarding his King's Landing. In celebration, he resolved to host a grand feast. Queen Cersei also deemed it appropriate to hold a magnificent banquet to honor the new king's ascension. The servants of the Red Keep were mobilized to freshen the throne room, and renovations were made throughout the castle. Naturally, no one dared to linger near the Maiden's Tower. Following the king's demise, the queen had become utterly unrestrained. After experiencing delays in information due to her insistence on privacy, she had permitted a select few close confidants to enter the Maiden's Tower. However, this also inevitably led to the spread of rumors. Although the identity of the gentleman who had captivated the queen remained unknown, the whispers of her romantic escapades circulated quietly among the lower ranks of the Red Keep. While there had been past rumors regarding the queen's indiscretions, Such brazen conduct had surpassed many imaginations, suggesting that the tales of the king and queen's fractured relationship were not entirely unfounded. Despite the queen's newfound openness, no one was eager to approach the vicinity, as knowledge of royal scandal was hardly a means of ensuring one's safety. Nonetheless, this did not hinder them from disseminating the royal secrets outwardly, even exchanging them for personal gain. In a city of 500,000 inhabitants, countless individuals served the royal family directly. Moreover, a significant number of nobles and high-ranking officials resided within the city, creating a demand for information. Thus, many were willing to pay handsomely for the tidbits they possessed. Understanding the king and the royal family's secrets, along with the king's personal preferences, was essential for these nobles and officials to navigate their survival. The banquet tonight is rather grand, with over 1,000 esteemed guests in attendance. Everyone eagerly awaits the arrival of the new king and his inaugural public address. The recent turmoil in the southern part of King's Landing has left the populace in a state of anxiety. The simultaneous demise of the king and the prime minister has come as a profound shock to all. Although the royal family remains reticent regarding the king's death and has not held a public funeral for the two distinguished gentlemen at the Great September, speculation abounds concerning the circumstances of their passing. Whispers of rumors circulate throughout the city, the most outrageous being that the king was slain by a wild boar that mysteriously invaded King's Landing, while the prime minister succumbed to a poison from Essos, causing his skin to rot grotesquely. Given the unsightly nature of their deaths, a public funeral is deemed inappropriate. According to the teachings of the seven, the deceased should lie in state for 7 days within the church, their eyes covered by the golden dragon, for public homage. As the sun sinks below the western horizon, a gentle evening breeze wafts across the narrow sea, alleviating the sweltering heat of summer. The Red Keep, perched atop the towering Aegon S Hill, offers guests arriving at its grand entrance a breathtaking view of the nightscape of King's Landing. The myriad of lights twinkling below mirrors the celestial stars above, while a band performs soothing melodies upon the lawns of the Red Keep, enveloping all in a tranquil embrace of the night. The throne room, ablaze with light, resonates with exquisite dance music played by the finest musicians of the realm, further enchanting the atmosphere. The guests privileged enough to enter this hall, a symbol of ultimate authority, wear gentle smiles, feeling as though they share in this power. Inside, well-dressed courtiers navigate the hall, presenting fine wines from the arbor to the honored guests, while a long table brims with an array of delectable delicacies. Elegantly attired nobles and fashionably adorned ladies converse in hushed tones, maintaining an air of graceful decorum. It all seems as if the world has not changed. The king and prime minister are alive and well, and everything remains blissful. Suddenly, a stirring fanfare and the sound of trumpets resound, causing the guards stationed at the side entrance of the throne to stand at attention. Adorned in resplendent gold and crimson robes and crowned with a stag's crown, Joffrey Baratheon strides into the hall with a smile. Following closely is the Queen Regent, Cersei Lannister, resplendent in her finery and bearing a striking resemblance to the king's sister. The two take their place side by side before the Iron Throne, with Sandor Clegane, now clad in a white cloak, standing protectively behind them. The music ceases abruptly, and all eyes turn reverently towards the throne, gazing upon the two figures before them. Joffrey adopts a posture of confidence and authority, stepping forward to commence the evening's address. Lords and ladies, I, Joffrey Baratheon, have vanquished the beast that slayed my father, Robert Baratheon. The audience below displayed expressions of shock, and Joffrey reveled in their reaction, continuing, Today, we gather to celebrate this monumental victory. In the future, I shall lead you to conquer even more triumphs and vanquish all foes. Cersei, gazing at her gallant son with a smile, suddenly sensed a lull among the crowd. She beckoned a servant and procured a goblet. Cersei raised the chalice high, proclaiming, To your king, long live the king. The crowd, regaining their spirits, echoed her cheers, raising their glasses in unison. The musicians struck up a lively tune, the atmosphere within the hall instantly transforming as laughter and merriment erupted among the guests. Joffrey was pleased with the audience's obedience, a clear testament to the deep-rooted acceptance of his reign. Cersei, too, felt immense pride in Joffrey's display of regal demeanor, handsome, valiant, and commanding. It was time to seek a suitable noblewoman for her dear Joffrey. Previously, Cersei had vehemently resisted the idea of marrying off her son, even clashing with King Robert when he suggested finding a fitting bride for the heir. This reluctance stemmed from a prophecy from her childhood. An ugly old crone had uttered a cruel curse, foretelling that one day she would be supplanted by a woman younger and more beautiful than herself. Thus, She harbored a deep-seated aversion to any noble maidens who might threaten her position at the Red Keep. However, a recent encounter with the King's Guard and the miraculous ointment provided by the Maester had altered her perspective. She now believed that the prophecy had indeed come to pass, not through another, but through a younger version of herself. Standing alongside her son, she mused that without the adornments of their attire, a stranger might even mistake her for Joffrey's younger sister. Chapter 28. The Night Banquet at the Red Keep. Part 2. The Hound followed the exuberant King Joffrey in silence, donning a heavy white knight's helmet that concealed his scarred visage. His reticence had earned him the position of captain of the King's Guard, and Joffrey was thoroughly pleased with his silent yet effective approach to hunting beasts. Whenever Joffrey boasted of his grand accomplishments, he would always include the Hound, who, regardless of how many iterations he had undergone, silently acknowledged the valorous hero portrayed by Joffrey. This garnered the king numerous gasps and adoration from young, beautiful noble women. Cersei engaged in conversation with several familiar ladies, reveling in their envious glances at her youthful beauty while keeping an attentive ear on the happenings surrounding Joffrey. Although her other children were present at the banquet, her eldest son commanded a greater share of her concern and devotion. As Joffrey grew, Cersei discerned the unmistakable shadow of Jaime's youth upon his visage, which became one of the reasons for her preferential affection towards him. However, the Queen Regent was not the sole observer of King Joffrey. The spider, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, stood in a corner of the hall, clandestinely watching the young sovereign. As the master of intelligence for the crown, despite his lackadaisical demeanor over the past few years, his capacity for gathering information in King's Landing remained formidable. Although he had yet to secure the loyalty of that Lannister commander, he had gleaned the essence of the matter through descriptions provided by several Lannister soldiers and members of the City Watch. Indeed, magic proved to be wondrous, capable of transforming King Robert into a colossal boar, capable of demolishing walls. It seemed that the promises made by that enigmatic figure could indeed manifest. This new king of the Seven Kingdoms exhibited a level of arrogance that the spider realized would render his task rather uncomplicated. He understood that the intentions of that lord were evidently to cleanse the ruling class of the Seven Kingdoms, and this new king would facilitate that endeavor with ease. Before reaching this conclusion, he must diligently assist the young monarch. The spider contemplated his thoughts while standing in the corner of the hall, a certain emptiness surrounding him. Although he consistently projected an aura of harmlessness, the nobles of King's Landing were reluctant to approach the intelligence chief who had served under two reigns. After all, none could ascertain what leverage he might possess over them. Provoking or befriending him seemed unwise. Thus, maintaining a prudent distance and choosing to ignore him appeared to be the most judicious course of action. Not far away, Littlefinger, engaged in amiable conversation with a group of wealthy merchants, cast a sidelong glance at the pensive spider. He refrained from approaching to converse with him. Although they had established a tacit understanding, it was still inappropriate for them to be seen together publicly. Littlefinger was acutely aware that his support had been eliminated through the machinations of Lisa, and his current worth to the new king lay in his ability to resolve the royal treasury's fiscal dilemmas. Therefore, until the political landscape became clearer, he needed to cultivate relationships with the affluent merchants of King's Landing to stave off any decline in tax revenues. My Lord Peter, might I inquire how significant the damage from the recent beast incident has been to King's Landing? A builder inquired, raising his goblet to toast Littlefinger. Recognizing the builder's intent to ascertain whether he might possess any lucrative projects to share, Littlefinger, without much contemplation, donned his signature smile and replied, "Ah, my lord, I am indeed troubled by the losses incurred from that beast. It rampaged through the southern part of King's Landing, toppling numerous structures. Indeed, you have endured much. My lord, is there anything I might do to alleviate your burdens?" Well said. The most pressing concern at the moment is the swift restoration of the walls and gates that were demolished by that creature. Oh, my Lord Peter, allow me to boldly recommend my construction team. They are more than capable of meeting your requirements. In the grand hall, the assembled guests raised their goblets, indulging in fine wines while engaging in lively conversations and exchanging whispers of intrigue and mutual interests. Suddenly, the grand doors swung open, revealing a diminutive figure limping into the hall. This little person resolutely made his way toward the Iron Throne, only to find the nobles and ladies staring at him in astonishment. Though his appearance bore an awkward and comical resemblance to a clown from a circus, his lavish attire and the distinct lion crest emblazoned upon it, along with the two Lannister knights flanking him, compelled the crowd to instinctively part and make way. Those with even a modicum of awareness recognized this peculiar figure as none other than the infamous imp, Tyrion Lannister, the heir to the Westlands and Lord Tywin Lannister. Since his brother's disappearance, he had been confined within Casterly Rock, rarely venturing out. It was said that he had a penchant for reading and a fascination with tales of distant lands, often rewarding sailors and captains with golden dragons for their stories. There were also whispers of his frequent visits to the brothels of Lannisport, yet at least Lord Tywin had secured him a countess as a wife, with whom he had sired 2 sons and a daughter. Tyrion's expression was grave. He did not greet the surrounding nobles and ladies, instead advancing in silence. As he approached the dais of the Iron Throne, Joffrey, clutching a goblet, stepped forth from the throng, obstructing Tyrion's path. "Ah, is that not my dear uncle? Have you come to congratulate your valiant king on his triumph over the monstrous beast?" Tyrion glared at his arrogant nephew for a long moment, until Joffrey, on the verge of a tantrum, could barely contain himself. Tyrion then relaxed his features, donning a peculiar smile, and slightly bowed. "I have encountered his majesty, and I am here at the behest of your grandfather to assist in King's Landing. What command does my father have?" Cersei, having noticed the disturbance in the hall, pushed through the crowd, her expression betraying an unmistakable disdain. Observing her sister's persistent foolishness, Tyrion could not help but jest. "Oh, my dear sister, what elixir have you consumed recently? You appear remarkably youthful and beautiful." Though Cersei initially intended to dismiss her brother's seemingly flattering yet mocking remarks, his words struck a chord with her vanity, prompting her to respond with a prideful, measured smile. "Humph, my foolish brother, this is the marvel of magic. You seem to have been dulled by your time in Casterly Rock, unaware of the changes in our world. Indeed, the world was evolving rapidly. Yet our blood ties remain unaltered. I will always be your beloved sister, will I not?" Upon witnessing the unsightly grin reappear upon Cersei's face, the imp felt a surge of hidden delight. It had been years since he had the opportunity to mock his elder sister in person, and he found himself reminiscing about the days when the 3 siblings lived together in Casterly Rock. In the first part of Chapter 29, the interim Prime Minister, the imp was acutely aware of the need to show respect to the king's nephew and his mother, the queen. After a brief exchange of barbs, he raised his goblet and engaged in amiable conversation with the guests of the banquet. Cersei, instinctively repulsed by her diminutive and misshapen brother, and Joffrey, lost amidst the throngs of noble maidens, paid little heed to the newcomer who had joined the festivities in its latter half. However, those with genuine intent at the banquet were keenly observant of the stunted heir from the west, particularly the Spider and Littlefinger. The political landscape in King's Landing had begun to crystallize. Following Jon Arryn's demise, Lysa had retreated to the Eyrie with the Knights of the Vale. Renly and Stannis had withdrawn the loyal forces of House Baratheon from the capital. The Tully family of the Riverlands, diminished in number, refrained from participating in the politics of King's Landing. The Northerners, wary of the quagmire that was King's Landing, were reluctant to involve themselves. The Stark couple, after ensuring their children's enrollment, had hastily returned to the north and might well have already reached White Harbor. Currently, the most formidable power in King's Landing had shifted to House Lannister. Not only did the queen hail from the Lion's lineage, but Joffrey's golden locks and his attire of gold and crimson also underscored his allegiance to House Lannister. The military presence in King's Landing, aside from the ineffectual city watch, was predominantly composed of the Lannister Guard that held the Red Keep. It could be said that the alliance of fish, deer, wolves, and eagles, formed prior to the War of the Usurper, had disintegrated, with the Lions now emerging as the de facto rulers of the Iron Throne. The imp's unexpected arrival tonight further indicated that the Lannisters had commenced their machinations. He, too, was keeping a watchful eye on the ambitions of the 2 schemers in King's Landing, and with his goblet raised, he sought out the Spider first. "Ah, Lord Varys, the wine tonight is exceptionally delightful. Why have I not seen you partake?" The Spider instinctively adopted a demeanor of subservience, smiling as he responded. "Forgive me, Lord Tyrion. As the king's master of whisperers, I must maintain a clear mind at all times, ready to offer counsel to the king regarding intelligence matters." The imp took a sip of his wine and replied, "I fear our king may not share your perspective. Is there no one to caution him against the perils of venturing out unaccompanied?" In the face of the imp's skepticism, Varys remained unflappable. "I am merely a servant of the king, providing the most accurate information possible. However, the act of offering counsel itself has already secured my position, for no king is inclined to heed the advice of a eunuch." The imp, recognizing Varys's sincere and humble posture, though he did not fully trust the Spider, understood the necessity of cultivating this relationship, and he gestured with his goblet in acknowledgement. "There is no need for discouragement, my lord. It may be that the kings do not value the worth of the Master of Whisperers, yet I shall certainly hold it in high esteem." And I hope you will continue to serve the Iron Throne with unwavering dedication. Varys feigned a look of astonishment. I am grateful for your recognition, my lord. I shall strive even harder in my service to the king. As he spoke, the spider lifted a goblet from the table beside him, bowing deeply in utmost humility as he clinked glasses with the imp, downing the contents in one swift motion. Tyrion understood that he could not easily sway such a complex and nuanced individual, but he was determined to discern the true intentions behind Varys' affinity for him. He believed that with the formidable Lannister house at his back, there would come a day when he could fully command the man before him. He nodded to the spider and shifted his attention to another cluster of people, where another significant player in the Game of Thrones awaited. The crowd had already taken note of Tyrion's movements and parted to grant him passage, all aware that the esteemed heir of the Westerlands sought the presence of the esteemed Peter Baelish. Littlefinger, too, sensed the shift in the crowd. Upon witnessing their separation to reveal the imp, he donned a broad smile and hastened a few steps toward him. Ah, Lord Tyrion, welcome to King's Landing. What a splendid evening it is. The imp greeted Littlefinger with a smile and raised his goblet slightly, glancing around the throng. Lord Baelish, may we converse privately for a moment? Ah, certainly, Littlefinger replied, maintaining his signature smile as he nodded in agreement. He followed the imp away from the crowd, to a quieter corner at the edge of the hall. Slightly bowing, he distanced himself just enough to avoid imposing his height upon Tyrion. The imp tilted his head upward to regard the smiling man before him, and after accepting a new goblet from the knight behind him, he spoke. I have heard that you have excelled in your role as the master of coin for the Iron Throne. Ah, I am unworthy of such praise. King Robert and Prime Minister Jon have entrusted me with this heavy responsibility, and I merely strive to uphold their confidence. The imp narrowed his eyes slightly. He was aware that the man before him was not speaking the whole truth. He had been managing the economic affairs of House Lannister for many years and had established considerable dealings with merchants in Lannisport. He possessed a profound understanding of the transformations occurring in the outer city of King's Landing. The nobles and kings within the city may not have realized the extent of the power that Littlefinger was amassing. They merely sensed the absence of the filthy, ignorant masses, and noted the improvement in their surroundings and the freshness of the air. However, goods from the workshops of the outer city were permeating all 7 kingdoms, and their low prices and vast production were undermining the small workshops of the lordly vassals. The imp believed that if fully mobilized, Littlefinger had the capacity to shoulder King Robert's expenses without continually borrowing from the lords or seeking loans from the Iron Bank. He had come to a clear realization. To truly master King's Landing, the influence of Littlefinger and the power behind him must be firmly within his grasp. Certainly, this is not a matter that can be resolved with mere commands. It requires a sincere dialogue with the successful merchant. Many thoughts swirled in his mind. Yet the little imp chose to mask his contemplation with a smile. My Lord Baelish, you are far too humble. Both my father and I believe that your talents should not be confined to such limitations. Perhaps the true position where your abilities can flourish lies in the guardianship of a realm. A look of surprise crossed Littlefinger's face. The offer presented was indeed enticing. Having traversed through numerous experiences, he understood that the genuine players in the power game of the 7 kingdoms were the grand nobles and lords. Without the true mastery of a territory, no amount of wealth could sway the words of these great aristocrats. It appeared he had made the right choice. Only amidst chaos could he discover the true ladder to ascend to the heights. If King's Landing remained as placid as the average lake for the past 20 years, he would forever be denied the opportunity to partake in that perilous yet exhilarating game of power. Chapter 30. The Interim Prime Minister, Part 2. The night had deepened, and Tyrion sat at the long table in the Prime Minister's tower, poring over the documents in his hands. Jon Arryn, in his role as Prime Minister, had indeed dedicated himself wholeheartedly. For the sake of his foster son, the king, he had exceeded the efforts of a typical Prime Minister. As a traditional medieval kingdom, despite being the nominal ruler of the 7 kingdoms, the revenue from the Iron Throne was exceedingly limited, with the primary source being the various taxes from King's Landing. Littlefinger's financial records were exemplary, with the tax revenues of King's Landing showing consistent annual growth at a stable rate. However, Robert's extravagant spending had evidently not made Jon Arryn's task any easier. The little imp noted the staggering debts amounting to millions of gold dragons. Nonetheless, he was not overly concerned about the financial burden. The Lannisters possessed an extensive intelligence network, and based on the information he had gathered, the profits generated by the merchant guilds under Littlefinger's control were sufficient to cover these debts. As a minor baron from the Fingers, Littlefinger would likely be more agreeable without Jon Arryn as a protector. The true concern lay in the imminent risk of civil war facing the 7 kingdoms. His foolish sister, in her attempt to orchestrate a de facto coup, had failed to first secure control over the unstable elements within King's Landing. King Robert had not been directly poisoned. Rather, he had succumbed to a peculiar magical curse. Moreover, after Robert transformed into a beast, no measures had been taken to swiftly eliminate the threat. Instead, they allowed the new king to foolishly engage in the dangerous game of hunting monsters. Fortunately, King's Landing had not descended into the farce of conducting funerals for two kings simultaneously. But it did make the little imp acutely aware that his nephew and sister were likely not reliable allies. Most critically, in this era of magical resurgence, who could say whether King Robert might regain his sanity and revert to human form? If that were to occur, it would certainly lead to a most amusing situation. The diminutive Tyrion swiftly seized control of the Lannister guard upon his arrival in King's Landing. He meticulously inquired of the Lannister soldiers who had long served Prince Joffrey and Queen Cersei, and the situation appeared rather dire. Just as his father, Lord Tywin, had expressed concern upon receiving Cersei's letter delivered by the Raven, this missive, brimming with triumphant announcements, revealed to Tywin Lannister that his daughter had made little progress over the years. This stagnation might indeed be attributed to the prolonged tranquility that had enveloped the Seven Kingdoms. The alliance of the stag, wolf, fish, and eagle remained formidable and steadfast, with House Lannister possessing both the queen and the heir, thus becoming the creditor of the Iron Throne. While Highgarden was affluent, it was also weak, and the Tyrell family's prestige was insufficient. Dorne, though not closely allied with King's Landing, bore no deep-seated animosity, thereby maintaining its silence. Though the seasons were changing at an accelerated pace, the regular rhythm ensured the stability of production across the Seven Kingdoms, and the corresponding shortening of winter alleviated the common folk's concerns over food shortages that had previously lasted for years, thereby fostering population growth. Although King Robert was not a competent ruler, his passions lay primarily in hunting, carousing, and hosting tournaments and feasts. He did not indulge in the capricious antics of his predecessors. Consequently, Cersei had not engaged in court intrigues, and her lack of experience over the years had stymied her political acumen. In her letter, she boasted to her father that Lady Lisa, Renly, and Stannis had fled King's Landing in fear of the new king's authority. Yet, she failed to recognize that her negligence in arranging for the control of these individuals allowed them to escape to their fiefs, casting a shadow of civil war over the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms. Upon receiving the letter from his father, Tyrion arrived at the same conclusion. Thus, when his father commanded him to proceed to King's Landing as the acting hand, he did not hesitate. In a bid to reach King's Landing with utmost swiftness, the imp secured himself to his saddle and rode incessantly for several days, sleeping merely 1 or 2 hours each night. Fortunately, he and his attendant carried a substantial sum of golden dragons, sufficient to procure fresh horses along the way. The grueling journey took a toll on his spirit, and he suffered chafing, which accounted for his somewhat limping gait at the evening feast. Other guests might have assumed he walked with difficulty due to his deformity, yet his dwarfism did not impede his mobility. A knock at the door interrupted him, and upon his consent, a Lannister knight entered. "My lord, the commander of the city watch, Janos Slynt, has arrived. Allow him to enter," Tyrion replied without lifting his gaze, continuing to scrutinize the ledger before him. A portly middle-aged man entered, bowing low in deference to the diminutive figure seated behind the table. "My lord Tyrion, Commander Janos Slynt of the City Watch is here to report." Tyrion cast a disdainful glance at Janos, maintaining his focus on the account book as he spoke. "I am aware of your actions within the City Watch. Now, relinquish your command. I permit you to depart from King's Landing with your possessions. Otherwise," the somewhat corpulent visage of Janos began to glisten with beads of perspiration, prompting him to plead with a more humble tone. "My lord, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. I beseech you for another opportunity, and I shall serve the king diligently." Tyrion turned to regard the man across the table, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Oh, serve the king, you say? Yet, as far as I recall, during your tenure under King Robert, you certainly benefited quite handsomely, did you not? My lord, Robert was Robert, and now a new king has ascended. I am eager to serve the new king with even greater fervor." Tyrion set aside the ledger in his hands, picking up a tome from the table, continuing his reading with a dismissive tone. "Lord Janos, I do not wish to see you within the command of the City Watch by sunrise tomorrow." Observing the small imp's resolute demeanor, Janos's expression morphed into a snarl, his posture straightening as he clenched his teeth defiantly. "Tyrion, the position of commander of the City Watch is one that requires the king's appointment. I suspect you lack the authority for such matters." Tyrion again turned his gaze toward Janos, lifting a goblet from the table and taking a measured sip of its contents. "Huh. Lord Janos, whether I possess that authority is not for you to decide. Take him away and confine him to the dungeon. The two Lannister knights stationed behind Janos had been on high alert since his entrance. Upon hearing Tyrion's command, they swiftly subdued the man before them. Janos struggled fiercely, vociferously begging for mercy. Yet, the small imp paid him no further heed, gesturing for the knights to escort him away. Tyrion summoned another knight, producing a small glass vial from his breast pocket. Prepare a lavish dinner for our commander of the city watch. We cannot allow our Lord Janos to enter slumber on an empty stomach.